This young man was sprinting for his life after successfully swiping a precious item. Unfortunately, his joy was short-lived as a sharp arrow pierced straight through his calf, causing him to lose his balance and fall face-first into the white snow. He looked up, and the first thing he saw was the cold steel of a hunter's sword. His face twisted into a furious expression. He was totally screwed, making a comeback in the thieving game after so long only to be hunted down. This intensely meant his career was over. The sacred artifact he had just stolen was taken back, and the price for his crime was his own head, his fresh blood staining a wide patch of snow red. It seemed like everything was over as the group of men left, convinced that he couldn't possibly survive. And yet, our main character slowly stood up, casually walked over to pick up his own severed head, and flashed a brilliant smile. He whispered to the goddess's hand that there was no need to worry about the sacred artifact's divinity because he had already absorbed it. The only downside was missing out on a pile of cash from the item. Oh, but wait, hold on for about 2 seconds, let me introduce you. This immortal young man's name is Malak. 5 years ago, he was just an ordinary person, but in the blink of an eye, he was whisked away to this world in the most random way possible. He even became the sole apostle of that hand, a dark deity known by the title of the Corrupted Mother. Getting back to the main story, after arriving in a new land, Malak posed as a member of the Guardian God Society and went straight to a large guild to find a way to make a living. While waiting for the receptionist to look up some information, his mind drifted to his goddess. The cult of the Corrupted Mother was an enemy to all of humanity, and ironically, he was her only apostle. Normally, an apostle like him would be immediately struck down by his own deity if he dared to follow another faith. But in a world like this, sometimes lying through your teeth was the only way to live a long and peaceful life. After waiting for the young woman to search for a while, Malak finally got what he needed. The paper clearly stated, if he could find the reason why farmers were suddenly disappearing on their way to the city of Dai and eliminate the culprit, he would receive 30 silver coins. A deal this good was too sweet to pass up. However, he didn't forget to bring up a rather sensitive issue with the girl. Can I get a portion of the payment in advance? Asking for an advance before even starting the job. He knew the request was a bit unreasonable, but he couldn't fight on an empty stomach. Luckily, the kind-hearted receptionist nodded in agreement, and so he happily set off with a group of mercenaries who had also taken on a similar quest. Along the way, a chubby fellow named Pierre eagerly struck up a conversation, talking non-stop. So much so that Malak was starting to get a headache. Fortunately, just then, the captain up ahead called the young man's name. So, he quickly said his goodbyes and scurried off. After waiting until no one else was around, Malak then placed a hand on his chest and silently asked, "Mother, why do you keep urging me to take care of all of them? If they all get wiped out, it'll be a big problem for me." He bluntly admitted that he needed to complete this mission to earn the remaining 29 silver coins. Apostle or not, a man's gotta eat to stay devout. Putting that aside, Malak glanced at the group of people in front of him. Then he got to the main point. By the way, Mother, how many fingers do you rate them? He asked this because, if he could defeat and sacrifice strong individuals to the Corrupted Mother, he would receive divinity points corresponding to the number of fingers she showed. One hand has 5 fingers, with the lowest being 10 points. As it gets closer to the 5th finger, the divinity points increase by another 0. And if he could accumulate 10,000 divinity points, you will receive a completely new privilege after absorbing the power from the Holy Grail and returning it to its former owner. With the privilege in hand, it means he now only needs to collect 12 more holy relics for any wish to become a reality. Meanwhile, Pierre, after a gentle reminder from his captain, hurriedly returned to Malak to apologize for his earlier disturbance. But right at the moment they were speaking, their convoy was suddenly caught in a lightning-fast ambush. A chaotic rain of arrows flew from out of nowhere, felling many before they could even retaliate. In this life-and-death situation, Malak didn't hesitate for a second, instantly shoving Pierre aside and taking the full brunt of the arrows in his place. After the rain of arrows subsided, the bandits slowly emerged. However, Malak was completely unharmed. He lay on the ground, silently communicating with the fallen Holy Mother. A thought echoed in his mind. It seems, you want me to feign death, then seize the opportunity to absorb their divinity? Is that right? With that, Malak slowly staggered to his feet. His gaze fell upon the sword stuck in the ground, and he smirked, continuing, "But do you know? From the very beginning, I intended to do exactly this anyway." As he finished speaking, Malak lunged forward like a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, a bandit's head was severed from his neck. The gruesome scene immediately caught the leader's eye. He instantly realized he wasn't dealing with a novice and hastily yelled to his men, "Leave that priest to me. The rest of you handle the others and then come back me up," he roared, before suddenly charging straight towards Malak. A powerful slash came swinging straight for him, but unfortunately for the bandit, Malak was a step ahead and easily parried the attack before using the force to knock his opponent back, creating distance. Now, Malak began to mutter something to his fingers. So, how will the Holy Mother rate him? The bandit leader couldn't understand a word he was saying. His only goal was to take down the man in front of him. Thus, he relentlessly unleashed a barrage of attacks, and the fallen Holy Mother delivered her verdict. 2.5 points. His strength is about on par with the archer who sent you on your way last time. Hearing this, Malak suddenly broke into a delighted grin, and that very grin seemed to drive the leader mad. He frantically swung his sword in a flurry, and after a world-shaking clash, the weapon in Malak's hands snapped in two, causing him to laugh boisterously in triumph. Ha 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 ha. This is why I forged this sword from glacial steel. He was so confident that he declared he would spare Malak's life if he knew what was good for him and surrendered. Not only that, he added that he had planned on making this his last job before disappearing for good, which is why he suggested they stop while they were still on good terms. To his surprise, Malak replied in an impossibly calm tone, "Then let me offer you another choice, shall I? Cease your plundering and get out of here at once. If you do, I promise to be gentle." The leader's triumphant smile hadn't even faded when an arrow suddenly struck Malak square in the head, causing him to collapse to the ground once more. The leader was visibly gloating. He ignored Malak's body and turned to speak with his men, assuming it was all over. Little did they know, the worst nightmare of their lives was only just beginning. Malak shot back up and coldly posed a question that sent a chill down their spines. Did you really kill everyone? And why do you all look so surprised to see someone survive after taking an arrow straight to the head? The question was somewhat rhetorical, because seeing someone come back from the dead right before your eyes would naturally astonish anyone. Over here, the grudge-holding Malak clasped his hands together after finishing his question. Instantly, a sinister, dark blue aura erupted violently, enveloping his entire body. Only then did the bandits realize they had awakened a true demon. Seeing this, the panic leader screamed, ordering his men to shoot him down immediately. Dozens of arrows whizzed through the air, embedding themselves straight into his body. Although Malak's body was pierced in several places, he didn't seem to mind at all. Instead of fighting back, he began to pray to a higher power. "Oh, corrupted mother, your child is hanging by a thread. My heart is filled with fear, and I know not what to do. If you are near, please comfort me and watch over my steps." Meanwhile, the bandits on the other side fired until their backs ached, yet Malak remained completely unscathed. Realizing the situation was not looking good, the bandits dropped their weapons and turned to flee for their lives. But little did they hadn't gotten far before they were suddenly stopped by an invisible wall, something Malak had intentionally erected beforehand. This was an ability that any corrupted priest had to activate before they could unleash their full power. This power allowed him to imprison his enemies within a holy domain, and it was also one of his favorite skills when playing this character. The bandits fell into chaos, trying everything they could but finding no way to escape. The leader and his gang were completely cornered. The leader was so scared he nearly wet his pants, but he still tried to act tough, ordering his men to break the barrier with their swords and fight their way out. However, before they could do anything, a giant creature appeared and sent the leader flying to the afterlife with a single punch. Staring at the four-armed monster, towering like a two-story building, everyone was stunned silent. Facing an opponent of this caliber, they were all destined to share a single grave. A single roar from the creature Malak summoned was enough to make the bandits weep with terror, snot and tears streaming down their faces. They all fell to their knees, begging for their lives. "Sir Priest, please spare us. We swear we'll never be bandits again." Not long after, a few more severed heads were hanging from Malak's hip, while the corrupted mother continued to scream in his mind, demanding he finish all of them. But Malak disagreed, explaining to her that if he absorbed all the holy power from them, the bandits' bodies would completely disintegrate. And at that point, the guild members would surely notice something was amiss and would flock to hunt him down. Suddenly, Malak noticed the chubby guy, Pierre, lying nearby, still barely breathing, which made him think about the future. Believing this character could be useful for his reputation, Malak immediately asked the mother to heal him. As night fell, Malak casually slung Pierre over his shoulder and headed back. As soon as she saw him return from completing his mission, the red-haired guild receptionist eagerly ran over to strike up a conversation. She exclaimed, "Looking at your appearance, I never would have guessed. It seems you're much stronger than we anticipated." Hearing this compliment, Malak didn't know what to do other than give a sheepish smile and humbly accept it. Next, he handed the bandits' heads to the girl as proof to submit to the guild. As they chatted for a bit longer, they realized something. It was that Malak still had no place to stay. Seeing this, the female receptionist gave a meaningful smile and asked directly, "If you're okay with it, would you like to stay at my place for a while?" This somewhat suggestive question made Malak blush beet red, while the corrupted mother flew into a rage. She continuously lectured him with some not-so-nice words. A little later, Malak was settled in bed, gently reassuring the mother. "I understand your teachings very well, mother. That's precisely why I accepted her offer. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions toward that kind red-haired girl." Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Malak was wondering who it could be, and it turned out to be the very person they were just talking about. She came to inform him that the lord of this region wanted to see him. The reason was that the captain of the mercenary squad, who had unfortunately lost his life in the previous mission, was actually the lord's adopted younger brother. Malak was brought before Lord J. Chedon Filion by the butler. As soon as they met, the lord immediately spoke up and asked a question. "So you're the one who witnessed the moment my younger brother passed away?" The lord spoke, his attitude unusually cheerful. While the other party offered him tea, Malak suddenly smirked wickedly, thinking to himself, "Aha, so that's how it is." He didn't react that way for no reason, because from the very first moment they met, the corrupted mother had secretly placed a bright red X on the lord, a mark that only Malak could see. He then got straight to the point. "How does it feel?" "I mean, the feeling of having to live a life disguised as a human, Sir Demikin, a species known to be far stronger than others. They possess the ability to shapeshift and are incredibly cruel by nature. Yet they are bound by a rule that prevents them from acting arbitrarily. They cannot directly interfere in the human world, and to be able to walk openly under the sun, they have only one path: to form a pact or a contract with a host." Malak knew full well that Demon Contractor was an extremely tough class. Because of its difficulty, most players avoided it. But Malak was an exception, because besides Corrupted Priest, Demon Contractor was the second class he had chosen back when he was battling in this game. It's true that playing the villain has its own charms, sometimes. Exposed so quickly, Lord Chedon was speechless, unable to deny it any longer. Instead of denying it, he just said coldly, "You can see through my disguise, it seems you aren't really a priest under the guardian goddess." Faced with that accusation, Malak didn't bother to hide it, calmly admitting that he was indeed a priest, but one who serves the corrupted mother. Upon hearing this title, the Lord's attitude did a complete 180, becoming much friendlier. He invited Malak to sit down and said he had no ill intentions. He simply wanted to know the full details of his adopted younger brother's D.E.A.T. And so, after just a few minutes of conversation, Malak easily pocketed a considerable sum of money. As expected, in any era, having a silver tongue makes everything much easier. Malak clutched the bag of gold coins and turned to the corrupted mother. "The Lord doesn't intend to bribe me with this gold. This is just a token of sincerity to show that he truly wants to know the truth of the matter." He and the corrupted mother then returned to the guild, and as soon as they entered, they immediately ran into the red-haired receptionist. The moment she saw Malak, she flashed a radiant smile, but in complete contrast to him, the corrupted mother showed extreme disgust for this receptionist. She even sulked and demanded to take care of her immediately. Meanwhile, the female receptionist called Malak over, as she actually had a favor to ask. She wanted him to go greet some priests who had just arrived from the Church of the God of Guidance. On the outside, Malak maintained a polite smile, but inwardly, he was full of contempt, having no love for that group of fanatical heretics. Suddenly, a slight tremor ran through his body. This tremor didn't come from him or the others, but from the corrupted mother herself, right at the moment they faced the group from the God of Guidance. The corrupted mother sent him a message. One of them is carrying a holy relic. At the same time, a man approached and said, "I never thought I'd meet a priest serving the guardian goddess in a place like this." The man, who seemed to be the leader, walked up to Malak and introduced himself as Ovist. While he was at it, he also introduced the man with the horn next to him as Kanu, and the only girl in the group as Petna. Seeing that the other party was quite friendly, Malak happily responded with a brief introduction of his own. Just then, the receptionist cut in. She informed him that Ovist's group would be staying at the guild for the next few days. After hearing this news, Malak was immediately overjoyed. He thought to himself that this meant he didn't have to act right away. He still had plenty of time and opportunities to borrow their holy relic. Wow, what great news. Imagining a lucrative deal about to fall into his hands, Malak secretly calculated whether it would be more advantageous to play the part of a corrupt priest or a depraved. Who would have thought, before the plan could even take shape, the group suddenly changed their minds, insisting they needed an audience with the Lord first to discuss important matters. With that said, the entire group left and disappeared, making him think the deal was on hold, until he suddenly realized the one-horned priest Kona had not gone with them. Upon asking, he learned that the priest stayed behind due to an inferiority complex, believing Lord Qilin would be just like any other person of high status and power. He thought the Lord would have no sympathy for his unusual appearance, but the perceptive receptionist quickly explained that although the Lord may seem cold and distant, he is actually an extremely talented man who always draws a clear line between his professional and private life, never allowing personal feelings to interfere with his work. And so, the conversation among the three continued, and since everyone was curious about the one-horned priest, all topics eventually revolved solely around him. Just then, Malak decided to break the atmosphere, abruptly changing the subject and turning to ask Priest Kana directly, "Why did your delegation decide to seek an audience with the Lord first?" Hearing the question, the priest answered without hesitation, "Actually, we are acting upon a prophecy that was delivered 15 years ago. According to him, Priest Orvis believes that the apocalypse is disguised as life itself, or to put it bluntly, an extremely dangerous demon is hiding somewhere right here. The honest, one-horned priests also reveal that the true purpose of their visit to the Lord was to verify his nature, as Orvis possesses the ability to distinguish between ordinary people and demons in human guise through the use of a holy relic. Before he could finish, a ground-shaking explosion suddenly rang out from a corner of the territory. The explosion startled everyone, and immediately after, a giant creature with a ferocious, blood-red maw smashed through Lord Cheelin's mansion and charged out. Good heavens! The moment he saw its shape, Malik turned pale with fear. A terrifying body of this size should be called a Tyrannosaurus Rex, not some mere crocodile. Over at the mansion, an earth-shattering battle erupted between the priests and the demon. Orvis raised his warhammer high and let out a roar that shook the very heavens. He then brought a powerful, lightning-infused blow down on the monster's head, causing a deafening explosion and sending a massive pillar of lightning shooting straight up into the sky. The receptionist immediately pointed at the pillar of light, shouting in panic, "It looks like they're fighting the demon. We have to go help them now." Yet, Malak bolted in the completely opposite direction. He only managed to shout back that he would return after handling a personal matter, then rushed straight to the receptionist, Aaron, and yelled, "Where's the medical center Pierre is being treated at? Tell me, quick. I have to find him right now." Such is the bond of sworn brothers, never forgetting each other even in the most dire of situations. Without another word, Malak scooped up the girl, powerfully leaped right through a window, and landed with commanding force. Immediately after, he sprinted forward with terrifying speed, completely ignoring the cataclysmic battle raging nearby. As he ran, he urged the girl in his arms to direct him to his beer-bellied best friend, and after a desperate sprint, they finally reached the location. Barging through the door, Malik found Pierre fast asleep with a strangely peaceful expression on his face and muttered, "I went through so much trouble to save you. There's no way I'm letting you kick the bucket in this hole." With that, he hoisted his friend onto his shoulder and told Aaron to hold on tight, as he now only had one arm free for her. And just like that, Malik carried them both, charging out of the building and continuing his spectacular escape. As they were running for their lives, Aaron suddenly exclaimed as if finding salvation, "Sir Priest, that house over there has a secret passage to the outskirts. But the door is locked tight." Locked? For a combat-type priest like Malak, a flimsy lock was nothing. Without a word, he delivered a single kick that sent the entire door flying. After ensuring the other two were safe, Malik scrambled back to the battlefield, but upon his arrival, a tragic sight met his eyes. Priest Kana lay gasping under a pile of rubble, his body covered in blood. Seeing the deep, fatal wounds, Malik knew it was already too late. Not only that, but the only nun in their party had also fallen, her cold body lying just a short distance away. To turn the tide in this life-or-death situation, Malik quickly asked how to defeat the demon, and the other person revealed the way. "The holy relic we carry is the White Purity Sword, the one priest office stuck in the demon's head. If you can pull it out and plunge it deeper into its brain, it will be finished." The brief conversation ended as the other person took their last breath. He quickly informed the Mother of Corruption, then swiftly absorbed all the remaining holy power from the deceased to increase his strength. Not far away, Priest Office was still fighting fiercely, determined to exterminate the demon to the very end. He let out a thunderous roar, gathering all his strength to land another mighty hammer blow on the sword's hilt, causing Lord Cheddin to roar wildly in pain. Seeing his chance, Malak immediately rushed forward, enthusiastically gifting Lord Cheddin another regular sword to the body, but unexpectedly, just as the priest was preparing to land the decisive hammer blow, Lord Cheddin suddenly fell backward, unleashing his infamous death roll and sending the looter flying. His body slammed hard onto the jagged tile floor, splattering fresh blood everywhere. If Malik had been an ordinary person, he would have already been sent to the next world. The Mother of Corruption appeared extremely worried, repeatedly urging him to deal with it. Malak looked up to the sky, muttering to himself. Mother once said that blessings always walk hand in hand with disaster. What an interesting experience, and just as he finished his words, there was a blessing in disguise. Another holy relic landed right beside him. It was truly heaven sent. For someone who cared neither for friend nor foe, only for holy relics, this bit of damage was a small price to pay for such a prize, a true blessing from above. He flashed a satisfied smile, immediately picked up the holy relic and offered it to the Mother of Corruption, stating his condition at the same time, "I offer you a new holy relic. Please grant me a new power." Immediately, a torrent of green holy light gushed out, enveloping Malik's entire body. Thanks to the new holy relic, one of the Mother's seals was broken, so he used the 10,000 points he had just accumulated to beseech the Mother of Corruption to grant him a power strong enough to end this chaos. A brilliant aura suddenly erupted, and within that radiant sphere of light was Malak, along with a magic circle named the Sigil of Corruption. The moment the power was activated, patterns of dark blue arcane energy began to spread across his body, turning the corrupted priest into a bona fide tattooed priest, simultaneously amplifying his power and putting him into an overlord state. At this point, Malak's immortal body had fully recovered. He was just about to rejoin the battle when he suddenly realized the priest. Office wasn't so lucky. He had unfortunately been wiped out by that fatal roll. Although he felt a pang of guilt, Malak had to ignore it. The last thing he could do was absorb the priest's remaining holy power. Meanwhile, Lord Shedden, who was inexplicably impaled with a pile of weapons, was writhing in agony, frantically destroying everything around him. Looking at his demonic form, Malak couldn't help but wonder. It's strange. The ones who provoked the demon into a rage were the priests from the Church of the Teaching God. Yet, even after all of them had fallen, the demon was still raging for some mysterious reason. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Malak's mind. He flashed a cunning smile and whispered to the Mother of Corruption, "Mother, don't be shocked, and please hold on to my pouch." Despite his warning, the moment he finished speaking, he shot off without giving his mother a chance to prepare, moving at a wind-tearing speed faster than a bullet. The arcane patterns coursed over his body. The new power was activated to its fullest, making his current speed nothing to scoff at. He charged straight for Lord Cheaton. His one and only target was the deeply embedded white purity sword in his head. It seemed Lord Cheaton had guessed his intention, so he immediately took action. He arched his body, preparing for another death roll, but a move used too many times is inevitably figured out by the opponent. Quick as a flash, Malak leaped off the giant's back, immediately using his terrifying speed to escape the danger zone, followed by countless loud explosions and violent tremors. The aftershock was so strong it shattered the glass windows of nearby houses in unison, and a sharp pain shot through Malak's chest, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Looking at the dark red bloodstain on his hand, he thought to himself that this process seemed to be happening faster than he'd expected. The greater the power, the steeper the price. Ever since using the Sigil of Corruption, his body had begun to rot from the inside. If this battle dragged on any longer, once he reached his limit, he would completely collapse from the power's backlash, unable to do anything more. Malak sprinted at full speed towards the white sword, and the moment he touched the object tormenting the demon, a memory fragment flashed through his mind. It was the white sword that Priest Ovish had plunged into the demon's head. If he could take that sword and drive it deeper into its brain, the demon would die. Those were the priest's words. However, Malak's decision at this moment was completely different. Instead of stabbing it deeper, he chose to yank it out and called for Lord Cheddon to awaken with a heaven-shaking roar. The demonic shell enveloping the Lord began to crack and then shatter, releasing a blinding flash of light that drew the eyes of everyone present. When the light faded, the scene revealed the Lord lying collapsed in a pool of his own blood, his body covered in injuries and no longer intact. Only then did Malak let out a relieved smile and ask, "Are you awake, my lord?" The other man heard this and smiled back. "Honestly, meeting you is truly the greatest blessing I've ever had. Spending 2 gold coins in exchange for you saving my life. It was indeed such an enthusiastic act of help that even Cheddon couldn't comprehend it." Meanwhile, in a very distant place, a girl with long, blue hair reached out her hand, gently dropping a magical fireball onto the thick layer of snow. Waiting for all the snow to melt, the hunter accompanying her finally spoke, voicing his confusion. "Strange, there's no one here. I'm sure I sent that kid to meet his maker right here. It's probably been too long, so his body must have been devoured by some monster or wild beast." The blue-haired girl didn't refute the hunter's words. Instead, she just said coldly, "I just want to ask you one last question. The nearby cities, can you tell me their names?" No one knew the true intention behind her question. All people knew was that after the incident with the exposed demon threw the entire city into chaos, Lord Cheddon stood up and declared to all the citizens that Malak was the one who defeated the demon and saved his life. Although it was a blatant lie, it earned him the acclaim of everyone. They praised him endlessly and even gave him the nickname Demon Slayer. Today, Malak visited the Lord's mansion for tea, and he noticed the man's wooden prosthetics. He couldn't help but blurt out the observation. "Seeing your wooden arms and legs move so smoothly, it feels kind of strange." Hearing that, the master of the mansion's expression immediately changed, and he explained that to achieve such flexibility, he had to pay an extremely high price, namely, that very soon all the hair on his head would fall out completely, just like leaves in autumn. Imagining that in just a few months, what would greet him would be a shiny, bald head. Malak couldn't help but shed a tear in pity for this man's unfortunate fate, pushing that sad story aside. At this point, Cheaton returned to the main topic. He mentioned he had just received a job and that the client was specifically asking about him. It seems that after hearing the stories about the Demon Slayer, they believe he is the most perfect choice for this mission. And according to the Lord, this job is related to the holy relics in the ancient kingdom. The reward for this job was extremely lucrative, including 5 bars of pure gold, along with one of the newly unearthed holy relics. This lucrative offer was exactly what Malak was looking for, so he agreed without a second's hesitation, thinking he had hit the jackpot. As scheduled, the next day, an excited Malak headed to the rendezvous point to meet up with the mercenary group. The person who greeted him most enthusiastically was a young man who introduced himself as Carmen Vantes, the very person who had posted the request for this mission. Not only that, but he also made sure to emphasize that he was the illegitimate son of Anthony Vantes, a prominent figure in the Black Wolf gang. As for the other two members of the party, the petite female mage was named Tunisia. In stark contrast to her was the tank from the one-horned tribe, Sukis. It took the group a full 2 days of travel, only arriving at their destination at dawn on the third day. Tunisia suddenly stopped and said, "We're here. I'll now open the gate to the ruins." She explained that, according to the description, to enter the ancient empire, one needs a special key, must travel to the exact coordinates inscribed on it, and then recite the ancient incantation, which is the name of the key itself. And the final step is to insert the key into the lock. In theory, this complex task could only be performed by a mage, with the exception of Malak, of course. Because his true identity was that of a player, these complicated procedures were nothing to him, but he knew better than to reveal that. On the other side of the gate lay a desolate land filled with ancient ruins, and as soon as they stepped through, Carmen immediately suggested, "Compared to all the other ruins I've visited, this place is astonishingly well preserved. Shall we start exploring right away? I bet there are plenty of holy artifacts around here." Hearing this, Malak was overjoyed. It was all he needed to hear before he eagerly followed them deeper inside. The group walked for a while before stopping in front of a massive gate sealed by countless complex, ancient characters. After examining it carefully, Tunisia turned to inform the others. "If we don't possess the blood of the imperial royal family, then it would be best to prepare ourselves for a fight." And just as she finished speaking, the very moment, the door creaked open. A swarm of monsters with heads resembling hornet nests immediately poured out. Sukis was the first to charge forward, using his body to block the monster's advance. Meanwhile, the mage Tunisia took on the role of a ranged attacker, chanting spells from the rear, creating a series of massive explosions aimed right at the enemy formation. Of course, Malak didn't stand idly by. He drew his sword and unleashed a flurry of moves like a true Florentino. He unleashed countless slashes, sending the horde of monsters before him to their graves. Suddenly, another monster lunged from the side in a sneak attack, but Malak was quick enough to parry it. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, an arrow flew in from out of nowhere and pierced its hornet nest head, not even giving the enemy a chance to breathe. The first encounter ended in a resounding victory, but for some reason, Sukis and Tunisia started to argue heatedly over a disagreement in their combat strategy. In contrast, the duo of Malak and Carmen seemed to be getting along much better. Tunisia, after pausing her war of words with her burly companion, approached the other two and asked, "So, when are we moving on to the next location? I think going now would be fine. I still have plenty of mana." Upon hearing this, Sukis immediately retorted, "Why do you keep rushing everyone to move on when we haven't even rested at all?" Neither of them was willing to back down, and the bickering continued endlessly. They went on, accusing each other of being selfish until Carmen had to step in and mediate, telling the group to sit down and rest for a while. Only then was the matter temporarily settled. Malak, as an outsider, could only offer a wry smile, knowing better than to get involved, because he knew all too well that mages like her often had sky-high egos and loved to moralize, but their behavior was, well, textbook for their class. A mage's power is innate, and although there are minor differences from one person to the next, once they reach a certain age, knowledge of the ancient language automatically floods their minds, and it's because of that vast repository of knowledge that they despise learning new things, resulting in most mages becoming conservative and stubborn. That young lady was no exception. Her defiant personality was just like every other mage he'd ever met, truly a hopeless case. After a short rest, Carmen suddenly spoke up, declaring it was time to move on to the next area. However, the moment the team was about to move, the giant stone gate behind them slammed shut, followed by a massive white metal golem leaping out of a dark pit. Malak gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly that he knew something was wrong. The monsters they had encountered before were too weak for ruins of this scale. It seemed the thing in front of them was the real final boss. The atmosphere immediately became tense as a fiddle string, but instead of discussing a battle plan with her teammates, Tunisia acted alone, pushing Sukis aside and beginning to chant, gathering earth and rock. A giant boulder gradually compressed and hovered right above the golem's head. However, Tunisia had greatly underestimated her opponent. As a result, before she could even hear Malak's full warning, the boulder was smashed to pieces by the monster, which also swung a devastating blow her way, causing her to be wiped out in an instant. Sukis was the closest, and the sight of the bloody splatter scared him so much he froze on the spot. Despite Malak's shouted warning, the guy still ended up taking a massive slap from the golem, sending his 198-pound body flying like a toy. The situation was more critical than ever. Malak then turned to the only remaining member and asked, "My friend Carmen, do you want to live?" Carmen didn't understand a thing but still answered yes out of instinct, which was all Malak was waiting for. He immediately landed an uppercut right on his friend's chin, knocking out his teammate to make it easier to carry the team. Although Malak was usually a cheerful guy with a silver tongue, when things got serious, His ruthlessness was second to none. He spoke directly to his superior. "Mother, I'm in a real hurry. There's no time for a long prayer. Send it down to me right now." The corrupted mother heard him and acted immediately. She seemed a bit intimidated by Malik's urgency. Without a word, she immediately sent down a magnificent creature, the corrupted giant with 4 muscular arms. The giant appeared and immediately threw its fists into battle. Meanwhile, Malak wasn't idle either. He took the chance to absorb all the remaining holy power from his fallen comrades' weapons. Then, he found a safe corner to lay the unconscious Carmen down. Not far away, the 2 big guys were brawling fiercely, and Malak felt it was time to end this. Therefore, he no longer needed to hold back, immediately activating his ultimate power, the Sigil of Corruption. "Playtime's over. Give me a hand." The giant seemed to understand, coordinating perfectly. As soon as it saw Malak charge, it extended an arm to use as a launch pad. Thanks to that, he easily climbed onto its body. Malak had it all planned out. After climbing to the head of the 4-armed giant, he launched himself into the air, swinging his sword in a thunderous strike, shattering the gemstone embedded in the golem's face. Crystal fragments scattered everywhere. That was the golem's energy core, and once destroyed, it completely lost its ability to fight. The corrupted giant threw its head back and let out a heaven-shaking roar, as if to declare victory. But just as Malak was certain the boss of the ancient ruins had been defeated, the corrupted mother above suddenly pointed in another direction. Holy cow, he was dead wrong. From midair, 3 other golems appeared, and they looked exactly the same as the one he had just dealt with. Just how many of these things are there? Malak's face turned pale. He wondered in despair. "I'm so screwed. I made the wrong move. Can I get a do-over?" Meanwhile, in another part of the ancient ruins, Carmen had finally woken up. Malak recounted the whole story to him, while also gently explaining that they were all hired for a common purpose, and that their 2 fallen comrades surely knew the risks, so there was no need for him to blame himself. After a few words of comfort, they both quickly regained their spirits and continued on their way. However, along the way, Malak couldn't stop thinking about what had happened just a few minutes earlier. After struggling to take down a white metal golem with the help of the corrupted giant, 3 other golems suddenly descended from the sky. Knowing he was no match for them, he had cleverly used his teammate as a human shield to absorb all the damage. It's true what they say, share the fortune, but let your buddy take the fall. When facing a strong enemy, just flash away and run first. Whoever is too slow is just out of luck. He even remembered clearly telling the giant to just finish the mission and come back later. With that ridiculously tough body, getting ganged up on a little probably wouldn't make him sulk or get depressed, right? His wandering train of thought was suddenly cut short by the magnificent sight before them, because now the 2 were standing in front of another giant gate. Seeing it, Malak excitedly announced, "We've reached the end of the ruins. Feel free to admire the view." They expected a horde of monsters waiting behind the door, but to their surprise, there was nothing inside but 2 levitating holy artifacts. Cameron was the first to speak. He asked Malak, "Could you let me have this necklace? In return, I guarantee I'll give you a handsome reward." Malak didn't answer right away. Instead, he curiously asked about its true function before making a decision. Hearing this, the other man didn't hide anything and explained frankly. "It's called the fake bloodline compass. If you drop a single drop of your blood on this necklace and concentrate on a bloodline that you're searching for, it will use that blood as a conduit to point in the exact direction of that place." Cameron added that he wanted to use it to find the mother he had never met, faced with such a justifiable reason. Malak didn't have the heart to refuse and nodded in agreement immediately. In return, his share was the sword. The incredibly badass-looking saw-bladed sword floating nearby. That evening, the 2 archaeologists sat by a campfire and began to share some heartfelt stories. Cameron suddenly held the necklace out in front of Malak and asked, "Could you give me your blessing?" Immediately after, he cut his hand and dripped blood onto the pendant. A pillar of blood-red light immediately shot up, and a message appeared in his mind, confirming that his mother was still alive. After Cameron got what he wanted, he turned to the main proposal. "I'd like to partner with you for longer, Priest Malak, at least until I find my mother. You're heading west anyway," he continued to persuade, while also promising to cover all living expenses, as well as pay you handsomely. In his head, Malak was weighing all the pros and cons, telling himself not to agree to avoid revealing his true purpose. And yet his body betrayed him. His hand automatically reached out for a handshake, while his mouth broke into a wide grin and agreed instantly. After returning to the guild, he and Aaron had a touching and tearful farewell. When he enthusiastically dropped by Lord Cheaton's place for a chat, he was stunned to find that after just a few days, the man had officially joined the Shiny-Headed Club. That's life for you, whether you're a man or a demon in human skin. A little stress is all it takes for your forehead to turn into an international airport. Hearing that Malak was preparing to leave this place for the capital, he had already prepared a letter of recommendation. Cheaton also wanted to pay him with money, but unfortunately, despite being a lord, after one not-so-pretty true form reveal, his entire treasury had to be spent on repairing the damage he had caused. The old man also revealed that he had already asked a friend for a favor, so if Malik was in danger, he just needed to call out and help would arrive. However, he also warned that this person had a rather peculiar personality, so he should only seek them out when he was truly cornered, before smiling kindly and wishing him a bright future. After all, life is short, and in the blink of an eye, a few days passed as the two young men pressed onward, heading straight for their goal. Throughout the journey, the corrupted mother made no secret of her animosity towards Carmen, but the only reason she allowed him to come along was because the young man was valued at a whole 3.5 fingers of holy power. If she could just deal with Carmen, the amount of holy power she would gain would be enough for her to acquire a completely new ability. Suddenly, Malik froze, his eyes glinting with caution as he sensed a bad omen. Quick as a flash, he drew his sword, staring intently ahead, and said in a low, raspy voice, "The smell of blood. They're very close." Just as Malik's warning ended, a hideous, giant spider lunged out from the mist, aiming straight for the two of them. Carmen reacted by firing a sharp arrow, while Malik didn't hesitate to charge straight ahead to confront the monster head-on. One spider was quickly taken down, and in an instant, Malik's clothes were soaked in its foul-smelling fluid. He glanced over at another one lurking not far away. The young man thought to himself that the next time he used this saw sword, he definitely had to choose a more open space, because this scene of blood and guts flying everywhere was just too messy. After clearing out the snow spiders, Malik saw his friend Carmen busy working on the corpses. Malik walked over to ask what he was doing, and Carmen looked up and explained that he was extracting the venom sacs from the snow spiders. According to him, the paralyzing ability of this venom was extremely useful in countless different situations. As he skillfully pulled out a sac, he further explained to Malik that this stuff wasn't just for coating arrowheads but could also be sold for a decent sum. Carmen humbly shared that this knowledge was simply experience he had accumulated after countless battles with monsters. Noticing that the next city was only about half a day's journey away, Carmen suggested he would teach Malik how to extract the venom, and then they would go into the city to find a decent place to wash up. They arrived just as the sun was setting. As soon as he saw the two of them, a guard rushed over to stop them with a panicked look on his face, asking, "How did you two get here?" Malik was a bit confused, but still answered honestly that they had walked a long way to get here. The guard then explained the reason for his surprise, saying that monsters had recently begun attacking with much greater frequency. The strange thing was, whenever they went to investigate an attacked area, they couldn't find so much as a scrap, let alone a monster corpse. Hearing this, Carmen immediately realized something was wrong. Based on his extensive experience, he knew that snow spiders usually attack by draining their prey of blood, so they should have left behind shriveled corpses. In the middle of their conversation, another guard ran up, panting, and announced loudly, "The Lord wishes to see you too." Soon after, the two were brought before the Lord, looking as clean as they possibly could. The Lord didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "I believe you two have also realized that our current situation is not simply caused by monsters. This is an elaborate plan orchestrated by a worshipper of evil spirits." He had learned the truth from the information provided by the priests. There are at least 4 evil cults involved in this incident, and they are all working together to completely isolate the city of Kenton from the outside world. The only thing the Lord couldn't understand was why a tragedy like this would strike, right at the moment he had just been appointed. The most urgent task now is to find people brave enough to break through the monster encirclement and relay the news to neighboring cities, which, to be frank, was no different from a suicide squad. After a moment of thought, Malik bowed his head and then flashed a determined smile. He declared firmly, "For this task, I will give it my all." After their conversation, he returned to his room, holding a special item that could only be found in this region. It was a specialty of the Western Desert, not that Malik was greedy, but the commander had enthusiastically pressed it into his hands, so he reluctantly accepted it. However, the deeper reason he didn't hesitate to accept this perilous mission was that he believed it to be an important omen that the main questline was about to be activated. Now that those 4 sects were beginning to cooperate, the title Heretical Spirit did sound a bit terrifying. However, in the world of this game, it didn't mean much, because, at the end of the day, it was just a label given by the opposing faction. The self-proclaimed Orthodox faction slapped that label on other gods to tarnish their reputations and make it easier to suppress them. It was a fact that most followers of the heretical gods weren't quite right in the head, and their personalities were twisted and warped in unpredictable ways. The group rode through the cold night, with a whole pack of snow spiders madly chasing them from behind, a scene more intense than poking a hornet's nest. Malik declared firmly, "I'll hold them off," and despite Kamen's vehement objections, he explained the reason for his actions. He said that if they continued like this, the entire group would be caught sooner or later. With that, he decisively leaped off his horse, landing neatly on the ground. Now, he was alone on the battlefield, facing a horde of monsters of all shapes and sizes. Malik smirked, a challenging smile on his face. He heard the mother's voice ring out, "Your little show is quite interesting." Malik thought to himself, what does she mean by that? Well, I'll just take it as a compliment. The time to shine had finally come. His renowned chainsaw sword was drawn. The name might sound a bit strange, but once in battle, its coolness factor was off the charts. He shouted, "Why don't we get this party started? You cowardly heretic worshippers hiding somewhere around here." With that, Malik charged straight into the horde of monsters. Wielding his swords, he unleashed a flurry of deadly slashes, sparing none. The monsters fell one after another like fields of wheat. After just a moment of slashing left and right, his entire body was drenched in enemy blood. Yet, Malik still wore a crazed smile and cracked a joke. "At this rate, I might have to bring a bathtub with me next time." After neatly taking care of the small fry, he proceeded to the next step. It was time to confidently march into their lair, a massive cave where one glance was enough to know their whole family tree was gathered inside. Along the path into the cave were countless looted items and desiccated human corpses. Malak glanced up at the cave ceiling and clicked his tongue. I can understand them needing to eat, but leaving leftovers as decorations like this? Honestly, their sense of aesthetics is seriously messed up. He said this because countless human cocoons were dangling from it. As he continued deeper inside, Malik silently communicated with the mother of corruption. The fact that these snow spiders are hoarding so many humans is likely because their queen is preparing for the breeding season. Before he could finish his speculation, he reached a tunnel even larger than the entrance. He guessed this must be the boss's nest. Immediately, Malik drew his sword and shouted a provocation. "Why don't you come out and greet me? I know you're in here." Its pride wounded by the taunt, the enemy no longer bothered to hide. From the ceiling of the cave, it and its ant-like swarm of offspring began scrambling down towards him. At this point, Malak didn't waste any more time and immediately called upon the mother of corruption. "Mother, grant me the line of corruption. I need your power." Instantly, the space in front of him was torn open into a long rift. From that rift, a corrupted giant slowly emerged, carrying with it a ferocious, overwhelming killing intent. It swung its arm, landing a devastating blow on the Spider Queen's head. But the monster was no pushover either, and it used its sharp legs to stab straight into the giant's body. It was best to let the big monsters deal with each other. Meanwhile, Malak, of course, wasn't just standing still, while also helping to clear out the pesky little spiders swarming nearby. He suddenly realized he could sense the energy gathering inside the Spider Queen's body. Perhaps it held some kind of fatal weakness. Just as a snow spider suddenly attacked from above, he swung his sword and split it in two, and in that very moment, he knew how to deal with the Spider Queen. Malik roared, charging forward and shouting, "I'll provide cover. Immobilize it now." The plan was formed in the blink of an eye. The corrupted giant immediately understood and coordinated perfectly, letting out an earth-shattering roar to display its might. Although it still held a grudge for being abandoned earlier, the giant still cooperated, using all four of its massive arms to tightly grip the monster's legs. At the same time, Malak used the silk threads holding human cocoons to swing on, allowing him to easily approach the giant monster from the air. He aimed straight for the Spider Queen's most critical joint, then began to swing his sword frantically, slashing relentlessly from side to side. Just like that, he focused all his attacks on a single point, pushing the battle to its climax and finally creating a deep gash. Mustering all his strength, he successfully finished off the Spider Queen, severing its cephalothorax and abdomen in two. Not to be outdone, the corrupted giant casually slammed the part of the spider's body it was holding onto the ground. The thunderous noise startled him. It was clear the giant was trying to intimidate him. Malak knew better and just laughed it off. He then apologized for ditching it and running earlier. As soon as the Spider Queen fell, the mastermind behind it all, with nowhere left to run, finally showed their face. It was a bizarre-looking woman who had just crawled out of the monster's corpse and immediately started cursing. "You damn bastard, who do you think you are? Ruining my plans. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into controlling this Spider Queen? You're a follower of the evil god just like me." Malak didn't bother getting angry or responding. He just coldly asked a question in return. "Why did you surround Kenton? Why should I tell a bastard like you?" Well, refusing to talk might work with others, but when faced with Malak, messing with a guy like Malak, who might be smiling but has a short fuse, gets you a sword to the face, not a conversation. The female cultist screamed in pain, yet when Malak repeated the question, she gritted her teeth and refused to say a word. On the third time, she started taunting him. "I wouldn't tell you, even if I died. What are you going to do about it?" And just like that, Malak swung his sword, sending her head flying. If she wouldn't answer after the third time, there was no reason to keep her alive. With that, he turned, and all the holy power from the Spider Queen and the female cultist began to pour out. And then, he absorbed it all until nothing was left. I wonder how many more cultists I'll have to ask to find out the truth. You say more than 3? Then I'll bet on 4. Malak muttered as he walked out of the spider's lair. Looking down from above, he saw the entire city. Kenton was engulfed in a sea of flames. It's over. The Lord's plan had completely fallen apart, just as he had feared. Meanwhile, at the Lord's manor, the operation to capture the evil spirit cultists had failed miserably. Standing next to his corpse were 2 women, and a man, arguing fiercely. The content of their argument was nothing but blaming each other for letting Carmen escape. They also wasted too much time on the siege, while Layla, the one controlling the spiders, was off who knows where. She still hadn't regrouped with the team. At this point, the only man in the group finally spoke up to stop the incessant arguing. "That's enough. Arguing won't solve anything. Since that guy escaped, he'll definitely send forces to hunt us down." The guy tried to salvage the situation, reminding her of the plan that had cost them so many years of their youth, but did his words even carry any weight? And as expected, this advice was like adding fuel to the fire. The black-haired woman immediately unleashed a tirade, her voice full of anger. "Do you really think I wanted to let him get away?" The guy grumbled, not understanding why he had to bear the brunt of her fury over one escaped rat, then wondered if it was because the two of them didn't get enough exercise last night that she was so cranky this morning. What a strong team, with everyone for themselves when it comes to cursing. The one-eyed noblewoman, seeing her partner's enthusiastic trash-talking, got fed up and turned to leave for her own good. But unfortunately, she hadn't taken more than a few steps when a dark figure suddenly descended. Malik struck in a flash, a clean sword stroke sending her head. The remaining two were frozen for a few seconds, shock written all over their faces. However, before they could even process what had just happened, another life was snuffed out. He was also erased in the cleanest way possible. Amidst the chaos, Malak appeared, towering over them, brandishing his saw sword, his scorched and patchy skin looking incredibly terrifying. His appearance at this moment was like a true Grim Reaper coming to collect souls. Malak suddenly spoke, and immediately after, the third person fell without even a chance to ask a question. "Mom has a point, I am a bit ruthless," he whispered. "But you know, these guys can control holy power. They could be a real danger to me." Before Malik now stood only one last person, trembling all over while his face was gradually healing, his flesh regenerating in mere moments. Waiting until his face had recovered its usual handsome appearance, he flashed a brilliant smile and asked the familiar question he seemed to ask every enemy he met. "What is the reason you're besieging the city of Kenton?" Witnessing Malak's utterly terrifying display, the last woman immediately understood the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, she led him to a gigantic grotesque entity. The thing looked like nothing more than an oversized flesh mole. Through the woman named Parkna's story, Malak learned of their plot to sacrifice all the city's inhabitants. The purpose was to create an orb of holy power, which they called the incarnation of a god. As soon as he grasped the whole picture, Malak didn't say another word, hoisting his saw sword and charging straight in. The sharp saw blade sliced into the giant mass of flesh, and he could hear screams of extreme agony from within, but that only strengthened his resolve to destroy it. He had to destroy this man-eating monster at all costs. Seeing this, Parkna at his side couldn't help but scream out a warning. "Stop. If it's in danger, it will awaken in an unstable state." No sooner had her warning left her lips than a hideous evil spirit tore through the fleshy shell and emerged. It shrieked and roared maniacally. In that moment, Malik keenly noticed that there was a holy artifact inside this monster's body. This discovery made him even more determined, with no intention of stopping. The cultist beside him, seeing the god she worshipped about to be minced by Malak, could only scream helplessly, telling him to stop. But come on, if you're going to be a villain, don't talk so much. With the philosophy that chicks are fleeting, he didn't hesitate to swing his sword at her. And just like that, another one bites the dust. In return, he received 1,000 holy power points. Malak silently calculated his current total had reached 8,592 points. This was certainly not a small number, but he was still a ways off from having enough to unlock his next power. The current situation was pretty tough, because no matter how much he hacked the monster to pieces, it would quickly regenerate, whereas if his own body took just one hit, he would be injured like a normal person. On top of that, this giant lump of flesh didn't even have any obvious weak points. It wasn't like the previous Spider Queen. Therefore, the best strategy right now was the only one. Run, and run for his life at that. He'd have to grit his teeth and bear it if anyone called him a coward. What else could he do? Malik immediately clenched his glutes, tensed his thighs, turned around, and bolted back towards the city. While fleeing, he also didn't forget to conveniently absorb the holy power from the deceased. His goal was not to stop until he had accumulated 10,000 holy power points. Successful people truly have their own unique ways, as the chase with the monster officially began with the challenge, "Catch me if you can." So let's see. In this race of life and death, will the monster catch him first, or will Malak manage to unlock his new power in time? After being painfully taunted, the monster, unable to catch him, also started to get ticked off. It unleashed its ultimate move, the lion's roar, and my god, just one earth-shattering roar was enough to completely shatter the tiles under its feet. Even from a great distance, he had to cringe and clamp both hands over his ears to withstand that horrific sound. An incarnation of God my foot, this damn thing was clearly a walking disaster, and the nightmare had only just begun. The incarnation of God began to furiously lash its whips everywhere, turning the scene into a chaotic battlefield. Although Malik tried his best to weave and dodge, he couldn't escape his bad luck, suffering countless wounds. In this life or death situation, he could only scream, "Mother, save me." And sure enough, nothing beats a mother's love, as the corrupted giant was immediately summoned to the rescue. The moment it appeared, the giant landed a devastating punch on its opponent, causing it to stagger, see stars, and collapse to the ground. However, a final boss isn't something that goes down that easily. It immediately retaliated against his ally with fatal stabs that pierced through its body, a sight so brutal it was painful just to watch. Malak realized that if he relied solely on the corrupted giant, there was no way he could defeat this monster. So he seized the opportunity and dashed straight toward the city center. The place was littered with charred bodies lying scattered about. Malak had barely begun the absorption process when he was relentlessly attacked by the monster's whips from all directions. Interestingly, if the corrupted mother's catchphrase is farewell, then this thing's is pain. It sounds pretty ridiculous when you think about it, but unfortunately, the one feeling the pain wasn't it, but our side. After creating a terrifying explosion by slamming itself into the ground, the incarnation of God leisurely approached him. Malak immediately took a defensive stance, preparing for a fight for his life. Even so, his sassy mouth didn't forget its duty to taunt. "Hey there, buddy. Looks like you've matured a bit after taking a beating from the corrupted giant, huh?" The incarnation of God didn't bother to reply, answering instead by lashing its whips straight at him. The serrated sword in his hand flashed back and forth at blinding speed, creating an ironclad defense that shredded the whips launched from the evil spirit's body, causing them to fall uselessly to the ground. The first wave of attacks was neutralized, and for a moment, he thought everything was okay, but he was dead wrong. The moment he lunged forward to counterattack, those seemingly harmless whips came to life again and bound him tightly in the blink of an eye. Malak was instantly turned into a ragdoll, mercilessly thrown around at its whim, and finally left collapsed amidst the rubble with a limp body, barely breathing. Despite this, he still chuckled and muttered, "I'm still okay, mother. I'm a really lucky guy." And ironically, what he said wasn't entirely wrong, because even though he was the one who was defeated, the place where he fell was, by a great coincidence, right in the middle of an area overflowing with holy power from the fallen soldiers and knights. The incarnation of God roared once more, and even though he tried to cover his ears, fresh blood still gushed out uncontrollably. But this time, he no longer ran. Instead, he began his frantic absorption of holy power, and his points started to skyrocket at a dizzying pace. Malak stood tall amidst a circle of green fire, speaking to the corrupted mother. "Mother, I offer you 10,000 points of holy power. Please grant me a new power." Almost instantly, a zone of thick darkness began to spread out from beneath his feet, engulfing everything around it in shadow. The incarnation of God was still bewildered, not understanding what the hell was happening, and when it looked again, it saw Malak sporting an incredibly sinister grin. "This time, the pain and suffering you will endure will be 1,000 times greater than what I went through." The new power he received was called the Pit of Corruption, a death zone capable of decomposing any living creature that dared to step inside. And of course, he himself was no exception. To protect himself from its effects, Malak had to make use of the Sigil of Corruption. This skill granted him an explosive increase in strength and speed. In the very first engagement, he successfully sliced off one of the opponent's arms. He turned back and issued a challenge. "Let's see, which is faster, your regeneration or the decomposition speed of this pit." The battle between human and evil spirit erupted once more. And with this spectacular last-minute comeback, the catchphrase "pain" was uttered again. But this time, it wasn't from Malak, but a groan from the final boss itself. And so, Malak ended it all with a decisive slash, instantly splitting the enemy's body in two. The final incarnation of the God Bug was destroyed, and from within its disintegrating corpse, an orb of pure holy power materialized in his hand. This very item worked a miracle, shattering the sealing chains and helping the corrupted Holy Mother regain her true form amidst a brilliant halo of light. However, as soon as the corrupted Holy Mother's power was fully unleashed, the orb of holy power gradually lost its light, becoming an inanimate object. Suddenly, a familiar yet bloodthirsty voice rang in his ear, urging him to finish it, causing Malak to whip his head around in surprise. He then discovered, not far away, the figure of a little girl. "Hold on, I know what you're all picturing right now." Malak had the same thought. He approached, gently stroking her youthful face, and said softly, "I knew it was you, Holy Mother, but why are you asking me for the reason you—" Putting that aside for now, Malak turned to stare at the remains of the God Bug's incarnation and asked the corrupted Holy Mother, "Is there any way to absorb it? It would be such a waste to just let it disappear like this." Hearing Malak's words, the corrupted Holy Mother also tried to use her power. Unexpectedly, these remains were completely different, and she couldn't absorb any holy power from them. The Holy Mother then ran over and hugged Malak tightly, explaining in a slightly sulky tone, "Because our divinities have already merged, it's probably impossible to absorb it anymore." She sighed, seeming to accept the truth. Still holding the orb in his hand, Malak then suggested that the Holy Mother use those 10,000 points to grant him a brand new power. His request was immediately granted, and from high above the 9 heavens, a massive pillar of light descended. It illuminated the spot where the two of them stood, and the power Malak received this time was truly more terrifying than anything he had ever possessed. To put it bluntly, it pushed his boundaries very close to that of a malevolent being. Malak thought to himself, with this curse, all living creatures within its range of influence, about the size of a small city, would have their life force gradually drained away. It would be very useful when dealing with evil people, but having to take the lives of innocents to absorb divinity is not the path I want to choose. Just as he finished that thought, Malak and the corrupted Holy Mother had only taken a few more steps before everything in front of him suddenly went dark. After the mentally draining battle with the evil spirit, Malak's already exhausted body finally couldn't hold on any longer, and he collapsed to the ground. When Malak woke up, the first person he saw was his frenemy Carmen, which couldn't help but startle him. He quickly placed a hand on his chest, and then a shockwave hit him when he discovered that the thing that was supposed to be there was gone. An extreme sense of fear washed over Malak. Completely ignoring the person beside him, he could only scream in desperation. "Where is my thing? Where did it go?" At that moment, Carmen slowly handed the demon hand back to him, explaining at the same time, "I thought it must hold some deep meaning for you, even though everyone else thought this wasn't something you should keep with you. They tried to throw it away, but I kept it." It turns out, Carmen did this out of gratitude for Malak saving his life when he decided to stay behind alone to hold off the monsters. The purpose was to give him a chance to leave Kenton, but it seems his luck was a bit rotten, as in the end, Carmen was still stuck in this place. Through Carmen's words, Malak learned that he had been unconscious for 10 whole days, along with an ironic truth he didn't know whether to be happy or sad about. That was when the reinforcements arrived. Aside from Malak, no one else in the entire city had survived. After he had fully recovered, in the middle of a dark night, Malak and Carmen rode their horses out of the city together. Before that, he had a private meeting with Lord Cheaton, and he had informed him of some news. That a nun with the distinctive blue hair of the Sacred Fire sect was desperately searching for his whereabouts. Hearing this, Malak's limbs went weak, and he urgently asked the Lord if she knew he was still alive. In response, he only received an uncertain shake of the Lord's head. However, the Lord also warned that once this priestess sets her sights on a prey, it's nearly impossible for them to escape her clutches. After hearing the deadly warning, Malak had no desire to stay any longer. He immediately spurred his horse and fled the city that very night. And it was at this very moment that Malak was struck by a horrifying realization. Among all the foes he had ever faced, that priestess was the most formidable, her power rated at 4.5 fingers by the corrupted Holy Mother herself. Only those with a death wish would dare to cross her. 2 weeks passed, and while the duo was on their way to the next location, Carmen suddenly broke the silence. He squinted and said, "I might be mistaken, but the plume on that helmet looks like the crest of the Romeo family." Hearing that, Malak also focused his gaze. Malak deduced that the convoy wasn't flying any banners, so the person inside was most likely a descendant or a close relative of the Lord. With that thought, he signaled to Carmen, telling him to stay quiet and let the group pass to avoid any trouble. It was a good plan, but as fate would have it, Malak had just blurted something out to his companion. The moment he said that it seemed someone was tied up inside the carriage, the escorts immediately unmasked themselves, their killing intent flaring. The battle between the bandits and our 2 men erupted, but in the blink of an eye, 2 of them had already been knocked off their horses. From a distance, the only one not in the fight yelled at the top of his lungs, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Finish them off quickly. Are you scared stiff by just 2 brats? What a bunch of useless fools." Having been chewed out, the outnumbered lackeys had no choice but to grit their teeth and make a desperate charge. And of course, the inevitable happened. The price for their recklessness was their lives, paid for by a single arrow from Carmen's hand. It flew swiftly, piercing straight through the bald man's skull. He was the last of the bandits to fall, while over on this side, Malak was busy patting the back of the victim, who was vomiting uncontrollably, the young lady, after an exhausting session of spewing rainbows. Finally able to stand up straight, she then pointed to herself and introduced herself to her 2 saviors. "Thank you both for saving my life. I am Dakia I Romeo, the eldest daughter of young Master Kanto I Romeo." Looking at her gentle and harmless appearance, Malak could only cry internally. "Oh heavens, she's already a noble. Please don't let her be a mage too." At this rate, he was 100% sure this young lady was the walking trouble type. The 3 of them then exchanged a few words of introduction. Feeling that it wasn't right to just stand there, Dakia changed the subject to ask for a favor. She held out her hand, explaining that due to the effects of an anesthetic gas still in her system, she was temporarily unable to walk on her own. Therefore, she hoped someone could help her, specifically to support her for a short distance. And of course, helping someone in need with such a polite attitude was right up Carmen's alley. The young man eagerly stepped forward, offering to help, but unexpectedly, the girl asked a surprising question in return. "Are you sure you want to help me?" She said this out of concern that if someone saw the Black Wolf of House Vantis supporting a lady from House Irameo, malicious rumors would spread, and he would be the one to face trouble upon entering the city. Hearing this, both young men froze for a few seconds. The same thought involuntarily popped into both their minds. Good heavens above, a noble, and a mage on top of that, could actually be so considerate of others. To break the awkward atmosphere, Carmen quickly spoke up to defuse the situation. Let's change the subject a bit. Can we ask why you got involved with these people? Dakia didn't hesitate for long. Just a few seconds later, she bluntly named the mastermind behind it all, none other than her accursed younger brother who always looked down on her. The root of the problem was that Dakia had just received a marriage proposal from the Long Kingdom, so that brother of hers came up with this dirty scheme to get rid of her. To get rid of a potential heir to the family head's seat, Malak just listened silently to her turbulent family drama. However, he knew full well that the nobility disliked mages, because as mentioned before, these people are extremely difficult to teach even the most basic etiquette. They also suffer from arrogance, so once they have power in their hands, they could very well cause unforeseeable consequences. The second reason mages are not allowed to hold power is because the populace has an ironclad belief in an ancient legend about a chaotic era of mages, an era full of chaos. That's why, when she declared her ambition to become one of the 4 lords of the Northern Kingdom, he was genuinely curious, unless she could deal with her brother herself, how she would seize that position. Dakia really was a talented storyteller. She rambled on and on about a single family drama from the crack of dawn, until the group lit a fire to grill food for the night, and she still showed no signs of stopping. Malak finally couldn't take it anymore and had to cut her off. We've tried very hard to listen to your story, but you've told it 3 times already, so please understand if we seem a little distracted. Not only that, he even deliberately offered his meat skewer to her, along with a deeply sarcastic remark. He was telling her to talk less and focus on grilling the meat. What kind of noble gossip so much they let their meat burn to a crisp without noticing? Dakia finally got the hint and decided to get straight to the point. If it's all right, may I make a proposal? She boldly proposed that if they escorted her safely to Beetles in the Irameo family's territory, she would pay a handsome price, an amount of gold equivalent to her body weight. Wow, rich people really go all out. The 2 guys' original goal was to find Carmen's mother, but along the way, they had a change of pace and accepted this request, so he could fulfill his duty and prove himself worthy of the name. Vanter of the Black Wolf, so proud, so righteous, so cool, and of course, so full of it. The 3 of them kept walking until they finally spotted a village ahead. They immediately looked for the nearest inn, hoping to rest and warm up. While the group was eating after a long journey, they suddenly noticed something unpleasant. A waitress was being harassed by some rough-looking guys nearby. Although the innkeeper spoke up to stop them, it seemed to have no effect. At that moment, Carmen turned to ask Malak if they should step in to help. Hearing this, he immediately nodded in agreement, but not to give those guys a beating, but to help them avoid a bloody punch from the noble lady Dakia. The 3 of them charged forward together. Each one lent a hand, and just like that, the aggressive troublemaking thugs were cleaned up neatly and cleanly. If you're going to be a good guy, you have to go all the way. Carmen tossed the money pouch he had just harvested from them to Malak, who in turn passed it to the innkeeper, and told him to use the money to pay for the damages. No need to be formal, because either way, this was their tuition fee anyway. When night fell and everyone was asleep, Malak went alone to knock on Dakia's door, to have a heart-to-heart. The moment she opened the door, he immediately rushed in, pinning her and covering her mouth with one hand. With his other hand, he slammed a dagger into the wall right next to her face, then spoke in a threatening voice. From now on, I want you to be a good girl and stay quiet, so you don't wake the others. After making sure Dakia understood, Malak got straight to the point. He reminded her of her previous declaration that she couldn't just stand by and watch injustice happen. However, the next time she encountered a similar situation, she had to ignore it, because they were on the run and needed to avoid any attention-grabbing actions. If not, the next person to hurt her would be him, not someone else. He wouldn't even hesitate to throw her straight to the people hunting them. Malak pressed a dagger close to Dakia, growling, "I may smile a lot, but I'm not a good guy. Sweetie, get a grip." He gave a final demand. If she understood, she should nod. And when he saw the girl's decisive nod, Malak finally let her go, wished her a good night, and then casually left the room. On the way back to his room, the corrupted Holy Mother expressed her dissatisfaction, constantly nagging Malak for being too cruel and harsh with the young woman. But Malak didn't see it that way. All his actions had a purpose, and this time it was to test whether Dakia was truly acting out of an obsession with justice, or if it was just a moment of impulse. The following days passed peacefully, until one evening. While Malak was talking to and feeding the corrupted Holy Mother, there was a sudden knock on the door. Immediately, the Holy Mother transformed back into her hand form. Then, quick as a flash, she slipped into his pocket to hide. The person who came at this hour was none other than Dakia. Dakia said she had something important to say. an issue that had kept her up for the past few days and she couldn't hold it in any longer. She asked directly, "The reason you warn me so harshly, is it because I'm a mage?" To that question, Malak simply nodded in frank admission. Dakia then shared that his eyes at that moment, the look he gave when he threatened her, were filled with hatred. It was exactly the same way people usually looked at mages like her. However, this was the first time she noticed a difference in him. That difference was, in his eyes, there was no malicious intent to harm, but rather a piece of advice, a warning for her to be more careful. She understood that the warning was because they would be traveling together for a long time. Dakia admitted she wasn't sure if she could easily ignore a similar situation again, but she promised to definitely let him know beforehand. With that, she stood up and left. After a moment of silence, Malik finally spoke up, apologizing for his rude behavior. A romantic scene full of lovey-dovey vibes began to unfold. Between the handsome man and beautiful woman, he lowered his voice. She smiled, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and the conversation ended on a pleasant note. That night, they each returned to their own rooms, but just at the crack of dawn the next morning, an aggressive mob led by a scar-faced man showed up. They came out of nowhere, kicked down the inn's door, and started shouting loudly, specifically calling for Malak and demanding to see him. The scar-faced man acted extremely arrogant, smashing things in the inn while loudly declaring that if the innkeeper didn't hand, he would level the entire inn. The innkeeper, though his forehead was beaded with sweat, gritted his teeth and remained silent. Well, these guys were done for, daring to poke the hornet's nest, that is Malak. No one knew exactly what happened, only that a few minutes later, Malak appeared, completely unscathed, single-handedly dragging the leader by the collar all the way back to where he came from. Ironically, the leader of this mercenary guild, Sajida, had just been reading a file on Malak and knew full well what a big shot he was. He never expected his troublesome subordinate to be so unlucky as to bring an enemy right to their doorstep. He introduced himself, leader of the Red Bear mercenaries. "It's an honor to meet you. Sir, I am Sajida." The man knew full well that he was no match for the boy. Therefore, his only option was to be as welcoming as possible, hoping everything could be settled peacefully right inside the mercenary leader's private tent. Malak was offered a drink by his opponent, but he absolutely refused to touch a single drop, getting straight to the point. "As you can see, I've heard a few things from my comrade who came by this morning. He said you wanted to see me." Hearing the question, the mercenary leader was so scared his heart pounded and his legs trembled. Just one look at the savage, somewhat crazed smile on the man's face was enough for him to know this priest was not to be trifled with. So why would he be foolish enough to start trouble? But just as leader Sagita was about to offer a truce, another troublemaker appeared, ready to ruin everything for the whole team. The old man seemed to be tipsy, so he ignored the situation and asked him straight to his face, "You're Malik, hun. Is there some little blonde chick in your group? Listen up, buddy priest. If you know what's good for you, hand that girl over to us and get the hell out of here. Unless you have a death wish." The words had barely left his mouth when an arm flew high into the air, tracing a beautiful arc. Before a sea of astonished, wide-open eyes, everything happened in the blink of an eye. When they came to their senses, the vice-captain had been turned into a one-armed man. This was followed by a blood-curdling scream of agony. Malik turned to glare at the remaining men, his face as cold as stone as he asked a question. "I don't recall introducing myself, yet you all speak as if we're old friends." With that, he pointed his sword straight, his saw-like blade, at the whimpering man, growling as he demanded to know who the mastermind behind this was. At that very moment, another squad of mercenaries came rushing in, having heard that a stranger had just given their vice-captain a one-way ticket to disability. With how things were going, there was probably no need to call for a medic, because with a priest like this here, they were all beyond saving. Malak charged out like a hungry wolf. He reaped the head of the loudest one to make an example of him, then turned back to send off the old one-armed man now kneeling on the ground. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. The very moment Malak swung his sword, Sajida, who was standing aside, could no longer just stand by and watch. He quickly used his spear to block the blow for his comrade, explaining that he did it out of loyalty, as they had fought side by side for 15 years. However, just as he had feared from the very beginning, he was absolutely no match for Malak. After parrying a series of devastating blows from the weapon filled with holy power, the spear in his hand snapped in two. Sajida was forced to rip down the tent fabric, to obscure Malak's vision, using the opportunity to flee outside with a desperate shout. "Everyone, run!" I said, "Run now." Who told them to be so foolish as to poke the hornet's nest, only to now have to run for their lives? The young priest, having now switched on his bloodlust mode, was frantically swinging his sword, unleashing a bloody feast everywhere. They were supposed to be the ones setting the ambush. But now the tables had been painfully turned. The enemy was completely unscathed, while his side had been nearly wiped out. Sajida knew that even if he tried to run, he couldn't escape. So, he hastily grabbed a spear from the ground and turned back to take a defensive stance. Meanwhile, in the distance, Malak was muttering a prayer to the Holy Mother, that this time, he would personally drag the one who dared to put a bounty on their heads into the light to satisfy his anger. The two sides charged at each other. Faced with the spear point aimed directly at him, Malak immediately grabbed an unlucky soldier lying on the ground and used his body as a human shield. Immediately after, he swung his sword and took care of the human sandbag he had just used. That last situation was a close call. If Sajida hadn't been quick on his feet, his fate probably wouldn't have been any different from the broken spear and the body of his unfortunate comrade. Even so, that wasn't enough to extinguish his will to fight. Sajida once again picked up another spear, determined to resist until the very end. To stall for time against the enemy, the two engaged in a life-or-death battle, their swords clashing without end. At the very moment he glimpsed an opening in his opponent's guard, Malak immediately threw a thunderous punch at the man, but to his surprise, Sajida managed to block the attack. Though the shoulder plate was horribly dented, it managed to save his arm, and right after, he suddenly roared, "Fire!" Everyone was sure that this command would be followed by a rain of arrows from ambushing archers somewhere, yet they waited and waited, but nothing happened. He turned to look, and to his dismay, his comrades had already fled in all directions. What a useless bunch. What were they playing at? It's true what they say. In battle, you don't fear an enemy as fierce as a tiger, but you fear having allies who are dead weight, who tuck tail and run as soon as the battle begins. Malak couldn't resist and asked him bluntly, "Hey, are we still fighting or what? Because it looks to me like you've been abandoned." The words twisted the knife right in Sajida's wound. All right, might as well end this quickly. What was the point of brawling anymore at this point? Feeling helpless, he slammed his spear to the ground, decisively declaring his surrender and promising to reveal everything he knew. His only condition was for his life to be spared, and finally, a peaceful end came to the man who knew when to quit, as the opposing side agreed to lower their weapons. Therefore, Malak didn't hesitate to help the man bury the comrades who had just fallen at his hand, standing before the freshly dug graves. Sajida began to pour his heart out about the arduous life of a mercenary, and about how he was forced to join forces with even his former foes. However, he was rational enough not to just charge in and attack them, so when Malak asked if he hated him, the man replied that he didn't. After all, this was just the story of a mercenary squad that had failed its mission, nothing more. "So what do you plan to do from now on?" Faced with this question from Malak, Sajida could only answer that he would continue down this path, even though it was a bit lonely now that he was all on his own. But what other choice did he have? Time flew by, and Malak brought Sajida back to the inn to share a meal, taking the opportunity to introduce him to a new client. However, first, he had to face Dakia's wrath for acting on his own without a word to the group, and they had barely sat down to eat when their comrade Carmen hastily kicked the door open and barged in, yelling, "Malak has been negotiating with that band of mercenaries since yesterday. We have to grab our weapons and go support him immediately." Upon saying this, the man froze, after all the time he'd spent worrying himself sick and running all over the place. While he was panicking like a headless chicken, the entire team was calmly enjoying their breakfast. How could you not be furious looking at that scene? Well, seeing that the group was safe and sound, Carmen cleverly changed the subject, turning his eyes to the stranger and asking, "Who is this?" Hearing this, Malak answered on his new friend's behalf, "A mercenary the princess just recruited. Why doesn't everyone introduce themselves?" Taking the hint, the group enthusiastically greeted one another, and the atmosphere became quite cheerful, with Carmen smiling the brightest, because their motley crew had just recruited a new member. He looked pretty beefy and tough too, and getting back to the matter at hand, he informed the group that they were now going to the workshop, the forge in the village, to finish preparing the arrowheads so they would have a supply to use early tomorrow morning. As the afternoon began to fade, the group finally set foot in the city of Eradicco, everyone dreaming of a clean place to bathe and a hearty meal. Then suddenly, a strange man ran frantically towards Malak, asking breathlessly, "Sir, you are a priest, correct?" Well, he was a priest, but more of a battle priest. The man seemed extremely rushed. He grabbed both of Malak's hands tightly and pointed toward the edge of the forest. And then he explained in a panic, "Please, tell that bastard, the one they call the Resurrection Trumpeter, to stop resurrecting the dead. There are far too many now." While the man pleaded desperately, Malak just scratched his head, trying to find a way to turn him down. So the whole group just stood there looking at each other, no one daring to intervene or say a word in his defense, while the other man looked utterly helpless. He lamented that he and his comrades were completely exhausted, having to face the hordes of living dead roaming around every single night. He feared that if things continued like this, everyone here would sooner or later be scared to death by them. Seeing the man's desperate plea, Malik turned to his brothers and told them he would go take care of something and that they should head into the city first and find a place to rest. As soon as night fell, he grabbed a torch and ventured alone deep into the dark and chilling forest. To give you an idea, this world works like this. The saints choose priests, while the demon faction selects individuals known as the Trumpeters of Resurrection, and these individuals are forced to live a life dedicated solely to serving the dead. No one knows why, people only know that the Trumpeters seek out places with large numbers of corpses and use their power to resurrect them all. They blow their silent trumpets, leading their army of the living dead on a march across the land. Naturally, the ruling powers despise their existence. However, facing an army whose numbers are constantly growing is a nightmare no one wants to experience. After trekking through the darkness for a while, Malak finally found the person he was looking for. It was a figure in a cloak that hid their face, sitting silently on a large stone platform. Their eyes, from within the shadows, were fixed on him. Malak was the one to break the silence, declaring he had come to talk. "Don't you think it's time for you to leave this place?" he asked, speaking for the innocent people. They were tired of facing the stench of those corpses every single day, seeing that his opponent remained completely silent. Malak moved on to another question. "You're here for another reason, aren't you? Your kind isn't known for staying put." He thought this trumpeter of resurrection would remain silent, but unexpectedly, the figure suddenly raised a hand and pointed behind him, and issued a warning. "The evil spirit cultists will bring countless deaths to this city, right here, in the city of Eratico." Malak's face paled upon hearing this, and the figure spoke again. "They have already begun." As soon as the words left their mouth, a pillar of brilliant red light descended from the sky and struck the ground. Malak knew something bad had happened. Without a second of hesitation, he immediately turned and raced back toward the city. At the same time, 3 mysterious figures from the evil spirit cult had gathered in the midst of a raging inferno. Malak had also just arrived, having run at full speed, and he came face to face with all of them right there. Suddenly, a wicked smile spread across his lips as he thought to himself, "I never expected we would meet again under these circumstances." His saw sword revved to life, its roar echoing through the air. Everyone took their stances, ready for a fight to the death. Malak gritted his teeth, his hateful gaze locked on the man with the irritating mustache, silently vowing to the corrupted Holy Mother that he would never forgive that sorcerer, because that man was the target of his revenge, the one who had murdered his benefactor and even him in his past life. The painful memories came flooding back. Back then, after getting caught in a blizzard, he lay struggling in a snow-covered forest. His body was so starved and exhausted that he was on the verge of death, about to meet his maker, when a benefactor appeared. That person's name was Santos. He was a priest serving the goddess of protection, living in a cemetery on the outskirts of the city. He was a wonderful person, embodying every good quality imaginable. Thus, a rookie who was drawn into a life-or-death game, just as he had always dreamed, aspired to become a great man like him, until that fateful night. He acted heroically, saving a middle-aged man who was on the brink of death amidst the white snow, an act that stemmed from pure kindness. Who would have thought that this act of kindness would turn into a case of nurturing a viper in his own bosom, as the man with the utterly detestable mustache, after recovering, repaid him with a chillingly cunning smile. Along with it came the horrifying confession that he was a worshipper of an evil god. The boy was sent to his grave by the man, only to be resurrected in a pool of his own blood thanks to the protection of the corrupted mother. However, his benefactor was not so lucky. He was brutally murdered by that man, and it was this tragedy that ignited the flames of this fateful day. It caused Malak to carve a vow into his very soul that he would only be satisfied after unearthing 3 generations of the man's family. Just as the tragic memory, the source of his corruption, came to a close. On the other side, the Mage River. Kel relentlessly rubbed salt in his wound with venomous words aimed at the deceased. Not only that, but he also had the audacity to grin with delight, thanking Malak for so enthusiastically saving his life. The more this damned old man spoke, the more one's blood boiled. Malak had saved him with all his heart, only to receive a series of heart-stopping repayments. Unable to endure it for another second, Malak tightened his grip on his weapon and charged straight at his sworn enemy. Along the way, a seemingly unusual little loli came running out cheerfully, only to immediately receive a cold dispatching strike from Malak without a hint of hesitation. The life-or-death battle between Malak and River Kel officially began, and thanks to the power blessed by the mother, he shattered his opponent's solid defensive barrier. To River Kel's astonishment, his left arm was severed from his body in a single blow, and just then, that troublesome daughter of his reappeared at the most inopportune moment. She let out a sinister laugh, but was quickly repaid with affection by Malak with a sweet stroke of his blade that sent her head flying from her neck. Despite losing an arm, the mage River Kel showed no signs of stopping his villainous performance. He still had more than enough strength to cast a skill called Scales of Judgment, and with just one powerful stomp, the ground where they both stood began to tremble violently. Malak took the full force of the direct attack, making it incredibly difficult to even stand up. And witnessing his pathetic state, the man became even more gleeful and delighted. River Kel spoke, his eyes filled with scrutiny. "The holy power in your body, it's not from the guardian goddess, is it?" He seemed to have noticed something unusual. Immediately, his gaze shifted to one of utter contempt. "So you're just a worshiper of evil spirits like me? I've hit a nerve, haven't I?" Malak had repeatedly growled at him to shut his mouth, but the other man kept rambling on, and the killing intent emanating from his body now exploded to the heavens. Without a moment's hesitation, Malak immediately summoned the corrupted giant, determined to use it to shut the man's filthy mouth. As always, the guardian-like companion tore through space and instantly greeted the enemy with a thunderous punch. The power of the punch was terrifying, sending dust and debris flying everywhere, but unfortunately, it was blocked by this truly detestable mage's defensive barrier. Malak struggled to his feet, silently cursing the man in his mind in 16 different languages. "Tonight, I will definitely send you to hell." River Kel would certainly pay the price. Standing beside the corrupted giant, Malak gave the order to attack, and his massive companion obeyed silently without a word. Instantly, it let out a heaven-shaking roar and furiously rained down hammer-like blows upon the magic shield until it shattered into pieces. It was time to meet his maker. Malak utilized the power of the corrupted glyphs, swinging his saw-bladed sword in a flurry of slashes toward River Kel. The two engaged in a deadly chase, one swinging his sword while the other dodged, time and time again, creating a battle that was almost a complete stalemate. Just then, the mage River Kel suddenly spoke, taunting him. "Don't you have any other forms? This much isn't even enough to scratch my itch." The provocation made both Malak and the corrupted mother turn purple with rage, and just as the battle was reaching its peak, the mage began to prepare another spell. Then suddenly, a spear flew from out of nowhere, plunging straight into the man's head, causing him to see only a splash of bright red. Everything happened so fast that even Malak couldn't react in time, not until the man lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. He then followed the spear's trajectory and was astonished to realize that the one who had just saved his life was none other than Sajida. Even though they were a great distance apart, Sajida could still throw a spear with absolute precision, truly a top-tier skill. However, that badass moment only lasted for a few short seconds before he was chased for his life by the horde of zombies. Returning to the enemy's mangled corpse, Malak was having an intense internal conflict about taking revenge because he had never wanted to be a hero. However, he also certainly didn't expect such an anticlimactic end to come for him right at this moment. Suddenly, the motionless body was once again filled with holy power. Malak knew full well the man was still alive, so he didn't hesitate to borrow his remaining arm to make a matching pair. "Run! What more do you want from him? He's completely lost his humanity," shouted the short-haired woman, she said while running to the other dazed-looking girl. Malak watched them, but calmly gave an order to the corrupted giant. "Take me to head them off. You can leave after you've done this." The corrupted giant immediately understood. It placed him in its palm, then threw him forward with all its might, creating a loud explosion right in their path. Just a short distance from the two women, Malak appeared with an extremely cold demeanor. He stared at them and asked, "What are your names?" Unlike the red-haired woman, who seemed sensible and reserved, the purple-haired girl was restless and liked to butt in. I'll talk. My name is Polly, and she's Bina." It was over. Bina's face turned pale with shock upon hearing this. What an enemy of a teammate, Bina thought to herself, completely unable to stop this girl. And so, the purple-haired girl eagerly spilled everything. "We come from a secret society of evil spirit worshippers. It's the Liberate Society," she added, saying she didn't know how many members it had, and that she only came here because she was told to. By the way, she also revealed that to know the deeper details, River Kel probably knew the most. Malak immediately looked in the direction she pointed, and discovered River Kel's body merging with the surrounding corpses, but that was a matter for later, because he still had a more important question. Isn't the purpose of liberation to follow the law? In response to this question, this time it was Bina who stepped forward to explain, clasping her hands together, then put on a saintly expression to say that the society's purpose is freedom of belief so that anyone can worship any god they wish in order to create a world without oppression. Such a cheap ideology for those who play the villain. Malak immediately retorted, "To do that, you have to completely wipe out this place," but she remained nonchalant. She pinned all the blame on River Kel, who couldn't argue back, then confessed that they were hunting him because they wanted to retrieve the orb, which was once part of a god's body. He hummed as if he understood, then asked further, "Is that the only thing on your collection list? There are 4 more. The corrupted Holy Mother, upon hearing the story, flew into a rage because those were all holy relics that had once sealed her power. Meanwhile, Malak smirked maliciously, then he swung his sword with incredible speed, silencing one of them forever. Right after that, he thrust his sword straight through the restless girl who had the ability of immortality. In a nearby corner, Bina's body was slowly being devoured by the corrupted mother, but because another one was still alive, completely destroying him was impossible. After temporarily settling everything, he finally had time to reunite with his close comrades. As soon as he saw his teammates, Carmen called out from a distance, announcing that all the zombies had suddenly collapsed. Carmen immediately asked if it was his doing, and Malak just calmly nodded in acknowledgement before turning to offer his thanks. The person he thanked was Sagada, for saving his life just in time. As the group was talking, the ground shook, and a giant monster suddenly appeared. Its body was a disgusting mass formed from countless corpses stuck together, looking like a mobile pile of slimy flesh. Among everyone present, only Malak recognized this as the legacy left behind by that bastard River Kel. and he knew exactly what he had to do. Therefore, he immediately asked everyone to try and hold off the monster, buying time until reinforcements could arrive. Suddenly, a mournful horn melody rang out, and the Resurrection Piper appeared with 2 long lines of his minions. At the command of the horn, the army of corpses charged towards the giant monster in unison, frantically biting and tearing at it amidst agonizing roars. The screams of the corpses mixed with the monster's roars, making the scene extremely chaotic, and amidst it all, the Resurrection Piper casually approached. He walked over to the group, drew a spear, and said, "Among the 4 of you, whoever has the greatest physical strength, take this spear and thrust it straight into the heart of that disgusting creature." After hearing the Resurrection Piper speak, the group stood stunned for a few seconds. It was a holy spear after all. In the end, it was up to the god of diplomacy to speak up. Malak stepped forward to take the weapon, grinning cheekily as he asked, "Hey man, you wouldn't happen to have a sword on you, would you?" The Resurrection Piper was silent for a moment, then actually pulled out a sword. Wow, who knew he actually had one? That's what you get from a guy with resources, Malak thought as he laughed and took the sword, thinking to himself that he might as well go all in. Pushing his luck, the young man asked again, "By the way, my good man, could you produce 2 more swords and a bow?" The Resurrection Piper was stunned once again. Just then, the disgusting monster behind them opened its massive maw and roared. The Piper pointed to the sky, a white circle of light appeared, and then a bow and swords fell from it. "They're all yours." Malak grinned from ear to ear. He couldn't believe it. Does this guy have a mobile armory or something? He quickly used the weapons he had just received to equip his comrades. Dakia received a sword, and she excitedly swung it a few times before exclaiming, "Whoa, they're incredibly light." Malak also silently nodded in agreement. These were all top quality and extremely sharp weapons. At the same time, he realized they were imbued with the spirit of resurrection, seemingly specialized weapons for dealing with these undead. Just then, the Piper spoke again. "I will hold off the giant for a moment. Take that opportunity, grab the spear, and drive it deep into its heart. If these weapons prove effective, I will gift them to you." Malak grinned widely, confidently replying that it would be no problem. Immediately after, a battle horn sounded, and Malak and Dakia coordinated perfectly, striking super cool poses on either side to back up the Piper in front. Behind them, Carmen and Sajida were not to be outdone, wearing equally cool expressions. At the same time, the pus-filled monster roared again, and a few skeletons emerged from the ground around it. Before the skeletons could even fully rise, they were smashed to pieces by the monster. The creature also continuously splattered fluid everywhere, making Dakia wonder as she watched the scene. The ghost priest Malak was stunned as the corpses on the monster's body suddenly disintegrated. He couldn't understand why it would unleash such a self-destruct move. It could only roar wildly to everyone's confusion, while Malak gave a cryptic smile after the hideous creatures had completely decomposed. He had realized it would need to find new corpses to regenerate its body. It turned out there was something even more terrifying than this zombie army, the Resurrection Trumpeter. That person said he could only handle the outer layer of corpses, but to Malak, that no longer mattered. The location of the monster's heart was no longer an issue, because this holy spear would guide him on its own. "Now, let's go." Malak suddenly felt like he had spoken too soon. After boasting so confidently, he was now at a loss for words. Its minions started to charge, and if this kept up, the monster would definitely escape. It immediately raised its claws high. Dakia seemed to have read its movements. She confidently declared that this monster was almost unable to move normally anymore. However, being too complacent, she was completely unaware that from behind, a few corpses were stealthily crawling up to ambush her. Only when Dakia glanced back did she discover them in horror. Just when she thought she couldn't escape, Carmen appeared from behind and pulled off a spectacular rescue. With an incredibly cool expression, he shouted, "Carmen and I will find a way to hold this giant back." Dakia, who had just narrowly escaped death, quickly turned and shouted to Malak. In any case, he couldn't be everywhere at once to worry about them, so he reluctantly nodded in agreement. "All right, I'm counting on you." Malak replied, then turned to Sagita and asked, "Can I leave finishing the monster to you?" Sajida was a little stunned, but then heard Malak continue, "I'll handle distracting it." Hearing this, Sajida no longer hesitated and immediately agreed. "Very well, I trust you." As he finished speaking, the hideous monsters that had just crawled over were instantly sent to their final resting place by Malak's sharp slashes, the place where they rightfully belonged. Meanwhile, the corrupted Holy Mother screamed ceaselessly, urging him to destroy them. Malak replied, "I have my own reason for aiming for its head. Right in the center of its head, Mother, there is a very powerful source of Holy Spirit energy. That must be why you guided me. What's more, its face looks just like that bastard River Kel." At that moment, Sajida was staring at the spear in his hand with a hint of doubt, while the monster bearing River Kel's face continued to scream hysterically. Without a moment's hesitation, Malak charged straight at it. This time, he was determined to crush that hideous head with his own 2 hands. The first slash gouged out one of its eyes, and the next tore away several chunks of flesh. Then, Malik plunged his sword into the ground and smiled at the Holy Mother. I will destroy him. I will tear him to shreds. Meanwhile, Sajida had found his target. He was standing beside a giant, red mass of flesh. It was covered in bulging veins, looking utterly disgusting. So, this is its heart? He didn't hesitate for another second. He immediately thrust the spear straight into the fleshy mass. The giant monster shrieked as if struck by lightning, and countless corpses rained down from its body along with a stream of sickly green fluid. The sight left Dakia bewildered. She quickly looked up, exclaiming in astonishment, What is this? The giant monster was melting into a pool of green liquid that looked like sewage. Right after, a horrific bloody explosion splattered everywhere. In the middle of that murky pool, Malik fumbled around and found a blood gem. He broke into a satisfied smile. At last, he had successfully avenged Father Santos. Priest Malak, Dakia's voice called out, Are you all right? You're not injured, are you? But where is Sagita? Don't tell me. I'm here. Sajida spoke up, not forgetting to praise the spear in his hand. This thing has a really nice grip, feels very solid. Just at that moment, the resurrection trumpeter appeared once more. He approached, pointed directly at Malak, and said, Follow me, you and you alone. Although the situation was a bit awkward, but Malak decided to follow the resurrection trumpeter anyway. As he walked, he thought to himself, Why did this old man call me out here alone? Don't tell me he saw me pick up the blood gem? Or has he realized I'm a follower of the evil god? Damn it, has my cover been blown? He walked on, his mind racing with these thoughts. The moment the resurrection piper stopped walking, Our Lady's cold command echoed in Malik's mind. Eliminate him. By reflex, his hand was already on the hilt of the sword, on his back. The piper whispered, It's coming. Malik could also feel this terrifying presence, and he knew exactly what it was. A pressure far beyond human comprehension, emanating from entities beyond the cosmos. A shard of God was descending. A mournful note from the pipe echoed, and then, from behind the resurrection piper, a creature with a hazy, indefinable form slowly materialized. It was the Piper of Death and Eternal Rest. It possessed the resurrection piper and pointed a hand straight at Malak. This action made our priest freeze in place, completely silent. Then, the entity uttered a single phrase, the capital, and then vanished without a trace. The resurrection piper immediately collapsed to the ground. Malik looked down at him and spoke. So, is there something you wanted to say? The resurrection piper seemed unable to remember what he was about to say. He stared blankly for a moment, then mumbled like a sleepwalker. No one knows, and no one wants to know. Malik smiled knowingly. Is that so? Then let's head back. As he helped the resurrection piper up, he probed. You were actually planning to cleanse Iratico, weren't you? In that case, could you lend me a hand? It would be wonderful if I could make use of your zombie army. On the way back, Malak didn't miss the chance to persuade the piper to wreak havoc with him, but the other man replied coldly, It is not my place to help the living. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly contorted, and with a pop, pitch-black substances splattered everywhere. Immediately after, the piper turned back and asked, How can I help you? All you need to do is search for the survivors. Is that all? Malik gave an incredibly saintly smile and continued, After that, just bring them somewhere safe and sound. I'm counting on you, all right? The piper didn't answer. Instead, he pointed his pipe straight at the sky. An invisible sound wave was released, and instantly, all the zombies in the city looked up in unison. Dakia and the others, who were waiting for Malak, couldn't help but be utterly astonished. In contrast to them, our dark priest was grinning from ear to ear. He turned to the piper and said, Excellent. If you happen to see a food storage or something similar, I'd be very grateful if you could bring it here for me. That's Malak for you, never missing an opportunity. This was no longer a case of giving an inch and taking a mile. He was asking for the whole gold mine. However, his audacity didn't stop there. They'll all burn up if we leave them like this. Oh, by the way, could you also put out those fires for me? The piper was furious. Can you please just say everything at once? It wasn't until late afternoon that they returned to meet up with the other three. At that point, Malak handed the piper a very carefully wrapped bundle. It's just a right arm. Please, help me fulfill this last wish. The piper silently took it without a word. And just like that, he left with his minions. Dakia couldn't help but remark, How strange. I never expected to get help from the resurrection piper. He's truly a good person. Another person chimed in. As expected, once Father Malik asks, who could possibly refuse? Malik simply replied, I didn't think he would agree either. Dakia suddenly grabbed Malik's hand and said emotionally, Thank you, you're truly our savior. Dakia's smile was truly radiant. However, in Malik's mind, Our Lady of Corruption was screaming for him to obliterate the girl that very instant. Night fell, and the whisper of kill echoed endlessly in his rented room. He sat by the window, while on the floor, a little girl played innocently with a bright red orb. Malik began to recall the events. Back then, the Piper had mentioned a holy relic in the capital. This meant he had also realized the corruption taking place within him. Malik smiled at the apparition of the mother. Mother, the god I met today. Do you know of him? Kill. You don't know? No one knows, and no one wants to know. Malik thought to himself, so my identity hasn't been exposed yet. Then what in the world just happened? Just then, the saintess lying flat on the floor suddenly let out a murderous roar, making Malik jump in surprise, while she, her face flushed red, hastily threw the orb away. Malik, pale as a ghost, stammered, Mother, did you really say to deal with it? The little girl's eyes were welling up with tears as she turned to him and pointed. Can't you neutralize the holy power remaining on this gem, Mother? Malik smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm sure you can do it, Mother. But no matter how angry you get, it's not good to throw things around. The fallen saintess once again uttered her familiar catchphrase. Malik remained patient. Even though I know you're trying to help me, and no matter how angry you are, you still shouldn't throw things around like that. Malik gently picked up the saintess and held her up to his eye level, causing the little girl to immediately beam with happiness. He whispered, if you do that, you'll be 3 times cuter than you are now, Mother. In response, he still got the saintess's familiar catchphrase. Are you asking if that would make you more attractive in my eyes, Mother? Not at all. Upon hearing this, the little girl's face instantly went pale. Malik quickly added, please, Mother, let me finish. But the saintess only replied with her familiar words. Immediately after, 2 streams of tears began to fall from the little girl's eyes. He smiled brightly and said, because I already love even those endearing traits of yours, Mother. Hearing that, the little girl instantly stopped crying. Malik continued, whether you become 3 or 100 times cuter, to me, you will always be you, Mother. With that, Malik hugged the little girl and affectionately stroked her head. So, no matter how angry you get, please promise me you won't throw things around anymore, okay? And the answer he received was still the familiar catchphrase. Meanwhile, at another location, a man asked his friend, hey, have you heard the news? What news? Lately, these evil spirit worshippers have been appearing everywhere. It's not just in our kingdom. It's from the Dragon Kingdom in the east, the Desert Kingdom in the west, to the Northern Empire and the Southern Empire as well. That's right, I heard that Kenton and Iratiko recently suffered heavy losses. I wonder if our town will share the same fate. This town? Don't worry about it. In Kenton and Iratiko, it seems someone has already cleaned up all the evil spirit cultists. Really? Oh, was it him, Malik, the savior of Iratiko? That's right, the very reason we can sit here and drink beer so comfortably is all thanks to him, isn't it? And so, the 2 men clinked their glasses and cheered. Hooray for Malik! Long live Malik! Hearing this, a blue-haired girl sitting at the next table quietly muttered, the savior of Iratiko, Malik? At the same time, in another space, curses were echoing endlessly. Those damned evil spirit worshippers, and the one who had just uttered those golden words was a fat guy with messy hair. The guy muttered that in order to capture the princess, they'd even bribed the Lord of Iratiko. And because of them, the assassins and that lord all lost their lives in that territory. Apparently, this guy is a prince of the Dragon Kingdom, but his behavior is no different from that of a thug. Another voice echoed and thought, he must be furious, but if I'm discovered just standing here eavesdropping, that prince will probably be twice as angry. The fat guy knocked on the door and said, Third prince, it's Halden. Enter. The third prince was sitting in a dark room next to a window, the only place where light streamed in, highlighting his sharp gaze. At the same time, on a snowy mountain, just now, what did you say? You'll hand over everything you have? Just spare my life. A slice sound, fresh blood splattered everywhere, and then there was nothing. Dakia looked unusually pensive. Malik turned his head and said to her, I'll be gone for a moment. I'll be right back. Malik gathered the bodies and buried them in a single grave. Then, he began to pray. Mother, I offer these souls to you. The saintess immediately responded to her beloved son with her familiar catchphrase. Thanks to cleaning up the bandits a few times, Malik's holy power had increased to 3,379. Malik thought to himself, I've managed to collect a good amount of divinity now. After receiving the response from the saintess, he decided, time to go back and return to where the 3 of them were waiting. While Carmen and Sagita were chattering away behind them, Malik and Dakia up front were silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Dakia suddenly spoke up. Can I ask you something? I don't mean to criticize you, so please don't misunderstand. Malik couldn't help but be curious, wondering what she wanted to ask that required such a careful preamble. Is it true that you never let any bandits survive? Can you tell me why? Dakia asked directly. Seeing Malak's silence, Dakia quickly added, if you're not comfortable, you don't have to answer. Hearing that, Malak just smiled and sighed softly. You must have already asked Carmen and Sagat about this, haven't you? Yes, Dakia admitted frankly, Carmen said that. He knows that bandits will always target the weak and defenseless, so they can't be left alive. As for Sagada, as a mercenary, he said that as long as he's paid well, he'll do whatever it takes to complete the mission, even if it means cleaning up all the bandits. As for me, Malik continued, I believe in human potential. Potential? Dakia asked, bewildered. What do you mean? Don't tell me you believe those bandits will be reincarnated, or as the Duke once said, that they'll repent and live better lives? Dakia gave a forced laugh, completely unable to understand what philosophy he was spouting. If he believed they could change, then shouldn't he have spared them? But, my lady, abandoning a life of sin is always the hardest path. I believe the chances of them committing those evil acts again are very high, much higher than the chance of them truly repenting. That's why I have to act. For them, death is just a new beginning. Dakia thought for a moment, then laughed. But do we really have the right to judge them as we please? No, God has given us that right. Dakia gave Malik a playful wink, but he just closed his eyes and ignored her. Immediately, the voice of the Holy Mother rang in his head with her usual words of wisdom. Malik quickly placed a hand on his chest, silently reassuring his beloved mother. I know, Mother. He knew all too well that this corrupted Holy Mother had given him permission to do whatever he pleased. Turning to Dakia, he explained, I don't deal with them to judge whether their actions are right or wrong. I simply want to take responsibility for my own choices. Responsibility? Dakia asked, surprised. That's right, Malik affirmed, when a villain is spared by me, and then goes on to commit more crimes, causing other innocent people to shed blood and tears, then I am the one responsible for that tragedy. And between taking responsibility for sparing the wicked or taking responsibility for ending their lives, I have made my choice. I accept all the karmic debt caused by that action. That is my choice and the price I must pay for it. I don't know when the consequences will catch up to me, but no matter the price, I have decided to live by this path. Because the experience of a villain you spared going on to harm an innocent person is truly a horrifying thing. Malik had promised himself that if he couldn't take full responsibility, then he would never let a single villain remain alive in this world. In contrast to Malik's seriousness, Dakia didn't seem to be paying much attention, merely twirling a lock of hair as she spoke casually. So, can you tell me your story? After saying that, she suddenly blushed and quickly added, if you're not comfortable, then never mind. Malik smiled. After all this, why not? But perhaps another time would be better. He suddenly said, look, and pointed behind Dakia. She turned around and saw a large merchant caravan heading toward them. The group immediately gathered. Sagada observed, a trade caravan of this size is sure to have a lot of people. We can take this opportunity to sell the gear we looted from the bandits. Malik quickly agreed with the idea. Before long, the group was sitting at a negotiating table, laying out their spoils in front of the caravan master. This merchant, who looked like a robot in an old aristocratic wig, couldn't help but marvel, thinking this was truly an exquisite metal, an extremely rare alloy. This metal crystallized the pinnacle of the ancient empire's technology. Hearing this, Malik just smiled and gave a gentle reminder, causing the merchant leader to quickly clear his throat and regain his composure. Then, he solemnly returned the saw-bladed sword to Malik and confessed, I may have lost my composure. It's truly the first time I've ever beheld a Prysic weapon that uses this much imodium. Malik asked in surprise, if it's imodium, are you referring to that legendary metal? Not just ordinary imodium, the merchant explained, but this is a type of imodium with a purity more than twice as high as any specimen that I have painstakingly collected over the past 125 years. This is truly a priceless treasure, so precious that I'm willing to pay any price to possess it. Hearing this, Malik just chuckled, stating that he had no intention of selling the weapon. The merchant agreed that if it were him, he wouldn't sell it either. Seeing this, Carmen got straight to the point, asking why they had been invited here. The merchant didn't beat around the bush and spoke plainly. The reason is simple. I want to hire you as guards to escort us to the capital of the Northern Kingdom. Then he turned to Malak. In that case, O demon slayer of white, the enemy of the evil god Kenton and the savior of Eradicate, you are that very hero, Priest Malak. With such illustrious achievements, your abilities are beyond question. This flattery made Malik blush and break out in a sweat. The merchant continued, we have long heard of your great deeds. It is a great honor to work with you. The sword in Malak's hand also seemed to react to his words. If you agree to accompany us, we guarantee extremely generous compensation. I also promise to treat your companions with the utmost care. Hearing this, Carmen winked at the merchant. Excuse me, but could you give us some time to discuss this? The merchant replied, telling them to take their time, as he was in no hurry. As long as you give me a satisfactory answer, I can wait as long as it takes. Night gradually fell. At that moment, Dakia was sitting in a chair, enjoying a neck and shoulder massage from Malak, who thoughtfully asked in a low voice, is this comfortable? He also took the opportunity to announce that he had accepted the merchant caravan's request. After we get paid, we can find a really nice inn in the capital. Dakia seemed extremely pleased, but just then, a blood-curdling scream rang out, signaling an attack. A swarm of mutated bats was charging straight for the encampment. They couldn't even get any peace at night. These demonic bats looked extremely ferocious, but of course, they couldn't cause trouble for long. Before Malak's razor-sharp saw blade, the bats met their doom. Carmen was no less enthusiastic, as every arrow she loosed brought down a demonic bat. Malak charged left and right, relentlessly slashing monsters. Meanwhile, Dakia struggled just to conjure a tiny fireball. At the same time, a member of the caravan was about to be killed by a nearby bat. However, the spark of fire in Dakia's hand fizzled out before she could even cast it, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Seeing this, Malak rushed in with his sword to help and shouted, "That's enough! A comrade who can't control their magic is more terrifying than an enemy's spear." Being scolded, Dakia cried out indignantly, "It's not that bad. The bat is that big. I could have definitely hit it." Spoken like a true noble lady trying to be a mercenary, her princess syndrome hasn't faded one bit. So much for her fighting skills. Malak could only give a helpless smile and gently explained, "Yes, but bats can fly. The movements of an enemy in the air are much more unpredictable than on the ground. If you were to miss by just a little, then we couldn't guarantee our comrade's safety. Therefore, I want you to refrain from using magic for now." Dakia looked annoyed, but ultimately accepted Malak's decision. A moment later, when Malak entered the merchant leader's tent, he was covered in fresh blood, which dripped onto the floor. The merchant asked, "Are you planning on putting down that weapon made of such a beautiful metal?" Malak replied, his eyes as sharp as a dagger and as cold as ice, "That depends on your answer." "Then we need to have a serious talk." You should think very carefully before you answer. Why are the evil spirit cultists targeting your merchant guild?" The merchant guild leader stammered, asking if Malak would believe him if he said he knew absolutely nothing. Malak didn't even bother to reply. Instead, the soft whir of his chainsword was the most definitive answer. Seeing this, the merchant guild leader's face went pale with fear, and he hastily swore his trust, as Malak's reputation was legendary. Hearing that, Malak slowly sheathed his sword. "I hope you won't hide anything else, and let's keep this quiet," Malak smirked. Of course, even though he was a fallen one, he still had his professional ethics. The guild leader immediately ordered his subordinate to bring out that thing. The man brought over a small box, and then the leader began to tell his story. "They started attacking us right after I received this item. We were hired to transport it to the capital. You must have suffered considerable losses. If you've been ambushed for so long, why didn't you just get rid of it?" The old man replied, "It's because I was already paid upfront with a large amount of precious metal. They also promised a handsome bonus upon successful delivery. Honestly, I don't understand why they're hunting for this thing. I asked another priest, but that guy was also clueless. Here, this is the item." The guild leader slowly opened the box, and inside was a 24-karat gold bracelet. While Karay and Zil were still bewildered, Malak recognized it immediately. This was the holy relic containing the sacred power of the fallen Madonna. So that's it. That's why they were constantly being ambushed by the evil god's cultists. But how? Malak thought to himself, they don't even know about the mother's hand that I'm carrying, so how could they possibly locate the location of this holy relic? Seeing his silence, the merchant guild leader asked, "What do you think? Can you guess why they're after it?" Malak shook his head, pretending he didn't understand a thing. However, he said he understood the guild leader's situation, and now they needed to renegotiate a few things. Specifically, the terms of this protection contract. "Since you deliberately concealed important information, I think we need to make a few changes. We want double the amount you initially promised." Look at that beautiful smile of his, but every word he spoke was like a punch straight to the gut. The guild leader trembled all over upon hearing that number. Malak then added, "For everyone." Left with no choice, the old man could only clutch his head in bitterness and agree. "Hey, are you planning on a career change from priest to merchant?" one of his teammates asked. "Not at all," Malak replied. Malak then told the group how he had successfully negotiated double the pay for them all. As for the merchant caravan being ambushed, they had already figured that out from the marks on the guard's equipment. Sajida said optimistically, "It's just those merchants hiding things from us. It's on our way anyway, so let's just keep going. I bet even if we refused, we'd get dragged into it and ambushed anyway." Carmen nodded in agreement. "Besides, our esteemed priest already demanded double the reward for us." Malak shrugged. "I only asked for what we deserve." Fortunately, everyone was fine. The group quickly dispersed to their rooms to rest. Suddenly, the Madonna's hand poked out from under Malak's robe, and then she gave her usual command, "Steal it." Malak was startled. "Mother, you want me to steal that holy relic? It'll be a huge pain if I get caught." The Madonna immediately gave a thumbs up. "As long as there are no witnesses, it will be the perfect crime." "Why do you sound just like a professional assassin, Mother?" Malak whispered. "We shouldn't be hasty, at least not until I can gauge that guild leader's true strength." "You know that metal doesn't rot, Mother. My plan is, we'll let the evil spirit cultists snatch it, and while they're fighting over it, we'll secretly drain all the sacred power from inside it, then toss the empty shell back to them." The fallen Madonna was extremely pleased, even ecstatic about this plan. "Haha, my son, you're finally showing your true talent. You flatter me, mother." Just as the mother and son were praising each other, a terrified scream rang out from outside. Ambush! Malak could only sigh in frustration. He had just barely cleaned himself up, but his chainsaw was already roaring for a fight. It looked like he had to deal with this mob quickly. A terrified scream rang out. "Watch out! Monster attack!" Before the warning even finished, a few members of the guard team were tossed aside by the monster like falling leaves. Malak frowned slightly. The monster was right in front of him now, and this time it was a pack of Capio. Without a single moment of hesitation, Malak swung his blade, looking just like an Asura wielding the scythe of death. The Capio was no slouch either. It swung its massive arm in retaliation, and the two attacks clashed fiercely. Everyone thought the monster would be obliterated, but unexpectedly, Malak's chainsaw had run into a literally tough-headed opponent, the monster's impossibly hard horns. It was unclear if these horns were naturally hard or had been reinforced somehow, but they couldn't hold out for long against this chainsaw-wielding god of war. Malak's man-powered engine finally split it in two. Just as he breathed a small sigh of relief, Malak suddenly saw a dark figure dart out from the bushes. At first glance, he thought it was some kind of demon, but when he caught her, he realized it was a familiar face. She grinned from ear to ear at Malak. "Long time no see," Polly greeted cheerfully. "I've missed you a lot. Do you still remember me?" "Not at all," Malak replied coldly, completely shooting her down. It's okay. Then I'll just have to miss you more to make up for it." This girl was truly a master of flirting, but unfortunately, Malak was completely immune to such cheap tricks. His expression turned serious. "I have something to ask you." She replied cheekily, "If I answer, what will you do for me?" It's unclear what they agreed upon, but now Malak was back to the business of carving up the mutant deer. While he was busy making mincemeat of its comrades, another one tried to sneak up on him from behind, but a spear from Sajida pierced straight through its throat. Malak turned back to thank him. "It's nothing." Carmen suddenly looked into the distance and shouted a warning. "That one's getting away." Malak immediately responded, "I'll handle it." With that, he dashed off in pursuit of the mutant deer that had dared to try and ambush him. After a fierce chase, the moment finally arrived. Seizing the golden opportunity, Malak pulled out another sword from who knows where and threw it in a single, straight line, piercing through the monster's body. This time, it was stone dead, with no chance of getting back up. Malak coldly walked past the monster's lifeless corpse. "You took so long, way too long." Polly was hanging upside down from a tree branch right in front of him. She was hanging by just one leg, screaming her head off. As soon as she landed gracefully on the ground, she immediately started making demands. "Now you have to grant all my requests. Got it?" Malak asked back. "What are you talking about?" Polly gave him an incredibly charming smile. "No, not exactly. Answer my question first." All right. How many evil spirit worshippers are ambushing us here?" The purple-haired girl, who seemed bad at math, held up both her hands and carefully counted her fingers one by one, finally concluding, 3 people, including me. "Honestly, you just want to knock her on the head to see what's inside. Who on earth needs both hands to count a number less than 5? On top of that, she had an indescribably silly smile that was just irritating to look at. She pouted and added, "But they act as if I don't even exist here. To be honest, that really is too much." Malak looked at the young woman and smirked, surprised that she would leak all their information to the enemy so easily. But this was more beneficial than harmful to him, so Malak didn't say anything. Besides, even if they were her comrades, he'd probably do the same thing. So who was he to judge? Oh, they really are a bunch of awful people, aren't they? Seeing this, the young man decided to add fuel to the fire to make it burn brighter. That's right. So, what's the reason you're attacking the merchant group?" Malak began to steer the conversation. "It's the necklace. Our target is the necklace of that merchant group's leader." That was the very item the merchant guild master had shown Malak before. He smiled and asked further, "How did you know the leader had that in his possession?" This was the very puzzle Malak had been trying to get an answer for from the merchant guild leader, and by sheer coincidence, this talkative girl appeared at the perfect moment. So why not seize the opportunity to get to the bottom of things? Polly replied nonchalantly, "How would I know? But there is one thing I'm certain of. The ones who want to steal the merchant leader's necklace are from Liberation Libere." Malak was stunned. "You mean that mysterious dark cult?" Polly nodded in confirmation. "But aren't you one of them?" Polly calmly admitted. "That's right." Malak frowned. "An internal conflict?" She immediately shook her head. "Not exactly. It's just a small dispute." Wow, she was really spilling everything. Seeing this, Malak decided to press his advantage and fired off one question after another. "So what's the reason for the dispute?" Polly suddenly gave a confusing answer. "I heard about it, but I completely forgot." Malak was suspicious. "You really forgot, or are you on a different side?" She asserted, "I'm neutral. I only act for money, or for something else." Malak pressed, "Something else?" Polly replied, "Materials for my dolls. I am a priestess who serves the puppets." As soon as she finished speaking, Polly's demeanor suddenly changed. becoming strangely enchanting and demonic. Malak suddenly shuddered, wondering if the person standing before him and the one he met before were all just puppets. Just then, Polly seemed to remember something. "Oh, right, you should be careful. The people I came with are hatching a plot against the Merchant Guild, but they won't let me participate." Hearing this, Malak just gave a knowing smirk. He then asked why she was being so kind to him. Polly put her hands on her hips, cocked her head, and replied, "You really dare to ask that? The reason for this kindness, you ask?" With that, she suddenly flashed a bizarre smile. "This question is a little different from the previous ones, isn't it?" The atmosphere instantly became awkward, and Malak quickly turned to leave. Suddenly, I've lost interest. Seeing him about to leave, Polly looked openly disappointed. Huh, but why? But Malak was determined to ignore her. Polly then threw herself on the ground and had a tantrum, flailing like a child. "Why, ask more. Please ask more." What a weirdo. She wouldn't talk when he was actually asking. Malak had to clear his throat. "Then tell me, what do you want from me?" Polly jumped up, beaming. "What do I want? I'll tell you the next time we meet." Malak just smirked. "Is that so? Well then, goodbye." As he spoke, a single, sharp slash sent Polly's head flying from her neck. And yet, her face still held the same smile, as if bidding him farewell until their next meeting. It was late at night when Malak returned to the Merchant Guild's camp, and everything was peaceful again, as if nothing had ever happened. "Priest Malak," a voice called out. "Which troublemaker is still awake at this hour?" It turned out to be Princess Dakia. She looked like she had just finished bathing, already changed into her sleepwear, her hair still slightly damp. Malak asked, "Is something wrong? The princess should get some rest. We never know when those dark cultists might attack." Malak replied, "I'm aware. You're aware, yet you're still wandering around at this hour?" Dakia smiled gently. "It's just that I didn't see you earlier." "Where did you go?" Malak replied, "I was chasing a stone golem. I sensed the presence of a dark cultist nearby, so I went to patrol a little more." Hearing this, Dakia couldn't help but worry. "Huh, you're probably wondering if I fought one of them." "Ah, no. By the time I arrived, they had already vanished." "What a shame." As Dakia spoke, she gently raised a handkerchief, intending to wipe Malak's face, which took him completely by surprise. Malak froze for a beat, then hurriedly stepped back. "Princess, you'll get your handkerchief dirty." In his mind, the goddess was screaming in anger. This intimate gesture had touched the goddess's favored son. Of course, Dakia had no idea. She even winked playfully. "This handkerchief? I brought it for you." Dakia gently took Malak's hand. "Don't back away anymore. Let me wipe your face." At the same time, the goddess let out a furious roar inside his head. And yet, the favored son was lost in the romantic moment with the beautiful Dakia, despite the goddess's incessant screaming. Dakia smiled sweetly. "There, all done. You should get some rest now." She even pushed the handkerchief into Malak's hand, telling him to keep it. Malak didn't refuse either. As Dakia walked away, she looked back and gently wished, "Priest Malak, have a good night." Malak returned the wish, and with a weary face, he pushed aside the tent flap and entered, sighing to himself. Today was an utterly exhausting day. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in, and the Holy Mother appeared out of nowhere, wielding that familiar towel. Judging by her expression, her anger hadn't subsided yet, and she issued her customary command. Malak helplessly explained that he had already washed his own face and she didn't need to bother, but before he could finish, his young mother bluntly cut him off. So, Malak had no choice but to obediently present his face for her to wipe, and the way she wiped his face was so strange, it was no different from scrubbing a window pane, and she was even sniffling as she did it. Malak cried out, "Mother, are you even listening to me? My face hurts," but the Holy Mother paid him no mind, coldly stating, "Sit still and let me wipe it." The next morning, snow was still falling heavily on the mountain. Dakia, as usual, was sticking close to Malak. Suddenly, he froze, having seemingly heard a very unusual sound. What could that sound be? Malak suddenly remembered Polly's warning from the previous night, that he needed to be extremely careful. He immediately thought of a possible ambush, but quickly dismissed the idea, because this sound wasn't an explosion, but rather a rumble echoing down from the mountain peak. Malak instantly realized what it was and shouted, "Avalanche! Leave everything behind, run." Before the caravan could even react, a massive wall of snow was already thundering down. It was already nearing the foot of the mountain. The situation was hanging by a thread. Malak looked up at the mass of snow hurtling down at a dizzying speed. If only they had a little more time. Malak thought as he turned to Dakia, placing a hand on her shoulder and saying, "I need your help, princess." This sudden request left Dakia completely baffled. Malak quickly explained that the avalanche was approaching too fast. "We don't have much time left. If this continues, none of us will survive. Therefore, only with the princess's power does everyone have a chance to be saved." Hearing this, Dakia was dismayed, unable to believe that she was the one being entrusted with this crucial task. Malak pointed straight ahead. "Princess, Use your magic and attack the very center of that avalanche. Dakia was stunned. Magic? Dakia was still panicking, so Malik reassured her. That's right. Haven't you always wanted a chance to use your magic? Now is that moment. Dakia stammered, but no matter what kind of magic I use, there's no way I can stop an avalanche this big. Malik explained, it doesn't have to be overwhelmingly powerful magic. We just need to buy enough time for everyone to evacuate. You just need to focus your mana and unleash a single strike. Just aim for the center of the avalanche. Although still trembling with fear, Dakia began to gather her mana. She said worriedly, but while I'm gathering mana, I can't move. And after I cast the spell, I'll be completely exhausted. Hearing this, Malik placed his hand on her shoulder. Malik solemnly promised, no matter what happens, I will absolutely protect you, princess. Such a firm promise made even Princess Dakia blush with shyness. Hearing that, Dakia turned back, her eyes filled with determination. I'll give it a try. You better keep your promise. I trust you. At that, Malak broke into a brilliant smile. Dakia began to cast her spell. The magical energy around her surged, gathering into a fierce vortex. Immediately after, Dakia fired a massive cannon of light, just as Malak had instructed, creating an earth. The gigantic mass of snow began to break apart into smaller chunks. Dakia let out a piercing scream, blood trickling from her eyes as she had poured all of her life force into that one attack. Just as she was about to collapse, a hand enveloped in a green light caught her. That hand radiated an overwhelming pressure, and with it came the familiar voice of the Holy Mother. This will suffice. Malak rushed over to support the fainting Dakia. Malak replied, of course it was enough. The avalanche has changed course. But by now, Dakia had completely passed out in his arms. Malak desperately yelled, Mother, help me. See, in the end, it's still this old lady who has to bear the burden for both her son and her future daughter-in-law. With little time left, she had to protect her son. The mother immediately sent her four-armed giant friend to help. Without a word, the giant used its hands as a sturdy shield for Malak and Dakia. A true I'll-handle-the-hard-part moment. All while Dakia was still sound asleep. The princess slept on, as beautiful as an angel, while her giant friend had to break its back, blocking the snow, waiting until everything settled down. When the blizzard passed, the giant lifted its head with a sky-shaking roar and gently pulled the two of them out of the snow. Malak thought to himself, what will Mother do if anyone around here finds out? Carrying Dakia in his arms, Malak walked on, not forgetting to remind the mother, but he first told himself to brush the freezing snow off his body. Just as they got to safety, Dakia mumbled a few times as if she were about to wake up. Malak's face immediately grew serious, while the giant was busy removing a rock stuck to its face. It then returned to the mother's side, and when Dakia opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Malak's handsome face, smiling gently at her. Priest, Malak, am I still alive? Dakia asked weakly. Yes, we are. It feels like I missed something very important. Malak ignored her comment, gently set Dakia down and asked, Princess, can you try to move your body? Dakia's legs were completely still. No, I can't move. She was likely exhausted from using her technique earlier. Malak gently comforted her. Just take it slow. Try moving a little at a time and you'll be okay. But there's one thing. I saw everything. Hearing this, Malak flinched, turning to look at her in alarm. Don't tell me, Priest Malak summoned an incredibly terrifying-looking giant. We're screwed. The corrupted mother in his mind immediately demanded that he take care of Dakia. Dakia smiled with relief. Just as I thought. Priest Malak doesn't serve the guardian goddess. Malak's face darkened. So you really saw everything? Dakia nodded. Yes, I did. But before that, that being was also the one who saved my life previously. Just like you, Priest Malak, that person wielded a sword and took down all the monsters. Malak quickly explained, that's merely the result of personal training. That's not all. That giant hand. You spoke to it a lot while you were carrying me. You might think I was deliberately eavesdropping, but if you had paid a little attention, you'd realize those were the same words I always use in my prayers. Annoyed by Malak's denial, Dakia said, Fine, believe what you want, but I saw it all with my own two eyes. After you shouted Mother, a giant with earth-shattering power appeared, appearing out of thin air. Clearly, Priest Malak, you serve an evil god. As she finished speaking, Malak quickly covered her beautiful lips with his hand. He leaned close to her ear and whispered a piece of advice. Silence is golden, princess. You didn't see anything at all, remember? It is because you are a loyal and kind person, princess, that she accepted my plea and intervened to save your life. It doesn't matter. Dakia suddenly interrupted him. She lay flat on the ground with a sigh. I don't care who you worship. Malak was baffled, not quite understanding what she meant. Dakia continued, That's exactly what I wanted to say. To me, Priest Malak, you are... Of course, you can be very ruthless at times. Besides, I don't believe in any gods myself, just like now, when there are things I can no longer keep to myself. If I told you everything, would you listen? Dakia's expression grew melancholic. I was also born a mage. I'm sick and tired of the baseless scorn and hateful stares. So, I can understand, to some extent, what you are going through. So, even if you worship an evil god, I will still treat you the same as always. Oh, and of course, I will keep it an absolute secret." Hearing these sincere words, the mother, who was hiding, suddenly froze solid. Immediately after, she actually emerged from thin air. Dakia initially thought she was about to meet her mother-in-law and looked visibly delighted. But who would have guessed, upon appearing, the mother shouted her usual slogan, her face turning beet red as she charged in to give Dakia a merciless beating. Dakia could only cover her head and cry her eyes out. Where did this kid come from? Priest Malak, stop her. Malak quickly grabbed his mother's wrist, trying to calm her down. "I can feel her sincerity, Holy Mother. I know you're worried, but just as you've placed your faith in me, I also want to try trusting someone. And since Dakia is a mage, I'll have her swear an oath." Hearing this, the Holy Mother finally nodded in agreement. However, she didn't forget to signal that Dakia would always be under surveillance. Dakia looked confused, not understanding the sign, so Malak explained that this matter was extremely important, so they had to be extremely cautious. "Now, please swear the oath in the ancient language." Malak said gently while helping Dakia up, and she immediately agreed. After Dakia muttered a long incantation, her body suddenly began to glow with a brilliant light. The oath was established. Malak smiled gently, confirming that she had completed it. "So, if you have any questions, I will answer them for you." Dakia then asked, "Aren't you afraid I deceived you?" Malak calmly replied, "Although I am not a mage, I understand the ancient language." "You're so cool, not a mage, yet you're an expert in the ancient language." Dakia showed clear admiration. Malak replied, "If you're curious about anything, feel free to ask." "Ah, in that case, there is one thing I'm very curious about. Priest Malak, what is your type of woman? Man, this girl is really desperate." That look on her face was just short of having "I'm so into you" carved on her forehead. Seeing this, the Holy Mother flew into a rage, immediately wedging herself between them, pushing the two apart and not forgetting to shout her usual catchphrase. "How dare you make a move on my precious son already?" Malak could only smile awkwardly and scratch his head, quickly changing the subject by saying they needed to get going. Hearing this, Dakia enthusiastically offered, "We're going to find the holy relics that the evil god's followers are targeting, right? I'll help too." A classic case of being reckless for love. However, at this very moment, the entire merchant caravan had been completely dealt with. The evil god's followers had seized the box that the caravan master was trying. The woman with curly green hair let out a derisive sneer. "It's nothing special at all." The box sprang open. "So this is it? The artifact the organization mentioned." By now, that priest must have already turned into an ice statue. "I prepared a massive avalanche. Why don't we go back and see how the fun plays out?" Just as the green-haired woman finished her suggestion, the caravan master suddenly appeared. He flew into a rage upon seeing his entire operation almost completely wiped out. "You followers of the evil god! My caravan! How dare you scoundrels touch my property!" The caravan master erupted with fury, while the green-haired woman's eyes gleamed with a strange excitement. What was that? As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately swung her hand, unleashing ice magic that completely encased the caravan master's head. But she had clearly underestimated her opponent. All three of his eyes suddenly glowed, and the block of ice began to crack before shattering completely under the caravan master's immense rage. He belongs to the Metalkin race, a species whose entire body is composed of metal and who possess a fervent love for minerals. They have the ability to replace their body parts with minerals. It is because of their desire to possess precious metals that most of their kind choose to become merchants. This is how they can seek out more precious metals. Precious metals and time are the two most important factors. In other words, this race grows stronger over time and with the wealth they accumulate. As long as their life core remains intact, they will never be defeated. And that is precisely why the green-haired woman was about to pay a heavy price, as the caravan master was furiously charging straight toward her. His mechanical arm began to build up a massive electrical charge. "Just a bunch of pathetic evil spirit worshippers, and you dare to attack my caravan?" The green-haired woman clicked her tongue, then crouched down and unleashed a wide area of freezing spell. Countless sharp pillars of ice quickly rose from the ground, but in the caravan master's eyes, this was just a petty trick that could not possibly stop him. Immediately, he gifted her a horrific explosion that almost blew one of her arms off. "If this keeps up, I'm done for," she thought to herself. Her accomplice with the lion's mane hair saw her struggling to hold on and shouted, "Try to hang in there a little longer, no matter what." "Easy for you to say. Get over here and block for me then," she yelled back with a grimace. "That guy is crazy. His speed is terrifying." A body made of steel and coated in a silver alloy. Realizing that attacking the old merchant guild leader with magic was like scratching an itch, the old man warned that you small fries couldn't do a thing to him. Hearing this, the guy with the massive forehead shot a meaningful glance. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing the entire ice surface to crack open. From the cracks, plumes of pitch-black smoke rose up, quickly wrapping around the merchant guild leader like an invisible net. An overwhelmingly cold and unpleasant sensation washed over him, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape the dark mire that was clinging to him. Witnessing the scene, the blue-haired woman couldn't hide her delight and promised, "Well done, Pam. After this battle is over, I'll reward you with a passionate kiss." Immediately after, she once again cast her one and only signature move, freezing everything. This time, a giant ice prison was erected, completely encasing the leader. It seemed like everything was over, but unexpectedly, he was still alive and well inside. "Is that petty trick all you've got? I'll wipe all of you out." Hearing the threat, the blue-haired woman was now truly terrified. At the same time, the guy with the lion's mane hairstyle widened his eyes and laughed loudly, signaling to Kiana. Suddenly, a giant tentacle erupted from the ground, terrifying the merchant guild leader. Immediately, the tentacle spewed out a thick, yellow liquid. That strange fluid shot straight into the leader's joints, making him let out a blood-curdling scream of pain before collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, the lion-maned guy laughed smugly. "You've seriously underestimated us. Did you think we'd go into battle without any preparation? I know all about your golden people race. You're the merchant guild leader, aren't you?" he said, while one of the leader's arms was severed and his body was severely burned, leaving him to lie weakly on the ground, groaning in pain. Kiana urged the lion-maned guy, telling the monster to spit more saliva on the leader, who was gradually becoming motionless. However, the lion-maned guy spoke up to correct her. "What it spits isn't saliva, it's acid. But it's too cold here, so it can't spit anymore. This species of intestinal worm only lives in warm places, so it can't secrete much acid. To finish off this golden people guy, the only way is to get his core." However, before they could even finish discussing their next plan, a giant, pale white foot with pitch-black claws slammed down, accompanied by a sky-shattering roar. The bewildered bandits all turned their heads toward the source of the sound. It turned out to be our giant friend, who, despite being a bit rough on the eyes, had a muscular build and was charging straight at them. "What the hell is this now? Lu, Tongue, do something." Lu Tongue's face went pale as he stammered that relying on just the acid worm would never be enough to capture that giant. Kiana ordered him to summon all their comrades here immediately. Then she snapped, "And where did that crazy girl Polly disappear to? For now, I'll hold him off. You provide support from the rear." With that, Kiana once again used her ice magic. Her goal was to lock down the giant's legs. Our friend might have looked clumsy, but he was no fool, immediately gritting his teeth and leaping into the air to dodge the attack. This unexpected move caught Kiana off guard, and she hurriedly shouted for her comrades to use shadows to bind the giant's legs, or they would all be done for. Ben immediately got serious and controlled the shadows, but the giant was one step ahead, swinging his massive fist and plowing a path of destruction through their form. While our giant friend was rampaging like a mad bull, Malak calmly carried Dakia to a safe place and asked, "Try and see if you can move yet." He gently set her down by a nearby tree and said, "Try standing up one more time." And this time, Dakia was able to walk. She immediately asked with a worried expression, "But, are you sure you don't need my help? Our giant friend is fighting all alone, even though he seems to have the situation under control." "True, we don't need it right now," Malak replied. "You look a bit pathetic at the moment, don't you? I know you want to help, but take a look over there." Dakia looked over and saw the merchant guild leader struggling to get back on his feet again, roaring that he would destroy all the evil spirit worshippers. This time, his drill pierced a demon bat. Even though Aurelius is fighting resiliently, he's at a great disadvantage facing them alone. The enemy simply outnumbers him by a lot. No matter how hard he tries, the outcome will be. Before Malak could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He quickly looked toward our rampaging giant friend and wondered, why this direction? He only had time to see the giant tightly gripping something in his hand, tensing up, and then throwing it straight at him. After an epic throw worthy of a weightlifter, an unlucky snowbat was delivered right to Malak's feet. The Holy Mother immediately reached out her hand, ready to grant her blessing. Malak was still bewildered, wondering why a gift had fallen from the sky, while Dakia's face was drained of all color at the horrifying sight. Malak then picked up the necklace, the very item the group had just shed blood fighting over. From a distance, the giant friend blushed, grinning from ear to ear as if to explain. Only then did Malak understand his good brother's kind intentions and immediately clasped his hands in prayer. A mystical blue light enveloped him. "This time, I want to enhance an existing power." The Holy Mother approved immediately, without a hint of hesitation, and the power chosen for enhancement was Corrupted Giant, while Malak's holy power points shot up to 13,379. Truly sworn brothers, they share the good times. Malak didn't hesitate to bestow this precious enhancement upon his giant friend. The giant immediately received a friendship buff from Malak. Now, he didn't even need to lift a finger. Just standing still and radiating his aura was enough to shred the surrounding bats. Any bat that dared to come near was sliced into 100 pieces by the blue light. This deadly aura spread everywhere, accompanied by the cunning smile of Malak and the gleeful laughter of the corrupted giant. After this upgrade, the giant friend was also decked out with an incredibly magnificent set of armor. This time, Malak equipped his hulking brother with a battle-ready full set of armor, featuring a mysterious black color scheme accented with intimidating bone motifs. The skull design looked a bit edgy, but in return, its power was overwhelmingly strong, and most importantly, it concealed his friend's usual dazed expression. The new armor hadn't even been activated yet, and without a single blow, the flock of snow bats was almost completely wiped out. Witnessing this, Liu Tong's face turned pale with fear. Qiana's face was also deathly pale, and she hurriedly screamed at the old man Pe. "Quick, grab the shadow and deal with it now." However, before he could even make a move, a spray of warm blood shot straight onto Qiana. The scene was absolutely horrifying. She panicked and turned to flee for her life, but in her desperation, a hand grabbed her tightly. It was the Merchant Guild leader, still fighting to his last breath. "I won't let you escape." Qiana and he struggled, rolling around on the snow. "Come on, let it go. Release me," she screamed, tears streaming down her face as she called for Liu Tong to help. But that heartless bastard had already tucked tail and run long ago, without a single glance back. Liu Tong ran for his life, cursing under his breath, but he couldn't escape his fate either. As Liu Tong was sprinting forward, a giant sword descended from nowhere, piercing through his body and pinning him to the snow. Meanwhile, Qiana finally managed to break free from the Merchant Guild leader's grasp. She hastily fled, her heart filled with the hope of escape. She thought she had her ticket to survival firmly in hand, completely unaware that right above her head, a massive shadow was blotting out the entire sky. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion occurred. As the smoke and dust began to clear, Qiana was caught by the corrupted giant and lifted high into the air. She screamed her lungs out from her fear of heights. "Let me go! Let go!" But of course, the giant friend would never forgive the one who caused the avalanche, forcing him to shield his kin with his own body. Therefore, no matter how hoarsely Qiana screamed, the giant friend acted as if he couldn't hear and simply swung his arm for a devastating blow. With a splat, she was officially wiped out. Now, the only one left at the scene was the guild leader, barely breathing with his mangled body. The giant friend and he, with glowing eyes, looked at each other in silence. In the end, the one who benefited most from this battle was Malak. He didn't have to lift a finger in this battle yet still reaped all the rewards. Malak began to perform his duty, converting the souls of the fallen into holy power. His holy power points shot up to 6,379. Meanwhile, the giant friend was still excited after his power buff, grinning from ear to ear. He gave Malak a thumbs up in approval, and Malak happily raised his hand in return. "Now you can collect items for me too." The corrupted Holy Mother seemed quite confused by the function Malak had just updated. "Don't you know, Mother? From now on, that giant can collect items in my place," Malak explained with a knowing smile. "But Mom, I've noticed you're speaking much more fluently lately. Is it because the seal was removed, so your intellect was unlocked too?" This statement really hit a nerve with the goddess, making her face turn purple with rage as she shrieked. "So you've thought of me as an idiot all this time, have you?" Malak quickly waved his hands. "Of course not, I wouldn't dare. My respect for you is as high as a mountain. You have no idea how much I cherish you." Hearing the flattery, the goddess immediately brightened up but was still pouting. "Instead of calling me a goddess, don't you dare say that little girl is your loved child." The goddess was fuming, not hesitating to use both hands to make the most friendly gesture possible. The ever-innocent Dakia turned to ask about the meaning of that special gesture. Malak just vaguely explained that it's how people express their indignation. Moving on from that, Dakia suddenly said she had a favor to ask, covering her face as her eyes curved into a cheerful smile. Oh my gosh, seeing Dakia look so adorable, I just want to rush in and give her a big hug. This scene only made the goddess's blood boil with rage, and she screamed as she threw herself into Malak's arms. He just laughed and said, all right, next time, try luring Mom out with some delicious food." Dakia's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "Oh, that's a great idea." Dakia thought to herself, there will definitely come a day when I get to pinch those chubby cheeks. The goddess next to them was about to be provoked to the point of coughing up blood by this pair. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Malak quickly changed the subject. "Oh, right, Mom, have you learned any new words lately?" The goddess looked bewildered at first, but after a moment of serious contemplation, her eyes widened as she signaled yes. "I knew it. What word is it?" The goddess took a deep breath, pointed to her chest, and screamed, "Ah." After yelling, she put on an incredibly proud expression, as if she had just accomplished something monumental. Night fell, but a luxurious mansion was still brightly lit. From within, a deafening shout could be heard. "Hey, you think you're so clever, don't you?" It was the third prince, unleashing his fury upon Hilda. "I gave you everything you asked for, and what was the result? An avalanche? Because of a single avalanche, all the forces we painstakingly prepared were wiped out? How ridiculous. I'm at a loss for words with you." While the third prince was still screaming, Hilda could only kneel on the ground, remaining completely silent. The old man cursed inwardly. I wonder who's been running their mouth this whole time. Hilda clutched his swollen cheek, snot dripping from his nose, his mind a tangled mess. What am I supposed to do now? As if I wanted an avalanche to happen. I lost a whole clump of hair this morning from stress, but that prince over there doesn't know a thing about it. He's only good for standing there and barking. Halda's train of thought was interrupted when the third prince called his name. Halda, I heard Dakia has left the Western Branch's territory, is that right? Hilda replied, trembling. Yes, your highness. She is now under the jurisdiction of the main branch. The third prince muttered, the main branch, he mused. They always complete their missions perfectly, and they were the first to capture Dakia. Hilda ventured to ask, so, are you planning to go to the capital city? Yes, the prince answered curtly. The third prince's brief reply made Hilda flush with joy. In his heart, he was throwing a party, cheering wildly at finally escaping the yoke of that prince, this monster and that ice-cold princess. Goodbye, my two mobile burdens. Hilda grinned from ear to ear. The old man said, feigning innocence, I am terribly sorry for continuously messing up your plans. The third prince patted Hilda's bald head and asked casually, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be getting ready? Hilda, bewildered, asked with a dumbfounded look, huh, what do you mean? The third prince gave a sinister smile. You will be the guide. Around here, I find you to be the most competent. Go and make the arrangements. After hearing that, Hilda felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, his soul leaving his body. His joy was short-lived before he tasted despair. The third prince added, you'll receive the special privilege of accompanying me, so make sure to dress warmly. But I am the head of the Western Branch. I cannot just abandon my post. Hilda racked his brain for an excuse to refuse this golden opportunity. But the third prince immediately cut him off. It seems that up until now, all the times you foolishly messed things up haven't been reported to the higher-ups, have they? Just think, if I were to list all of your failures to the people in the capital, what do you think would happen to you? Huh? Hilda's face turned deathly pale upon hearing this, and he cursed inwardly. You cruel tyrant. He's definitely a demon in human skin. Seeing Hilda on the verge of tears, the third prince became even more delighted and burst out laughing. Just think of it as a vacation. Now hurry up and get ready. With tears welling in his eyes, Hilda thought of his gentle wife and young children at home, silently bidding them farewell. My dear wife, my children, Daddy is leaving, but Daddy will be back. Oh, the life of a subordinate is truly a cruel fate. You just have to take what you're given. A magnificent caravan was forging a path through the snow, their endless chatter echoing through the air, heralding the arrival of a great general. The head of the merchant caravan wasn't dead yet, but after a transformation, he was now just a tiny version of himself, which made Malik burst out laughing. Perched on Malik's shoulder, the tiny merchant guild master boasted, you said the same thing yesterday, and you even called it a magnificent sight. That's right, an angel saved my life, and he looked so majestic. Malik and Dakia discreetly exchanged glances, and Dakia just laughed along, though her smile seemed tinged with sadness. I guess no one cares anymore, since that guy is finished. Malak then reminded them that it was almost their turn to be questioned. Hearing that, the merchant guild master nimbly leaped into the palm of a caravan member. Once settled on the other man's shoulder, he gave Malik a thumbs up and said, thank you for escorting us all the way to the capital. Once we're there, I'll make sure to reward you handsomely. I'm really looking forward to that, Malik replied with a cheerful laugh. Just then, Carmen spoke up, saying he had an announcement. Dakia immediately turned to ask, what is it? Well, things might get a little messy when we go in, but it's nothing serious, so don't be surprised. Malik heard him but didn't quite grasp what he was saying. He was about to ask again, but before he could, a soldier screamed, Carmen Vantis. Arrest him. Carmen could only offer a strained smile. Even as the soldiers bound him, he kept his smile and reassured everyone that he could handle it. I'll be back soon, don't worry. Carmen's three companions showed immense trust in him. Meanwhile, a creature covered in golden light appeared, soaring in the sky. The moment its claws touched the ground, the paving stones shattered. The golden dragon roared, its golden aura flaring brilliantly. Right after, the three legendary demonic princes appeared, demanding clothes the moment they showed up. Standing behind them, Hilda smirked and thought to herself, those people at headquarters dared to ignore this lunatic, so they'll suffer the same fate as him. The three princes turned and snapped. The capital is right there, why aren't you leading the way? I will guide you through the quickest shortcut, let's go. That single sentence managed to infuriate the three princes. Hey, are you rushing us? What nerve? Hilda could only cry on the inside while cursing them silently. Elsewhere, the merchant guild master was explaining, it's no surprise that Carmen Vantis was arrested. That guy is a master of causing trouble. What did he do? At this point, the merchant guild master had returned to his normal size and replied with his arms crossed. It's best you hear it from Carmen himself. He added, if you go to the guards and tell them you want to visit Carmen, they'll let you in. Malak cheerfully agreed to this suggestion. Hearing this, Dakia cheerfully suggested they all go eat something before visiting him. boasting that she knew some excellent spots. Malik thought it was a good idea and nodded in agreement. Seeing they had a plan, the merchant guild master took out a large pouch of money and said, "Here's the reward I promised, 15 gold coins for each of you, making a total of 60. Malik stared at the money in astonishment. This was the first time he had ever seen so much money since coming to this world. Even the Holy Mother had to speak up to snap him out of it. Dakia turned to him and asked curiously, "Priest Malak, why are you looking at the money like that?" Malak immediately flushed, feeling his limbs go weak. "It seems you're completely mesmerized by the money. Is this the first time you've seen so much gold?" Dakia had hit the nail right on the head. Meanwhile, Malik looked as if he was about to swallow the entire pile of gold. "You know, you're actually quite cute," Dakia said, her gaze turning incredibly intense. The others at the table suddenly froze. Malik, however, grinned widely and replied, "I'm always cute." Hearing this, the Holy Mother found it grating and immediately protested. Dakia thought Malik was just kidding, but he looked completely serious. "I'm telling the truth, it's truer than this gold." After saying that, he turned to look at the merchant guild master again. "There must be another way." "Oh, I'll get that thing for you tomorrow, but first, I need to take care of some personal matters." "All right then. Well, we're off to visit Cayman. See you tomorrow." Along the way, Sajida suddenly announced she was splitting from the group, saying she had a place she needed to go. "You two go on ahead." Just like that, the three of them split into two groups and went their separate ways. Malik then took Dakia to try some snacks that she pointed out. Dakia also took the opportunity to show Malik some famous landmarks. "That building over there is where the soldiers are stationed. My adorable priest Malik. It looks a bit intimidating, doesn't it?" That building certainly isn't very adorable," Malak replied, and then Dakia playfully nudged him, making him just chuckle softly. "You seem really obsessed with this, don't you? Are you mad?" "But I really am cute, so what's there to be mad about? Come on, let's go visit Carmen. Before the food we just bought gets cold, I promise I won't tease you anymore." "You're not really upset, are you?" "No, I'm not." "All right then. Then let's go. I'm really not upset." Meanwhile, although Carmen was in prison, he seemed to be having a grand time, even being spoon-fed by a beautiful woman. However, even a smile from the beauty couldn't make him as happy as Malik's arrival. "You look a little too comfortable, don't you?" Carmen laughed loudly, scratching his head and admitting that he ends up in here all the time. The blonde girl sitting next to him immediately chimed in, "It's more than just often." She turned to Malik and Dakia, saying, "You two must be Carmen's friends. I heard you would be coming." The young woman then bowed her head and introduced herself. "I am Eras Prada. I'm Malak. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about you." "And I'm Dakia." Dakia asked bluntly, "So anyway, what kind of trouble did you get into this time to end up in here?" "Because he stole something from Lord Entis Vantis's warehouse." A cold voice rang out, answering the question for them. "His lordship himself issued the warrant for your arrest." "What did you do with the key you stole, Carmen?" The newcomer was dressed in gleaming armor, his sharp, cold gaze shining from his piercing blue eyes. Carmen's face twisted in dismay. "Brother, don't try to change the subject. Answer me now." Even Malik felt a bit intimidated by Carmen's brother. How could this be? That person must be the son of the Black Wolf and also the vice captain of the Royal Guard. The Ice Knight and White Wolf, Sishin Vanthis. Oh my god, he's devastatingly handsome, but his face is as cold as ice and he's got a short temper. "Carmen, what did you do with the key you stole from father?" This was his real brother, a truly imposing figure. Good heavens, how could anyone handle someone so handsome and with such a commanding presence? Faced with his brother's harsh interrogation, Carmen nonchalantly replied, "I already used that key." Setian was taken aback and asked, "You already used it? Are you hurt anywhere?" "No." "Do I look like I'm hurt?" Sishin fell silent for a moment before speaking. "You know how much father despises thieves. Not only did you steal, but you can't even return it because you've already used it. Do you remember what father always used to say? An achievement gained unfairly is no achievement at all." Setian pointed directly at Carmen's face and lectured, "Regardless of the reason, theft is an unacceptable act." The criticism was incredibly harsh. Carmen couldn't help but grimace, but he quickly retorted, "The law must be just, for those who abide by it to be able to live justly. Father said that too, and of course, I completely agree with that statement." Sishin was momentarily at a loss for words. Carmen continued, "But then, why did he abandon my mother right after I was born? Why did my mother have to secretly leave the family in shame?" At this point, Carmen could no longer hold back and burst into sobs. Even a dirt-poor man living in a starving alley knows how to take responsibility for his woman. Is our father somehow less than a man like that? No matter how many times I asked father about my mother, he just remained silent. He avoided it just like a coward. That's why I stole the key, to find my mother myself. "That's enough." Sishin interrupted, "Did you really steal it to find your mother?" "Yes." Hearing this, Sishin extended his hand. "I will speak with father." Carmen's brother was so moved he burst into tears, and seeing this, both Malak and Dakia thought to themselves that Carmen was truly lucky. To have such a wonderful brother, their bond must be very strong. Just then, Sishin noticed the two awkward third wheels standing there. Malak and Dakia's expressions immediately changed. Each turned their face away, pretending to be thin air and to have seen nothing at all. "I'm so sorry you had to witness such an unpleasant scene during our first meeting. You must have gone through a lot of trouble because of my younger brother. Are you perhaps Princess Dakia?" Dakia blushed slightly, replying shyly, "It's been a long time, Sir Session Vantas. Why did you come here instead of Beetles?" Session asked with a smile. "I'm just out sightseeing a little. It's not proper for a princess to be out like this. Your father must be very worried." Dakia pouted. "My father? Worried about me? There's no way, so please don't concern yourself." Dakia casually denied it. Just then, Arat asked how long Carmen would have to stay here. Session replied that according to their father's orders, their esteemed father, it would be for at least 1 month. Hearing this, Carmen, who was clutching the bars, wailed even louder. Session quickly reassured him that he would go speak with their father today. Dakia hesitantly asked, "So what should we do in the capital now? Shouldn't we return as soon as possible?" Malak immediately agreed, but Dakia vehemently objected. "Priest Malak, think again. When have I ever rushed you?" At that moment, Session turned his attention to Malak. "You are Priest Malak, the sworn enemy of evil spirits, are you not?" "That's right," Malak confirmed. "Does that mean Carmen belongs to the saviors of Iratico?" "Exactly." The guy in the cell puffed out his chest a bit. Hearing that, Session suddenly smiled in relief. "If that's the case, it will be easier for me to speak with my father. Please allow me to introduce myself. It is a great pleasure to meet you, Priest Malak. If you have the chance, please visit the Vantas mansion with Carmen. Now, I must take my leave." Session bowed in a very professional manner. Carmen pleaded, "Handsome brother, don't go. I only get to see you for a little while." But despite his words, Session left without turning back. Malak could only watch in awe. "He's a world apart from you," Carmen shrugged. "He's a good person. Unlike me, he's my role model." Dakia burst out laughing. "Really? A role model who acts like that?" Carmen scratched his head. "Well, you have to express your opinion once in a while." Then, he noticed a paper bag nearby and asked, "Is this for me?" Dakia replied, "We bought it thinking you must be starving, but it seems our worries were unnecessary. Look who's in the slammer, but still has a devoted lover taking care of him. I'll just leave this here. You two continue your reunion." With that, Dakia quickly took her leave. As she walked away, she called out, "Priest Malak, I just remembered a cool place. Let's go there." Malak nodded. "All right, that sounds good. Let's get out of here quickly." Malak decided to go along with Dakia's wishes. They left Arat and Carmen some private space to nurture their feelings. As soon as he returned to the inn, Malak immediately thought about searching for the holy relic here. The only problem was that there was nowhere to buy or sell information here, so he guessed it was time to use the item he got from Mr. Lamb. Just then, there was a knock on the door and a familiar voice called out, "May I come in?" The Holy Mother, who was lying on the bed, jumped up and shouted her catchphrase, "Get lost." Malak sighed, "Mother, that's a bit much." "Your mother is here too," Dakia beamed. "You can't refuse me today. Look." In her hand was a large paper bag. It was pastry from the most famous shop in the capital. The Holy Mother immediately hid behind Malak, instantly changing her catchphrase, "Those cream puffs look delicious. As a thank you, I'll take one hug." However, the bag of pastries was knocked away before Dakia could even finish her sentence. The culprit was none other than the Holy Mother. She struck a super cool pose with an excellent expression, but only managed to utter a single word. Dakia's face paled as she asked, "What does that mean?" Malak had to translate the Holy Mother's words, "I am not someone you can tempt with food." Upon hearing this, Dakia could only scream internally. At the Eiley headquarters in the capital, Hilda looked at the scene before him and thought, "This looks like a one-on-one showdown. I get it." A doodle that looked like it was drawn by a 3-year-old was presented, and the manager could only think that this must be some kind of malicious prank. But looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, he knew that no matter how absurd, the request was real. It sounded a bit strange, but he had to ask, "Miss, are you sure the person you're looking for is The blue-haired girl replied casually, "He looks human, but I'm not entirely sure." She pointed at the drawing and said, "Can't you tell just by looking? He looks exactly like this." It was an utterly ridiculous situation. In all his years on the job, this was the first time the manager had ever encountered a case like this. This was truly the most difficult search mission he had ever faced, but he didn't dare get angry, because the person sitting before him was the renowned Blue Flame Saintess. He cautiously asked about the desired reward, but the girl just waved her hand. "Don't worry, I happened to catch a few wanted criminals on my way here, so I have enough money." Hearing this, the manager put on a professional smile, calculating inwardly that she had come all the way to the main headquarters. The price offered would surely be much higher than the minimum. After all, she was the Blue Flame Saintess. The saintess gently placed a small pouch on the table and said, 20 gold coins and 33 silver coins. The manager asked in bewilderment, is that all? His face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes rolled back as if he were about to have a stroke. Seeing this, the saintess before him simply gave a gentle smile. You think that's too much? And how much farther is it? A voice was heard before anyone was seen. It could only be the third prince. Why do I feel like we've been walking in circles this whole time? He was a mighty golden dragon, yet he whined non-stop. The guide quickly replied, Your Highness, we'll be there in just a short while. Hilda didn't know if they would ever arrive, but he was sure this prince was about to boil over with rage, and he would undoubtedly be the one to bear the full brunt of that anger. What do you think you're doing? Just as Hilda was showing his bad attitude, he was caught red-handed. Hilda's face went pale, and he quickly forced a fake smile. What is it? I wasn't doing anything. The guide glanced at Hilda and sneered. That action made Hilda's face flush with anger, but all he could do was grit his teeth and curse inwardly. In the midst of his fury, Hilda suddenly saw the blue flame saintess walk by. A dose of eye candy was all it took for his worries to melt away, and he quickly trotted over to the third prince. Your Highness, that girl just now was so beautiful, don't you think? I couldn't care less. I'm already surrounded by dozens of women. They beg for my attention day and night, so one more makes no difference. Hearing this, Hilda wanted to explode with anger, cursing him in his head. Then why are you so obsessed with that other princess? You have so many women around you. If not her, then another. But if he said that out loud, the prince would surely fly into a rage, so Hilda just asked and answered the question himself to get it over with. In the end, everyone is a sucker for love. Welcome to ILE, Your Highness. You may return now, branch manager. Although Hilda didn't want to stay here one bit, he was still boiling with rage at the arrogance of this lowly guard. Even if the branch Hilda managed couldn't compare to the others, he was still a proper branch manager. Why should he take orders from a mere grunt like this guy? He will come inside with me. The third prince declared coldly. The guard sighed, even if that is your request, we cannot accept it. Because members from other branches are not welcome here. He hadn't even finished his sentence before the third prince slapped him hard across the face. How dare you look me in the eye and sigh? Get someone of a higher rank than you out here now. For the first time in his life, Hilda felt that hiding behind this hot-tempered prince wasn't so bad. He knew this guy would throw a fit. Watching the lowly guard get hit, Hilda felt a little sorry for him, but ultimately didn't care. But the feeling of satisfaction is so much better. Hilda, why are you just standing there like a statue? I'm on my way. How could I possibly miss a great show like the three princes teaching those scumbags at headquarters a lesson? Back to the tense atmosphere in Malik's room. After being so bluntly and harshly rejected by the mother, Dakia dejectedly backed out of the door, saying sadly, well, you can have the pastries then. Priest Malik saw that she had left, but the mother was still sulking, so he bent down to pick up the pastries and said gently, you went a little too far this time, mother. There are more subtle ways to turn someone down. Dakia went to all this trouble to buy these specifically for you, mother. I know better than anyone that the mother I have always revered is an incredibly noble person who is always willing to admit her own mistakes. Seemingly realizing she was a bit in the wrong, the mother looked crestfallen, twirling a lock of her hair. Seeing this, Malik gently patted her head and coaxed. The next time you see her, please apologize, okay? Promise me now. She gave a small nod of agreement. So, would you like to try a piece? I'm sure it's very delicious. Malak handed her a pastry, but as soon as she took a bite, it was as if the mother had found the light of her life. She quickly snatched the entire bag of pastries and skipped away. Hearing Malik call after her, she just beamed, her cheeks flushed with happiness, and shouted a slogan, meaning it was absolutely divine and she was crazy about it. Eat slowly or you'll get a stomachache. Just then, Dakia suddenly peeked her head in and said hesitantly, Father, I just remembered that I've never tried those pastries before. Could I please have one? Hearing Dakia's voice, the mother jumped in surprise, dropping the half-eaten pastry as her face flushed red, and she quickly turned to look. Seeing the girl's adorable reaction, Dakia couldn't help but laugh happily. It's delicious, isn't it? Although reluctant, the mother still had to shout her slogan of approval. 10 minutes later, the mother was comfortably seated in her future daughter-in-law's lap, eating pastries. Dakia was completely content, hugging her tightly while asking a barrage of questions. How is your hair so silky? And your skin is so smooth too. After they both had their fill, evening began to fall, and Malak and Dakia went out together. I can go by myself. Have you forgotten? I told you that I would never reveal your secret. I even made a vow. Anyway, does the demon's friend you mentioned really live here? In front of them now was an extremely dilapidated-looking house. There was only a single guard who was dozing off. Malik said this was the marked location. As the two of them approached, the dozing old man immediately woke up. This is my house. What business do you have here? Malak said nothing, but silently took out a crest, and the old man's attitude immediately changed, inviting them inside. Once inside, Dakia's curiosity flared up again. What was that thing you just showed him? The demon I met last time gave it to me. That guy told me to use it to meet his friend. He sent it to me separately because he forgot to include it with the letter of introduction. Dakia was surprised. I didn't expect a demon to be so detail-oriented. I didn't even know they could be forgetful. But anyway, I can't believe a place like this exists, right in the heart of the capital. Dakia couldn't help but be amazed. Behind the door of that shabby-looking house was an incredibly vast space. Malak honestly said he'd never been to the capital before, and was immediately teased by Dakia for being a country bumpkin. However, she found it very strange that he didn't seem surprised at all by such magnificent architecture. Malak couldn't just blurt out that before coming to this backward place, he was already used to buildings that were much larger and more magnificent, so he could only give a wry smile to brush it off. Just then, someone started approaching them. Dakia immediately asked if she should strike first if the guy made any suspicious moves, like casting a spell for instance. Hearing that, Malak's face paled as he spoke. "I don't want to get trapped under this rickety building. If it collapses, we're totally done for." Dakia replied angrily, "Just trust me." But Malak still firmly refused. "Let's save it for next time, lady." With that, Malak approached the person and asked, "You're the guide, right?" The guide didn't answer, just nodded silently and turned to leave. Malak and Dakia immediately followed. Soon, the three of them stopped in front of a mysterious room. Dakia whispered, "Are we allowed to go in?" "I guess so," Malak replied curtly, his hand already on the doorknob. The door creaked open, revealing a pitch-black space inside. In the middle of the room, a woman was lying languidly on a bed, a cigarette between her fingers. Both Malak and Dakia went on high alert. She artfully blew out a hazy cloud of smoke and then spoke, getting straight to the point. "You must be here because you need something from me, right?" Her voice was bewitching. She was indeed a demoness of fiendish beauty, distinguished by her brilliant red eyes and two perfectly symmetrical beauty marks. Malak placed a hand on his chest and replied politely, "We've come to ask for your help." "Help?" the demoness asked, raising an eyebrow. "What's your name?" "I am Malak, and this is Dakia Irameo." The moment she heard the name Malak, the demoness's expression changed, and she lunged forward in a flash, grabbing him by the collar. "You're Malak? The infamous demon slayer? The one all the other demons are always whispering about?" Seeing the demoness's aggressive behavior, Dakia instantly flew into a rage. "Let him go now, or else don't blame me for raising this den of yours to the ground." A fireball erupted in Dakia's palm, ready to be launched at any moment. Seeing this, Malak's face went pale as he quickly intervened. "Hey, calm down. We're all gonna get killed." The demoness then glanced at the girl and asked, "And who's this little kid?" Dakia turned red with fury, the fireball in her hand still burning. "I told you, I'm Dakia. We were just introduced," Dakia growled. In contrast, the demoness suddenly burst out laughing. "Ah, my apologies. I was just having a little fun with you two." Dakia still looked furious but finally extinguished the flame. The demoness nonchalantly sat back down on the bed and said, "Looks like I took the joke a bit too far, didn't I?" "A bit much is more like it," Dakia muttered. The demoness gestured dramatically. "I am often known by the name the Agony of Curiosity, but you would probably call beings like me simply a demon." The demoness ran a hand through her hair, flashing a grotesque smile. "But aren't you a guardian priest?" Malak smiled and replied, "Not exactly. I worship the mother of corruption." He's starting his act again. She's probably just playing games because she hasn't had visitors in a long time. Hearing this, her attitude immediately changed, her tone filled with astonishment. "You're a child of the mother of corruption? You're not kidding, are you? Come closer, let me see." "For what?" The demoness didn't answer, instead channeling power to create an eerie purple electric current between her palms. Her expression turning dead serious, she said, "To read your mind." Malak was surprised. "Is that really necessary?" "Well, not really. I'm just too curious," the demoness said, sticking her tongue out mischievously before continuing. "Don't worry, with this body, I can't read much at the moment anyway. I just want to see why a worshipper of the mother of corruption like you still looks so normal." The demoness's question made Malak ponder as well. "That's right, why am I still okay?" Meanwhile, she continued to marvel, "You truly are a different case compared to the other children of corruption." Just as she reached her sharp claws toward Malak, a small hand instantly appeared and flicked them away. The mother of corruption, along with her familiar catchphrase, had manifested. The demoness stared wide-eyed at Malak and the mother, looking as if she had just seen an alien. "What in the world are you?" "I believe I've already introduced myself," the mother replied. The demoness let out a weary sigh. "This is really bad." "What do you mean?" Malak asked. "I mean, you're stirring up a huge mess. You're collecting your mother's relics, aren't you? How many have you found?" "4, or maybe 5. While the demoness was busy calculating, the mother quietly raised her middle finger. Luckily, Malak stopped her in time, or else that demoness would have surely gotten a face full of trouble. Malak had just one question. "How do you know all this? Can you explain it more clearly?" The demoness winked playfully. "Can't do that, sweetie. Go ask your mother yourself." Hearing this, the mother just gave him a look of pure innocence and shrugged. She says she doesn't know, Malik relayed. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, the demoness's jaw dropped. Did you just talk to a god? Without suffering any consequences? Oh, I talk to my mother every day. It's just a habit. Communication is the key to maintaining a strong relationship, after all. The demoness still couldn't believe it, so a child of corruption isn't insane, and can even have a normal conversation with their mother without suffering any consequences, while your mother remains oblivious to those relics. When did this all start? This woman's cryptic way of speaking was even confusing Malik. Since when could he calmly converse with a corrupted being like his mother? Or was it since his body was transformed? Malik's eyes crinkled into a smile as he replied curtly, from the very beginning. The female demon understood and warned. Putting all your eggs in one basket isn't a good idea. It seems you don't have any other choice, do you? You'll have to work your tail off to repay everything you've received. Could you explain that more clearly? Your situation right now is like walking a tightrope. If I reveal anything more, then the ones up there will take notice. Malik immediately glanced skyward, understanding she meant the gods in heaven would find out. You must know this, right? To receive a demon's help, you need something to offer in exchange. Yes. So what do you want? Get intimate with me. What the hell is this? Upon hearing that, Malik's face went pale instantly. To be blunt, I've never had fun with a corrupted child before, because they're all a bunch of lunatics. As she spoke, the demoness shot him a flirtatious glance, seducing Malik with suggestive expressions. No way! Dakia screamed. The demoness turned to ask, and why not? Dakia's face flushed red as she stammered, because, just because. The matriarch didn't waste words, she acted swiftly, immediately jumping on the demoness and delivering a barrage of love to her face while constantly shouting slogans. Despite getting hit, the demoness just cackled, teasing. Her little love taps are so adorable. The matriarch heard that and was thunderstruck. The little girl immediately stopped, turning to look at Malik for help, but he could only cry inwardly because she was so right. There was nothing he could say to refute it. Come on now, calm down, don't be so tense. I was just joking a little. Every time you joke, you cause a huge commotion. Don't you get tired of it? The female demon held the struggling Holy Mother in her arms, patting her head comfortingly while speaking casually. I just want that badge. Malik was confused, not understanding what she was referring to. It's the one you used to get in here. You didn't know anything about it when you received it. Malik was a bit annoyed, muttering that he didn't know a damn thing as he took out the badge. The female demon laughed and said, It's fine. Life should be spiced up with a few little jokes. You have to live a little, right? It's fine if you like to joke, but please let the Holy Mother go. Can't you see she's about to cry? Ah, Malik chuckled softly, agreeing with the female demon's point of view. As soon as she was released, the Holy Mother immediately rushed into Malik's arms. Anyway, you asked me to find your mother's relic, correct? You want me to get it for you, right? Yes, good. That relic. I have it right here. The group was overjoyed as if they'd struck gold. However, getting it won't be simple, even though it's right in front of you. You must participate in the underworld arena. The demoness pushed open a dimensional door, revealing a vast and noisy scene below. The demoness introduced, This is where the underworld matches I manage take place. The winner will receive the relic. It's true that I have it, but I've already put it up as the prize for the champion. Below, the crowd was roaring with excitement. I've shown you where it is. Now if you want it, participate and win. With that, the demoness went back to her bed, sprawled out, and uttered, Good luck. The underworld audience was frantically screaming the names of their idols. The one in whom everyone placed their faith and hope was Bigfoot, a bald guy carrying a giant spiked mace on his shoulder. This guy looked pretty confident, the female MC shouted into the megaphone, and his opponent is a rookie. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. This rookie made an extremely flashy and flamboyant entrance, with a somersault in midair before landing gracefully. It might seem theatrical, but the audience loved it. The crowd roared themselves hoarse, their discussions exploding with fervor. Did anyone see what the hell just happened? How could a human move with such demonic speed? Unbelievable. Isn't betting on that rookie the smarter move now? Hey, Bigfoot, don't you dare get shown up by a newcomer. Meanwhile, at the betting table, the scar-faced old man accepted a large bag of money with a stunned and disbelieving look because the bettor had declared, I'm going all in on that rookie. This bettor was none other than Dakia, who was silently praying for Malik to win no matter what. The story flashes back to a few days prior. When Malik and Dakia were still in the She-Devil's room, Malik, after learning he had to join the arena, asked her directly, Can't you just quietly lend us the sacred artifact and let us make a clean getaway? We'll return it to you once we obtain the sacred power, Malik added, but Dakia replied, Don't be so naive. The evil spirit worshippers will sniff us out in an instant. She advised him to join the arena, as it was deeply connected to him and his corrupted mother. Then she asked, Do you know what liberation means? Yes, I do, Malik replied, impressing the She-Devil who said, That makes things much easier. Malak then recalled Polly mentioning the concept of liberation to him, insisting that he would undoubtedly cross paths with them. While on the quest for the sacred artifact, the she-devil had advised Malak to focus on destroying the enemy's life force first. She also stressed that this was the kingdom's capital, and after making that point, the she-devil was confident that Malak was sharp enough to deduce the rest himself. Malak thought for a moment before concluding, they won't dare to use their powers carelessly, because the priests here will detect it instantly. Precisely, the she-devil confirmed, and Malak realized he could afford to lose this fight in name only. After all, as long as it wasn't an attack infused with sacred power, it couldn't possibly take his life. However, Malak also told the she-devil straight up that he had no intention of risking his life to give them an easy end, because at the end of the day, they were still followers of a devil. The she-devil immediately countered, I heard you've already sent countless souls on their way. All of them were people who deserve to go to hell. Getting picky again, are we? What if I gave you a just cause? Would you be willing to purge every last one of them then? As she finished speaking, the she-devil pulled out an eyeball and crushed it in her palm as if it were a piece of candy. The eye exploded, releasing a blinding crimson glow. Immediately, the scene was overwhelmed by images of horrific screams, with countless people dying in agony. Witnessing this, the corners of Malak's mouth curled into a sinister smile. What was that? Malak asked. The memories of the evil spirit worshippers who are participating this time. Is that reason persuasive enough for you? Dakia replied. Is all of that real? Unfortunately, every bit of it is. Back in the present at the fighting pit, Malak has put on his mask. He now stands in the ring, preparing for his battle with Bigfoot, while the audience roars like a pack of wild animals. And they aren't just cheering for Bigfoot. Malak is also receiving thunderous support under the alias The Killer. He's thrilled to finally have a stage to put this mask to good use. He possesses a mask that can change its form based on his will, while the princess wears a ring capable of suppressing magic. All of them are top-tier items acquired from the head of the Merchant Guild. Bigfoot, built like a mountain, looks down at Malak and says, Gear up with your armor and weapons, kid. Malak responds with a provocative middle finger, causing Bigfoot to scowl and roar. You insolent brat. He immediately hefts his spiked mace and bellows, You dare to provoke me? I'll flay you alive. With that, an earth-shattering boom erupts as the wooden floorboards splinter into 1,000 pieces, sending the crowd below into a frenzy of non-stop screaming. He dodged it. That speed is insane. Even though Bigfoot's attack was incredibly powerful, it was completely useless if it couldn't hit its mark. Not only that, but Malak casually gives him a taunting wave. The gesture makes Bigfoot so furious he grinds his teeth. You little bastard. He charges forward in a frenzy, intending to turn Malak into a bloody pulp with his spiked mace. The problem is, every swing misses its target, so despite his repeated attacks, Malak remains completely unscathed. Bigfoot attacks until he's drenched in sweat, yet he still can't land a single hit on his opponent. To add insult to injury, Malak casually lands a massive slap that knocks his jaw sideways. Bitch Phuc was so enraged he slammed his fist down, making the entire arena floor jump. But unfortunately, the only thing left smoking was the floor, while Killer was completely unscathed. The audience below erupted into endless cheers. He's so fast. I've never witnessed a match like this before. Now they understood why he didn't even bother to wear armor, and someone even yelled, Hey bitch Phuc, focus. Bitch Phuc was now seething with rage and let out an angry roar. Do you people think I'm missing on purpose? He swung his spiked claws again, his eyes blazing with fire, determined this time to send the rookie to meet his maker. He unleashed a fiery smash, but perhaps the flash was too bright and blinded him, because bitch Phuc had no idea that Malak had already moved and was now perched right on top of his head. In the blink of an eye, Malak grabbed bitch Phuc's head and dragged him around effortlessly, his strength so immense that even bitch Phuc himself began to question reality. Is this guy using some kind of trick? While bitch Phuc was still dazed, Malak dragged him along and leaped in a single bound all the way to the arena. Bitch Phuc's face was contorted in fear as he stammered for help. Malak leaned in and whispered something in his ear, and then in an instant, he spun around and slammed bitch Phuc from midair straight down onto the floor. The performance was so spectacular that the audience couldn't stop roaring, while the poor arena floor was abused by these two, first cracking apart and then caving in. Bitch Phuc was slammed so hard he coughed up blood, to the stunned silence of everyone present. Just then, someone shouted in amazement, Look, Killer is climbing the wall with his bare hands, waiting until he reached the perfect height. Malak launched himself, soaring like a bird of prey and diving straight towards bitch Phuc, who took the full force of a devastating elbow drop, spat out another mouthful of blood, and then lay completely still. The female MC immediately announced that the winner was the rookie, Killer. She quickly rushed over for a post-fight interview. What a thrilling match. Please share your thoughts with us right now. Malak drew his thumb across his neck in a sharp gesture and boldly declared, I will wipe them all out. The entire stadium immediately echoed with the mother's familiar slogan. Even Dakia cheered along excitedly, and as for the mother, her small frame let out the loudest roar of them all. "Priest Malak, hurry over here," Dakia beamed, waving at Malak as she pointed to a fragrant bakery nearby and said eagerly, "They're finally selling that hot, soft bread." Malak casually walked over and replied, "Then there's no need to rush like that. What are you talking about? Do you have any idea how long the lines used to be?" Dakia was frantic with impatience. She then saw the person ahead of them buy a large bag of bread, and her face went pale. "Ah, look at that person." Then she turned to Malak with a look that screamed, "The freshly baked bread is about to sell out." However, Malak's eyes were fixed on the man who had just bought the bread, feeling a sense of familiarity as if he had seen him somewhere before, so when Dakia saw him spacing out, she grabbed his hand and pulled him along. "Hurry up! We made a ton of money at the arena, so let's buy a lot." Malak replied, "You don't need to rush me." Malak glanced back at the man, thinking to himself that it was probably just a look-alike, and then the group headed back to their inn. As soon as they arrived, Malak and Dakia saw the mother climbing like a monkey on the partition between two beds, skillfully trotting across the crossbeam. She shouted their slogan, then jumped down, perfectly mimicking Malak's awesome elbow strike and sending dust flying everywhere. The landing was so hard the innocent bed started to smoke, but the mother looked extremely pleased, making a throat-slitting gesture before laughing out loud. Malak, on the other hand, was red with embarrassment and could only bury his face in his hands, while Dakia radiated an aura of pure adoration. "That was a perfect copy. That's exactly what you did earlier." At this, Malak groaned in despair. "Mother, please stop copying those moves. Looks like you all are full of energy." Hearing the she-demon's voice, Malak quickly and awkwardly apologized for making so much noise. She leaned against the door, smiled, and said it was no problem, that she was very happy too, then commented, "To be fair, that last match was truly worth every penny." Very memorable, Malak could only force a crooked smile, while the female demon was still grinning from ear to ear. "And here I thought you were just a stiff, boring priest. Who knew you could get so fired up?" Malak quickly waved his hands. "Not at all," then he affirmed, "but I was being sincere when I said the match was memorable. I heard from Bigfoot too. I don't know how you did it, but from the middle of the match, you started putting on a scripted performance, right?" The truth is, in the moment they were close in mid-air, Malak had whispered to Bigfoot, "If you don't want to get taken out, then later, no matter what I do, you have to play your part convincingly." Faced with the accusation, Malak just cleared his throat and tried to cover it up. "It wasn't cheating or anything, it's just that Bigfoot and I were on the same wavelength. Great minds think alike. We gave the audience a spectacular performance, and our acting skills aren't half bad either. Most importantly, the audience absolutely loved it. That's why I'm considering adding more spectacular, performance-based matches like that to the schedule in the future. But we need actors." Malak was still looking confused, so the female demon immediately explained. "Because Bigfoot has already left, he said he wants to pursue an acting career. So, I wanted to ask, are you interested in working for me? With your talent, becoming the top star in my arena would be a piece of cake." Malak replied with a sincere smile, "I'm very grateful for your offer, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline." "Tesk, so stubborn," the female demon said with a look of regret. At the same time, Malak gently placed a hand on his mother's shoulder, causing her to look up in confusion. Suddenly, he knelt before her, just like a prince proposing. "I have to undo your seal." The Holy Mother was stunned, then she burst into tears. The scene around the mother and son suddenly began to glow with a magical, sparkling light. While Malak and the Holy Mother were lost in their touching mother-son moment, the female demon standing nearby could only sigh wearily. "It's a bit disappointing, but if you've made up your mind, I can't force you." "Sigh, what can I do when I see them being so lovey-dovey? Oh, by the way, that spectacular performance idea of yours, I can use it as I please, right? Well, it doesn't really matter anyway." In any case, it was just something Malak had learned from things he'd seen in the past. Of course, he couldn't reveal that secret. Malak hesitated, but using the idea for free seems a bit. The female demon cut him off. "If it's successful, I'll give you a handsome reward." "All right then, since you're offering." Malak replied succinctly, "I won't refuse." Of course, only a fool would turn down free money. The female demon suddenly became interested. "Ah, about your next match? Is there anything I can do to help?" Malak calmly replied, "That won't be necessary. As you probably know, my next opponent is a worshipper of evil spirits." And so, the day of the match drew near, and the opponent for the Skull Crusher, a rising star, the rookie who set the entire arena ablaze that day. "Everyone, let's hear you scream his name." Malak walked out into the arena to the female MC's hyped introduction. Below in the stands, the crowd went wild, screaming non-stop, "Killer! Killer! Killer!" Suddenly, someone noticed that the spiked mace Malak was carrying on his shoulder looked extremely familiar. Wasn't that the weapon Bigfoot used to wield? Could it be? He killed Bigfoot and took his weapon. A thought flashed in someone's mind. The killer took out Bigfoot and stole his weapon. So badass. On the arena floor, the auras of the two fighters clashed intensely. Suddenly, Malak spoke. "Your real name? Is it Ji Tung?" The Skull Crusher was stunned. "How? How do you know that?" His question was an indirect admission. "So it really is you, Ji Tung." Just then, the female MC announced, "Fighters, please take your positions. And now, I declare." The match begins. The moment she finished speaking, a spray of red liquid flew through the air. With a single, lightning-fast swing of his axe, Malik sent the Skull Crusher's head flying off his shoulders. The female MC froze on the spot, completely speechless. The entire audience was petrified in unison, their jaws dropped in disbelief at what had just happened. Take a look at the situation in the arena, see who's really crushing their opponent. This sight even made Princess Dakia shudder. She didn't even dare to look directly at the scene, while the Holy Mother's face turned red from laughing with delight. The entire stadium fell into a terrifying silence as Malik quietly left the arena. Malik could have easily dragged out the show, but he didn't want to play with anyone's life. At the same time, in another place, someone was slamming their fist on a table in a rage. "You did a great job last time. Why are you acting up and saying you can't do it now?" You don't even need to see his face. Just hearing his voice is enough to know who it is. It could only be the third prince. The man named Kanta, a superior from the ILE headquarters, immediately spoke up. "Your Highness, there are 3 reasons. First, last time Princess Dakia Irameo came here under a false identity, so we were able to act in secret. But this time, she has entered the capital openly, making it extremely difficult to operate in the shadows. The second reason is that she is being escorted by 3 extremely tough individuals. First is the illegitimate son of Lord Antis Vantis, Carmen Vantis, the Black Wolf of the Steppe. Next is a member of the Red Bear mercenary group, Sajida Forgan. And finally, the Demon Slayer, the Bane of Evil Spirits, Priest Malik. So what? Isn't this a good thing? Just toss that mercenary and that priest a little money, and they'll wag their tails and obey," the third prince declared nonchalantly. "At the very least, bribing Priest Malak is impossible." "How can you be so sure? Priest Malak is already famous for his record of exterminating countless evil spirits. Imagining him betraying the princess is nearly impossible. Moreover, there are rumors that he and Princess Dakia are in a clandestine relationship." "Don't talk nonsense." The prince's roar echoed all the way outside the door. Kanta didn't flinch, merely glancing at his documents and continuing, "According to our sources, someone overheard that the princess has been secretly visiting Malak's room in the middle of the night, and this happens every day." The third prince trembled with anger. "Besides us, does anyone else know about this?" "Only our organization, sir." "Then use all of your power to shut this news down. It absolutely cannot be allowed to get out. I have no intention of letting anyone else know this information." "So what about the final reason?" "It's because of the White Wolf, Sishin Vantis. We received word that he has contacted the princess. If the princess were to suddenly disappear, he would certainly take action. And once City and Vantis makes a move, it means the Black Wolf Antis Vantis will also get involved. And no matter the situation, our organization, ILE, does not wish to confront Lord Antis Vantis directly." At this point, Kanta secretly let out a smirk when he saw the third prince slump over the liquor table. He thought to himself with great satisfaction. It certainly took some time to convince this foolish lizard, but our reasoning was crystal clear. So what if he's a prince? Hilda, who was standing nearby, also pursed her lips to hide a smile. Kanta noticed this small action and wondered to himself, what's with that shorty, laughing like a madman? Before he could find a reasonable explanation for that absurd smile, a roar like a lion's suddenly erupted. "Every single one of you keeps mentioning the name Antis Vantis." Before Kanta could even react, the third prince grabbed him by the hair and slammed his head onto the table. He continued to scream like a madman. "Are you all a bunch of 3-year-olds? You dare to refuse my request just because you're scared of one guy? Listen up. I can report to the queen all the dirty deeds you scumbags have done. For example, the fact that for money, you went and kidnapped the daughter of one of the 4 great lords. When that happens, you'll get your wish to meet that Antis Vantis you're so terrified of. But if you do that, you won't get off scotangent free either. You think those words can scare me? A member of the Dragon Clan, and the one and only sorcerer in this world. The Demon Dragon King is my father. I just need to lay low for a while, and everything will go back to normal. By any means necessary, bring Dakia Irimio to the Dragon Kingdom without a single hair on her head out of place." It seems the third prince has a massive obsession with Dakia. No doubt about it, that killer is targeting us, and the one behind it all is none other than Our Lady Arena from that fateful night of liberation. In a dark corner, the worshippers of evil spirits were gathered in secret, their leader boldly declaring the plan for when today's match begins. "I will personally seize the holy relic from Our Lady's hands. You are all permitted to unleash your full power, but you must retreat quickly and cleanly. We must act before the Queen's priests and knights can react. At the same time, the operation at Wylie will proceed exactly as planned. In exactly 10 minutes, we will blow up the wall, swarm the arena, and hunt down the target bomb at all costs." Are there any obstacles? No, sir. Everyone is in position and ready. The backup detonator has also been prepared. The leader frowned, his voice firm. With the honor of YLE on the line, we cannot afford to fail. We must find the target, no matter what. Back in the arena, Malak was in position. His opponent this time was a guy nicknamed Redhead, causing the stadium to erupt in cheers. The announcer raised his voice, repeating the rules. No weapons of any kind will be used today. We are about to witness a fiery showdown. Surprisingly, the redhead guy even gave Malak a wink. Whoa, dude, are you trying to hit on your opponent, or what? And now, the match. The announcer hadn't even finished his sentence when an earth-shattering explosion roared from above. The explosion stunned everyone, freezing them in place. A section of the wall had been breached, and the wily group swarmed in. She must be hiding in some corner, the leader suddenly cursed loudly. At that exact moment, the Liberation Gang also began to make their move. What a pain. Use this chaos as an opportunity and find Our Lady's location now, the Liberation leader ordered, though he himself was clueless. Immediately, two of his subordinates split off in different directions to hunt for Our Lady and the Holy Relic. Meanwhile, the guy nicknamed Redhead, who actually had bright blonde hair, was still dazed and confused about what the heck. Just as he turned to look at Malak, a commanding voice echoed from the distance, "Raid on this illegal arena. Everyone on your knees, by order of the Queen. Anyone who set foot in this illegal arena will have to pay a fine," Carmen shouted, looking very official in his majestic armor. The leaders of both the YLE and Liberato factions were stunned by this sudden appearance. Carmen immediately commanded his troops to charge forward. Anyone who dares to resist, cut off their legs. Hearing the order, the soldiers quickly swarmed in to capture everyone, including those just watching and gossiping. The entire audience could only lament, "Oh my God, why did it have to be today? I guess we'll just pay the fine and go home." The YLE leader was visibly furious. "Why are the royal troops here?" He then turned and yelled at the crowd, "You guys in black, drop your weapons. And you who are hiding, stop right there." Carmen yelled relentlessly. A member of the Liberia group, utterly fed up, turned around and retorted, "If you were in my shoes, would you stop, you idiot?" His words actually made a lot of sense. Nobody wants to get caught for no reason. How annoying. Being yelled at, Carmen gritted his teeth in fury. He turned and ordered his soldiers, "Lock all the doors. The rest of you, with me." While fuming, Carmen heard someone giving directions from behind. He immediately whipped around to see who was bold enough to give orders. "What do you want? Get out of my way." Because Malak was wearing a mask, Carmen couldn't recognize him. He tried to persuade him, "This isn't the time to be chasing after those people." Malak pointed directly at the YLE leader and said loudly, "They came here to kidnap Princess Dakia." Hearing this, the bystanders immediately chimed in. "That's right, I heard them shouting for Princess Dakia too." "I heard it too." "Me too." Hearing the bad news, the leader of the YLE team immediately ordered a full retreat, because at this point, saving their own skins was the top priority. Immediately changed his orders, commanding the soldiers to temporarily ignore those, fleeing and focus all their efforts on hunting down the group in black. If they dared to resist, they were to be sent straight to their graves. Not stopping there, Carmen even summoned Sajida to wipe out these vermin. Sajida instantly materialized like a god of death, easily taking the life of an unlucky man in black with just a single throw of his spear. The leader of ILE could only stare blankly as his subordinate fell right before his eyes, while from behind him, Carmen was leading his troops to close in. Alongside the royal army, he attacked like a storm, forcing the black-robed group to flee for their lives. In another development, Malak had found his way to Princess Dakia's room. As soon as she saw him, Dakia immediately asked about the situation outside. Malak replied that the evil spirit worshippers were heading to where the demon was residing. "The ones tailing us have now been intercepted by the royal army." Yet, Dakia didn't seem to be paying much attention to his words. Her gaze was instead fixed on Malak changing his clothes, making her quickly turn away. He said this place was about to be sealed off, they needed to leave immediately, and told her to put this on. Malak handed Dakia his mask, but the princess still seemed hesitant. He reassured her that her identity as a princess was already as clear as day anyway. Hearing that, Dakia understood and quickly put on the mask. Malak took her hand, saying decisively, "Let's go," to the emergency exit that Demon mentioned. Talk about bad luck. As soon as they opened the door, the pair came face to face with an enemy. The guard didn't even have time to shout a warning before a hidden weapon was lodged in his body. Flying from a hidden corner, it took him down in an instant. To Malak's astonishment, the attacker was none other than a black-robed member of ILE. Malak gritted his teeth in fury upon hearing the ILE's order. Aside from the princess, kill everyone else. He immediately turned to Dakia. "From now on, we will face them head-on. It'll be troublesome if we draw attention, so I can't use my sword." The black-robed assassins of ILE quickly closed in on the two. The killing intent from fallen Madonna Dakia radiated without concealment, and Malak was also ready for a massacre. As he charged forward, he landed a fatal stab on the nearest black-robed man. The man tried to struggle to create an opening for his comrades, but Dakia was faster, nullifying any restraints. Her magic power erupted, turning the eye of the one attempting a sneak attack to ash. Amidst his agonizing screams, Dakia coldly delivered a finishing blow. At the same time, she and Malak drew their swords in unison. Then she turned her head. "Priest, did I do well?" "Yes, you were truly amazing. Let's get out of here." As they moved, Dakia continued to ask, "Didn't you say the evil spirit worshippers have already reached that demon? Will it be all right? It'll be fine." Malak gave a smile that was both confident and a bit sinister. "She's not the same as she used to be. Killing a demon that has been deeply rooted in a body for a long time is extremely difficult." And just as he said, the demon Arena might look playful, but she was actually giving the Liberty Guild such a beatdown that they were cursing up a storm. "Why didn't you say from the beginning that Mother Arna was a demon?" "You should have asked. I would have answered you very kindly," the demon laughed gleefully. "Damn it. Why are all of my attacks useless? Everyone, calm down. That's a demon. It must have paid some price to obtain this power. Two of you, go find the holy relic. The rest of you, engage." "A price?" Mother Arena chuckled. "You seem to know quite a lot. However, I knew you people would come here one day." As soon as Mother Arena finished speaking, her black hair suddenly transformed into countless tentacles, violently smashing through the large wall behind her. The rooster-haired man could only grit his teeth and curse. The scene revealed behind the shattered wall was horrifying, a pile of human corpses stacked on top of each other. In contrast, Mother Arena seemed extremely excited to introduce it. "In this underground arena, disposing of these things is as easy as pie. Since you all took the trouble to visit, you should have fun to the fullest." At this moment, not only did her hair turn into snakes, but countless other large serpents also appeared around her. A bizarre and terrifying atmosphere enveloped the room, while Arena let out a gleeful laugh and called to account the men who dared to barge into her room. Cutting to another scene, Carmen was dealing with a man in black while constantly spewing harsh words. He wondered how things had turned out this way. He had only wanted to gain more experience, as Zershin suggested, but who would have thought the soldiers that Carmen brought along would be trembling like leaves, no different from rookies in their first battle. It's no wonder he was pissed. He had to fend off enemies while also carrying this group of mobile deadweights. This situation was a complete disaster. Where would he find the energy to keep fighting? Fortunately, the only thing that could put his mind at ease for now was that Dakia was safe with Malak. Confirming this news, Carmen became even more determined about what he had to do. The immediate mission was to ensure the survival of the remaining soldiers, and of course, to send these black-robed assassins to meet their maker and honor the souls of his fallen brothers. That was the responsibility of a commander. He shouted to rally the team's morale. "Everyone, regroup. Pull yourselves together now." "Thank you, sir," a soldier replied. Carmen immediately gave the order. "Listen up. Don't try to kill the enemy at all costs. Immediately reform the formation and focus on defense." He pointed to one man and declared loudly, "From now on, I am in command." The soldier quickly replied, "Yes, sir," though in reality, no one would have dared to disobey him anyway. The top priority is to survive and protect yourselves. After instructing the soldiers, Carmen turned to smile at Sarita. "My friend, are you still holding up well?" Sarita smirked mockingly. "Of course. We'll make every last one of these bastards disappear." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Malak and Dakia's cover had been blown, all because of that signature face of Malak's, which got Dakia exposed even though she had carefully worn a mask. Malak had just managed to inform the princess that their identities were compromised when a black-robed man blocked their path with a drawn sword. But Malak wasn't fazed. He didn't slow down at all and instead gave the man a fatal skewer. Just as that guy fell, two others appeared on the left. Thanks to a warning from the lady, Malak acted a step ahead to gain the upper hand. He controlled his sword from a distance, cutting down the two men while he himself stood still like a magician. Immediately, he quickly signaled to Dakia. She coordinated perfectly, striking like lightning to finish one of them off. The remaining one had just charged forward when she used her fire magic to roast him to a crisp. Malak casually added another sword strike for good measure. After the battle, Dakia returned the mask to Malak, since they had both been recognized anyway. Besides, she felt that wearing a mask while fighting was really cumbersome. Malak didn't insist, only urging her to get a move on. Just then, the lady sounded the alarm once more. Looking over, sure enough, 4 more of them were rushing in. They seemed incredibly excited to see the two, especially Dakia, and roared, "Surround them!" Seeing the black-robed horde swarming towards them, Dakia turned to Malak and asked a question worthy of the final round of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. "What do we do now?" Malak answered succinctly. "Collapse the ceiling. I'll protect you." Without a moment's hesitation, Dakia immediately complied. She unleashed her power, and the ceiling shattered completely. Rubble rained down on the black-robed assassins, who had no time to react and were sent to their next life before they could even curse. Malak immediately grabbed Dakia's hand and ran for their lives, but after just a few steps, they ran into another group of black-robed figures. Their leader spoke up. Malak, you are not our target. Hand over the princess. Whatever others are paying you, we will pay more. We will also overlook the fact that you have killed our comrades. Malak smirked. Oh, is that so? The princess has promised to pay me her weight in gold. Dakia's ears were ringing as she heard this, wondering when she ever made such a promise. But she didn't expose Malak's bluff, and he continued. Can you offer a better price than that? Dakia's face darkened at the thought of being sold off. The leader didn't hesitate and immediately affirmed. Of course, our client will pay you double. Double, you say? That sounds impressive. But Malak suddenly reached out, pulled Dakia into his arms, and continued. But I don't think so. Malak grinned smugly, while Dakia's face turned beet red. He asked them, can you possibly offer me such a sweet deal as this? Being held and complimented by her crush, Dakia felt both ecstatic and embarrassed. The leader flew into a rage. You bastard, you dare to mess with us? Your number is up. You think you can take on this whole crowd by yourself? Malak gave a seemingly harmless smile. To a cat, it doesn't matter if there are 2 mice or 10 mice, or 12 rats. What's the difference? This statement enraged the leader, who roared, get that bastard for me. In response, Malak pulled out his beloved chainsaw sword. He flashed a wicked grin as 2 men in black immediately rushed forward, just as the chainsaw sword revved to life. Malak even taunted them with a meow. He might have looked like a harmless kitten, but the slashes he swung were so sharp that the kidnappers weren't left in one piece. Malak tore through the encirclement, and not a single one of them could block even one of his strikes. Just like that, he made a beeline for his final target. Casually clearing the obstacles in his way, Malak glided in front of the leader, who was now so terrified he was questioning his own existence. Before he could even make a move, the leader began to whimper as if suffering from some horrific torture. Malak laughed menacingly. I told you, there's no difference between any of you. The next moment, a dark red spray shot into the air. Now, you're the only one left. At the same time, the demoness had also finished her great battle, bringing this fight to an end. The man with the mohawk was sprawled on the ground, gritting his teeth as he admitted that Mother Arena was indeed absurdly strong, and he wondered just how many years she had been alive. Arena laughed. I was around even before the first corrupted child was born. He was stunned. What does that mean? Don't be in such a hurry. Your turn is coming soon. You're a priest of the Renaissance Summit, right? The inside of your head is such a mess, it looks like his handiwork, doesn't it? Seeing the priest remain silent, Arena kept pressing him for an answer. However, all he uttered was, oh, Renaissance Summit. Arena scoffed, guessing immediately that this man had been backed into a corner and was trying to summon a part of his god's consciousness to turn the tables. Streams of blue-white light began to emanate from all over the priest's face. Arena mused with admiration. You humans have been working so hard these days. She seemed incredibly excited and continued. That's right. I've always wondered why you all are collecting the 10 sealed sacred relics. Using corrupted divine power, you are plotting to bring a portion of a god's consciousness down to the mortal plane, hoping to shatter the balance that has been maintained for so long. Am I right? Oh, Renaissance Summit. Shut your mouth, you demon. The Renaissance Summit had completely merged with its follower, but honestly, this god's appearance was even more grotesque than a demon's, a true case of the pot calling the kettle black. The scene now shifts to the men in black, who were frozen in terror at Macnat's dark display. Although they had a vague idea of his identity and true power, they never expected him to be this strong. Macnat now looked no different from a true, bloodthirsty demon, with a terrifying pressure emanating from his body. The leader of the men in black quickly regained his composure. He tried to reassure those behind him. Don't be afraid, keep attacking for me. However, Macnat had no intention of making another move. He decided to hand the stage over to Daika. Though a bit surprised, she just asked, "Are you sure?" and then immediately got to work. She quickly summoned a blazing fireball in her hand and looked at Macnat one more time to make sure he really wanted her to do this. Macnat just gave a slight nod. With his permission, Daika didn't hesitate and immediately threw the fireball towards the group of men in black. This action made their faces contort in horror. In the blink of an eye, the entire narrow basement was engulfed in a sea of flames. The men in black panicked and tried to flee, but unfortunately, it was too late. The ferocious flames quickly swallowed them whole, followed by their agonizing screams. The screams continued to echo through the dark basement, but all cries for help were now meaningless, because no one was coming to save them. Flickering within the brilliant sea of fire, amidst those woeful sounds, was the silhouette of Macnat, relentlessly swinging his blade and sending them one by one back to dust. Macnat flashed a murderous smile, looking like a demon who had just stepped out of the very flames of hell. A moment later, a terrifying explosion erupted from the heart of the flames, burying all the men in black in an eternal inferno, leaving not even a single speck of ash behind. Fortunately, the horrific explosion blew open an escape route right in front of the bunker door, allowing Macnat and the great Daika to escape in the nick of time. As soon as she got outside, Daika was stunned by the scene of devastation around. A thought suddenly arose in her mind to leave this place of death immediately. Macnat was a bit confused by her reaction, but he simply remained silent. But in that very moment, seeing Macnat's body still bearing the marks of her own flames, a wave of guilt washed over Daika. Macnat just shook his head slightly, reassuring her that he was perfectly fine. His wounds had already mostly healed on their own, so there was nothing to worry about. Instead, he worriedly asked about Daika. The great matriarch smiled and said she was okay, but just then, a chill ran down their spines, causing them both to whip around in alarm. They were horrified to discover that a black-clad assassin had silently appeared at some point, only he was already as soulless, and standing next to the body was a blue-haired beauty, brandishing a sword, still dripping with fresh blood, evidence of a clean finishing blow. In an instant, Macnat's face darkened, while Daika couldn't hide her utter horror. The newcomer was none other than Saintess Bradiga of the Great Fire Sect. Why was she here? But before anyone could answer that question, Macnat felt a violent surge of holy power rushing straight towards him. Without a second's hesitation, he drew his serrated blade and took a defensive stance. Then, Macnat suddenly shouted Daika's name, startling her, and before she could even process what was happening, she saw Macnat charge forward, yelling for her to stay out of it no matter what. At the same time, Bradiga also slowly drew another sword from behind her back. The Saintess suddenly raised her sword to the sky, and an invisible pressure like a hurricane instantly erupted, blasting straight at Macnat. Despite this, there wasn't a single trace of fear in his eyes. He gripped his blade tightly, mustering all his strength to charge at her. However, Macnat didn't even have time to swing his blade before he felt an excruciating pain as Bradiga's sword slashed across his back. He fell face first onto the freezing snow. Witnessing this, Daika's heart stopped, her fists clenched, but she gritted her teeth and remained rooted to the spot, not daring to rush forward. That was because Macnat's warning was still ringing in her ears. Even so, her heart clenched, seeing him so severely injured by a single move from Bradiga. Macnat coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his body pinned to the snow by an invisible pressure, unable to move a muscle. Bradiga looked down from above at the defeated foe at her feet. She let out a cold scoff, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Did you really think you stood a chance against me? And that's even with me going easy on you. You could never defeat me. It was destined to be. Because a student can never surpass their master." This story goes back to the time after Santu's death. Back then, Macnat had begun a solitary journey to find the holy relic containing the sacred power of the Mother of Corruption, and eventually, he found a clue. The only problem was, the relic was kept securely within the treasury of a powerful sect, the Sacred Flame sect. Macnat had no idea how to infiltrate it, so he chose to lie in wait outside, pretending to be a laundry washer by the stream every day. Macnat's only companion at the time was the arm of the Mother of Corruption, and he could only confide in it. He racked his brain, thinking of every possible way to get to the holy relic. However, the only skill he possessed was Boundary of the Living, while the guardian of the relic was a priestess, someone whose power level was far beyond his own. Until one fateful day, as Macnat was diligently washing clothes by the stream as usual, a blue-haired woman suddenly appeared right beside him, much to his surprise. Macnat had never seen anyone else come around here at this hour. Not to mention, she was an absolute beauty. Suddenly, Bradiga spoke, asking if he could help her wash some clothes. She promised to pay him handsomely. Since he was bored out of his mind, Macnat agreed in a heartbeat, and so, he diligently washed her clothes for half an hour. When he was done, Bradiga asked Macnat to help carry the basket of clothes back. He obediently complied, and it was at this moment that Macnat realized a shocking truth. The woman who had just asked for his help was none other than the guardian of the holy relic he was searching for. Before leaving, she gave Macnat a silver coin and said she would ask for his help again next time. Macnat nodded without the slightest hesitation, and just like that, a strange relationship, born from washing clothes, began to blossom between the two of them. Every few days, Bradiga would bring her clothes to Macnat for washing, and he'd get a silver coin each time. However, this routine suddenly ended after a few weeks, as she stopped coming over. Bradiga explained that she had run out of money. Hearing this, Macnat was astonished, his expression filled with confusion. Bradiga had to clarify that she had completely spent the entire fortune left by her ancestors. Upon learning of her circumstances, Macnat hesitated for a moment, but then, without a second thought, he offered to continue helping her for free. This gesture from Macnat startled Bradiga. She suspiciously asked why he was being so kind, but all she got in return was Macnat's gentle smile. He simply said he had nothing better to do at home, but the deeper truth was his gratitude for Bradiga, as she was the only person who had never ostracized him for being an outsider. Compared to the silver coins she had given him, Macnat felt his labor was a small price to pay. Despite this, Bradiga was unwilling to accept his help for free. After some thought, even though she had no more silver coins, Bradiga realized she had something else to offer. Finally, she made a major decision. She would teach him her swordsmanship. Macnat's eyes widened in shock, having no idea what Bradiga was talking about. Seeing his dazed look, she mistook it for refusal and sighed in disappointment. "Maybe we should just forget it," she said, ready to give up. But at that very moment, a delighted Macnat rushed over, grabbed her hand, and nodded enthusiastically in agreement. This couldn't be more perfect. Right now, the only thing he had was his health, as his fighting abilities were, to put it mildly, atrocious. Luckily, the concept of a master existed in this world. And so, day by day, Macnat would come to wash clothes and then train rigorously in swordsmanship with Bradia. During the first few sessions, his face was constantly covered in bruises. The days that followed were no different, as he was always getting thrashed by his new teacher. The title of master was typically a rank for high-level combatants, but in this world, it was regarded as a state of being for those who had achieved mastery in martial arts. They had transcended the limits of ordinary humans, and so few existed that you could count them on one hand. And Macnat's master, Bradia, was one of those rare few. However, her teaching method was extremely simple and primal, direct combat. Then one day, after practice had concluded, Bradia asked him to help clean her house. Macnat let out a sigh and agreed. Shortly after, his eyes were suddenly drawn in a particular direction. He curiously asked if it was a treasure vault, and then hesitantly asked Bradia for permission to take a look inside. Bradia was a bit surprised to hear he wanted to go in. She asked Macnat what he wanted to do in there. Fearing his true intentions would be discovered, he simply replied that he was just curious. He was curious to see what a holy relic looked like. Upon hearing his reason, Bradia appeared somewhat hesitant. She wasn't sure whether to let Macnat inside, but ultimately, she agreed and led him into the treasure vault. Macnat quickly promised he would only look and definitely wouldn't cause any problems. Bradia warned him that this would be the one and only time. Having gotten what he wanted, Macnat was ecstatic and thanked her profusely. Overwhelmed with excitement, he walked beside her into the treasure vault. Come to think of it, Macnat had no idea what the holy relic of the corrupted mother looked like, but he was confident he would feel something special. And he was right. As he walked past a giant goblet on a shelf, Macnat suddenly felt a sharp pang in his chest. When he looked closer, he saw it was radiating an immensely powerful sacred energy. Macnat frowned, feeling a stir within him. The goblet was surrounded by an incredibly intense sacred aura. Could this be the holy relic he had been searching for all along? The next day, the two trained as usual. But before long, Bradia had already knocked the sword from Macnat's hands. Ignoring the fact that he was unarmed, he charged toward her with his fists. However, Bradia seemed completely unfazed, effortlessly dodging his attack. A simple sidestep was all it took to send Macnat tumbling to the ground. She then proposed ending the session for the day, saying she had to go out and asking him to clean up. Macnat nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. Eventually, he was the only one left in the training yard. Macnat looked up at the sky and sighed softly. For 3 long years, he became her unwilling butler, living with her and handling all the household chores. In return, Mac lived a comfortable life, never having to worry about food or clothing. However, the price he paid was that he only learned survival skills, while he didn't learn a single thing about swordsmanship. Realizing he couldn't expect anything more, Mac decided it was time to escape. Staying wouldn't teach him anything new, while his main mission remained unfinished and his revenge for Santu was not yet exacted. At this thought, Mac's brows furrowed, his eyes revealing a look of pure determination. With a resolute expression, he took advantage of Brady ER's absence to sneak into the treasure vault alone. His target was the Holy Grail, a sacred relic that held the holy power of corruption. The plan was a success. He managed to seize the holy power hidden within. That was how Macnat obtained the immense power of corruption, and from that moment on, the mother of corruption began whispering to him. Since that day, Macnat had never seen his master again. Yet today, she suddenly appeared, leaving him stunned and wondering how she knew he was still alive. Standing before him, Brady EA helped Macnat up, then simply chuckled and shook her head, a cryptic gesture he couldn't comprehend. Immediately after, she marveled at his tenacious life force. For 3 whole years, she had beaten him to a pulp every day, yet he was still alive and kicking. It led her to the delusion that even if Macnat's head got blown off, a new one would simply grow back on its own. Hearing these words from his master, Macnat was utterly speechless. A question rang in his head. How could she possibly come up with such an absurd idea? But the fact was, he was still alive and well right in front of her. In any case, she didn't dwell on it. It was good enough that Macnat was alive. With that, she pulled out a wanted poster she had made herself to show off to him. The moment he glanced at the artistic portrait on the wanted poster, Macnat was once again struck dumb. He couldn't believe she had used something like this to find him, and even Daika standing beside him was equally horrified by the picture. In response to his skepticism, Bradley pouted, pointed at Macnat and said, "The fact that you're standing right here in front of me is all the proof I need, isn't it?" Faced with this impossibly absurd reasoning, Macnat was completely helpless and could only choose to stay silent and let the matter Suddenly, the atmosphere grew serious. Bradley narrowed her eyes, looking directly at Macnat and declaring in a low voice that she didn't care what he truly was. However, as a master, she had her own pride. She wanted him to return and continue his training until he became a true master. Macnat knew perfectly well this was the reason she had come for him. The difficult question was, how long would it take to reach the level of a master? Brady Ear thought about it for a moment. After some contemplation, she, who had trained relentlessly every single day, finally gave an utterly unacceptable number: 35 years. However, Brady EA figured that with Macnat's talent, the time could be shortened to 27 years. Even so, 27 years was still an impossibly long time, hopelessly long. If he agreed, his main mission would be completely ruined. Besides, how could he possibly compare himself to a genius like her? The answer, of course, was that he couldn't. Caught in a bind, Macnat had no choice but to speak up, hoping to negotiate the training plan. He knew that with her stubborn personality, if he didn't clarify things, it would be useless even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the battle involving Carmen and his comrades was still raging fiercely. The surrounding landscape was a sea of corpses. Carmen let out a soft sigh and called for someone to report on their casualties. Tani quickly reported that their forces were now down to just 24 men, with 3 severely wounded and 11 lightly injured. Hearing these numbers, Carmen couldn't contain the sorrow welling up inside him. 16 people had fallen. He was certain his older brother could never have foreseen such a tragedy. He clenched the hilt of his sword, his heart filled with rage and regret. If only he had brought 100 elite soldiers, things would not have ended up like this. But at that very moment, a sudden, earth-shattering sound erupted from the opposite direction, putting Carmen's entire group on high alert. And when they finally got a look, Carmen couldn't stop a curse from escaping his lips, his expression instantly becoming incredibly tense. At that very moment, a colossal beast was slowly emerging from the rubble, a sight that struck even greater terror into Carmen's heart. It was shaped like a giant crab, but horrifically, a human head sprouted from the top of its shell. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, everyone's face turned grim. Carmen immediately realized that although this monster was much smaller than the one in Eratico, its appearance was nearly identical. It was an enemy that ordinary soldiers had absolutely no chance of defeating. Realizing the dire situation, he immediately ordered the entire army to retreat, then turned to Saya beside him, suggesting they hold off the monster together to give the soldiers time to escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Saiia nodded decisively, tightened his grip on his spear, and bravely charged straight toward the giant beast before them. The blade in Carmen's hand was also swiftly thrown with wind-splitting speed, lodging directly into one of the monster's eyes. Its pained roar echoed through the sky, but Carmen had no intention of stopping. He tightened his grip on his sword, preparing for the next attack. Seizing the opportunity while it writhed in pain, he closed in on its massive body and, in the blink of an eye, delivered a fatal stab. Immediately, a viscous fluid gushed from its body like a spring, and another wave of extreme pain hit it, causing it to let out a horrifying scream. Watching from behind, Carmen nodded in satisfaction and praised him. "Well done," before charging forward himself without hesitation, sword in hand. Now it was Carmen's turn. He swung his blade in a powerful horizontal arc, unleashing a sharp wave of sword energy that flew straight at the beast. Under the relentless assault from both Saya and Carmen, the beast was now covered in injuries, which only made it more furious as it opened its mouth and let out a rage-filled roar. But just at that moment, Carmen suddenly sensed something was wrong, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. He was shocked to realize that the beast's form was changing unnaturally. Its body suddenly swelled, growing much larger than before. Not only had it become more grotesque, but the malevolent energy it emitted grew denser, and realizing the situation was beyond their control, both Carmen immediately turned to retreat, but it was too late. The beast suddenly opened its horrifying mouth and spewed a massive cloud of frost in their direction. In the next instant, the cold mist exploded violently, throwing both of them back as their bodies were covered in a layer of chilling frost. Taking advantage of the beast's momentary pause, the two quickly found a place to hide, as the frost now covered the entire clearing. Carmen anxiously checked on Saya, who was thankfully all right. Only one of his arms was frozen solid, but he was otherwise fine. As the frost on his body began to melt, the beast slowly advanced, and at that moment, Saya stepped out from his cover. He once again tightened his grip on his spear, charged the beast, and plunged his weapon straight into its body. Caught off guard, the monster's hideous body had no chance to retaliate, and Seiya's attack inflicted a serious wound. It suddenly shrieked, begging Seiya to stop, but Seiya glared at it cautiously, wondering what kind of trick the monster was playing while he was still suspicious. Strange, vine-like rays of light suddenly appeared in the air and began to spread out in all directions. They quickly entangled everyone nearby, and the men in black immediately fell like harvested wheat under the assault of the bizarre light. The rays of light relentlessly pierced through the bodies of the men in black, causing them to die in terror. It turned out the beast was the one controlling the light rays to massacre everyone present, and not even Carmen and Saya could escape. Carmen shouted in panic that they were surrounded, but the beast had no intention of stopping, as the vine-like rays of light continued to shoot out relentlessly. Unfortunately, a ray of light pierced Saya's ankle, immobilizing him. He gritted his teeth, trying desperately to find a way to escape. Meanwhile, Carmen was also struggling to fend off the deadly rays of light, finding himself in a dire situation when suddenly, a giant foot slammed down on the ground. The powerful stomp sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Sei watched in horror, his face paling as he immediately yelled for Carmen to look up. Carmen hastily looked up and was horrified to realize that the entire sky above them was completely blotted out by the beast's colossal body. Their situation had become critical. Carmen swung his sword at the massive shadow, but at that very moment, a deadly ray of light appeared from behind him. Suddenly, an unannounced attack pierced through his body, making Carmen scream in excruciating pain. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, Nat and Pretia were talking when suddenly an earth-shattering explosion erupted from inside the city, startling them both in terror. The destructive power of this explosion was immense, and even from a considerable distance, they could still feel the shockwave. Nat turned to look at Pretia with a questioning gaze, asking why she wasn't going to check on the situation. However, Pretia seemed to have no intention of doing so, because before coming here, she had chanced upon someone. That person would soon be at the scene, so she didn't need to rush in and tire herself out. Hearing these words, Nat couldn't help but be confused. Just what kind of powerful figure had she met to be this calm? Meanwhile, inside the city, the battle between Carmen and the monstrous beast was hanging by a thread. Just when it seemed the two of them were about to die, a figure suddenly appeared, plunging a blade deep into the monstrous beast's body. This decisive strike successfully freed Carmen and Syrah from its grasp. The person who had just appeared was none other than the Black Wolf, Idas Vanthus, Carmen's father. As soon as he recognized the newcomer, Carmen hurriedly knelt to pay his respects. However, his expression didn't look very comfortable. But the man paid it little mind, merely asking casually if he was all right. Carmen hesitated, bit his lip, and replied that he was fine. Hearing this, Itaz immediately told him to get out of there, saying he didn't want anyone getting in his way, while he destroyed the monstrous beast before him. Hearing these words, Carmen could only bite his lip fiercely. The man standing before him was his father, and yet he didn't even spare him a single glance. Despite this, Carmen didn't dare to protest and had no choice but to turn and leave with Syrah. In the end, only Idas Vanthus remained, facing two monstrous beasts alone. He glared intently at them. However, before he could even say a word, a ferocious sound erupted from the serpent that was confronting the other giant beast. The serpent stared at the beast opposite it, growling a warning for it to surrender quickly and return the item it had taken. It turned out this snake had come here to retrieve an item, but because it didn't know where they had hidden it, it could only relentlessly force them to confess. Hearing this, the other monster's expression changed. While Itaz was slightly taken aback by this unbelievable sight, he was a bit unsure how to react. So monsters had personal grudges against each other? He decided to remain silent and observe for the time being. Seeing Itaz's attitude, the snake assumed he wouldn't interfere and immediately charged aggressively at the beast before it. The serpent angrily threw its head back and roared, demanding the monstrous beast return its item. Immediately after, the multi-headed serpent and the monstrous giant beast lunged into a fight to the death. It turned out that the serpent was the female demon who had made a deal with Matnat. It seemed as if Itaz would stay out of it, but just then, he suddenly pulled the sword from the ground and began to attack the monstrous beast. With Idas's strength, finishing off that monstrous beast was merely a matter of time. The sword in his hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Every slash he unleashed carried an overwhelming killing intent, aimed straight for the monster's vital points. It didn't take much time for him to send it flying with a slash. Witnessing this, the female demon was utterly astonished, but at that very moment, Itaz switched his target to her. He approached her body in a flash, plunging his sword down to pin it in place. Immediately after, Itaz raised his sword once again. This action terrified the female demon, who hurriedly begged for her life. But Itaz paid her no mind as his blade continued to rise. The female demon let out a tragic scream, begging him not to touch her. Unfortunately, Itaz's blade swung down fiercely, severing one of its heads and causing a heart-wrenching shriek of pain. He didn't stop there, as Idas's finishing blows continued to be unleashed one after another. Itithip's blade danced with sharp slashes, and with every swing, another of the giant serpent's heads was severed from its neck. Itithip narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze on the mutated serpent's last remaining head, a vicious killing intent flashing in his eyes, clearly wanting to finish his prey right then and there. He stepped onto the serpent's massive body and let out a bone-chilling snort. This ends now. Immediately after, the sword in his hand was raised high again, ready for the finishing blow. Just as the blade was about to come down, the female demon inside the serpent couldn't help but let out a curse. Her heart filled with despair. She had been so close to obtaining what she coveted. Was there really no other choice but to give up now? Could someone, anyone, come and save her, please? And it seemed her desperate plea was actually answered. At the very moment Itithip's sword came down, Bradlea suddenly appeared and intervened, her abrupt action startling the astonished Itithip. He hastily dodged to avoid the attack, and even the serpent was stunned, having absolutely no idea who this newly appeared woman was. But no matter who she was, she had saved its life. Bradley narrowed her eyes at Idithip, her gaze flashing with a burning fighting spirit, and in the blink of an eye, she charged at him. The great battle between the two powerhouses erupted just like that. Idithip looked in horror at the woman opposite him. The energy radiating from her was just too powerful. It placed him under immense pressure. He hastily swung his sword to counter Bradley, and the ear-piercing clang of metal striking metal rang out repeatedly. Soon, they had exchanged more than 10 blows, both being top-tier fighters. The shockwaves from their battle were so powerful that everything around them was devastated. The landscape was reduced to a desolate pile of rubble, and their sudden clash had inadvertently saved the monster from certain death. Idithip emerged from the thick cloud of dust, looking no different than a soul-reaping demon. He narrowed his eyes at Bradley and demanded to know why she had interfered. Bradley was momentarily startled, then casually replied that she was simply curious to see just how powerful the strongest swordsman of the North really was. The explanation sounded a bit flimsy, but Idithip couldn't be bothered to care. He said that if that was the case, they could test their skills later, but for now, he demanded that she step aside so he could complete his mission to protect the capital. However, Bradley let out a soft chuckle, her tone filled with sarcasm. "Oh, it seems the renowned sword prodigy is speaking to me?" The undisguised mockery in her voice successfully enraged Idithip. His hands tightened on his sword, and with another roar, he charged at Bradley once more. Of course, Bradley was not one to back down. She also raised her sword, ready for battle. The epic duel between the two masters erupted once again with a resounding boom. Another earth-shattering explosion rocked the clearing. The serpent on the sidelines could only blink, staring in bewilderment at the unbelievable fight between the two humans. What in the world was going on? Just as the female demon was lost in confusion, a familiar voice suddenly called out. The sound startled her into turning around, and sure enough, she saw Macnat, shirtless and with his face hidden behind a mask. He rushed straight toward the serpent and asked, "Tell me what to do next." Upon seeing Macnat, the female demon was overjoyed and began thanking him profusely. Macnat had no time for her ramblings and urged her bluntly, "Tell me now, what should I do?" Hearing this, the female demon immediately screamed. She screamed that the other monster was holding a holy relic stolen from her. Inside that relic was a memento left behind by her daughter, and she relentlessly begged Macnat to help her retrieve it. Macnat frowned slightly, gripping his sword as he charged forward. So it's a holy relic. But he also realized that the monster before him possessed an incredible amount of holy power. Macnat ferociously charged and attacked the monster, and despite managing to sever parts of its body, he still glanced back at the female demon. He said that finding it would be difficult. Hearing this, the female demon inside the serpent panicked, pleading with him to please help her, because she truly had no other choice. The only choice was to trust her. Macnat knew this was a difficult and risky decision, and he had wanted to refuse, but the situation was too dire. Suddenly, the corrupted mother appeared in the form of an innocent child, leaving Macnat stunned, his eyes filled with confusion, completely unsure of her intentions. The corrupted mother spoke only a single word, but her eyes shone with extraordinary determination, and one look was all it took for Macnat to understand. The corrupted mother was implying that in this form she could find the target herself, but Macnat couldn't help but worry for her safety, feeling a hint of hesitation. Despite Macnat's concerns, the corrupted mother firmly asserted that she could handle it and there was nothing to worry about. Faced with her resolute attitude, Macnat finally had to reluctantly agree. He gently lifted her small form into his arms, not forgetting to carefully warn her that if any danger arose, she must immediately revert to her hand form. The corrupted mother nodded decisively. Seeing that she understood, Macnat felt a temporary sense of relief. Cradling the small figure, he prepared to launch an all-out assault on the raging beast ahead. However, before he could even take a step, the giant serpent suddenly lunged forward, offering to lend a hand. Without a word, it gathered its strength, using its massive, pillar-like tail to tightly constrict the monster's body, rendering it completely immobile. Once it was face to face with its foe, the giant serpent opened its fanged maw wide and tore a huge chunk from the beast's head. Having lost a part of its body, the beast let out a scream of excruciating pain. Seizing the opportunity, Macnat, carrying the corrupted mother, swiftly climbed onto its rugged back. He swung his sword, viciously carving a deep gash from which a disgusting, viscous black fluid gushed out. The monster shrieked in pain once more, its scream so powerful it caused a minor tremor. Feeling the violent shaking, Macnat held the corrupted mother even tighter in his arms. He quickly told her to hold on tight, then used his sword as an anchor to slowly climb higher. But at some point, countless giant, bizarre-looking figures had suddenly appeared below, frantically rushing up to block Macnat's path. Noticing their presence, he retaliated with his sword without a moment's hesitation. Every single one that charged at him was sliced in two. However, something unexpected happened instantly. The moment they were split, they immediately regenerated, And not only that, they duplicated into two identical copies. Just like that, their numbers began to increase exponentially. Before long, they had nearly surrounded Macnat. Realizing the situation was becoming critical, he quickly retreated and plunged the sword in his hand into the ground. He began to activate the power of the letters of corruption. In an instant, a series of ancient, strange characters began to spread across Macnat's sturdy body. His power surged to its absolute peak. As for those bizarre figures, they continued to charge forward relentlessly. Without hesitation, Macnat clenched his fists and charged barehanded straight into the enemy encirclement, beginning the slaughter. Empowered by this holy power, every punch Macnat threw caused one of the figures to explode into dust. Before long, he had completely cleared away all the obstacles. Just at this moment, the corrupted mother in Macnat's arms seemed to have discovered something, and she flinched slightly. Immediately after, she quickly pointed out what she had just seen. Macnat frowned, his gaze following her finger to a spot where a blue light was emanating from the beast's neck. It turned out that what they had been searching for was right there all along. He looked joyfully at the little girl in his arms, so happy that he wanted to cuddle her and kiss her forehead in celebration, but he restrained himself and maintained his focus. Macnat immediately pulled the sword embedded in the beast's body, then channeled his power and threw it straight into the head of the last remaining figure. After clearing the last obstacle, he shouted loudly, reminding the serpent of the target's location. Hearing this, the serpent immediately shot him a grateful look. Immediately, the giant serpent opened its massive maw, savagely tearing at the monster's body, but it cleverly left the beast's neck untouched. Seizing the golden opportunity while the monster was being tormented by the serpent, Macnat led the corrupted mother along its body, approaching the neck area as fast as lightning. Witnessing his actions, a hideous head suddenly emerged from the beast's body, letting out an enraged roar. It shrieked, insulting Macnat for being a mere lowly human who dared to look down on it. But ignoring those taunts, Macnat successfully closed in on the monster's neck. Without a moment's hesitation, the corrupted mother immediately showed him where the item was hidden. Macnat furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze following the direction she pointed. He muttered doubtfully, "Is it in here?" As soon as he finished speaking, without any hesitation, Macnat unleashed a devastating punch that pierced through the beast's body. His hand quickly rummaged inside and pulled out a wooden box. Looking at the item he had just retrieved, Macnat's brows furrowed even more tightly. He thought to himself that there hadn't been any holy relics like this recently. Could this be the power of a new holy relic, or was there another reason? But his train of thought was quickly interrupted. The corrupted mother, standing beside him, suddenly spoke. Although it was just a single short word, Macnat immediately understood the deep meaning behind it. She was urging him that their time was running out and they had to escape quickly. Macnat hurriedly nodded to show he understood. Immediately after, he shouted towards the serpent, "I found it." Hearing the good news, the serpent was overjoyed, thanking him profusely and urging him to get off the beast's body quickly. Macnat gave a slight nod, signaling for the corrupted mother to return to her original form. The two of them wasted no time, quickly escaping from the dangerous place. After he had left, the serpent suddenly raised its head to the sky and let out a resounding roar, its tone both indignant and sarcastic. "Hey, you up there, stop hiding in heaven like a turtle in its shell. Even if I breathe my last, I will never bow to you. That person will definitely pay the price for today's actions." Finishing its declaration of war, the serpent continued to tear apart what was left of the beast. Seizing the opportunity, Macnat also quickly moved to the side. He found a safe place to hide to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, Macnat sensed the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, forcing him to quickly turn his head to look. It turned out the reinforcements had arrived. However, the sight before them made them recoil in sheer terror, step by step. What they saw was a giant serpent coiled tightly around the monster, devouring it. Witnessing this scene, Macnat couldn't help but sigh. So the reinforcements have finally arrived? He told himself he had to get out of this troublesome place quickly. At the same time, on another front, the confrontation between the two powerhouses, Bradley and Idis, was still raging fiercely. The duel was incredibly fierce. Within a 10-meter radius around them, the ground was torn to shreds, with soil and rocks flying everywhere. The two swords clashed continuously, creating ear-splitting, mind-numbing sounds. After a while, the two finally separated temporarily. Idis narrowed his eyes at Bradley, demanding in a strained voice, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Bradley just pouted slightly, replying indifferently, "We're in the middle of a fight. What kind of a stupid question is that?" She continued, saying she was just doing exactly what he wanted. Then, without even waiting for a reaction from Idis, Bradley declared she had lost interest in fighting him. With that said, she sheathed her sword before Idis's astonished eyes. They both remained silent, neither saying a word, as the atmosphere grew tense and deadlocked. After a moment, Idis finally broke the silence, warning Bradley that she would have to take responsibility for her words. Hearing this, Bradley couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh. "What responsibility do I have to you?" she retorted. I don't think I'm going to lose. But right at that moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from behind them. A soldier came running hurriedly, quickly bowing before Idas. The soldier reported that the vanguard had arrived. Idas nodded slightly and ordered him to take Bradley into custody, but not without reminding him to treat her with respect. Bradley possesses formidable strength. Don't be foolish enough to provoke her or act disrespectfully. After giving his instructions, Idas turned and walked away. The soldier hastily obeyed the order, then walked straight over to Bradley, cautiously informing her that he was under orders to arrest her. The reasons given were obstructing official duties and endangering the people of the kingdom, so he lowered his voice and demanded her cooperation. Bradley calmly observed the soldier as she began to rummage through her coat pocket, finding what she was looking for after a moment. She took out a piece of paper and handed it to the soldier, whose face instantly paled in horror the moment he saw it. Seeing the soldier's strange expression, Bradley looked at the paper with some doubt herself, only to realize she had mistakenly pulled out a portrait of Macnac, perhaps because it was so grotesque. That was why the soldier was so shocked. Bradley apologized sheepishly, while the soldier silently exclaimed to himself, "Could the thing drawn on there even be called human?" Bradley paid no mind to his expression and pulled out another piece of paper. This time, she handed it to the soldier, who hurriedly took it. He opened it, and his jaw dropped in astonishment, because it clearly stated a writ of immunity. This paper allowed its owner to be absolved of any crime by the kingdom. He stammered, asking if it was real. Bradley quickly confirmed that it was authentic, even pointing out the royal seal, but the soldier still looked at her with suspicion. He wanted to know how she had come to possess such an item. Bradley recalled that it was a gift bestowed upon her by the king. After she defeated the evil god's worshipper, the king had praised her as the savior of the entire kingdom, and even Bradley herself never expected to receive it. It was such a precious item. After thoroughly explaining the origin of the paper, she asked the soldier if she could go now. Because she still had important things to do, the soldier certainly didn't dare to stop her. That paper was basically a get-out-of-jail-free card. How could he possibly have the nerve to arrest her? Meanwhile, in another turn of events, after Macnac had gotten what he needed, Macnac led the corrupted mother back to his place, but just as they stepped into a dark cellar, Serpent rushed out from nowhere and threw her arms around him, thanking him profusely for today's events. Seeing this, the corrupted mother quickly separated them. Who would have thought she would become the demoness's next target for passionate hugs and kisses? And so, by the time they reached the demoness's home, the corrupted mother's face was covered in lipstick marks. At that moment, the demoness brought out tea and cookies for them, saying they were best enjoyed with tea. Hearing this, Macnac tried a piece but couldn't taste anything at all. In contrast, after the corrupted mother ate a cookie, she looked as if she had discovered the meaning of life. She kept praising them and devoured the entire plate of cookies, leaving the demoness staring blankly, not understanding a thing. Seeing that she didn't understand the corrupted mother, Macnac quickly translated, explaining that she meant the cookies were extremely delicious. With that said, he also took out the box he had won in the battle and gave it to Serpent. She was incredibly grateful and thanked Macnac over and over. Just then, Macnac suddenly remembered something and asked where Serpent's child was. She just sighed and replied that her child had passed away a very long time ago. Hearing her words, Macnac's expression darkened for a moment. Afraid he would feel guilty, Serpent quickly explained further. Her child was from the ancient empire. It would be strange if she were still alive today. Macnac was astonished to hear this. He asked in surprise if she'd had a husband to bear a child, but she shook her head, denying it. She never had a husband. She was already pregnant when she possessed this body. As she spoke, she opened the box on the table for them both to see. Inside was only a photograph, a few hair clips, a badge, and a small piece of paper. Although they were just ordinary items, she treasured them like jewels and explained that her kind always tries not to have children when they possess a body. In this world, their goal is to enjoy life as fully as possible, before they have to leave. However, when she brought a new life into the world, a strong bond with that child was formed. That bond would soon turn into sorrow, a sadness so overwhelming that we were forced to turn away and flee from it. Because she knew all too well that the life within this body was fleeting and short, which made Macnac truly wonder. If she already knew the outcome, why did she still decide to bring that child into this world? The answer was simple. It was merely out of curiosity. She explained that, in truth, every demon tries it at least once, and regardless, she had given birth to a tiny, adorable, and truly extraordinary being. Xiling suddenly recalled his first meeting with Macnac, and she couldn't help but smirk, boasting that the bizarre serrated sword he was carrying was a masterpiece forged by her very own daughter. Macnac was stunned, unable to believe his ears. How could such an incredible coincidence exist? The demoness simply smiled mysteriously and suggested that Macnac place the sword on the table, saying she would show him a surprise. The young man complied without hesitation. The moment the sword was set down, the demoness began to whisper ancient, unintelligible spells. Almost instantly, the sword began to emit a mystical glow, revealing the engraved words, "To my beloved mother, my eternal sword, Elisa." Macnac read the sender's name in astonishment, Below it, another line read, "This is the sixth creation of the Empire's greatest blacksmith, Silent." Eliza chuckled softly, confirming that she hadn't been mistaken. This was indeed her daughter's work. Only then did Macnat learn that the demoness's name was Eliza. He pondered for a moment before asking if the sword held any other secrets. Eliza simply shook her head with a smile, saying that she herself wasn't certain. She was simply speculating, because her daughter always had a habit of modifying things. Perhaps it was linked to another item somewhere. Macnat thought for a moment and offered to give the sword back to her as a keepsake of her daughter, but Elisa tactfully refused. She explained that her other keepsakes were already more than enough and very precious to her. Besides, she knew her daughter created these weapons hoping someone would actually use them. Even if she took it, she wouldn't be able to use it, which would be an incredible waste. More importantly, she understood perfectly what her daughter truly wanted. Just then, the mother of corruption suddenly tugged on Macnat's arm and whispered something that made him blush, causing Elisa to glance over with curiosity. He hesitantly asked her if there were any cookies. Hearing this, Elisa burst out laughing and pointed to the second drawer on the left side of the kitchen cabinet. She said there were plenty more inside and to help themselves. The moment the mother of corruption heard that, she grabbed a plate and dashed into the kitchen for the cookies. Elisa watched her tiny figure scamper away and couldn't help but remark on how cute she was. Macnat nodded in agreement, admitting he felt the same but didn't know how to properly show his affection. Hearing this, Elisa's demeanor suddenly shifted. She began to flirt, inviting him somewhere private to show his sincerity. While the mother of corruption was occupied, Macnat bluntly refused, stating he wasn't interested in that. He also made sure to tell Elisa not to say things like that in front of the mother of corruption, because it would upset her. Eliza just gave a wry smile. She didn't push it, but added that if he ever changed his mind, he knew where to find her. Afterwards, her expression turned serious again as she pondered Macnat's reward. But at that very moment, there was a loud crash. The mother of corruption had returned. The plate in her hands had somehow slipped and shattered on the ground. She then hopped onto a chair and boldly declared a few words. However, she only repeated a few completely unintelligible words. Naturally, Elisa couldn't understand a thing and had to wait for Macnat to translate. It turned out the little girl simply wanted Alisa to pay her an amount of gold equivalent to the number of cookies she had in stock. Hearing the mother of corruption's request, Alisa couldn't help but laugh. The demand was quite practical, but the problem was she was also short on funds for repairing the arena and Haranyan as well. Besides, Alisa didn't want to repay her two saviors with ordinary material things, as that would seem insincere. She wanted to find a more special gift, even briefly considering accompanying them to repay her debt, but Elisa herself didn't want to get too involved in battles, because she knew all too well that wherever the child of corruption sets foot, that place would be stained with sorrow. After a moment of deep thought, Elisa seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly ran to her private room. Now only two people remained in the room, Macnat and the mother of corruption. She gently tugged on his sleeve as if wanting to say something, and the perceptive Macnat immediately understood and nodded. It turned out she wanted him to ask Eliza for some cookies. Macnat didn't hesitate and promised to tell Eliza. Not long after, Eliza finally returned. In her hand was a small cloth pouch, and hidden inside was a key. Elisa revealed that this was an item she had kept for a long time, intending to sell it. But now, she decided to give it to the two of them. The moment he caught a glimpse of the key, Macnat recognized it immediately as the guide to an ancient ruin. Alisa nodded, praising his sharpness. She then revealed a shocking secret. This ancient ruin hides one of her daughter's powerful artifacts. Macnat smiled at Eliza, expressing his hope to meet again someday. However, Eliza pointed to her eye, saying that it was having problems. For that reason, she would have to leave the capital for a while. Hearing this, Macnat didn't try to make her stay, simply bidding her farewell before turning to leave. However, he had only taken a few steps when he heard Elisa's voice call out, reminding him to treat the mother of corruption well. A bit confused, Macnat, Elisa just let out a soft chuckle, praising him for doing a great job already. Other than that, she had no other requests. Macnat was free to do whatever he wanted, as long as he could keep a smile on the mother of corruption's face. Hearing that sincere request, Macnat gave a slight nod. He thought to himself that even if Eliza hadn't said it, he would have done so anyway. With that, he turned back, leaving Eliza alone to watch his retreating figure. Once he was out of sight, a mysterious smile appeared on Elisa's lips. She thought to herself that the item inside that ruin would surely be of great help to Macnat. Then, the mother of corruption would be able to restore her full holy power, and the gods in the heavens would have to tremble in fear. Especially that person coveting her daughter's gift at Renaissance Peak. They would all have to pay a hefty price. It was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, on his way back to his residence, Macnat unexpectedly ran into Deka, waiting outside a large house. The moment she saw him, she rushed over, anxiously asking if he was injured. Macnat shook his head slightly, reassuring her that he was fine. He then asked if Bradia had come looking for him, but Daika shook her head, saying she hadn't. However, Daika brought other news. She said that Carmen had contacted her and that they were also right here. Maxnat was startled to hear from Daika that they were injured. Although the injuries weren't life-threatening, the healing process had run into some trouble. Hearing this, Maxnat couldn't help but feel worried. He hurriedly stepped inside to check on their condition. Before him was the sight of his two comrades lying in sickbeds, their bodies completely wrapped in white bandages. As soon as he saw Maxnat and Daika enter, Carmen cheerfully greeted them. Maxnat immediately asked about his condition, but Carmen just let out a loud laugh and shook his head, acting as if he was completely fine. He said they were just a few minor wounds, nothing to worry about. However, despite his tough talk, Carmen's injuries were actually quite severe, including broken bones. But what worried him more was Sarah. Hearing Carmen mention her, Sarah also smiled and said she was fine. She believed that as long as a priest treated her, the wound would heal quickly and there was nothing to be concerned about. Although both of them acted optimistic, Maxnat was still uneasy. He moved closer to examine Sarah's ankle, and just as he suspected, his intuition was correct. He discovered a chaotic flow of holy power from various evil gods lingering in the wound. This was likely why the priest's healing spells were ineffective. Maxnat immediately asked the Mother of Corruption if she could heal this wound. She quickly confirmed that she could, but with one prerequisite. The condition was that she had to absorb holy power from a sacred relic. However, doing so would expose their identities, and acting recklessly in the capital right now was impossible. Perhaps you must find the Great Ruins, a completely isolated land where there is enough sacred power for the Mother of Corruption to recover. While Maxnat was lost in thought, everyone mistakenly believed he was worried about their injuries, so Carmen quickly spoke up to reassure him. The priest who visited this time confirmed that the evil god's sacred power would eventually weaken. It was only a matter of time. Maxnat frowned slightly, pressing to know how long it would take. Carmen thought for a moment, then sighed in response, saying it would be at least 1 month. Or it could even take a few years for it to disappear on its own. But that was just the estimated time for Carmen. The priest also said that Saiia's case would take much longer. However, they had also found someone capable of neutralizing the evil god's sacred power, so perhaps the waiting time would be shortened. Carmen realized that with his current injuries, he could no longer protect Daika. Filled with guilt, he apologized to her. Daika didn't seem to mind at all. She just gently told them to rest easy, saying she was perfectly capable of taking care of herself. And then, right at that moment, Maxnat suddenly announced that he and Daika would be leaving the city in the next few days. The reason was that he had found a way to expel the dark sacred power from Carmen's and Saiia's wounds. As soon as he said this, Daika looked at him in astonishment because she knew all too well what kind of priest Maxnat was. She was about to speak, but he shook his head to stop her. His gesture meant, just stay quiet, I'll explain later. In contrast to Daika, Carmen was overjoyed at the prospect of an early treatment. He looked extremely eager. Then, Carmen seemed to suddenly remember something. He looked at Maxnat and asked to speak with him privately. Although Maxnat didn't understand what was going on, he still nodded in agreement. The two girls who were there tactfully stepped outside, leaving the three men some private space. Carmen then flashed a knowing smile. He praised Daika as a wonderful girl and advised Maxnat to seize the opportunity to make a move. He even insisted that Maxnat definitely had feelings for the girl. Hearing this, Maxnat just froze, completely unsure how to react. Seeing Maxnat's expression, Carmen was a bit confused. He had been sure the two of them were a couple. At the same time, the Mother of Corruption overheard and began to fly into a rage. She continuously cursed inside his head, forcing Maxnat to hastily explain to her that there was nothing going on between him and Daika. But the Mother of Corruption still didn't believe him, adamantly demanding a proper explanation. But the problem was, what was there for him to explain? Because there was absolutely nothing between them. Yet Carmen, on the other hand, hadn't given up and was insisting on setting the two of them up. He even considered it a golden opportunity for the two to develop their feelings. Tired of arguing, Maxnat quickly packed his bags and left with Daika. Daika was extremely excited about this trip. Although she wasn't sure if just the two of them would be alright, she was truly happy to be accompanying Maxnat. However, her short-lived joy was immediately extinguished when she saw Bradley already sitting and waiting at the inn. As soon as she saw Maxnat, Bradley expressed her dissatisfaction, scolding him for being late. Then, she waved for him to sit down next to her. However, Maxnat chose to sit on the opposite side instead, an action that left her stunned. Ignoring Bradley's expression, Maxnat got straight to the point. Bradley, having regained her composure, casually mentioned that she had to stop by the Queen's palace in the Northern Kingdom. The Queen had a matter she needed her help with. Maxnat was a little surprised and asked what it was. It turned out to be about the followers of the evil god causing trouble north of the capital, and since the Queen had asked so kindly, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. With that, she told Maxnat to hurry and pack his things so they could go to Igler together. However, the moment she finished speaking, Maxnat immediately refused. I can't go with you. That place is in the opposite direction of where I need to go. Besides, I have something important I need to... As soon as he finished speaking, the look on Bradia's face changed instantly, and she stressed her point once more. He firmly stated that he would not go with her, despite the great hardships she had overcome to come here and fulfill his request. However, Macnat didn't hesitate for a moment, nodding decisively to show he was completely serious, and just as he finished speaking, 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed down Bradia's cheeks, as she sobbed and called Macnat cruel, asking why he would treat her like this. However, Macnat didn't fall for the trap at all, retorting with a pout that he had been tricked by this exact ploy countless times before, and he would never be fooled by it again. Hearing this, Bradia's tears suddenly dried up, and she immediately returned to her normal demeanor. It seemed there was no point in continuing the act once the trick had lost its effect. She didn't forget to pout and mock him for being so clueless, saying that a woman's tears were the ultimate weapon. However, while they were talking, Bradia's hand subtly brushed against the sword placed beside her. This small action, of course, did not escape Macnat's notice. He immediately demanded she place both her hands on the table, warning her that if she dared to knock him out and drag him away, he would get genuinely angry. Hearing this, Bradia pulled her hand back, pouting reproachfully, as if she didn't always resort to violence to solve her problems. But the truth was, she had done exactly that quite a few times, and the victim was none other than Macnat himself. The young man could only let out a resigned sigh. Afterward, he explained the whole situation to her. He couldn't leave with Bradia right now, but he promised to return as soon as he finished his work here. Bradia pondered for a moment, then stopped pressuring him and nodded in agreement. Seeing her consent so easily, Macnat couldn't help but be surprised, but he also secretly thought this was for the best, as he wouldn't have to go back with her. However, before he could even celebrate, Bradia immediately threw cold water on his hopes, stating the condition was that he had to be strong enough not to be defeated by anyone. Macnat looked at her in confusion, only to see her stand up, shoulder her sword, and gesture for him to follow her to the inn's backyard. Hearing this, Macnat knew exactly what she wanted: a duel. Even though he didn't want to, he had no other choice. He had no choice but to grab his sword and follow her. In the backyard, as soon as Bradia saw Macnat, she laid out the terms of the match. She would only use power equivalent to his, and Macnat had to use his full abilities to defeat her. If he could do that, he was free to go. Hearing this, Macnat furrowed his brow, thinking to himself that if he used overly powerful techniques now, things would get incredibly complicated. Therefore, it was best to just stick to his usual skills. Immediately, the two of them rushed at each other, the ceaseless sound of clashing metal echoing through the yard. Sparks flew more and more frequently, and the surrounding area was not spared, as dirt and rocks were sent flying everywhere. Macnat squinted, observing Bradia's sword path. He completely predicted her familiar attack pattern right before a punch was about to fly at his face. Bradia raised an eyebrow provocatively, her attitude clearly showing she didn't take him seriously at all. In an instant, Macnat was successfully provoked. He let out a roar and swung his sword, charging toward her. However, Bradia didn't even bother to glance at him, calmly swinging her own sword in response. Every one of Macnat's sword strikes was easily neutralized by her. Before long, he was knocked backward, having to use his sword to prop himself up to keep from collapsing. Just then, Bradia suddenly sheathed her sword and nonchalantly asked, "What is the most important thing to become a master swordsman?" Macnat thought for a moment before answering that it was swordsmanship, honed to perfection and a body trained to its absolute limit. Hearing this answer, Bradia wordlessly delivered a swift kick to his back, catching Macnat off guard and sending him face first into the dirt. Looking down from above, she began her lesson. Those are merely the basic requirements. If that was all it took to master the way of the sword, things would be far too simple. Hearing these words, Macnat couldn't help but be astonished, realizing his master had reached that realm after only 5 years of sword practice. Macnat couldn't stop himself from blurting out, asking if his master thought she was being too arrogant. However, Bradia didn't think so at all. She affirmed that what she said was completely accurate, then began to explain in more detail about the so-called mind. Macnat could only stare blankly at his master. He basically had no idea what his master was talking about. That innocent expression caught Bradia's eye, making her unable to hold back a laugh, thinking to herself, he's actually a little cute. Seeing her just smiling silently, Macnat showed his dissatisfaction and urged her on. Bradia just pouted slightly in reproach. Not a shred of patience, she thought to herself, then continued to explain that a true swordsman can understand and resonate with the will of any sword. A master can do extraordinary things that others cannot. To reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the mind must not have any attachments or dependencies. However, Macnat was obsessed with something. As soon as she finished speaking, Bradia pointed her sword at his neck. She wanted to force him to say what it was. However, Macnat clenched his teeth, determined not to say a word. He couldn't confess that he, a priest, was dependent on the corrupted mother. Even worse, every time Macnat returned from the dead, his dependence on that divine power grew even deeper. Witnessing this, Bradia was so angry she laughed. She realized he understood the problem she was talking about very well. Macnat didn't hide it and nodded frankly. Seeing Macnat still being so stubborn, Bradia could only sigh helplessly. She knew he completely understood what she was saying. Macnac hesitated for a moment before continuing to admit it. Right after that, Bradia slowly revealed her feelings. Actually, I was very happy when I found you and took you as my disciple. But my heart grows cold now when we cross swords, Bradia said. Macnac looked doubtful. He looked at his master, thinking it was because his skills were still too poor to become a swordsman. However, she shook her head in denial. Bradia said it was a feeling from a mother's heart. It felt as if she had poured her heart and soul into raising a son, only to end up having to watch helplessly as someone else came and stole him away. That made her extremely uncomfortable. As long as Macnac remained dependent on that creature, Bradia would only receive resentment if she tried to separate them. She didn't want that scenario to happen at all. Therefore, she didn't force Macnac anymore. But Bradia couldn't bear to let him be in danger, so she gave him a white ring. Macnac frowned at the ring. Bradia then explained, "This is an ancient artifact I obtained from the cult of the sacred flame. There are 2 rings in this set. By wearing one, you can know the location of the other." Not wanting to disappoint his master, Macnac put it on without any hesitation. Afterwards, he spoke up and asked, "May I ask you a question?" Bradia nodded, signaling her agreement. Macnac quickly voiced his question. "Why is it that your swordsmanship has reached such a masterful level, yet you are still a nun?" Bradia was a bit startled, not expecting him to ask that. After a moment of hesitation, she answered, "People don't always become clergy just because of faith. To be precise, I became one because a god granted me this power." She further explained that even sword masters or high-ranking priests see the gods as their faith. However, they don't let themselves be dominated by blind emotions related to the divine. Just like how she still considers him her disciple, regardless of the fact he's using the holy power of an evil god. That is also the reason why one must become a sword master, so that your emotions are no longer dependent on anyone or any belief. If you can do that, you will be able to distinguish between your own true feelings and those sown by the gods. At this point, Macnac finally understood completely. Bradia, who was opposite him, had long figured out that he was a worshipper of an evil god, and the entity he relied on was the corrupted mother. She nonchalantly shrugged, showing that she was no fool. Macnac then spoke up, saying he wanted to ask one more question, and Bradia, not bothering to argue, simply nodded in agreement. After some thought, Macnac hesitantly asked why she had chosen him as her disciple instead of someone more talented. His question made Bradia freeze in her tracks. She couldn't believe that after all that hesitation, he would ask something so silly. It turned out that Bradia had been raised from a young age to be the sharp sword of the sacred flame sect. Her life had been one of complete solitude, devoid of any joy, until she met Macnac and the happiness they shared for 3 years. It was more than anything she had ever experienced in her entire life. The emptiness she felt after losing him grew larger each day, making it impossible for her to go back to a life without him. Only then did Bradia realize that she truly needed Macnac, that he was incredibly important to her, because only with him could she find joy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a henchman of the Dragon Clan prince was being hunted for some unknown reason. He lost all patience and roared, "You fools! How dare you cause such a ruckus at headquarters?" They were blaming him for ruining the plan to kidnap the princess. However, the men in black adamantly insisted that he was the culprit. They declared he was the traitor. Words were exchanged, neither side backed down, and they once again plunged into a chaotic brawl. All alone, the henchman was no match for the group of men in black and had no choice but to flee for his life. He kept screaming for help, even yelling that he'd be a human chair for anyone who saved him. Just at that critical moment, a deafening explosion suddenly went off. Smoke and fire filled the air, making the henchman look back in terror. As the sea of flames began to dissipate, a figure with a monstrous arm emerged from the smoke. It was none other than the Dragon Clan prince. As soon as he saw him, the henchman was overjoyed and hurriedly ran up to the prince, stammering, "Your Highness, are you here to save me?" The prince snorted coldly and retorted with disdain, "If I wasn't here to save you, did you think I came for the scenery? Stop talking nonsense. Do I look like I have that much time on my hands?" With that, the prince commanded, "Keep up, and if you fall behind, I swear I'll leave you here." The henchman hastily followed, but when he remembered his earlier slip of the tongue, his face twisted in horror and he was rendered speechless. Just then, the Dragon Clan prince also seemed to remember, turning back to warn him, "If you dare try any of that funny business with me, I'll send you to your maker in an instant." Switching scenes, Macnac and Daica were following the coordinates from the Ruin Key. After 5 long days, they finally arrived at a camp perched on a cliffside, which was under extremely tight security. Daica observed for a moment before asking doubtfully, "They're mountain bandits, right?" Macnac nonchalantly replied, "Probably, but I'm not entirely sure." Shortly after, they found a hiding spot and quietly planned their infiltration. Daica suggested a fire attack, but Macnac was concerned it might start a forest fire. After some discussion, they reached a final decision to try talking directly with the guards. This audacious plan couldn't help but startle Daica. However, Macnac instructed her to have her magic ready for the worst-case scenario. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked straight towards the guards by himself. Before he even got close, the guards spotted him. They immediately aimed their weapons at him and yelled coldly, "Halt! Who are you?" Macnat wisely stopped in his tracks. He flashed a friendly smile and introduced himself. "I am a priest of the goddess of protection, and I was guided here to visit the mountain bandits of this region." Hearing this, the guard demanded that he hand over all his weapons before he would be allowed to enter. However, Macnat feigned hesitation. "I can't do that. I'm not even sure if you're the mountain bandits I'm looking for." The guard assumed he was trying to negotiate something. Without wasting words, the guard bluntly told him to leave, stunning Macnat. After a moment of observation, Macnat suddenly uttered a cryptic sentence. That sentence made the guard freeze, and then he suddenly realized the person before him was a mage. In just an instant, the guard's expression shifted from confusion to absolute terror. He stared at him, petrified and speechless. Seeing his state, Macnat just smirked slightly. He calmly suggested, "Could you please call someone out here who can speak more civilly?" This statement was like adding fuel to the fire, and the guard immediately exploded. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Do you take me for a fool?" As soon as he finished speaking, the guard rushed forward to teach Macnat a lesson, but unfortunately, just as he charged, he was gently tapped on the back of the neck by him, immediately falling unconscious and sprawling on the ground. Macnat pouted, showing clear disdain. "Don't jump to conclusions like that." At the same time, Deka, who was outside, witnessed the whole thing. She suddenly shouted, "Priest Macnat." Startled, Macnat looked up to see the sky suddenly darken. Immediately after, without any warning, a heavy rain began to pour down. It was Deka's doing, and she roared fiercely, "The moment the enemy appears, I'll use this lightning to save you." This bold declaration from Deka once again sent Macnat into a panic. What do you mean? He had already dealt with that guy. Just then, Deka realized something was off. She exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? You already took him down?" She asked blankly, "I thought you were going to fight the whole group." Macnat could only shake his head awkwardly. "I think there's been a misunderstanding." Just then, a woman suddenly appeared at the door, and then she cried out excitedly, "Wonderful, it's raining. Quick, bring out the containers to collect rainwater. We don't have to go down the mountain to fetch water today." However, her joy was short-lived as she noticed the presence of two strangers right at the mountain hideout's entrance. Her eyes immediately became wary, and she asked, "Who are you two?" Macnat calmly replied, "I am Macnat, a priest who serves the guardian goddess." After that, he didn't forget to introduce Deka as well. He also borrowed the identity of the Lord's daughter for her. And yet, the other woman believed him completely and even enthusiastically introduced herself. "I am Fosorina. It's a great pleasure to meet you both. I am the captain of the Royal Archaeology team." Fosorina said with a radiant smile, "It is a great honor to meet you both here." She further explained, "Our mages aren't really skilled in water system magic, so this place has been suffering from a water shortage for a very long time. We are truly grateful that you two brought this rain here." Hearing these words, Daika also replied cheerfully, "I'm glad I could be of help to everyone." Just then, Fosorina noticed the guard sprawled out on the ground. She said apologetically, "On behalf of that jerk, I would like to apologize to you both. Honestly, if he weren't also a mage, I would have kicked him out a long time ago. It seems she's been dissatisfied with him for a long time." At this point, Fosorina turned to Macnat with a curious gaze. "But why did you two manage to find this place?" "Because the excavation of ancient ruins is always kept absolutely secret." Macnat pondered for a moment before slowly explaining, "Actually, we found this place by following the coordinates engraved on a key." Hearing this, Fosorina immediately frowned, her voice a little agitated. "Could it be? The key you're talking about is the one that leads to the ancient ruins?" Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked hesitantly, "So, can I possibly go with you?" However, Macnat immediately poured cold water on her hopes. "I'm afraid that's not possible." Seeing this, Fosorina quickly waved her hands and explained, No, I don't mean going in with you from the very beginning, but rather, after you've gotten what you need, could you take me inside for a look?" Afraid that Macnat wouldn't agree, the girl standing beside him pleaded continuously. However, Macnat still seemed extremely hesitant. Finally, unable to be patient any longer, Fosorina decided to play her trump card to entice the priest. "What do you know about the ruins of the ancient empire?" To that question, Macnat just shook his head and replied, "I only know the common information, just like everyone else." Hearing that, Fosorina smiled confidently. The ruins of the ancient empire are usually divided into two parts. One part consists of areas sealed within a separate space and can only be accessed with a special key. The other part is buried deep underground, and the goal of our Royal Archaeological team is to excavate that remaining part. Hearing this from Fosorina, Macnat was startled and suspiciously asked if they were excavating a ruin buried right beneath this very spot. Fosorina smiled faintly, praising his sharpness, and explained that they were simply curious about the connection between the two ruins and had no intention of taking any treasures from within. Understanding their purpose, Macnac nodded and agreed to let her come along, which made Fosorina overjoyed as she profusely thanked him. Then, Macnac hesitantly asked if she could arrange a place for them to rest, since the team would surely be exhausted upon their return. Hearing this request, Fosorina agreed without a moment's hesitation, firmly stating that it would be no problem at all once everything was settled. Macnac suddenly had a question and asked if any members of her group were from the headquarters or other guilds, but Fosorina simply shook her head. She explained that everyone here was part of the Royal Archaeology team, with absolutely no outsiders among them. Hearing that, Macnac couldn't help but smile, remarking that her team seemed a bit small, which made Fosorina scratch her head in embarrassment before she began to explain. She confessed that they weren't a very profitable organization, as most of the artifacts they excavated were in terrible condition. There were even some digs where they found no artifacts at all, so their budget wasn't sufficient to hire many workers. Hearing this, Macnac nodded understandingly. He added that having more people along wouldn't be a problem then, and exactly 1 hour later, Big Sis used her key to open the gate. She channeled magic into the key and inserted it into the dungeon gate. In the blink of an eye, a passageway appeared right in front of everyone. Fosorina's eyes lit up at the sight, while Macnac, unconcerned with everyone else's reactions, slowly stepped through the gate. Instantly, the scenery around him changed dramatically. He had set foot inside an ancient castle, marking the first successful step of his mission. Just then, as he was reveling in his success, a sudden scream rang out, making him jump. It turned out to be Big Sis, who was marveling at the breathtaking beauty of the place. Macnac also smiled and nodded in agreement that the scenery was truly magnificent, but he immediately reminded them that they needed to prioritize the mission. With that, Macnac took out the earrings filled with holy power and began to chant, "Mother, I need a new authority." Instantly, the Mother of Corruption answered his plea, and a stream of pure holy power began to envelop Macnac's entire body. The holy power around the earrings grew increasingly dense, while the power in Macnac's hands steadily decreased, until a jet-black sword materialized, floating before him. The moment he saw it, Macnac couldn't hide his delight. He had finally obtained an authority with pure, immense offensive power. With that thought, Macnac reached out to grab the hilt. This was the sword of corruption, capable of devouring anything it touched. However, the moment he grasped the hilt, a terrifying dark aura erupted from it, beginning to violently corrode his arm. Startled by this unexpected event, Macnac hastily threw the sword to the ground with an annoyed grunt. How am I supposed to use it if it devours its own master? In just a flash, Macnac's arm was completely disfigured by the corrosive power. Seeing Macnac's hand corroded beyond recognition, a worried Big Sis asked if he was all right. Macnac simply shook his head to reassure her, saying it was fine and would heal soon. Just then, a warm holy power began to radiate from his chest. It was the Mother of Corruption, who had taken the form of a child and emerged out of sheer worry for Macnac. The moment she appeared, the little girl rushed straight into his arms. Seeing her current appearance, Macnac happily exclaimed that she had grown much bigger than before, but 2 streams of tears were currently rolling down the Mother of Corruption's face. Macnac knew she was worried for him, so he gently patted her head, reassuring her that he was really fine. At that moment, Big Sis, standing beside them, suddenly spoke up. She suggested, "I have an idea. Why don't we try letting her hold the sword? She looks pretty nimble, and besides..." After hearing this, Macnac hesitated. Even though there was a chance his mother's hand wouldn't be affected by the curse, he didn't want the corrupted mother to suffer any pain. However, the corrupted mother was incredibly resolute. Her determined gaze convinced Macnac, forcing him to nod in agreement. Still uneasy, he instructed her, "If you feel any pain, throw it away immediately, okay?" The corrupted mother nodded to show she understood. Immediately after, Macnac used his holy power to retrieve the sword and carefully handed it to her. A steely glint of determination shone in the corrupted mother's eyes. With the strong belief that she would succeed, she grabbed the sword from Macnac's hand without a moment's hesitation. However, tragedy seemed poised to repeat itself. The corrupted mother's fate was no different from Macnac's, for a terrifying wave of darkness immediately corroded her flesh. The corrupted mother screamed in pain, hastily throwing the sword to the ground, her face pale as tears streamed down. Witnessing the heartbreaking scene, Macnac rushed to her side, his voice filled with panic. "Mom, are you okay?" The corrupted mother just looked up at him, unable to hold back her tears. Macnac quickly hugged his mother to comfort her. "Don't blame yourself, Mom. I'll definitely protect you." Just then, Big Sis suddenly spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. "Isn't something a little strange?" Macnac turned to her with a confused look. "What do you mean?" Big Sis scratched her head with an awkward laugh, then voiced the question that had been on her mind. Why would the corrupted mother be harmed by her own power? As soon as she finished her question, the corrupted mother suddenly flew into a rage, pointing directly at Big Sis and letting out angry shouts that scared the daylights out of her. Macnac seemed to understand his mother's shouts and quickly explained it's because she hasn't fully recovered her holy power yet. But that didn't matter. The fact that his mother could utter a new word made Macnac overjoyed, so overcome with emotion that he was speechless. The corrupted mother's anger also subsided. She smiled at him and then stammered out two more confusing words. I am, kill. Macnat gently patted his mother's head, reassuring her that she didn't need to worry. Just having the corrupted mother by his side made him feel immensely more powerful. Seeing the heartwarming scene between mother and son, Big Sis didn't have the heart to interrupt, but the reality was they still had an important mission to complete. She reluctantly cleared her throat. Are both of your hands okay? Macnat glanced at her and gave a slight nod, signaling that he was fine. Only then did Big Sis suggest the group continue onward. Macnat agreed, but the problem was that someone still needed to carry this cursed sword. After a moment of hesitation, Macnat turned to his mother. Mom, I need your help. The corrupted mother nodded slightly, then began to channel her holy power. Instantly, a giant creature was summoned, standing imposingly before the group. Its every footstep made the ground tremble and crack. Macnat smiled at the familiar creature. Long time no see. I hope you can help us. In response, the giant tilted its head back to the sky and let out a resounding roar as if in greeting. Macnat nodded in satisfaction, then began to ask for a favor. Could you hold this for me for a moment? As he spoke, Macnat pointed towards the sword, which was enveloped in a green holy light. It lay silently on the ground. The giant didn't hesitate, reaching its massive hand toward the sword. It grabbed the sword decisively, but unfortunately, the moment it touched the hilt, the giant had to grit its teeth in pain. Its arm also began to be corroded by the darkness, just like Macnat and the corrupted mother before it. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, it let out a terrifying roar. And then, in a brutally decisive act, it severed its own corrupted hand. Witnessing this, Macnat could only sigh. Even the corrupted giant couldn't hold the sword. Its face now clearly showed its agony. Macnat spoke up guiltily. I'm sorry. He never expected it would have to endure such suffering because of him. It seemed there was no other choice. Macnat's group decided they had to proceed into the ruins first. Just then, an earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted from the giant, startling the entire group. Daica grew impatient and turned to press Macnat. What should we do now? In contrast to her anxiety, Macnat was perfectly calm and replied simply, let's just stay put and observe. After all, no one in the group could be sure if there were traps inside, so letting the giant go first to clear the path was clearly the best possible option. And yet, at that very moment, an unusual sound suddenly echoed from the other side, startling even Macnat into alertness. Even the giant was no exception. It immediately turned its head to look back, and then the whole group was stunned to see a stone golem looming before the entrance to the ruins, having appeared without anyone noticing. Daica glanced at Macnat, suggesting, should I use my magic? But he just shook his head, indicating it wasn't necessary. Let's just wait and see, Macnat explained. The giant is immune to magic, so there probably won't be any problems. For that very reason, he wasn't too worried. At the same time, up ahead, the giant had charged into a fierce battle with its opponent. Suddenly, the giant sensed something was wrong. The eyes of the stone golem in front of it abruptly flashed with a strange light, and in just an instant, 3 more identical stone golems suddenly appeared before the giant. The golems immediately ganged up on the giant. This act sent it into a rage, and it let out a ferocious roar. Right after, it swung the greatsword in its hand, repeatedly hacking at the enemies, the blade clashing violently against the golems' stone-hard bodies. The impact was so strong it sent sparks flying, but the stone golems were no pushovers. They immediately counterattacked by firing a blue beam of light from their eyes straight at the giant. Meanwhile, outside the battle, Mother Corruption was extremely excited, cheering loudly like a spectator at an entertaining play. Macnat could only watch this and shake his head in resignation. Even so, he played along with Mother Corruption to let her have her fun. However, her joy didn't last for long. Mother Corruption suddenly ran to Macnat's side, much to his surprise. Then, quick as a flash, she pulled a blue gem from his pouch. She clutched the gem tightly in her hands and began to mumble something. Almost immediately, a green aura began to envelop the entire gem. An incredibly powerful stream of holy power also began to radiate from it. Macnat's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at her, thinking to himself, Is she praying? Just as he thought, not long after, the gem suddenly cracked in two, and the holy power within Macnat skyrocketed at a dizzying rate. Overjoyed, he hugged her tightly, exclaiming that Mother could now be considered a true goddess. Macnat excitedly lifted her up into the air. He was endlessly amazed. Mother had unified all the chaotic streams of holy power into a single whole. This was truly incredible, and so, the two of them happily danced and celebrated right while the giant was still battling its enemies. Daica stood nearby, unable to help feeling a little jealous as she watched the scene. She remarked that the two of them looked so good together. Macnat just smiled lightly and nodded, I think so too. Just then, Daica suddenly spoke up and asked a question. Do you think we could be a good match like that? The question caught Macnat a little by surprise. He looked at her and replied, I thought we already got along great. Was that just a one-sided thought on my part? As soon as the words left her mouth, Daica's cheeks flushed red. Clearly, she was thinking about compatibility in a romantic sense, while Macnat was simply thinking about their smooth coordination in battle. Even so, neither of them said anything to break this adorable misunderstanding. At the same time, the giant's battle was also coming to an end. With a single devastating punch, it took down the final opponent, leaving the enemy sprawled on the ground, unable to move. The giant raised its fist high, declaring its victory. Witnessing this, Macnat frowned slightly, lost in thought. Considering the current situation, he decided to use 10,000 holy power to solidify a stable authority for both himself and the corrupted giant. This was a necessary step. He couldn't just keep summoning an uncontrollable authority like the corrupted sword every time there was a crisis. No sooner said than done, Macnat immediately turned and said, "All right, let's go." Mother turned back into an arm. The corruption glanced at him before nodding in agreement. Just like that, the giant went ahead to clear a path, while Macnat and Daica followed closely behind. The group ventured deeper into the ruins, but they hadn't gone far when the giant suddenly sensed danger up ahead. It immediately stopped, raising its head in surprise to stare into the pitch-black darkness ahead. From within that darkness, a towering shadow emerged, occasionally flashing with a faint golden light. The moment it appeared, it charged straight at the giant. Caught off guard, the giant was struck, but it refused to back down. It immediately launched a fierce counterattack. Sensing the danger, Macnat hurriedly pulled Daica into his arms to protect her. Almost at that exact moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from up ahead. Debris flew everywhere, and a look of terror flashed in Macnat's eyes. What in the world is going on? When the dust settled, the sight before him stunned Macnat. The dark shadow was still standing there, towering over them. It was holding a pitch-black gun, while the giant was already seriously injured. Macnat realized this monster was no easy opponent. He bit his lip in frustration and cursed. With that, Macnat tightened his grip on his sword and began to channel the literal power of the corruption. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered in strange tattoos, and his physical strength began to surge. Macnat looked at Daica in his arms and warned her, "Princess, hold on tight. I'm about to sprint to escape that monster." His words startled Daica, but before she could even recover, Macnat had already shot forward. The two of them quickly departed, leaving the giant to face the monster alone. The two colossal beasts began to clash violently. The giant was no pushover either. It gripped its sword tightly and launched a ferocious attack at its opponent. As Macnat carried her away, Daica asked worriedly, "Is this okay? Are we just going to leave him all alone like that?" But Macnat didn't seem concerned. He answered nonchalantly, "He'll probably be fine. We'll come back after we finish the mission." Right after that, Macnat continued to run straight ahead. He had more important matters to attend to first. A moment later, the two of them finally stopped in front of a door. This was the place they were looking for. Even the corruption, which existed in the form of an arm, spoke up to confirm it. This place held what they needed. Without a moment's hesitation, Macnat and Daica pushed the door open and went inside. Upon entering, they saw a group of strange mechs lined up neatly to one side. Their blood-red eyes looked rather terrifying. Their hands were equipped with razor-sharp weapons, looking as if they could attack at any moment. And sure enough, while Macnat and Daica were observing, the mechs suddenly moved. They launched a simultaneous attack on the pair, giving them no time to even catch their breath. After running for their lives to get here, they now had to fight these mechs. Macnat quickly said to Daica, "You take the right side. Leave the left side to me." Daica nodded without hesitation. With their combined strength, it didn't take them very long. To take them all down, Macnat looked at the final destroyed mech, which was now leaning against the wall. He frowned slightly, lost in thought. Just then, Daica timidly asked from behind him, "Did I do well?" She was eager for his approval. Startled, Macnat turned to look at her, then nodded and replied, "You did a great job. You've used a lot of magic. Perhaps we should rest for a bit." She had received praise from him. Daica, though cheerful, still shook her head, insisting she was fine, but just at that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the opposite direction. The sudden sound made them both jump, and when they turned to look, a giant mechanical beast had loomed into view before them. It was the black mech that had been chasing them all this time, and as soon as it arrived, it didn't hesitate for a second, immediately aiming its gun barrel at the two of them and opening fire. Seeing the dark muzzle aimed straight at him, Macnat was terrified, and in that life-or-death moment, he quickly grabbed Daica and dove for cover. The two of them ducked into a nearby corner as fast as lightning, just barely getting out of the monster's line of sight, and almost immediately, a hail of bullets tore through the air. The stone wall was riddled with bullets, and cracks began to spread like a spiderweb. Macnat gritted his teeth. The destructive power of this weapon was terrifying. At this rate, the whole area would collapse, and they would both be buried alive here. Just then, the gunfire suddenly stopped. but the path ahead was now blocked by a pile of rubble from its barrage. MacNat guessed that it had probably run out of ammo. Seizing the golden opportunity, he slipped out from behind the rock wall, scooped up DAICA, and quickly dashed past the monster. He held DAICA tightly and charged forward. However, right at that moment, an unbelievable scene suddenly unfolded. This sight made even the fleeing MacNat stop in his tracks from shock. He stared in astonishment as the bullets scattered on the ground suddenly began to float in midair. Then, as if pulled by some invisible force, they were drawn back, flying straight towards the mechanical beast. This bizarre phenomenon sent a shiver of fear down MacNat's spine. It turned out the machine was automatically retrieving its spent ammunition. He never expected it to possess such a strange ability. In this situation, there was no escape. DAICA asked worriedly, "What do we do now?" MacNat frowned and turned to ask her, "Can you use magic to attack its gun?" He added, explaining that the gun in its hand looked like something extremely volatile, especially when directly hit by magic. Hearing this plan, DAICA immediately nodded in agreement and prepared to cast a spell. However, MacNat suddenly spoke up to stop her. "Wait, not yet," he said. "Wait for the exact moment it's about to fire." DAICA didn't object, a determined glint in her eyes. "I'll do my best to hit that gun," she said resolutely. At the same time, the mech monster had finally finished reloading all of its ammunition. It had just loaded the last bullet into its gun. Seeing this, MacNat shouted, "Now's the time, do it!" As soon as MacNat's shout rang out, DAICA immediately gathered her power. A blazing fireball formed in her palm, and without a moment's hesitation, she hurled it straight at the monster's gun-wielding arm. In the blink of an eye, the massive flame collided directly with the gun in the beast's hand. A terrifying explosion erupted, completely destroying the gun. MacNat looked up. The heat from the blast had caused alarming cracks to appear on the cave's ceiling. Seeing this, he nodded in praise. "Nice job." Daike gave a confident smile, her determined gaze replying, "Just leave that thing to me. These scrap metal robots are no match for me," she declared, but MacNat paid her no mind. He took a step back to gain momentum, then quickly swept DAICA onto his shoulder and continued to run. Meanwhile, DAICA continuously unleashed fire-based magic, slowing the mechanical giant's advance, trying to buy time for MacNat. The robot monster was now completely engulfed in a sea of flames. However, it wasn't long before DAICA's fire began to weaken. Her face also turned pale from exhaustion. MacNat frowned slightly. He knew her mana was about to run out. Left with no other choice, he poured all his strength into his legs and frantically dashed forward. However, he hadn't run far before he was forced to a sudden stop. Ahead was a dead end, blocked by a solid metal door. Without a moment's hesitation, MacNat immediately used his sacred power to break the door. But his efforts were completely useless. The door didn't budge an inch. MacNat gritted his teeth and let out a curse. They had truly hit a dead end. He quickly put DAICA down and said hurriedly, "I think this is the exit. Please stand guard for me while I check this door for a bit." However, MacNat knew all too well that they were running out of time. That monster was about to catch up to them. The moment the thought struck him, MacNat immediately drew his serrated blade and began frantically hacking at the door. Unfortunately, it was all for nothing, leaving only a few shallow scratches. But the most astonishing part was yet to come. In just a few short seconds, it repaired itself, as if nothing had ever happened. Witnessing this scene, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Could it be that I have to defeat that thing for this door to open?" Before he could finish his train of thought, the giant was already right in front of him. MacNat gritted his teeth and commanded, "Daika, do as I say. This is the final boss." As he spoke, he channeled all the surging holy power within his body. They just needed to push a little harder to succeed. Although completely exhausted, Daika still managed to nod in agreement. Just then, the giant monster raised the cannon on its arm again, aiming straight at the two of them. MacNat's heart sank as he realized it was about to reload. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the nearest object and hurled it directly at the monster. This unexpected action successfully interrupted its reloading sequence. MacNat roared for Daika to attack quickly. Daika once again channeled her magic, conjuring a giant fireball with terrifying destructive power. She launched the fireball straight at the giant without a second thought. Almost instantly, a series of earth-shattering explosions roared to life. This was followed by a raging inferno that seemed intent on completely incinerating the enemy. However, this all-out attack also drained the very last of Daika's strength. The moment she struck, she collapsed to the ground. MacNat clenched his jaw, knowing that was the last spell she could possibly cast. He knew his chance had come. Wasting not a single second, MacNat drew the corrupting sword, pouring all his holy power into it before charging straight at the monster. The surprise attack made it falter for a split second, and MacNat, without any hesitation, plunged the sword straight into the giant's head. It stood there, stunned, the sword embedded deep in its body. However, MacNat's own body couldn't hold out much longer. His sword arm was being corroded by the blade itself at an alarming rate. MacNat bit his lip. The sword's corruption was happening far too quickly. Before he could even finish off the giant, his own body was on the verge of disintegrating. Maxnate's physical state had reached its absolute limit. Half of his arm had already vanished, yet the monster still stood tall, showing no sign of collapsing. Right at this critical moment, a flash of blue light appeared. The Mother of Corruption suddenly materialized, taking his place to grip the hilt of the corrupting sword. With the blade still stuck in the giant's head, she let out a powerful roar and began channeling her own holy power into the sword. Maxnate looked up at the newly appeared figure, a flicker of relief in his eyes. The Mother of Corruption let out another furious roar. She held the sword firmly in her grasp, and in an instant, a world-shaking explosion erupted. The monster's head had been blown to smithereens. Daka, lying weakly on the ground, looked up at the scene and breathed a final sigh of relief. The last of the monsters had been completely wiped out, but the price was steep. Both of Maxnate's arms had been corroded by the corrupting sword, leaving his life hanging by a thread. Just as Maxnate was about to fade into nothingness, the Mother of Corruption hastily let go of the sword and rushed toward him. Maxnate's eyes fluttered open, watching the figure hurrying to save him. His face filled with a sense of peace. It seemed that whenever he was in grave danger, the Mother of Corruption would always appear just in the nick of time. A while later, Maxnate awoke from his delirium, still calling out Mother. He shot up from the ground in a panic. When he saw the Mother of Corruption sitting safely beside him, he could finally let out a breath of relief. "You're okay. Thank goodness." With that, Maxnate stood up and asked with uncertainty, "Did you bring Daka and me here?" The Mother of Corruption quietly hummed in agreement. He looked at her joyfully and exclaimed, "I really can't live without you." Upon hearing this, the Mother of Corruption also revealed a look of happiness. The girl chattered away for 2 hours straight, and Maxnate enthusiastically played along. And so, they continued to encourage each other in this dark and gloomy space. They cheered for one reason. Without the help of the corrupted mother, they never would have been able to take down that robot. It was truly an unbelievable stroke of luck. At that very moment, Daka began to wake up, dazedly calling out Maxnate's name. Hearing this, he was startled and quickly turned to look at her. Daka was still lying on the ground, dazedly asking subconsciously, I'm not dead, am I?" Maxnate immediately shook his head. With that, he went over to help her sit up, kindly asking if she could walk. Daka nodded and replied, "After resting for a bit, I feel much better." When asked about their current location, Maxnate calmly replied, "We've arrived." And just then, a door suddenly boomed with a very strange question. "What is eternally cute?" Hearing this, Daishie frowned, completely unable to understand the meaning of this riddle. However, Maxnate seemed to know the answer already, letting out a reluctant chuckle. "That's this mother-daughter duo for you." Daka grew even more confused and turned to look at him questioningly. "Is this a riddle?" she wondered. Maxnate didn't answer directly. Instead, he just mumbled the name Alyssa. The reason he knew the answer was because the person who designed all of this was Alyssa's daughter. And sure enough, as soon as the name was spoken, the door in front of them immediately swung open. While Dica was still in shock, a faint image of a girl appeared before the three of them could even step inside. The girl enthusiastically introduced herself. "I am the greatest blacksmith in the Empire, Xiling." However, Xiling's form at this moment was only a projection. Maxnate felt a bit helpless. First an automatic machine gun, and now a three-dimensional projection. He thought to himself, what in the world is with this ancient kingdom? Just then, Xiling's projection suddenly began repeating her previous words. Daka looked at her, startled. What kind of trick is this? Maxnate could only sigh and explain. "It's probably repeating because we're just standing here. Let's go inside." Hearing that, the three of them stepped inside. As soon as they entered, Xiling's projection changed its dialogue. "You all managed to get past the guards I created myself. Very impressive." At this point, Daica turned to ask suspiciously, "How did you know the answer?" Maxnate slowly replied, "You mean the riddle from earlier?" "That's because." However, before he could finish his sentence, another voice cut in. "You mean my mother's name, right?" Xiling cheerfully explained. "And why did I ask that question? It's simple. You entered this place using the key I left for my mother. But if you didn't know her name, there's no way I would have let it slide." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiling's entire demeanor changed. Maxnate could only laugh awkwardly, joking, "Looks like answering that question wrong would have had some nasty consequences." Xiling then cleared her throat to change the atmosphere. "Anyway, you must have gone through a lot to get here. Please, make yourselves comfortable and rest." With that, she led the group to a magnificent mansion, leaving Maxnate's party of three completely stunned. Despite their surprise, they didn't refuse and went inside together. They began to bathe and change into clean clothes. After cleaning up, Maxnate turned to take care of the corrupted mother. And while he was completely focused, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "You sure showered fast?" Maxnate was startled and quickly turned his head. Before him was Daka, who had just stepped out of the bathroom, still drying her soaking wet hair. She couldn't stop praising how truly wonderful the bathroom was. "I feel like I've washed away a ton of fatigue," she said. Maxnat, who was sitting in a chair, nodded in agreement, as he felt the same way. Daika didn't hesitate to express her fondness for the place. She mentioned she had never seen such strange devices before, yet all of them were explained in great detail in the ancient language. Even their clothes were automatically washed while they bathed. This detail made her animosity towards Silong lessen by more than half. A moment later, Silong's projection appeared again. She gave a warm smile and asked, "Did you rest well?" She said she came to return an item he had left behind on his way here. Upon seeing the item, Macnat was stunned. It was the ring Bradley had left for him, and even the damaged parts had been perfectly repaired. The boy thought it had been lost when his arm rotted away while holding the sword, so it seemed he had luckily escaped a scolding from her. Macnat hurriedly put the ring on, and just then, Silong spoke up, gesturing, "Follow me, and I will give you the item you are searching for." Soon after, Silong led Macnat's group to a magnificent grand hall, a majestic sight that made Deka's eyes widen in astonishment. Neither of them could believe that an underground area could be so grand, and Silong looked at them cheerfully and asked, "Which of you two will be the one to receive fragment number 1? But just at that moment, the Mother of Corruption suddenly appeared and spoke, causing Silong to be slightly surprised by her presence. But she quickly brushed it aside and continued her question. "So, which of the 3 of you will be the one to receive it?" Macnat smiled faintly and replied, "I will." Silong nodded in agreement without hesitation. However, turning to Deka and the other person, she gave a casual smile and spoke, "It would be too impolite to let you two leave empty-handed, so I will create whatever you two desire." As she finished speaking, she split into 3 clones. Each clone led one member of Macnat's group deeper inside, and a moment later, in a small room, there was only a single table placed in the center. On the table was a very strange-looking bracelet, the item Silong had created, and she suggested that Macnat put it on his dominant hand. Macnat quickly did as he was told, and to his surprise, the bracelet automatically adjusted its size to fit his wrist perfectly. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but smile, exclaiming in admiration, "Wow, it automatically resizes to fit the user." However, an even bigger surprise for Macnat was still to come, as strange blue characters suddenly appeared on the bracelet. Silong chuckled reassuringly. "Don't be afraid, it's just in the process of registering its user." Then, she made another suggestion. "Now, you just need to shout 'activate' and then press that button." Hearing this, Macnat was bewildered. Do I really have to shout? But what choice did he have? To get the item, he had to follow the instructions, so with that thought, he followed Silong's directions. He took a deep breath, shouted loudly, and pressed the activation button, and in the blink of an eye, right before his own disbelieving gaze, his arm was suddenly encased in a layer of mysterious black mechanical armor, and in no time, it had completely transformed into a metal arm. It looked just like a robot's arm, causing him to exclaim in shock, What is this?" But just at that moment, Silong's mischievous laughter suddenly rang in Macnat's ear as she giggled and asked, "Did you really shout? Actually, you only needed to press the button." At this point, Macnat finally realized he'd been tricked, and his embarrassment turned to anger as he hastily denied it. I didn't shout." Silong just chuckled softly. She then began to explain the bracelet's functions to him, and as soon as she finished, a cloud of white smoke suddenly enveloped the surrounding space. The surrounding scenery changed completely, leaving Macnat astonished, and it was then that Silong made a suggestion. "All right, now try raising your right fist. Bracelet number 2 will react to your brainwaves, so just let it freely read the thoughts in your head. The only thing you need to do is imagine a small cannon attached to your arm." Following her instructions, Macnat immediately did so. As soon as he began to visualize a cannon, a brilliant blue light flashed from the mechanical arm. In an instant, the beam of light shot straight towards the wall, a deafening boom echoed, and a massive explosion erupted immediately after, sending up thick clouds of smoke and fire. Macnat was utterly stunned by the sight, while Silong smiled with satisfaction and asked, "So, what do you think of my special magic cannon? Because it doesn't use physical ammunition, it's not very effective in long-range battles. However, at close range, its destructive power is absolutely monstrous. It turns out, this magic cannon draws energy directly from the mana in the air and can automatically recharge." Hearing this secret, Macnat was so astonished his eyes went wide. While he was still stunned, Silong continued to explain that he could load 3 rounds at once, but it would take a full 20 minutes for each charge. This meant he had to be extremely careful and aim precisely with every shot, as well as conserve his ammunition. Suddenly, Silong gave a playful wink and excitedly suggested that if he possessed any of her other digital items, he should try combining them with the bracelet. Something extremely interesting will happen. Hearing this cryptic suggestion, Macnat furrowed his brow in thought, then immediately drew his sword. The moment the sword was drawn, his mecha gauntlet suddenly flashed with a blue light. Almost instantly, a swirling dark aura enveloped the entire sword. Before long, the sword had completely vanished, and in its place, 2 completely new weapons appeared on Macnat's arm. Seeing this, Silong couldn't hide her joy and exclaimed, "You really have another one of my digital items." Amazing. Meanwhile, Magnat just furrowed his brow, focusing on the data panel that appeared. The first weapon had the shape of a sword. As for the second one, he couldn't recognize what it was at all. While Magnat was still confused, a sharp projectile suddenly shot out from the iron arm. This couldn't help but surprise Magnat. Silong, beside him, seemed to have anticipated everything. She just chuckled and asked, "Pretty cool, right?" Weapon number 1 is the essence created from the combination and convergence of holy power and mana. Hearing this explanation, Magnat didn't hold back his praise. It's truly amazing. Being praised by him, Silong puffed up with pride, her nose held high. She excitedly laughed and replied, "I know I'm amazing." "Oh, right. It's nearly immortal, so it's extremely durable. But even if it breaks, it will automatically repair itself, so you don't need to worry." Magnat was so shocked his eyes went wide, and he repeated what he had just heard in disbelief. Immortal, and it can even repair itself? At that moment, Magnat seemed to suddenly remember something. After thinking for a moment, he took out the corrupted sword, then gripped its hilt with the mecha gauntlet. The instant it made contact with the sword, his iron arm was immediately enveloped by a jet black light. Magnat was so astonished his eyes widened. The corrosion rate of the mechanical hand was very slow. Doesn't this mean he can actually use it? Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Irrecoverable after 70 seconds. Magnat's face lit up with joy upon seeing this notification. This item could actually withstand it for a full 70 seconds. He recalled the battle with the monster from before. 70 seconds was more than enough time. He even had time to spare after defeating that giant monster. Magnat looked at his mecha gauntlet, thinking to himself that with this, he could finally use the corrupted sword. While Magnat was lost in thought, the voice of Big Sis suddenly rang out, startling him. When he looked up, he saw the two of them approaching. Big Sis cheerfully asked, "Did you find anything cool?" Magnat nodded slightly and replied, "I found a bracelet that can turn into armor." "What about you, Big Sis?" Big Sis raised an eyebrow smugly, challenging him. "Take a guess?" With just a glance, Magnat immediately recognized it as the strange item on her neck. Seeing that he guessed correctly, Big Sis exclaimed excitedly, "That's right!" Then, she started to brag about her item. It can control magical power, just like the bracelet she used to have, but the special thing is that it has no limit on the amount of magical power it can control. "This thing is so much better than my old ring." She seemed incredibly happy to have it. As soon as she finished speaking, a mysterious veil immediately appeared on Big Sis's face. She raised an eyebrow, smugly asking Magnat, "How does it look?" He just nodded slightly in response. "As long as you like it, it's fine." Just then, Corrupted Mother suddenly tugged lightly on Magnat's sleeve. He was startled and quickly looked down at the little girl. Seeing the girl's seemingly unhappy expression, Magnat hesitantly asked, "Mother, you don't like your reward?" Corrupted Mother looked up at him and coldly uttered a single word, "Kill." But that wasn't what she meant. It seemed she wanted him to give her his left hand. Magnat was a bit suspicious, not understanding what she wanted to do, but he still obediently held out his hand. And then he was amazed to see that in Corrupted Mother's hand was a ring identical to his own. Magnat couldn't hide his joy and exclaimed, "With this pair of rings, not only can we locate each other, but we can also create a protective shield one time each day when in danger." Seeing the look on the Corrupted Mother's face, Magnat couldn't help but feel helpless. It turned out she was jealous of the ring Bradley gave him, which was incredibly cute. Right after that, Magnat picked up the Corrupted Mother again, and the two of them started laughing and joking around. Just at that moment, Silong suddenly spoke from behind, reminding them that everyone had already received their rewards. "What does everyone want to do next?" Magnat glanced at her as she continued, saying they could either leave now or stay a bit longer. Magnat then went to ask the boss, and she casually replied that she agreed to leave, as all her fatigue seemed to have been washed away. Hearing that, Magnat didn't hesitate and turned to tell Silong they had decided to leave, and Silong quickly nodded in agreement. However, before letting them go, she made a request. "Return the key you used to get in here, I want it back." Hearing this request, the boss immediately panicked, not knowing what to do. Magnat pondered for a moment before speaking up. "I still have a promise to the archaeology team leader, but we're up against Silong. I think it's best to just give it to her." Hearing Magnat's decision, the boss no longer hesitated. She placed the key into the robot in front of them. Having gotten what she wanted, Silong smiled happily and said, "Thanks, see you again." However, the surrounding scenery was nowhere near as pleasant as her smile. Suddenly, a giant arm appeared from nowhere, grabbing all three of them. Magnat quickly used his sword to defend, gritting his teeth and wondering what the hell was going on. Just then, Silong's voice echoed from afar. "If you collect all 10 of my numbered pieces, something interesting will happen. Good luck." Magnat was completely bewildered, having no idea what she was talking about. But no matter what he thought, the giant arm unceremoniously threw them all out. Magnat scrambled to his feet, unable to believe they had been thrown out so crudely. Meanwhile, the boss started to observe their surroundings. After a moment, she exclaimed in amazement that Silong had just created an exit from the dungeon. But just as the words left her mouth, she recoiled in horror. She glanced at McNatt and asked hesitantly, "Hey priest, is that the smell of blood?" McNatt answered her with a bloodthirsty grin. "I'm planning to give them a very warm welcome, with my slaughterer title." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Fosarina's group was running for their lives inside the dungeon. They didn't know what they had provoked, but they were being pursued by a massive swarm of bats. The swarm of bats chased them relentlessly, and to make matters worse, the path led to a dead end. As she ran, Fosarina realized their numbers were far greater than normal. This was clearly a premeditated ambush, but for what reason? While Fosarina was still lost in thought, one of her teammates was attacked by a swooping bat. Luckily, she got there just in time, finishing it off with her axe. Fosarina's powerful strike seemed to startle the entire swarm, causing them to scatter. Seizing the opportunity, Fosarina planted her axe into the ground and yelled, "Where is that bastard Jian?" One teammate immediately reported that he was up ahead. Without a second of hesitation, Fosarina issued a command. "Tell Jian that if he wants to live, he'd better start digging as fast as he can." Hearing this command, the man beside her seemed to hesitate, about to say something. But before he could even open his mouth, Fosarina cut him off. "Shut your mouth and go give that bastard my message right now." The others immediately scrambled to carry out her order. Then, Fosarina turned back to face the swarm, her eyes blazing with fury. "I'll crush all of you bastards right here and complete my mission." As the words left her mouth, she tightened her grip on her weapon, waiting for the perfect moment to strike as the first two bats swooped in. Fosarina furiously swung her warhammer, smashing it straight into the monsters' heads and wiping them out on the spot. Without a moment's rest, she let out a roar and continued her rampage. The harsh sounds of impact rang out ceaselessly, and the swarm of bats quickly began to thin out. Meanwhile, in a clearing not far away, the corpse of a giant bat lay sprawled on the ground, with two men standing beside it. The man in black suddenly clicked his tongue and let out a remark. As expected of a member of the one-horned tribe, he said, while his companion grew impatient and urged him on irritably, "Let's get out of here before all my bats are wiped out." However, before the two could even move, a voice filled with killing intent echoed from behind them. It was accompanied by the powerful sound of a weapon stabbing into the ground. "Who gave you permission to leave, you blockheads?" But as soon as those words were spoken, another voice immediately cut in. "I don't need anyone's permission." Fosarina, having just arrived, was startled with fright when she heard this voice. She immediately spun around and swung her hammer to attack, but the blow was easily blocked by her opponent, who looked just like a giantess. However, her head was that of a human. The giantess snorted coldly. "Just one hammer? You almost hurt me there. You're quite violent, aren't you?" Fosarina gritted her teeth. "You think you can block my hammer that easily? Face your end." Instantly, she used all her strength to wrench the hammer from the enemy's grasp, then once again brought down a devastating blow. But at that very moment, one of the two men suddenly snapped his fingers. Instantly, Fosarina's body was bound by threads, dark magic. Her limbs were completely restrained, and the magical threads even tightened around her throat. Fosarina struggled with all her might to break free, but it was all in vain. At that moment, the giantess behind her let out a mocking laugh. "Hey girl, don't act like a wild animal." The bald man stared intently at Fosarina and asked, "Where's the artifact?" She immediately yelled back in a strained voice, "I don't know." But just then, an unexpected event occurred that startled them all in alarm. Out of nowhere, a dark figure had silently appeared, sending the Bat Controller to his doom without a sound. Despite the mask, it was none other than McNatt. His appearance was now incredibly menacing. The remaining two were momentarily startled upon seeing him, but the bald man quickly regained his composure and snorted coldly. He uttered contemptuously, "Impossible." As soon as the words left his mouth, he snapped his fingers again, causing the body of McNatt to be entangled in threads of dark magic. Unfortunately for them, it couldn't hold him for long, as the dark magic was shattered by his pure holy power. The giantess holding Fosarina turned pale with fear upon witnessing this scene, while McNatt swung his sword and charged straight toward where Fosarina was being held captive. The giantess was tightening her grip on Fosarina. Sensing the terrifying holy power emanating from McNatt, her eyes widened in horror, unable to react in time. She was sliced into 100 pieces by a single slash of his sword. Fosarina was freed as a result. Witnessing this, the expression on the bald man's face froze. After dealing with one of them, McNatt sheathed his sword. He narrowed his eyes at the bald man and asked coldly, "How many of you are there?" At first, the bald man was indeed a bit stunned, but now he had completely calmed down. His hands began to form seals, preparing to launch an attack on McNatt. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted right in front of him, kicking up sand and dust everywhere. As the cloud of dust gradually dissipated, only a giant boulder remained before him. Seeing this, the bald man couldn't hide a triumphant smile. However, his joy was short-lived. His eyes widened in terror, because right in front of him now, a serrated blade had appeared out of nowhere, shattering the giant boulder with a single slash. At that very moment, a disgusting, pitch-black liquid suddenly sprayed out from the stone block. Horror was written all over the bald man's face, his eyes wide as he stared at his opponent and screamed frantically. "What in the world are you?" Macnat just narrowed his murderous eyes, silently watching the bald man without uttering a single word. Meanwhile, from the distant celestial realm, 4 starlights descended, heralding the outbreak of a holy war, or more accurately, a great holy war. "O ye who submit to the heaven's will, rise and destroy the horde of fallen gods, we shall be the ones to guide you. This is a divine decree from the gods. The 4 starlights have gathered the bravest warriors to carry out this command. Do we need to revere or submit to the fallen gods? The only reverence they deserve is complete and utter annihilation. Do not doubt, do not question, just obediently follow what you are taught. All of this is for the good of humanity." The descended starlights gave the army they assembled a name. It was the genocidal Holy War. Of course, Macnat was completely unaware of these earth-shattering events as he was still trapped in the dungeon. He squinted at the bald man, repeating the question once more. "How many of you are there?" However, the man stubbornly kept his mouth shut. He once again tried to use magic to attack him. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished before he could even finish chanting the spell. Macnat had already made his move, his hand gripping the man's throat tightly. He growled coldly, "How many?" The bald man was in pain but remained defiant. He even tried to struggle and resist. Since he refused to talk, Macnat was certainly no merciful soul. If the man wouldn't listen, he would take direct action. A single punch filled with holy power was driven straight into the man's chest, filling him with absolute terror. Macnat pulled his hand back, patiently waiting for an answer. The bald man's face was now pale with fear. He hurriedly confessed, "Besides us, there's another squad. If you spare me, I'll..." But before he could finish his plea, Macnat lifted him up and finished the bald man off on the spot by crushing his throat. Just then, he sensed movement from behind. It turned out the giantess wasn't dead yet. She struggled to her feet, declaring resentfully, "I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget." However, before she could do anything, her eyes widened in terror, because right in front of her, a mysterious sword had appeared. In the blink of an eye, the sword corroded the giantess, turning her to dust. Witnessing this, Macnat let out another sinister smile. His arms spread wide, his face filled with satisfaction. Now this is a truly perfect massacre. Immediately after, Macnat glanced over at Fossarina, who was collapsed in a corner, and asked coldly, "Hey you, where's my next target?" Fossarina jumped in surprise at his words. After a moment, she timidly requested, "Help me up first, then we'll talk." Without hesitation, Macnat reached out and pulled her to her feet. Fossarina thought to herself, "This person seems nicer than I imagined. Although he looks a bit strange, it's fine." As Macnat helped her along, Fossarina hesitantly asked, "I don't know who you are, but can you help my squad?" Macnat pouted and replied, "I'm a murderer, you know." However, Fossarina didn't seem to mind at all. She just gave a small, shy laugh. "Okay." Then she began to state her condition. "If you help my squad," but she couldn't finish her sentence. Her gaze suddenly landed on Macnat's rock-hard abs. Fossarina's cheeks immediately flushed red, and it was a long moment before she shyly continued in a tiny voice, I'll do anything you want." Hearing this suggestive offer, Macnat was stunned, but what surprised him even more was when he realized Fossarina was using her hand to quality check his abs. He immediately asked in annoyance, "What the hell are you doing?" Caught in the act, she jumped up and stammered an explanation. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Her mouth said one thing, but her mischievous hand didn't pull back. Being openly groped, Macnat immediately issued a warning. "If you don't want a one-way ticket to the afterlife, then lead me to the vermin that need to be cleaned up." Hearing this, Fossarina was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. But Macnat cruelly poured cold water on her enthusiasm. "Shut your mouth. I'm not doing this for you. I'm just looking for something new to crush." Just then, Macnat seemed to remember something. He suddenly waved his hand toward the 2 corpses behind him, and a powerful burst of holy light instantly erupted. The terrifying power caused the area to explode into dust. Fossarina was utterly speechless at the sight, but Macnat paid her no mind. He was pondering a problem in his mind. It seemed the corrupted sword didn't absorb energy from dead bodies. I should limit using my power on things like that. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Macnat suddenly squatted down, startling Fossarina. He slowly spoke. "I'm about to speed out of this hellhole. If you don't want to get left in the dust, you better give me the right directions." Fossarina was quick on the uptake, hopping onto his back in a flash and replying cheerfully, "All right, I'm counting on you." But her restless hands wouldn't stay still. She began to run her hands over Macnat's firm muscles, which annoyed him greatly, forcing him to repeat in a low voice, "I'm not doing this for you." He was extremely irritated at having to explain again that he simply wanted to find a target to vent his anger on. For some reason, Macnat felt a pang of regret for saving this woman. He should have just left her here to fend for herself. What a troublesome burden. But what could he do? Macnat was completely lost here and absolutely needed a navigator to lead the way. And Fossarina was the only and best option at the moment. He had to grit his teeth and bear it, carrying her as he rushed forward. At the same time, Big Sis was hiding on a distant cliff. Witnessing this scene, an indescribable feeling of unspoken annoyance stirred within her. But right after, she hurriedly followed on their heels. The scene shifts to another area of the dungeon, where flashes of magical light continuously lit up the darkness. Urgent cries of "hurry up" echoed repeatedly, blending into the darkness. This was Rand's group. Fossarina's teammates were trying to break through a wall to escape. She had sacrificed herself to hold back the enemy and buy them time. Rand, who was using magic to destroy the wall, was being constantly rushed. Feeling a bit annoyed, he couldn't help but shout, "Do you think this is child's play? If you can't help, then shut your mouth." However, at that very moment, the expressions of the entire group suddenly changed, because they heard horrifying sounds slowly echoing towards them. Just as they feared, that monstrous swarm of bats was about to catch up. Rand gritted his teeth, the magic in his hands gathering without pause. He channeled all of his remaining strength and let out a loud shout. The ball of energy in his hands swelled in size before shooting straight into the cliff face ahead, creating a deafening explosion. A large hole was blasted through the wall in front of them. Rand immediately ordered, "Hurry, get inside now." At the same time, the swarm of bats closed in right behind them, but luckily, Rand's group had just managed to get through to the other side of the cliff. Immediately after, Rand formed a hand seal, and streams of magic once again gathered in his hands as the ferocious bats charged relentlessly. Fortunately, at the last second, Rand managed to seal the passage. One bat, carried by its momentum, slammed into the rock face and was splattered on the spot. Its body remained stuck firmly to the cliff, while its bloody head clattered to the ground. After finishing everything, Rand was completely exhausted and collapsed. Staring at the unfamiliar scenery before him, he screamed in despair, "Is anyone there? Please help us." Unfortunately, his only answer was a terrifying silence. Rand gritted his teeth and cursed they had only survived thanks to Fossarina's sacrifice. But ironically, while the team was mourning her, their captain was now sitting comfortably on Macnat's back, charging straight into battle with our hero. All of a sudden, a figure loomed outside the cliff, mockingly noting that the small fry had somehow escaped, then cast his gaze upon the damp rock wall before him. He couldn't help but lament how tough this bunch was, as the woman standing beside him nodded in agreement. It seems that archaeology team isn't as ordinary as we thought. These two were none other than Jiang, and the girl beside him was Gisele. Just then, a contemptuous laugh echoed from out of nowhere. "Are you sure that archaeology team has the holy relic?" Jiang nodded firmly without the slightest hesitation. "There's no doubt about it. The higher-ups can track the holy relic's location." The speaker was a girl with shiny blonde hair tied in a side bun. She was their accomplice, named Jamel. As soon as the holy relic was mentioned, Gisele couldn't help but shout, "The problem is, that location isn't specific at all." Jamel added with some hesitation, "We can't just keep looking for the holy relic like we're searching for a needle in a haystack. I heard a rumor that other factions have already used the holy relic to create a perfect incarnation." Jiang frowned at Jamel, not understanding what she meant, but before Jamel could reply, Gisele aggressively turned to confront him. "You're the leader. How can you not know? We can do that too." Hearing the two women nagging in his ear, Jiang felt annoyed and let out a helpless sigh. "Fine, but for now, let's just focus on pursuing the archaeology team." With that, he glanced at Jamel and ordered, "Open the way." She quickly nodded and approached the cliff face. Immediately, Jamel began to form hand seals. A white orb of energy materialized as she continuously mumbled mysterious incantations. "O great stones united, open a path through this rock, and in the blink of an eye." A bolt of lightning shot from Jamel's hand straight into the cliff face. With a thunderous boom, the rock wall opened up a passage, and the three of them quickly stepped inside. However, just at that moment, a swarm of bats in the air suddenly let out ferocious screeches. Not only that, but they also began flapping their wings erratically, as if signaling a bad omen, startling Jamel's group. Jamel suspiciously wondered what was wrong with them. Jiang seemed to guess that their other team had run into trouble, and the group began to wonder whether they should go and provide backup, or if they should continue pursuing the archaeology team. After a moment of thought, while Jiang was still hesitating, Jamel showed a look of fear. She said, "That group is full of weirdos. I really don't want to get involved." Hearing this, Jiang nodded. "Our mission is to retrieve the holy relic, so let's just focus on that goal." With this confirmation from Jiang, the two women didn't dare say another word. The three of them stepped through the crevice in the cliff face. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Macnat was running for his life while carrying Fossarina on his back, but her hands were anything but still. They kept groping his bulging muscles, causing Macnat to snap angrily. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" However, Fossarina didn't even bother to answer. She nonchalantly changed the subject, asking if he was interested in archaeology. Macnat wasn't about to let it slide, warning in a low voice, "Answer my question, before I end your pathetic life." For Serena continued to ignore him, introducing herself as the captain of the Royal Archaeology team and promising she could get him a job in an instant. The reason was that Forsarina had a thing for handsome men, and she found his physique to be absolutely incredible. But let's be real, would Matnat even want a job from her? He angrily swatted away the hand, groping his chest, and warned coldly, "Get your filthy claws off me. If you dare to touch me again, I'll make you disappear in an instant. You're such a pain." Hearing this stern warning, Forsarina finally settled down a bit. Then Matnat asked suspiciously why she didn't seem the least bit worried that her teammates were in danger, to which Forsarina casually replied, "I don't even know if they're dead or alive, so why should I be sad?" Just then, Forsarina's eyes suddenly lit up. With a radiant expression, she pointed forward, insisting that her comrades had likely gone that way. Matnat squinted skeptically, following the direction she pointed. What appeared before him was a stark white castle. Forsarina spoke slowly, explaining that it was the ruin where Princess Silen had taken her last breath. The name made Matnat jump. Silen? She was a princess? Seeing his reaction, Forsarina continued her explanation. This place was once a laboratory and also a fortress of the Silen ancient kingdom under the reign of Silen's mother and the emperor. Everything was peaceful during the reign of Emperor Vin Lac until it was time to choose a successor, and Silen flatly refused the throne. For that reason, a close relative from the royal family was chosen to succeed the throne. This wouldn't have been an issue, as Silen herself had renounced her right to inheritance. Initially, everything remained calm until she created something that should not have existed in this world. Emotium, a creation that everyone coveted. Hearing this, Matnat couldn't help but frown skeptically. Noticing his expression, Forsarina quickly added, "What I'm about to say is probably just a theory, so listen to it for what it is and don't rush to accept it as truth. For the ancient kingdom, a dynasty built after the era of the fallen mages, they had almost no worthy enemies. However, thanks to Emotium, Silong's fame skyrocketed. The emperor expanded the army to consolidate his power, but ironically, that action backfired. It inadvertently threatened his own authority. A revolutionary faction was formed with the sole goal of putting Siling on the throne. Despite being supported to become the empress, Siling remained adamant about not accepting the throne, but her refusal only made her supporters more determined. They became even more intent on crowning her. Faced with an emperor focused only on consolidating his power, a civil war finally broke out. Between the Revolutionary Army and the Royal Army, both sides tried to win Siling over, as she was the only one capable of creating Emotium. The emperor was certain his sister would side with him, while the revolutionary faction believed Silen wouldn't turn a blind eye to the suffering and bloodshed of the people. However, Silen declared her neutrality, for Sorna believed that she was simply doing what she thought was right. Ironically, both sides ended up viewing her as an enemy. Silen went from being a coveted figure to a target they had to capture and exploit. They only wanted to possess her for their own gain, rather than seeing her as someone to be persuaded, and so, they made an incredibly bold decision. Both factions attacked her laboratory, but were quickly repelled by the overwhelmingly powerful soldiers Siling herself had created. Hearing this, Matnat couldn't help but nod in agreement. He silently acknowledged, "Those iron giants really are strong." For Sorna, unaware that he had encountered them, continued her story. Unable to breach Silong's defenses, they chose an incredibly foolish solution, harming innocent civilians to threaten her. That cowardly act sent Silen into a rage. She decided to end the civil war herself by eliminating both sides, because they were the root of all the problems. The history books record that an army of cold iron poured out relentlessly from her fortress. That was the robotic army of Siling's faction. To counter this overwhelming force, the Emperor and the revolutionaries had to make an unprecedented decision to temporarily join forces. Afterward, they unleashed a special force that only they could use: renowned master combatants, a squad that would make anyone tremble in fear. This squad, comprised entirely of seasoned experts, successfully infiltrated the laboratory. In the end, they successfully assassinated Silen. However, Sorna continued, the history books also record a strange detail. Not a single member of that squad made it back alive. Hearing this, Matnat couldn't contain his curiosity and asked her why. Forsarina just shook her head, replying that no one knows the truth. There are no records of what happened. From then on, Siling's laboratory became a forbidden zone. So from that point on, no one could even get near this place. Matnat frowned again, asking curiously, "So what happened to the ancient kingdom after that event?" Forsarina calmly recounted that the Emperor and the Revolutionary Army had continued their prolonged civil war, and then in the end, the entire nation suffered a disastrous failure. Hearing this outcome, Matnat was momentarily speechless, only speaking up a moment later to ask another question. "Do you have any information about Siling's numbered creations?" Forsarina acted as if she had never heard of them, but Matnat himself possessed one. This further strengthened his suspicion that Siling truly possessed those artifacts. Feeling he couldn't get any more information, Matnat fell silent, seeming to have vaguely figured something out. He recalled the fierce battle from long ago, when the master confronted Xiling and suffered serious injuries. He even realized he had made a mistake in choosing sides, only to be finished off by the giant serpent, while that demon helped her successfully fake her death. After that, she began to craft the numbered creations. Reasoning to this point, Macnac suddenly realized a contradiction. If what Force Arena said was true, then weren't they forbidden from entering these ruins? Yet, here they were. Macnac immediately questioned her, pointing out that she had just led her own subordinates in here. Force Arena just casually replied that it was a thing of the past, insisting that everything should have been erased by time. However, just as she said this, Force Arena suddenly gave a mysterious smile, adding that, with the exception of the Emodium crafting manual, she was certain it still existed here. Just then, a violent tremor suddenly echoed from the distance, startling them both. Force Arena hurriedly exclaimed, "Could that be my comrades? Put me down, we have to hurry." At the same time, in another area inside the ruins, Force Arena wasn't wrong, it was indeed her comrades, but they were facing an extremely perilous situation. Someone had already fallen. The enemy they were facing was a massive giant, wielding an incredibly sharp blade. The last survivor fearfully gripped the hammer in his hand, shouting, "Stay away from me." However, the moment he swung the hammer, it shattered into pieces. Witnessing this, his face immediately paled in horror. At the same time, the giant aggressively swung its blade and charged straight at him. With no weapon left, the man could only wait for death. However, in that critical moment, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted from ahead, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. It wasn't until the cloud of dust began to settle, the giant had collapsed helplessly to the ground. This sight utterly terrified the survivor, who had no idea what the hell had just happened. At some point, the dark muzzle of a gun had appeared right behind him, and the one who fired it was none other than Macnac. His arm had now transformed into a heavy cannon, with such terrifying power that even Force Serena, standing beside him, was stunned. She could only stare wide-eyed in amazement. As for Macnac, he quickly retracted his weapon and squinted at the motionless giant. Then, he looked at the bodies strewn about and fell into deep thought. 6 people. All of them had lost their lives just for the holy relic he was holding. At this point, Force Serena hurriedly ran to her comrade, urgently asking what had happened. The moment he saw her, the man was overjoyed. "Thank goodness, you're still alive." However, Force Serena had no time to listen to him ramble. She cut him off and got straight to the point. "What's the situation? Where are the others?" Hearing this, the man's expression immediately fell, and he sighed in response. "We were separated when the walls suddenly shifted. We didn't even touch anything. It was probably those stalkers who pulled a trick." Just then, the man's expression suddenly filled with panic. The giant, which had seemed to be down, was slowly getting up from the ground. It wasn't dead yet. Seeing this, Macnac charged forward without a moment's hesitation. The cannon on his arm had transformed into a sharp blade. Macnac unleashed a powerful slash down on the giant, and yet it easily raised its hand to block the attack, completely unharmed. Macnac could only stare with wide eyes, unable to believe what was happening. Macnac realized there was something unusual about this giant. Its entire body was composed of Emodium. He squinted as it charged forward, a glint of contempt in his eyes, because compared to his previous enemies, this one was hardly worth his notice. In that very moment, Macnac's saw blade swung up once more, striking straight into the giant's body. Instantly, a large chunk of the giant's body crumbled to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Macnac leaped high into the air and brought his knee down in a devastating blow to its head. He followed up with another fatal slash, and the giant quickly collapsed to the ground, completely unable to resist. It could only lie helplessly amidst the rubble. Only when the monster was completely defeated did Fosorina dare to cautiously approach, placing her foot on its body. She cursed, "This damn bastard," then turned to order the person beside her, "What are you just standing there for? Get over here and lend a hand. Are you planning to let him handle everything for us all by himself?" Hearing her rebuke, the other guy frantically rushed over to help. Just then, the corrupted mother suddenly spoke. If both are made of Emodium, then in essence, they would simply corrode each other. However, the kind that Macnac possesses is no ordinary type. Macnac slowly approached the giant's head, then decisively plunged his blade down, utilizing the self-regenerating ability of a part of the saw. Macnac gently twisted the blade, and soon he had split its head in two. As he did, a strange object inside was revealed. It was a black object. He destroyed it without a moment's hesitation. Only then did Fosorina let out a sigh of relief. "We survived." The corrupted mother suddenly stirred, continuously repeating 2 words. Macnac also nodded slightly in agreement. Just as she had said, if they sold this massive amount of Emodium, they would be rolling in cash. However, at that very moment, the giant's body suddenly began to emit thick smoke, startling Macnac. Someone from the archaeology team cried out in fear. "Is that poison gas?" But it wasn't. According to the corrupted mother's explanation, the Emodium was melting. So it was all for nothing. Then, Macnac thought to himself, certain that Silong had anticipated this would happen. He had no choice but to let it go. With that, Macnat suddenly announced, "I'm going to wipe out all of these metal creatures. Anyone who can't keep up gets left behind." After saying that, he immediately dashed forward, leaving them with just a single sentence. "Try to keep up if you don't want to die." However, Macnat's speed was overwhelming. Could they even hope to follow him? But he paid them no mind, continuing to charge straight into other areas of the ruins. As he sped past a castle, he suddenly sensed movement. Without a second thought, Macnat immediately changed direction and headed that way. Inside, it seemed someone was fighting against Silong's forces. Macnat squinted in that direction and accelerated without hesitation. He charged straight into the building. After all, his objective was to eliminate all of them. However, the moment he stepped inside, Macnat was utterly stunned, because the scene before his eyes was the archaeology team cheering for James. "You can do it. Go, James." Meanwhile, James was struggling with another giant, her face streaked with tears as she cried out, I'm at my limit." If this kept up, she was definitely going to die. She kept begging for someone to save her. Macnat was completely baffled by the sight. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Why was a follower of an evil god like James here? On top of that, she was protecting the archaeologists. This was truly unbelievable. James let out a few helpless cries, then turned to the group of archaeologists and ordered them, "Hey, you lot, don't just stand there, give me a hand." The archaeologists immediately looked meek and pouted, replying, "We'd love to, but we don't have any weapons." Standing on the sidelines, Macnat watched the entire spectacle, at a complete loss for words. Hoa even had the gall to ask Macnat to save Jamio after she bit the dust, but he saw this as a golden opportunity to extract more information about the Liberation Army. Just then, a member of the archaeology team had a sudden crisis of conscience, urging everyone to save the girl. He argued that if anything happened to Jamio, it would be difficult for any of them to make it back alive. Hearing this, the rest of the archaeology team nodded in agreement, seeing the logic in his words. Realizing they needed to act, the group charged forward to rescue Jameo, but just as they took a step, they were stopped by a cold voice. It was Macnat. He warned them that this was his prey, and anyone who dared to get close would get a one-way ticket to the afterlife. As he finished speaking, a ferocious killing intent erupted from Macnat. He looked like a true demon at that moment. Witnessing the terrifying scene, the crowd backed away in fear, even mistaking him for a new type of monster. However, someone with sharp eyes realized he was still human. Ignoring the whispers, Macnat paid them no mind, tightened his grip on his blade, and charged straight ahead. As the others watched with bated breath, they realized he was indeed a human, just shirtless and wearing an incredibly bizarre mask. While they were still frozen in astonishment, Macnat, quick as a flash, plunged his blade straight into the giant's head, completely disabling it with a single strike. The colossal monster quickly collapsed to the ground. Jamio, standing right beside it, went from sheer terror to immense joy in an instant. She was finally saved. Of course, Macnat was oblivious to her thoughts. He was focused solely on swinging the serrated blade in his hand, striking down repeatedly. One of his powerful slashes was enough to shatter the giant's skull, but just then, the blade in his hand suddenly vanished into thin air. In its place was a badass-looking gun. The giant was stunned by this, and before it could even process what that strange weapon was, Macnat pulled the trigger. A single shot flew straight towards the monster, blowing it to smithereens in the blink of an eye. Just then, another giant appeared out of nowhere, attempting a sneak attack from behind. Jamir shrieked in panic, "Watch out, it's dangerous." Hearing this, Macnat frowned slightly. He realized there was still another one behind him. Seeing the situation was hanging by a thread, Jamio quickly used her magic, merging the surrounding rocks. Instantly, massive boulders shot towards the giant behind Macnat. Caught by the surprise attack, the giant had no time to react. It was sent flying by the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Macnat once again charged forward with his sword. From the sidelines, Jamio couldn't hide her joy at their successful coordination. It didn't take long for Macnat to take down the giant. Jamio was about to use her rock-merging magic again, but just at that moment, something strange happened. Ethereal smoke suddenly began to rise from the giant's body, and its mouth started muttering incomprehensible ancient words. A moment later, a sound announced, "High-level artifact has been activated." Macnat looked at it suspiciously, wondering what trick it was pulling. Right under his skeptical gaze, the giant vanished without a trace. Just then, Fossarina's cheerful shout came from behind, "So you devils are still alive." Her call made everyone turn around, and they saw Fossarina leading another group of survivors toward them. At the same time, Macnat had secretly activated his holy power. Jamio immediately noticed the change in him. Of course, she knew what that energy was, and her expression turned extremely grim. Macnat paid her no mind, focusing on using his holy power to gradually sense the entire space around him. It seemed the giant had used the high-level artifact to teleport to a different location, not where they were. After a moment, Macnat finally spoke. "Get them out of here now. You people will only get in my way during the fight." Fossarina hesitated slightly, replying that over 20 more people were still missing, and she knew she shouldn't ask what was next. But she still dared to ask, if he were to find them, would he save them? Fossarina was truly being a bit presumptuous by asking that. Did she think MacNat was some kind of saint? And yet, he actually replied, probably. Hearing this answer, Fossarina breathed a satisfied sigh of relief and ordered her people. Everyone, we need to leave here first. Instantly, the group erupted in joyful cheers. After all, they were about to escape from the gates of hell, so who wouldn't be ecstatic? Even Jamal scrambled to follow them out. However, she had only taken 2 steps when a cold blade was pressed against her neck, making Jamal's heart stop in fear. Macnac suddenly appeared from behind, coldly uttering, "You're coming with me." Hearing this, Jamal let out a tragic scream. "No, I want to leave this place." Macnac scoffed in reply, "I need to ask you a few things, and I won't say it a second time. If you keep dawdling, I'll send you on your way." Jamal was so scared she sobbed uncontrollably, but Macnac was not one to show mercy, ignoring her as her tears flowed freely. He glanced at the backs of the archaeologists, feeling somewhat relieved to see they had made it out safely. Immediately, Macnac turned to a hidden corner of the wall and called out loudly, "You can come out now." Hearing Macnac's words, a figure emerged from the dark corner and asked, "Are you sure?" He nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I've already sent the archaeological team ahead." Standing nearby, Jamal was startled to hear the sudden change in Macnac's tone. She quickly tried to make a run for it, stammering, "I didn't see anything, and I didn't hear anything. Goodbye." Macnac narrowed his eyes at her, his displeasure evident. Just before Jamal could mumble an incantation, a hand clamped tightly over her mouth. He warned coldly, "If you dare use your holy power again, I'll make you disappear instantly. There's still time. So, just obediently answer a few of my questions." Although Jamal tried to struggle, her resistance was futile. Macnac asked in a low voice, "How many people are in the Liberation Army?" With that, he released his hand so she could answer, but all he got back were 3 simple words, "I don't know." She explained that they were divided into small groups, so no one knows the exact total number. Upon hearing this, Macnac frowned and continued his interrogation. "How does the Liberation Army find the holy relics?" Under his threatening gaze, Jamal quickly confessed, "It's a map. We possess a holy relic in the form of a map." Macnac snorted coldly and ordered, "Bring it out." But she shook her head vigorously, "I don't have it. Only the higher-ups are allowed to keep it." Macnac seemed to believe her words. He continued to ask, "So far, how many holy relics has the Liberation Army collected?" Jamal answered very honestly, 4. But Macnac had heard this number before, so he didn't believe it at all. He questioned her in a cold tone. "The evil god worshipper I interrogated a long time ago also said 4. Seeing this, Jamal hastily explained, "I don't know when you heard that, but the map was previously heavily damaged due to a civil war between factions. Now, the map points to many different locations at the same time." Hearing this, Macnac's brows furrowed tightly. "Another civil war?" Jamal continued to tell him what she knew. "The Kasseros faction wants to overthrow the gods, while the Bertio faction is trying to summon those gods to this world. They are in direct confrontation with each other. Each faction possesses 2 holy relics and I heard that the Kasseros faction recently defeated a god." Macnac frowned, asking again in disbelief, "They really defeated a god?" Jamal could feel Macnac's arm tightening its grip on her. She quickly added, "I don't belong to either faction, so I don't know the details." Just then, the door in front of them suddenly exploded. Immediately after, a pitch-black figure appeared in the sight of all 3 of them. It was a robot hidden inside a black cloak. Its target was the 3 of them. It lunged forward, intending to finish them all off at once. Seeing this, Jamal cried out in panic, "Can I use my holy power now? I swear I won't betray you." Macnac frowned slightly, lost in thought. The safest option right now was to deal with her immediately, but one thing still bothered him. Jamal had stood up to protect the archaeologists, and she had shown no intention of attacking him. Moreover, if Santu were here, he would definitely tell Macnac to spare her life. Remembering Jamal's smiling face, Macnac couldn't help but curse under his breath, finally throwing her straight to the ground. He coldly warned, "I will only trust you this one time." Only then did Jamal breathe a sigh of relief, immediately beginning to chant a spell without a moment's hesitation. "Oh, unified great stones, please aid me." The robot looked at the constantly shaking ground, appearing somewhat surprised. Before it could even understand what was happening, Macnac rushed in from a distance like a flash of lightning, swinging his sword straight down without any hesitation. The powerful slash sent earth and rock flying everywhere, and Jamal and Deka, who were standing outside, were also affected, forced to hastily retreat. When the dust and smoke finally settled, Macnac's figure appeared. Standing firmly in place, the blade in his hand plunged straight into the giant robot's head. However, this full power strike of his didn't even create a very deep crack. Witnessing this, Macnac's expression immediately turned incredibly grim. But then, the robot in front of him suddenly dropped to its knees and spoke in a mechanical voice. "At last." I have found my successor. Turgot, the third knight, greets you, my lord. Macnat furrowed his brow at the robot, completely confused about its intentions. At that moment, Turgot continued, If you wish, I will guide you to the administrator of this research facility. Outside, Deka asked suspiciously, What just happened? Macnat then slowly recounted everything. He explained that according to Fosorina, this was Siling's research facility. After hearing this, Daika was stunned, exclaiming in amazement, Could something this good really be happening? Macnat didn't pay it much mind, turning to Turgot and asking probingly, You're not going to lead us into an ambush along the way, are you? Turgot replied resolutely, I swear on my honor, such a thing will absolutely not happen. Hearing this assurance, Macnat finally nodded in relief. In that case, lead the way. Turgot slowly rose from the ground and replied respectfully, It is my honor to serve you. And so, Macnat's group of 3 followed the giant robot, heading deep inside. Jamal quietly gazed at Macnat's back as he walked ahead. She timidly asked, Now, what's going to happen to me? Hearing the question, Macnat let out an involuntary sigh. He truly didn't want to harm her, but letting her live was a potential disaster. Just as he was hesitating, the corrupted mother spoke up, advising him to deal with her first and figure things out later, as if understanding Macnat's inner conflict. Daika turned to look at Jamal behind them, gave her an unreadable smile, and asked, Don't you want to go back to your friends? Jamal nodded eagerly without any hesitation. Daika wasn't surprised by this and said nonchalantly, If you want to, then just go. However, Daika's tone was so terrifying that it sent Jamal into a panic. She quickly waved her hands and said, I've already forgotten who Jisel and Ra are. Upon hearing this, Daika smirked and asked, Oh, they'll be very sad. Jamal, on the verge of tears, stammered, I'm sure. They'll understand, and then kept trying to explain herself to Daika. She tried to prove she had no other intentions, and her appearance made Daika unable to resist bursting into laughter. Afterwards, she approached Macnat and whispered, I think she took the bait. Macnat nodded slightly in response, I can't let her go, but I don't want to harm her either. It seems she'll have to come with us for a while. Macnat added that they could assign Jamal some menial tasks. Besides, I also have a few things I want to ask her. Hearing these words, Daika was a bit startled and looked at him doubtfully. Daika then said, Well then, if she's going to be accompanying us from now on, I suppose revealing your name wouldn't hurt, right? Macnat felt that made sense, so he decisively took off his mask. The moment his face was revealed, Jamal screamed in terror, Priest Macnat. He didn't expect her to know him, so Macnat asked in surprise, You know me? Jamal replied in a panic, Of course I do. You've interfered with our organization many times. Your picture is posted all over the Liberation Army, so it's impossible for me not to know your face. Suddenly remembering his bloodthirsty reputation, she clutched her head in panic and burst into tears, sobbing, Are you going to get rid of me too? Once you get the answers you want from me, right? Macnat looked at her pathetic, crying state and couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. He just shook his head and replied, Not necessarily. Hearing this, Jaima grew even more terrified, rushing over to hug his leg and plead, I promise I'll do better. Please don't hurt me. Macnat sighed awkwardly. All right, if enough time passes, I might consider letting you go. Hearing this, Jaima could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She quickly swore, As long as you don't harm me, I vow my absolute loyalty to you. Macnat gave a slightly awkward nod before getting up to leave. A moment later, Tazid, who was leading the way, finally stopped in front of a giant iron gate. He immediately called out loudly, Manager, I've brought the successor. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy iron gate slowly swung open. A giant mech was revealed, and a cold, mechanical voice rang out, The successor has arrived? Tazid quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes, he is standing right next to me. The mech just let out an indifferent, oh, then explained that its visual sensors were damaged. Therefore, it couldn't see anything. Then, it slowly extended a mechanical arm forward and said, If you are truly here, would you please bring the proof of succession close to my hand? Hearing this, Macnat didn't hesitate to extend his own hand toward it. In an instant, a powerful reaction occurred. The mech immediately exclaimed with joy, Mother has not abandoned us. Just then, Macnat suddenly spoke up. I want to confirm something. Has anyone entered this place and managed to leave? The mech checked its data for a moment before reporting. Currently, there are a total of 24 people here, divided into 2 groups, 1 group of 2 and 1 group of 22. They are all resisting fiercely, so it will take some time to deal with them, given our depleted warrior forces. Tazid is the only knight remaining out of 4. It was about to say more, but Macnat cut it off. I understand. He looked up directly at the mech. He commanded, Do not touch anyone in the group of 22. Let them leave. The mech agreed immediately, without a hint of hesitation. Understood, sir. Then we will focus all our forces on dealing with the other group of 2. Hearing this, Jiaomi was startled as she realized who those 2 people were. They were her 2 teammates, Jisoo and January. She hurriedly pleaded, Can't you let them go? I promise I'll try harder. Just spare them." At that moment, the corrupted mother inside MacNat's bag suddenly became incredibly furious. He quickly tried to calm it down. "Mother, please be calm." In truth, he felt that this Jiamei was much better than those fanatical evil god worshippers. At least she knew how to care for her comrades even in such a dire situation. With that thought, MacNat looked toward the mech and commanded, "Let the other two go as well. But I don't want the paths of the two groups to cross." The manager mech didn't mind, responding immediately. "Then we will return those archaeologists to their colleagues and the group of two will be let out through a different exit." At this point, it suddenly called out, "Successor." The sudden call startled MacNat a little. At the same time, the mech handed him something and said, "Please take this." It explained that this was an item that Lord Silent had left behind a long time ago. When the outer layer of holy power dissipated, a mech part consisting of only the lower body appeared right in front of MacNat. His eyes immediately lit up in recognition, as it looked just like the iron arm he had recently received from Cylon. Immediately, he quickly raised his hand. A powerful surge of holy power flowed out, and his arm began to absorb the mech part before him. This process created a completely new weapon for MacNat. It was a set of enhanced armor attached directly to his legs. After a quick inspection, he nodded in satisfaction and thanked the mech. The manager casually replied that thanks weren't necessary, as they were simply following instructions from Mother Cylon. MacNat was secretly delighted, not expecting to be so lucky. After a moment's thought, he spoke up and asked, "But you all don't look well at all. What happened?" The manager quickly explained that their disastrous state was caused by the ambushers. Their goal was to assassinate Cylon. After a fierce battle against an army of seasoned veterans, all the engineers except for Turgid were destroyed. As a result, they lost 99% of their soldiers and engineers, and the few who survived were not in good shape. Hearing this, MacNat wondered, "But you're still here. Does that mean you defeated that veteran army?" The manager mech calmly replied, "You could say that, since we survived. But in truth, we didn't win that battle. They took advantage of being living organisms, using all their resources to lay siege, letting the other armies starve to the last man." Hearing this, MacNat couldn't help but be impressed. It was a cruel but incredibly effective strategy. Just then, the manager suddenly called his name. He just hummed in response and waited. It turned out it wanted to ask him for a favor. MacNat, a bit surprised, asked what it was. The manager mech slowly spoke, "Please allow us to reestablish our army, including the ancient warriors, to serve you." MacNat was so stunned he was speechless. At that moment, the manager mech added, "Mother does not approve of this, but what's important is who will command those warriors." MacNat fell silent, hesitating for a long while. Finally, he spoke, "Will you obey my orders absolutely, no matter what happens?" The manager mech nodded firmly. "Of course. If you wish, we would even offer this entire world to you." MacNat once again fell into deep thought. This whole world could turn its back on him at any moment, so having a completely loyal army would be much better. With that thought, he nodded in agreement. The manager was immediately overjoyed and thanked him, but MacNat still had some doubts and asked, "How long will it take to complete?" The manager mech considered for a moment, then replied, "If we reestablish the entire army, we will need about 100 years. Hearing that number, MacNat's expression froze, and he was speechless. He hesitantly asked again, "That's if you reestablish the entire army? So, can't you reduce the scale to shorten the time?" The manager once again sank into thought. After a moment, it asked, "How many do we need? Will it be enough to sweep through 1/8 of the Empire?" MacNat then informed it that the Empire had fallen long ago, so there was no need to be so fixated on it. Sure enough, upon hearing this news, it seemed very pleased. Immediately, it reduced the scale and shortened the time to 55 years. But for MacNat, that was still too long. He smiled at it and asked, "How about 1 year? Is that too little?" Hearing this, the manager mech looked astonished and only spoke after a long pause. "Sir, I would also like to give you an army immediately if possible, but with our facilities heavily damaged and no additional resources. We need at least 25 years just to begin the reestablishment process." Right at that moment, the manager's armor suddenly malfunctioned. It quickly and apologetically excused itself to MacNat and began to self-repair something on its body. A moment later, the manager mech's visual sensors were restored. It then looked around, observing its surroundings. Then it looked at MacNat and the other two in front of it, then exclaimed cheerfully, "It's been so long since I've seen this room." It turned to MacNat and asked if he was in some kind of dire situation to be in such a hurry. He didn't hesitate to nod and admit it, because the Liberation Army was hunting him. As soon as these words were spoken, the manager showed extreme shock. It anxiously spoke up, asking if MacNat had any enemies, because if so, a busy period was ahead. Even though the time frame was a bit tight, it promised to try and restore the entire army within 1 year. The management mech also chimed in, suggesting he could rest safely at the research center for that entire year. However, MacNat immediately and firmly refused. "No, I can't stay here. I have too much to do." Hearing the blunt refusal, The management mech's visual sensors immediately turned red in alarm, its voice filled with worry. "But sir, you're in a very precarious situation. It's extremely dangerous out there." It pleaded earnestly, promising to do everything to make him as comfortable as possible. "If 1 year is too long, then 11 months is fine too, just as long as you don't abandon us." Just then, the mother of corruption in Macnac's pocket suddenly vibrated. He immediately understood her intention. 11 months wasn't impossible, however, the core issue was the mission. This was also the reason why Macnac had refused Bradley's offer. While he was hesitating, the two mech's cores pounded as they anxiously awaited his final decision. Macnac remained silent, his mind lost in a momentous thought. The Liberation Army had successfully dethroned a god. He realized he could no longer stand by and do nothing. Meanwhile, in some dark place, a completely unclothed middle-aged man was tied up tightly in a corner. He screamed incessantly for help, but his cries were met only with silence from 3 figures in black cloaks watching from the opposite side. However, all his pleas became meaningless as grotesque. Hideous creatures began to crawl over him and attack ferociously. A heart-wrenching scream rang out, the mournful sound echoing throughout the dark cellar. He absolutely did not want to die in this hellish place. Unfortunately, his cries for help were completely useless. His body was quickly devoured by the monsters, disintegrating into dust. Just like that, he vanished into the endless darkness. At that moment, one of the cloaked figures let out a sinister laugh. "Isn't this interesting? That thing that just vanished used to be a god. Seems like gods aren't so omnipotent after all, are they?" Hearing these words, the one standing next to him immediately grew angry and shouted, "Blasphemy!" But the other guy didn't back down and immediately retorted, "The real blasphemous act was us dragging a god down from the heavens." The remaining one snorted coldly, reminding them, "But it is still a god. Can't you feel the holy power emanating from it?" The other guy heard this and nodded. "Of course, I can. It may possess holy power, but is it truly a god? A true god must have the dignity of the one I serve." In his eyes, that creature was not worthy of being called a god. Just then, the third person spoke up, breaking the tension. "I heard the guilds are aggressively recruiting soldiers. Is something going on?" His question startled the other two. He continued in a sarcastic tone, "I guess you two haven't heard anything since you've been so busy dealing with this thing." What he was referring to was the destructive holy war that was keeping the other guilds extremely busy. But never mind them, just ignore them. They don't even know how to use the relics. Our job is to just keep doing what we're doing, find holy relics, and overthrow more gods. Just then, another pitiful scream echoed, making them all turn around in surprise. Only the one from before cracked a sinister smile. "Looks like we'll have results soon. In that case, you'll need more test subjects." With that, he turned to leave, but another person called him back. "We've already decided on the next location." The other man looked surprised. "Where is it?" The response was a mysterious smile. The place they had chosen was the Northern Kingdom. Returning to Macnac after hearing the story from the two machines before him, he spoke up. "I still have things to do, so I must go first." These words made Torith and the management mech a little panicked. Fortunately, his very next words put them completely at ease. "But I also can't pass up such a wonderful opportunity for inheritance." Hearing Magnat's promise not to abandon it, the machine seemed moved to tears. It then raised its hand and, in its most resolute tone, swore an oath to the successor. It stated firmly, "I trust you, please do not hesitate." It also promised that while Magnat was busy with other matters, it would wholeheartedly build a powerful army. It even declared it would offer him the entire 6th continent, no, this entire dimension. Before Magnat could even process these earth-shattering promises, another unexpected event occurred. Tazit suddenly dropped to one knee and said, with the utmost respect, "My successor, please accept me," it pleaded, promising that it would surely be of use to Magnat and desperately hoping for the honor of serving by his side. Hearing this plea, Magnat hesitated for a moment. After a long pause, he replied awkwardly, "But your current size is too conspicuous." Tazit quickly replied, "Please don't worry, I can shrink." And as if to prove its words, it instantly transformed into a mini-sized robot and added, "You can even put me in your pocket, and I can return to my original size whenever needed." Before Magnat could even speak, the mother of corruption's blunt, concise suggestion rang out, "Kill it." Hearing this murderous tone, Magnat gave an indulgent smile and said, "That's right, isn't it? Whether it's empty or not, that pocket belongs to Mother." With that thought, he turned to Tazit and made another suggestion. "Then, can you shrink down to the size of a normal person?" Tazit was slightly surprised, but it quickly reacted, nodding eagerly. "Of course I can." Immediately after, it changed its size, transforming into a human equivalent form. Seeing this suitable size, Magnat nodded in satisfaction. "Good, then you'll come with me." Upon receiving Magnat's approval, Tazit was visibly overjoyed and quickly said, "It is my honor." But just then, a giant mechanical hand suddenly descended from above, startling Tazit before it could even regain its composure. It was snatched and lifted into the air by the machine. The machine calmly announced, "I will repair Tazit. The process will take about 3 hours." It told Magnat to wait patiently and also reported that it had recovered the 10 robot soldiers he had destroyed earlier. Hearing this, Magnat couldn't help but glance over at the pile of robot scrap scattered across the ground. "I'm rich." With that thought, Magnat turned to the machine, smiled slyly, and asked, "Can I take these?" "Are you referring to those soldiers?" the machine asked doubtfully. Magnat casually replied, "I want to sell them for Imodium." Instantly, a surge of disdain ran through the machine's processors. It asked hesitantly, "Successor, are you truly that poor?" Magnat scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "Well, I actually have a little bit right now, so I guess I'm doing okay, and I still have the prize money from the arena." After hearing this, the machine still couldn't hide the contempt in its voice. It said sarcastically, "Just okay? I am genuinely concerned about your financial situation. Besides, Imodium is an extremely rare resource." It suggested that Magnat would be better off keeping it than selling it. Seeing his silence, the machine assumed he disagreed and proposed another plan. "Then how about this? While we are mining for resources, we will also excavate gold and diamonds. You'll just have to wait a little while." It promised to bring him the countless treasures buried beneath the 6th continent. Hearing this, Magnat frowned and asked a question. "Gold and gems from the 6th continent, huh? So, can this laboratory move?" The machine gave a slight nod of confirmation. This laboratory can move freely on land, underwater, and even through the air. However, most of those functions are currently unusable and require extensive repairs. After hearing this, Magnat chuckled, pouting as he said, "That's fine. That's already more than enough." "Well then, I'm counting on you." The machine replied humbly, "Thank you for your trust. For now, please rest." With that, the machine arranged a room for him to recover, while it went to repair Turgid, promising to report back as soon as it was finished. And so, while the battle outside was raging, Magnat had a rare moment of peace to rest, and the boss standing beside him could only smile and congratulate him. A few hours later, the machine finally returned, quickly reporting to Magnat that the recent repairs were only first aid. Even so, Turgid was now strong enough to defeat any opponent except for those at the expert level, with enough time and ample resources. It guaranteed it could upgrade Turgid to be strong enough to face even experts. The machine also installed a communication device inside Turgid, so Magnat could connect with it any time. The machine added that it knew he would be very busy, but asked him to please spare some time to contact it. Without any hesitation, Magnat nodded in agreement. Of course. Hearing this promise, the machine seemed overjoyed, its voice filled with excitement. "Really? Thank you, sir. I will make this entire world kneel at your feet." The heir, Magnat, simply replied with a meaningful phrase, "That's something to look forward to," and then immediately led his people away. The next day, in a small house, Magnat immediately treated Carmen's and Saya's wounds after he returned, helping them both make a full recovery as strong as an ox. They quickly jumped out of bed, profusely thanking Magnat, but he just calmly nodded and replied, "I only did what needed to be done." But Daika, standing nearby, didn't think it was that simple. She knew Magnat had been through a lot. Just then, Carmen let out a soft chuckle before speaking up. "So, can you introduce the newcomers to us now?" The people he was referring to were Jamal and Turgid. Magnat gave a slight nod, then turned to the two of them and said, "This way." Turgid slowly stepped forward in front of everyone and introduced itself. "It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am one of the 3 knights who serve the heir. My name is Turgid." Hearing this, Carmen exclaimed in surprise, "It's a robot?" Magnat slowly shook his head and explained, "Not exactly. To be precise, it's an ancient artifact from the old empire." Right after, the two shook hands. At that moment, Saya, standing in the back, suddenly spoke up, catching the attention of both Carmen and Turgid. He looked directly at Turgid and proposed, "When you have some free time, let's have a match." Turgid didn't answer right away. Instead, it turned to look at Magnat as if asking for permission, and said, "I can only fight with the heir's permission." Magnat chuckled softly and casually nodded, "Go ahead." Upon receiving permission, Turgid turned to answer Saya. He has given his permission, so any time is fine. Hearing this, Saya flashed a satisfied smile. At that moment, Jamel suddenly dropped to her knees on the ground. With an extremely sincere look, she announced in a loud voice, "I am Jamel. I will work like a horse for you." Carmen was startled by this scene. He glanced at Magnat and asked hesitantly, "Did she do something to wrong you?" Magnat wasn't sure how to explain. Seeing his predicament, Jamal bowed her head and explained in his stead, "What do you mean?" "I was simply moved by Priest Magnat's mountain of gold." But, as she said this, she suddenly corrected herself. "I mean his generosity. I'll do anything for money." Magnat was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, "So she's a real money-grubbing demon." He hurriedly nodded. "All right, I get it." Meanwhile, in a place unknown to Magnat's group, the flames of war were beginning to rage. A figure in a white cloak, holding a long spear, shouted commandingly, "Everyone, listen up. I will command this first expedition. He declared that they would advance on the northern kingdom and purge all the heretic gods there. With that, he raised his spear to the sky and roared, "My holy knights, a crusade awaits us." At the signal, the holy knights below roared in unison, their morale soaring to the heavens. At the same time, elsewhere, Macnat's group had gone to a restaurant together. Daica broke the silence, her voice low and worried. "There are too many suspicious things about this." Macnac, sitting beside her, nodded in agreement. "I'm sure there's something fishy going on here." Daica pondered for a moment before continuing, "We only left the capital 1 week ago. Yet we've already heard dozens of rumors about mysterious disappearances around beetles. I really don't know how my brother is managing." Seeing Daica's concern, Macnac tried to reassure her. "It's a 2 to 3 week walk to Beetles from here. We still have time to investigate things slowly. Besides, the Lord is in Beetles too." He thought this would put her at ease, but Daica's expression only grew more somber. After a moment of hesitation, she took a deep breath and decided, "All right, in any case, everything will become clear once we get there. For now, I have something important to tell everyone." She revealed a shocking secret. Her father, Lord Kanto Iramio, is not of sound mind at the moment. As she said this, Daica couldn't help but let out a sorrowful sigh. This confession was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The group fell silent, everyone staring at her in astonishment. After a long moment, Carmen was the first to break the heavy silence. He asked doubtfully, "What? That? Since when has this been going on?" Daica answered slowly, "About 3 years ago." Hearing this, Macnac frowned slightly and pressed on. "So who is ruling in his stead? Is it your brother?" Daica shook her head in denial. "No, it's not Gladym." This answer only deepened the suspicion in Macnac's eyes. The one in power isn't a member of the Iramio family, but an outsider. As if reading his thoughts, Daica slowly explained, "It's Sir Martin, a trusted advisor my father had immense faith in. He is an incredibly righteous man. While he was well, Lord Kanto always praised him highly." However, Macnac wasn't convinced, retorting in a low voice, "But something about this is still very strange. How can someone who isn't in their right mind appoint another person?" In response to that question, Daica continued to explain. "There was a document prepared in advance, stating that Sir Martin would temporarily take over for a period of 5 years if anything were to happen to my father. At first, everyone was skeptical, but Sir Martin publicly swore an oath that he would only shoulder Lord Kanto's responsibilities for that exact period of time. And so far, he has fulfilled his role very well, so people gradually stopped doubting him." After hearing the story, Jamal, who was sitting nearby, offered a theory. "So, is it possible that someone else is targeting the Lord?" Daica nodded slightly in response. "We've considered that possibility as well, but all the evidence suggests otherwise." With that, she placed her empty cup on the table, her distant eyes lost in thought. Just then, a server brought out the food, interrupting the tense conversation. In the blink of an eye, the entire table was filled with exquisite dishes. Macnac's eyes immediately lit up, and he cheerfully suggested, "Let's eat first. We can worry about other things later." However, just as he was about to put a fragrant slice of beef into his mouth, his attention was drawn to a conversation at the counter. A strange man approached the owner and asked, "Have you seen any suspicious individuals around here lately? The type to be lurking around, perhaps people in hooded cloaks that cover their faces." The owner quickly replied, "Well, basically. Most travelers who pass through here dress like that. Look, aren't there 3 guests in hooded cloaks sitting right over there?" The man glanced in the direction the owner pointed, and seeming to understand, he discreetly pressed a coin into the owner's hand and lowered his voice. "Thank you. We'll be staying the night here. If anything unusual happens, we'll lend a hand." With that said, the man and his cronies immediately headed straight for their table. The moment she saw his face, James turned pale with fear and quickly lowered her head. Trying to make herself as small as possible, she whispered in fear, "What do we do? If he recognizes me, I'm definitely dead meat." Macnac nodded frantically, his face tense as a drum. "If he recognizes me, I'm done for too." As the two of them were in a state of utter panic, the mysterious man walked straight to their table and introduced himself in a deep, raspy voice. "Hello, I am Admiral. We belong to God's cleansing army." After saying that, he pointed to the companion behind him and added, "And this is Taishiana. Please understand, but we cannot reveal the identity of the God we serve." Macnat also politely stood up and replied, "Good day to you. I am Macnat, a servant of the goddess of protection. She is tasked with watching over the daily lives of humanity." Hearing this title, Admiral immediately nodded and smiled. "Priest Macnat, please forgive me for disturbing your meal." But at that very moment, the holy power within Macnat suddenly surged violently. It was the corrupted mother, ordering him to eliminate the people before him. Macnat glanced at the two of them, and a question immediately arose in his mind. What on earth had they done? A demon would never become a priest, or could it be that God's cleansing army had gotten involved in something shady? While he was lost in thought, Admiral spoke up, breaking the silence. Well then, we'll be on our way. Macnat's train of thought was immediately cut off. He hurriedly spoke to stop them. Please wait, I have heard much about your army. What brings you all the way here? Hearing this, Admiral paused slightly. He glanced at Macnat and answered with a smirk. Well, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. Priest Macnat, we are hunting the followers of an evil god. Hearing the words evil god, J-Mel flinched violently, almost exposing her identity. Fortunately, Daika, sitting beside her, quickly patted her back to calm her down. Admiral continued his speech. Without a doubt, those followers of the evil god are the masterminds behind all these wicked deeds. Upon hearing this, Macnat also put on an indignant expression, loudly cursing the followers of the evil god. They deserve to be torn into 100 pieces. At this, Jiemel could only cry on the inside, hastily hugging Daika for comfort, but Macnat paid her no mind. He continued the conversation. But how can you two tell who the followers of the evil god are? Admiral slowly explained. Perhaps because you are on a pilgrimage, you haven't heard the news, but the gods have bestowed upon us messengers. Hearing this, Macnat couldn't help but be shocked, his brows furrowing. Admiral didn't notice this unusual reaction and looked up at the sky with pride. Seeing everyone's reaction, he returned to his normal demeanor and said with a laugh, Goodness, you all must have been very moved. Hearing this, the corrupted mother in Macnat's bag spoke up. She spoke to him, causing Macnat to frown in deep thought. So 4 of the incarnations of violence have descended. Admiral continued excitedly, We will get to fight side by side with the angels in the upcoming holy war. What an honor, isn't it? Honor, my foot. Macnat was now so angry he gritted his teeth. His main mission had finally, officially begun. That night, at the inn where Macnat's group was staying, Daika came and knocked on his room's door. Macnat was currently busy massaging the corrupted mother. Hearing the knock, he stopped his hands and said in a low voice, Come in. With permission, Daika opened the door and stepped inside. She whispered in his ear, I want to discuss our future plans with you. Meanwhile, outside, someone witnessed Daika entering Macnat's room, and it was none other than Jemel. She stared, completely stunned, at the sight of a man and a woman alone together, to think they were alone together so intimately. She even assumed that Macnat was hatching a plot to take over the entire Irameo family. At this thought, Jemel's eyes suddenly lit up. She had it all figured out. This priest was about to become her lucrative gold mine. However, the reality inside the room was a world away from what Jemel imagined. Macnat was busy trying to placate the corrupted mother. He massaged her shoulders and whispered comfortingly in her ear. Just let her have her say. Come on, don't be so selfish. After all, she's been traveling with us this whole time. Meanwhile, Daica's mood had softened considerably from the massage he was giving her. Seeing this, Macnat glanced at Daica and asked, What exactly is it you want to discuss? Daica sat on the bed, hesitating for a long while before she spoke. The truth is, ever since she was a little girl, she had dreamed of becoming the head of the family, with the goal of getting back at all those who had looked down on her. Because she was a mage, she was always treated coldly by everyone. Daica said she wanted to become the supreme leader of the family to prove a point, to prove to everyone that their assumptions about her were completely wrong. In the past, she had studied tirelessly and even diligently practiced swordsmanship. She didn't hesitate to admit that she once craved recognition from her father and older brother, especially her brother. Although he was in a similar situation, he had his own reason for hating her to the bone. Hearing this, Macnat couldn't help but wonder, why is that? Daica's hands on her lap suddenly clenched into fists, as if she had to struggle with herself for a long time before she could speak. My mother passed away while giving birth to me. At that time, faced with a life or death choice, she chose me and departed from this world. Because of that, my brother always calls me a monster, the one who caused our mother's death. After hearing the story, Macnat could only feel helpless for her. What twisted logic? He sighed and gently comforted her. That's not your fault. Daica, you couldn't choose to be born a mage. You also couldn't choose for your mother to pass away so that you could be born. Hearing these words, Daica just shook her head sorrowfully. I thought you would say that. In any case, after my father fell mentally ill, my brother took over everything in his place. He declared that no matter what happened, I shouldn't even dream of getting my rightful power back. And in reality, he has always treated me that way, ever since we were children. Daica's engagement was also just one of his schemes, with the sole purpose of completely stripping her of her power. Ironically, most people in the Irameo family approved of that marriage, which is why Daica decided to run away from home, hoping they would call off the engagement. As she told this part of the story, she couldn't help but let out another sigh. But even if I go back now, I'm afraid there's not much I can do. Macnat just listened silently and watched her. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, Do you think your brother is the one behind this kidnapping? Daica shook her head slightly. No matter who it is, I'm sure their goal is just to get me married, in order to resolve the internal conflicts within the family. She felt guilty saying this, but she really didn't want to marry someone she had never even met. Matnat showed his skepticism. If going back won't solve anything, then why do you need our help? Hearing this question, Daica sighed helplessly. I can't fight my brother alone, but kidnapping a lord's daughter is a grave crime. She had thought she could use this as leverage to force them to break off the engagement. The more Matnat heard, the more confused he became. So, what else are you worried about? Daica hesitated for a long time, then confessed, I don't know either. Is becoming the family head just to prove everyone wrong really what I want? She felt she wasn't suited to lead others, and she didn't think that wandering the world with Matnat was a bad choice either. At this point, Daica looked at him, her eyes filled with indecision. What should I do to find happiness? Should I fight my brother? Or should I just gather all my wealth and run away to the ends of the earth with Matnat? Hearing that, Matnat couldn't help but chuckle softly. If people were born with leadership qualities, then maybe everyone in this world would already be a leader. Whether or not you become a leader isn't something you're born with, although that could lead to countless problems. Before he could even finish his sentence, Daica eagerly cut him off. But what am I supposed to do? Narrowing his eyes at her, Matnat slowly spoke. I'm certain that as long as you put in the effort, you can absolutely become a great leader. Because the Princess Daica he knew wasn't the type to sit idly by and leave things to fate. Daica was a bit taken aback by his assertion, hurriedly waving her hands and flusteredly denying it. You give me too much credit. I'm not nearly that great. The corners of his mouth turned up into a smile as Matnat replied with a smirk. That's just what I think. Besides, I don't intend to answer your question. He believed this was a problem she had to find the answer to herself, because if she made the choice on her own, she would have far fewer regrets in the future. And of course, Matnat himself wasn't wise enough to decide another person's path. Hearing this, Daica could only sigh in resignation. So I have to find the answer myself. Huh. Matnat casually laughed and replied, you catch on quick. Since she didn't get the answer she wanted, Daica didn't press the issue and stood up to take her leave. Well, I'll be leaving then. Good night to you too. Matnat nodded slightly in return. Good night. Daica waved goodbye and walked towards the door, but her hand, resting on the doorknob, suddenly stopped. After a long moment, she chuckled softly and said in a low voice, oh, right. If you ever truly need me, just let me know. This somewhat ambiguous statement left Matnat unsure of how to react. Without waiting for his reply, Daica continued, I'll give what you said some serious thought. With that said, she quickly opened the door and disappeared. Leaving Matnat alone and still bewildered, the urging voice of the corrupted mother rang out, pulling him back to reality. He gave an apologetic smile. I was distracted just now. I'm sorry. With that, Matnat resumed massaging her, and the corrupted mother's contented sounds rang out once more. Those sounds reached the ears of Jamal, who was pretending to be fast asleep nearby, making her recall the entire conversation she had just eavesdropped on. Daica's words before she left made her blush furiously. She couldn't believe Daica would say something like that. She wouldn't have dreamed that such words would come from Daica's delicate lips, but what Jamal really cared about was Mac. Nat's good relationship with Daica meant that he was her ticket to riches. Thinking about this, she happily hugged her pillow and fell into a deep sleep. 10 days later, after a long journey, Matnat's party set foot in a land completely covered in white snow. Daica was completely exhausted. She asked hesitantly, Priest Matnat, are we almost there yet? Matnat nodded in response. I can see the village up ahead. Hearing this good news, Daica was immediately overjoyed. Really? Thank God. Even Carmen, who was walking beside them, smiled. That's great to hear. We've been out of food for the past 3 days. A smile crept onto his face. Matnat reassured them, don't be so pessimistic. We'll go hunting to make up for it soon enough. After that, the group continued deeper into the village. Watching the villagers pass by, Torek couldn't help but remark, it's been 10 days since we last saw any signs of civilization. Everyone must need a rest. Matnat agreed with that sentiment. He nodded and suggested, let's find an inn first. And so, the group walked down the street, passing by the villagers, but just then, the corrupted mother suddenly mumbled something. This startled Matnat. She kept repeating the word destroy, which couldn't help but alarm him. He frowned and asked in a low voice, Mother, don't you see how many fingers they have? There was clearly something wrong with the people wandering around this village. From behind, Carmen looked at him and asked with some confusion, why did you stop so suddenly? Matnat hesitated for a moment. Then he glanced back and warned, I think we need to be on high alert. This place is clearly no ordinary village. The atmosphere here was eerily gloomy, yet the group decided not to leave, and instead found an inn to stay at. Hearing the suspicion in Matnat's voice, Carmen's expression immediately turned serious as she asked, so what you're saying is that this village might have some connection to the evil god cultists? Matnat simply nodded slightly, as if in acknowledgement. Yes. Could it be that every single villager here is a demon, or part of the evil god's purging army? Just then, Daica suddenly spoke up with a suggestion. How about we split up to investigate, at least until sunset? Carmen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. We can't just ignore this, especially if this place is really connected to the evil god cultists, and besides, this village is quite large. Therefore, the team decided to split into 3 groups of 2 for easier movement. Hearing this, Daika excitedly suggested, "In that case, I'll be in a group with." But before she could even finish her sentence, Marknak coldly cut her off. "I suggest we form the groups like this. J, Mel, and me. Tazit and Daika, and the last group will be Carmen and Saya." Carmen had no objections and just quietly nodded in agreement. "I think these pairings are quite balanced." Even J. Mel seemed to agree, with only Daika looking not too pleased. But there was no other choice, so she could only let out a mournful sigh. "Well, I guess that's fine." And then right after that, the group prepared to leave the inn to gather information. When only Marknak and Daika were left in the room, she suddenly spoke up. "You still don't completely trust J. Mel, so you intentionally put yourself in a group with her, right?" Marknak glanced at her, his steps suddenly halting. He nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right." Daika then narrowed her eyes, staring at him for a long moment. It seemed she was hesitating about something. A moment later, Daika slowly began to speak. "I feel that. Actually, you don't need to be so worried." Hearing this, Marknak just smirked. "You're right, huh? To be honest, I think so too, if only I could continue, without having to worry about it." Daika was a bit surprised by his words, but she still replied calmly, "I know what you mean." At this, she suddenly stepped forward, took Marknak's arm, and asked with a cheerful smile, "In return, you'll be in a group with me next time, okay?" A while later, on the small streets of the village, Marknak's group began their work of questioning the local residents. Surprisingly, they all gave the same answer. Many villagers had mysteriously disappeared, and everyone was living in constant fear of becoming the next victim. That fear caused them to lose sleep and appetite. After listening to everyone's answers, Marknak immediately fell into deep thought. J. Mel, standing beside him, said in a low voice, "They're all giving the exact same answer, Mark." Marknak pondered the villagers' testimonies for a moment before speaking. It seems they aren't lying." J. Mel also nodded lightly in agreement. "I think so too." Marknak glanced at her, his tone slightly suspicious. "If you have something to say, just say it." J. Mel was momentarily surprised, hesitating for a long while before she spoke. "Why do you believe this village is connected to the evil god cultists?" Marknak slowly explained, "The god whom I serve has noticed something unusual about this village." Hearing this, J. Mel couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "You can communicate directly with the god that you serve?" He just nodded, indifferently, as if to confirm it. However, upon receiving this confirmation, J. Mel became even more excited. "That's unbelievable. Usually, the oracles one hears are quite fragmented and difficult to understand." But, before she could finish her sentence, Marknak gently placed a finger on her lips. He whispered a soft reminder, "Please be careful with your words. You better watch what you say. You never know who's listening." Hearing that, J. Mel wisely shut her mouth and then switched to a hushed tone. "If anyone happens to overhear, I'll make them disappear forever to protect the secret." But before she could finish, she got a sharp rap on the head. Marknak coldly warned, "You are only allowed to make a move with my permission." J. Mel looked resentful, but she still obediently nodded in agreement. Seeing her obedience, Marknak was very pleased. He smiled and suggested, "It's about to get dark. Let's head to the flour mill before nightfall." J. Mel gave him a skeptical look, but Marknak seemed to have read her mind. Marknak calmly explained, "The people at the flour mill frequently interact with the tax collectors, so they might know things that regular folks don't. Indeed, things that ordinary villagers would never know." A short while later at the flour mill, after Marknak asked about the disappearances, a man nodded slightly and replied, "Quite a lot. Recently, countless people in this village have just vanished into thin air." Marknak listened in silence, lost in thought. The man's story was identical to what everyone else he'd met had said. It was as if the entire village was following a pre-programmed script. Just then, a piercing sound rang out from the distance, causing all 3 of them to whip their heads around. The worker looked toward the source of the sound, frowning as he muttered, "That's the direction of the village chief's house." But as soon as the words left his mouth, his head suddenly exploded, splattering sticky slime everywhere in an absolutely horrifying scene. A panicked Marknak quickly asked, "Are you okay?" Unfortunately, the man couldn't answer, as his head had been swallowed by grotesque tentacles. Without a moment's hesitation, Marknak's hand instantly transformed into a mechanical weapon, and he quickly channeled holy power into it. He gritted his teeth and lunged forward, while opposite him, the other man's body had finished its complete transformation. He turned into a grotesque tentacle monster. Marknak charged forward like a gust of wind, delivering a thunderous punch. With a loud boom, the monster's entire body was blown away. Its tentacles were ripped to shreds, and its body crashed to the ground, lying completely still. Marknak approached, his brows furrowed in a tight line. Everyone talks about the disappearances, but no one can name a single person who has gone missing. He wondered if this monster was the reason why. That's why their identities can't be determined. Realizing this, Maknat suddenly muttered, "A monster, a parasite." Hearing that, Jamal broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, Parasite?" Maknat nodded coldly and stated calmly, "Yes, I think all the villagers here are actually the missing people, now being used as hosts by them." Those people wandering the streets that day were definitely suspicious. As he was deep in thought, a massive surge of magical energy suddenly erupted in the distance. Maknat was startled, instantly recognizing it as Daica's magic. What in the world could she have run into to force her to use a spell of this magnitude? At the same time, elsewhere in the village, Daica's expression was incredibly grim, for in front of her stood another monster, a man who had just finished transforming. It only had an upper body, a truly bizarre sight. Back with Maknat, he had just moved forward when he was confronted by an entire horde of tentacle monsters charging wildly toward him. Without a trace of fear, he calmly concentrated holy power into his mechanical gauntlet and instantly threw a devastating punch. The very air seemed to fracture from the power of his punch, sending the entire horde of monsters before him to their graves in an instant. Maknat shot a quick glance behind him. He yelled, urging her on, "We have to hurry, follow me." Jamal, though a little flustered, didn't hesitate and nodded, "Okay." And so, the two of them sprinted forward with all their might. Meanwhile, elsewhere, waves of magical energy continued to surge relentlessly. A figure stumbled forward. It was Daica. Only, the look on her face was not good at all. It turned out the monster before her was completely unharmed. And what's more, it was part of an entire army of thousands of others. Its upper body floated in mid-air, looking incredibly grotesque. Its voice rang out arrogantly, "It's useless, Princess Daica. I am the one chosen by a god. A mere mortal like you could never finish me off." Hearing these taunts, Daica gritted her teeth in fury, glaring at him resentfully. But the monster paid her no mind, continuing to laugh mockingly. "Your beautiful golden eyes make my heart flutter. How fortunate that you weren't infected by that filth." As he said this, he ran his long tongue across his lips, an act reminiscent of a perverted creep. Daica was utterly disgusted, growling in a cold voice, "What is it you truly want? Where did you get that power?" He answered nonchalantly, as if bestowing a favor. "I've already told you, this power was a gift to me from a god. That god has descended upon this world, and the only thing he desires is to hold Daica in his arms." But as soon as he finished, a blast of magic shot out and hit him straight in the head. Daica snorted coldly, cursing. How disgusting! However, in the blink of an eye, countless new tentacles sprouted from the creature's destroyed head. His horrifying voice echoed once more. "This is what you did before, isn't it? I have always yearned to hold a woman with golden eyes and silver hair in my arms." Simultaneously, the monster's head completely regenerated as if nothing had happened. The moment he finished speaking, his body began to grotesquely transform once more. Both Daica and Turgid were stunned speechless. In an instant, the creature's form had swelled into that of a giant. From its body, strange objects resembling cocoons rained down to the ground. It looked toward Daica and her companion, let out an arrogant laugh, and then spoke. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the fourth apostle of the god Koret." Now, floating in midair was a monster with a look of utter contempt. Its form was quite similar to a spider, but it had two wings sprouting from its back, and its two arms were human-shaped. Just then, Turgid proactively stepped forward. Seeing this, Koret immediately warned, "Stay right there." However, Turgid completely ignored his threat. He glanced at Daica and said, "Lady Daica, this enemy seems to be faster than me." Upon hearing this, Daica immediately responded, "Then I can use my magic to slow him down." But before she could finish, Turgid suddenly swept her up and dashed off at a terrifying speed. He said in a low voice, "I will hold that monster back. Please find the air while I buy time." Daica asked with a worried frown, "Are you sure?" Turgid gave a slight nod, answering decisively, "This body of mine is made from an indestructible material. It exists as a sword to eliminate foes, not to run away." Daica hesitated for a moment, then gave a firm nod. "All right, I will find Maknat as quickly as possible." Just then, Koret caught up right behind them. He reached out, preparing to grab them both, and laughed triumphantly. "Got you now." But in that exact moment, Turgid abruptly spun around to face Koret. He swung his sharp sword in a swift motion, cleanly slicing off one of its legs. Koret seemed completely unbothered by the injury, letting out a savage laugh before saying coldly, "Where do you think you're going, princess? This is my domain. Do you think you can escape?" With that, he turned to pursue the desperately fleeing Daica, the countless eyes on his body constantly scanning the area. As long as those eyes were there, he could easily match Daica's speed. Soon, Daica was exhausted from running, her breath coming in ragged gasps, and she had to support herself, on her knees, panting for air. Then, she angrily pointed straight at him and yelled, You will surely die once the priest Maknat arrives. Korat wanted to continue his pursuit, but Turgut blocked his way. Turgut aimed his sword straight at him, warning firmly, "Don't even think about taking another step." Korat shot him a contemptuous look. "You're the princess's guardian knight? Do you really think a nobody like you can stop me?" Turgid's eyes suddenly flared with an eerie red light. He said coldly, "I don't intend to just stop you. I am going to destroy you right here." Hearing this bold declaration, Korat instantly flew into a rage. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You arrogant brat." With that, he threw a punch forward. But this time, Turgut swiftly blocked it with his sword. But unfortunately, the stalemate didn't last long. Turgut suddenly felt a strange resistance. His sword had been grabbed tightly by Korat. Instantly, writhing cocoon-like objects crawled out, clinging tightly to his sword. He sneered contemptuously. "Did you think the same trick would work twice?" Korat declared that he would show him the true power of an apostle. The moment he finished speaking, he lunged forward, only for a sharp blade to slice off his arm. However, the price for this was that Turgut's sword arm was trembling uncontrollably. In the next moment, a brilliant light suddenly enveloped Turgut's entire body, and a strange transformation began to occur. Witnessing his own arm get severed by the sword, Korat was utterly horrified. Amidst the silence, Turgut spoke with a cold voice. "As long as I, Turgut, am standing here, you will not take another step." As he finished speaking, a strange cannon barrel suddenly materialized on his body. From within it, a brilliant light began to gather. Without hesitation, he fired straight at Korat. The two engaged in a fierce battle, one on the ground and the other in the air. Both sides were evenly matched, with neither willing to give an inch. Korat, now completely enraged, gritted his teeth and charged straight at his opponent. "You're nothing but a soulless corpse now." But just as Korat finished speaking, a whirlwind-like beam of light suddenly rushed at him from behind. It was so fast the naked eye couldn't track it, and it pierced straight through Korat's body. Turgut let out a cold snort. "I will destroy you, no matter how many times you regenerate." From that devastating blow, Korat's body lost all control, plummeting to the ground like a kite with a broken string. He let out an indignant roar, then looked up at Turgut and screamed, "You think you're so strong? I've just been toying with you this entire time. Take a good look at yourself." Hearing this, Turgut couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt and immediately looked down at his own body. And then, he was horrified to discover disgusting maggots crawling into the cracks all over his body. Turgut couldn't believe his eyes and stammered, "You? Since when?" Korat laughed triumphantly. "Never forget the power of an apostle." But before he could finish, a sharp sword suddenly pierced through his body. With abundant holy power emanating from the blade, the attacker was none other than Maknat. Caught by the surprise attack, Korat roared in fury. "What the hell is this?" Just then, a voice that was both grim and triumphant rang out from the distance. "I told you, didn't I? The moment Maknat arrived, you were finished." The speaker was none other than Daya, who had returned. Not only that, but she also brought an ace in the hole, powerful enough to send the despicable Korat straight to hell. At the same time, Maknat was still holding the sword firmly in place. He thought to himself that the corruption was spreading too quickly. His protective gauntlet was about to fail. If this continues, he realized he needed to be more cautious. Thinking this, Maknat immediately issued a command, "Don't go looking for Carmen and Sarah." Without hesitation, Daika and Jamal immediately nodded in compliance. Just then, Maknat seemed to remember something and made a request. "Jamal, could you bring Turgut over here first?" Jamal nodded slightly, said understood, and quickly departed. Daika then looked up at him and asked, "Do you need my help with anything?" Maknat gently shook his head. "No, I'm fine, thank you." As time passed, the armor on Maknat's hand began to show signs of weakening. Korat was able to move again, but Maknat's hold was like shackles, keeping him tightly bound. At that moment, Jamal approached with Turgut on her shoulder and spoke up. "Priest Maknat, I brought him." With that, she set Turgut down beside Maknat. The priest just gave a slight nod, then turned to Jamal with a request. "Take the princess and go on ahead. I'll be right behind you." "Yes, understood." Jamal obeyed immediately, without a hint of hesitation. She was completely obedient, sweeping Daika up into her arms and quickly leaving. Maknat silently watched their backs until they grew distant and vanished from sight. Feeling he was at a safe distance, he shouted, "Pit of corruption." Instantly, the sky turned pitch black, and Turgut's body began to move again. His stiff joints started to become flexible, while the disgusting maggots on his body were ripped off by some invisible force. Soon, all the hideous parasites were gone. Turgut could now move freely. He hurriedly bowed to Maknat, his voice full of reverence. "Thank you, sir. I am truly ashamed of what just happened." Maknat made no further comment, only saying, "Don't be. You did very well. Stand up. This battle is not over yet." As soon as Maknat finished speaking, Korat staggered to his feet to face them both. His eyes burned with hatred, his mouth wide open as he let out a pathetic scream. "It hurts so much." Immediately after, he glared at Maknat, growling, "What did you do to my body, you bastard? Where the hell did you come from? In response, Macnat just let out a cold snort. I have no obligation to answer the questions of a dead man walking. You will die here. As he spoke, the saw blade in his hand began to roar to life. He raised an eyebrow, a challenging smile on his face. I have no intention of showing you any mercy, so just obediently accept your death. Hearing this, Korot snorted in contempt. This kingdom will surely fall, as long as I can send you off. Macnat couldn't be bothered with his provocation. He just whispered softly, Mother. The Mother of Corruption responded with a single command, kill. Macnat's lips curled into a cold smile, and the atmosphere instantly became as tense as a drawn bowstring. At that moment, Korot suddenly roared, go to hell. As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged forward madly. However, before he could even get close to Macnat, something stopped his fist in its tracks. Korot was completely stunned, and before he could compose himself, he took a devastating punch to the face. The punch sent him flying, crashing hard into the ground and creating a crater. Just then, that monster turned its head to look at Turgid, letting out some incomprehensible growls. The atmosphere fell into a terrifying silence. At the same time, Korot clambered up from the rubble, screaming in fury, You goddamn bastard! The monster paid him no mind, swinging its sword and charging straight ahead. Yet Korot remained calm and stood his ground, even as the monster closed in on him. He roared aggressively again, You think I'd be defeated so easily? As soon as Korot's words ended, countless tentacles shot out from his body, piercing through the monster. However, in response, the monster just smirked. Instantly, its sword also pierced through Korot's body. A disgusting black slime immediately poured out like rain. He staggered and collapsed, his body convulsing non-stop. He tried to use his hands to cover the wound and stop the fluid from flowing out, but it was all in vain. The monster didn't give Korot a single second to catch his breath. It let out a threatening growl, but before it could strike again, it was struck by a giant, root-like tentacle from afar. With a loud crash, the monster's body was sent flying, slamming hard into the ground. Dust and smoke filled the air. Macnat was a bit surprised to witness this scene. Meanwhile, Korot struggled to his feet through the pain. He roared aggressively, You damn bastard! I'll show you the true power of an apostle. Macnat narrowed his eyes at him and spoke coldly. That's not going to happen. Macnat's declaration left Korot a little confused, but Macnat paid no mind to his expression. He began to mutter a prayer. Mother, I ask of you. Almost instantly, the Mother of Corruption answered. A dense wave of sacred power enveloped the area in a flash. A sacred sword materialized in Macnat's hand. 20 seconds. The casting time had been significantly reduced as he grew stronger. Although it wasn't perfect yet, this was more than enough. Without a moment's hesitation, Macnat charged forward with the tainted sword. Korot still hadn't realized the mortal danger he was in. He was still very conceited, smirking as he said, You think I'll let you attack again with that foolish sword? Macnat snorted coldly, looking at him with contempt and said, You've never had a proper fight, have you? This time, I don't intend to hold back. Korot became even more confused. What are you rambling about? He didn't understand a single word. And by the time he realized the imminent danger, it was already too late. From the holy sword, a surging torrent of sacred power shot straight into the sky, tearing space apart with a powerful horizontal slash. Korot's body was instantly torn in two by the slash, and the pure sacred power quickly corroded him, turning him to dust. Witnessing this scene, Broken Eye could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, the corrupted mother seemed unsatisfied, continuously letting out growls demanding to deal with more. Broken Eye understood her and quickly tried to calm her down. Mother, please calm down. I know you're disappointed that we couldn't absorb the sacred power from that apostle, but he quickly shifted his attention to another direction on the other side of the village. Finally, the knights appeared. As soon as they arrived, they were horrified to see countless bodies lying scattered on the ground. The commander immediately gave an order. That hideous monster. Everyone, raise your weapons. We will destroy that disgusting creature. Hearing these words, the monster before them suddenly burst into arrogant laughter. Take me down, I am one of the 4 disciples of the gods. As soon as Adora finished speaking, it spread its wings and soared into the sky. From above, it looked down on the crowd like a true god. Adora sneered contemptuously. Do you think you little fries can do anything to me? The great Adora, Admin, who had just arrived, saw the scene, his expression turning a bit grim. Finding a fake apostle was a good thing, but why did it have to be a giant fly? Adora continued to mock them with laughter. Where's that courage you had earlier? I thought you actually wanted to send me to me. Go cry and beg your gods. Just as these words were spoken, a majestic voice suddenly rang out from behind. How dare you blaspheme the gods? Immediately after, a cloaked figure appeared, with 2 giant angel wings on their back. As soon as they saw this person, Adora immediately exclaimed in astonishment, Who are you? But before it could finish, the other person cut it off coldly. I will turn you to ash. As soon as the words were spoken, a silver-long spear appeared in the person's hand. Standing below, ABB Show stared in a daze, their eyes shining brightly, and stammered, "It's a 4-star. They've come to protect us." This scene is truly epic. Hearing the 2 words 4-star, Adora became even more enraged, roaring furiously. "When I was at my most desperate, what the hell were those gods in heaven doing? They're just a bunch of sickos who enjoy peeping at the pain of others." "Shut up," the person roared in fury, and immediately, a terrifying blast of sacred power shot straight at Adora. The long spear flashed past its body like lightning. Adora couldn't help but tremble in fear. "They're much stronger than me." While it was still in shock, the person charged forward from a distance. The spear in their hand was raised once more and thrust forward without a hint of hesitation. Adora hurriedly used its wings to block. If this blow landed, it would surely die. Thinking this, it immediately tore its own body in half, letting the long spear pierce right through. However, Adora was completely unharmed, because in that instant, her true form had separated from the monster's body. She knew she was no match, so she tried to escape. Of course, the 4-star wouldn't give her that chance. With a cold snort, they growled, "In your dreams." Immediately, the wings on the 4-star's back expanded, blocking all of Adora's escape routes. Seeing her escape route blocked, Adora looked extremely displeased. My life had only just started to get a little better. She absolutely could not die in a place like this. As soon as she finished speaking, she recklessly charged through the encirclement, ignoring the excruciating pain of being burned by sacred power. Adora could only grit her teeth and endure. Below, the soldiers saw the monster's corpse fall to the ground and immediately erupted in joyous cheers. "Hooray for the 4-star. Please avenge our fallen comrades." However, right at this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from behind. Admiral's ears twitched, and he glanced behind him. That sound. It sounded a lot like a horse. On this side, Adora also heard the commotion and smirked knowingly. As expected, someone was rushing in from behind with the upper body of a human, but her lower half was that of a centaur, and she successfully rescued Adora right from under the 4th apostle's nose, causing the apostle who witnessed this to fly into a rage. He roared, "I will not let you escape." But the centaur woman paid him no mind and just kept charging straight ahead. She skillfully dodged the 4th apostle's pursuing holy power, and the 2 of them continued to flee, their figures growing more distant, leaving the infuriated apostle behind. He frantically screamed, "Stop right there." But alas, listening to him would be the same as staying to die, right? Adora, sitting on the centaur girl's back, even turned around to shout a taunt. "Just you wait, I will definitely be back for revenge." Powerless to catch up to their speed, the 4th apostle could only stand there, frozen in place. His face was purple with rage, while a short while later, in a hidden rock crevice, Adora and her companion found a safe place to hide. The centaur woman gently set Adora down, then sighed and announced, "Koros is dead." This news took Adora by surprise. Adora asked doubtfully, "That damn old geezer?" Suddenly remembering something, she quickly followed up. "What about the holy relic fragment he was holding?" Hearing this, the centaur woman's expression immediately turned grim. She replied gloomily, "It's gone. I think someone was quick enough to take it. And who else could that person be but Macnat?" And just as expected, Macnat was currently quite pleased, thinking to himself, "Oh my, they've done some very interesting things with Mother's holy relic, haven't they, Mother?" Right after defeating Koros, he had noticed this holy relic fragment and quickly snatched it the moment the old man turned to dust, a few days after the 4th apostle's raid. Macnat's group resumed their journey, and as they walked, Macnat pondered how fortunate it was that he had recovered a fragment of the Mother of Corruption's holy relic. However, there was one thing he still couldn't figure out. Why did Mother's holy relic contain the sacred power of another god? Macnat came up with 2 hypotheses. 1, they had stolen a portion of the Mother of Corruption's power, or 2, they had the ability to absorb Mother's holy power, and if the second hypothesis was true, then they wouldn't have needed to split the Mother of Corruption's power to seal it away. Just then, the Mother of Corruption sent a command to Macnat. He understood and nodded in response, "For now, I'll keep it here. We'll know when we get near another fragment with similar holy power." Even though they hadn't captured Koros, they had at least reclaimed a bit of the holy power, while the mother and son were conversing. Daika, seeing Macnat deep in thought, asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" immediately interrupting his train of thought. He smiled and replied, "I was just thinking about the incident from a few days ago." Hearing this, a flicker of sorrow crossed Daika's face. She sighed softly, muttering, "The massacre of the villagers." Seeing her reaction, Macnat understood perfectly why she reacted that way, as the massacre had occurred in the territory under the Irimio family's jurisdiction, so Daika felt partly responsible. Just then, Daika fiercely declared, "I have to get to the bottom of this with my brother and find out why this territory has fallen into such a state." Macnat was a bit surprised and asked doubtfully, "Shouldn't you be asking Lord Man?" Daika shook her head and replied, "There's no need. I'm certain Lord Man has already done everything in his power. The fact that my brother has remained inactive is the most suspicious part. Normally, he seizes every opportunity to expand his influence. Just then, Jamal suddenly spotted something in the distance and excitedly shouted, "I see it, it's beetles." Appearing before them was an incredibly fortified wall. That was the territory of beetles. Carmen glanced at everyone and suggested, "Since we've arrived earlier than expected, how about we have a proper feast tonight, my treat?" Jamal immediately agreed without hesitation. "All right, let's drink until we drop." Her overly enthusiastic attitude startled Carmen a bit, and he quickly waved his hands. "No, we don't need to go that far." Macnat turned to Daika and asked, "What about you, princess?" Daika cleared her throat a couple of times before speaking. "Since it's already late, we can inform them tomorrow. After all, since Carmen was kind enough to invite them, why not drink to their heart's content?" Hearing this, Macnac also grinned and nodded, determined to drink Carmen dry tonight. Meanwhile, in a secluded tavern inside the city of Beetles, another man was also chugging down alcohol with an extremely satisfied look on his face. Sitting across from him was another man, but in stark contrast, his expression showed no hint of joy. The first man cheerfully raised his glass to the person opposite him and offered a drink. "Won't you have a drink too, sir?" However, the only response was a cold snort and a sharp reprimand. "Shut up, I'm not in the mood." Suddenly, being yelled at, the man turned away dejectedly, looking incredibly hurt. "All right." Just then, Vasquez asked in a cold voice, "When is that bastard getting here?" Meanwhile, back with Macnac's group, they had entered the city. Carmen glanced over at Daika and asked, "Do you have any good places to recommend?" "I've only ever come here for work, so I've never gone out for a drink." Daika pondered for a moment before replying, "I'm not familiar with this place either." It turned out she had never visited before, so it seemed she couldn't help. Hearing that, Carmen wasn't bothered at all. He just laughed nonchalantly. "Haha, no problem. There are so many people here. We can just ask them." With that, he ran off and grabbed a random passerby to ask, "Excuse me, may I ask you something?" Watching Carmen's figure trot off to ask for directions from afar, Daika couldn't help but remark, "I'm so jealous of Carmen. He's always so full of energy." Macnac didn't think so. He shook his head and retorted, "That's not necessarily true. You say that because you've never seen a melancholic Carmen." That night, he revealed the emotions buried deep within his heart. Everyone has a hidden side, whether it's big or small. Daika stared intently at Macnac, her eyes full of suspicion as she asked, "You know something about him that I don't you?" With a nonchalant attitude, Macnac shrugged and shook his head. "I can't say anything without his permission." Hearing this, Daika clicked her tongue, pouted, and said, "You're so mean." Just then, Jamal waved to them from a distance. "This way." Hearing the call, Daika completely forgot their earlier conversation and hurriedly pulled Macnac along. Before long, the whole group was settled in at a tavern. They ordered a lavish table full of food and drinks. Immediately, they enthusiastically raised their glasses to toast. "Long live Priest Macnac, hooray!" Macnac could only look at the group, speechless. A celebratory toast was fine, but why did they have to shout his name like that? He couldn't understand it at all. Meanwhile, Jamal was drinking non-stop, downing a full glass of wine in one go. She tilted her head back and shouted excitedly, "My investment. I'm going to be rich." As soon as she finished speaking, the glass in her hand clattered to the floor and Jamal collapsed right at the table. Carmen couldn't help but laugh at the scene, commenting, "She chugged all the wine I gave her, and now she's out cold." He said that, but he wasn't really concerned, turning to clink glasses with Saya. "We can still go on for a while, let's keep drinking." Macnac paid no attention to the two drunkards. He glanced at the person next to him and began to speak. "Princess, we." However, as soon as he looked at Daika, he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed she was more drunk than he'd thought, as her cheeks were already flushed red. It was unclear if it was due to the alcohol or some other reason, but she rested her chin on her hand, looking at Macnac with half-closed eyes. A second later, cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Her voice trembled. "Priest Macnac, I think I'm about to gag." Hearing this, Macnac panicked, quickly helping her up and away from the table. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Carmen, "We'll be right back." With that, he quickly helped the completely wasted girl away. As he supported her, he coaxed, "Just try to hold on a little longer. I'll take you somewhere to take care of it. If you can't hold it in, you have to tell me right away." But Daika was basically unable to open her mouth. The nausea had already risen to her throat, and just a single word would make everything come out immediately. Seeing Daica's face getting paler by the second, Macnac quickly ran to find a basin, but on his way back, suddenly, a figure blocked Matnat's path and even called out his name. Matnat immediately stopped in his tracks, squinting at the stranger, with no memory of him whatsoever. How did this guy know his name? It turned out, the ones blocking Matnat's path were the two men from the tavern earlier. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a retching sound shattered the silence. Daica was clutching the basin and vomiting her guts out. Matt Nat could only pat her back helplessly, sighing wearily. Good heavens, are you okay? The other two guys could only watch this scene in stunned silence. Once Daica had emptied her stomach, Matt Nat quickly helped her to her feet. She declared with a whimper, I swear I'll never touch that fiery stuff again. Although she had thrown it all up, the alcohol was still in her system, causing her to stagger. And then, Daica stumbled right into Matt Nat's arms. She blushed furiously, mumbling an apology. Matt Nat was caught in the unexpected embrace, but he didn't mind at all, just shaking his head and saying it was nothing. However, someone on the opposite side was not pleased in the slightest. He was so angry he was grinding his teeth, while Daica paid him no mind and continued to chat cheerfully with Matt Nat. I'm so tired, can you take me back to my room? Just like last time. This statement was like adding fuel to the fire, making Varys even more enraged. Veins bulged on his forehead as he prepared to lunge forward and settle the score, but he was held back firmly by his attendant. Heavens, Your Highness, please calm yourself. Seeing the man's extreme reaction, Matt Nat became a little suspicious and asked, Do you have a problem with me? Varys waved his arms around wildly and screamed in frustration. You damn believer, how dare you make a move on the princess? Realizing it was a misunderstanding, Matt Nat quickly waved his hands to explain, You've misunderstood, it's not like that. But his opponent roared back, Don't you lie to me. His anger boiling over, Varys let out a furious curse and shoved his attendant to the ground. He ground his teeth and snarled, You definitely used that stupid smile of yours to seduce her. The attendant quickly scrambled back up, grabbing onto his leg to hold him back. Prince Varys, causing such a commotion in public, is completely undignified. Seeing the two of them struggling, Matt Nat seized the opportunity to make a quick escape. Meanwhile, Varys was left behind, so furious that he shoved his attendant's face into the ground, roaring, Shut up, let go of me. I'm going to teach that bastard a lesson he'll never forget. By this time, Matt Nat was already helping Daica get far away, leaving the other two to their squabble. Very quickly, the pair had put a great distance between themselves and the scene, but Matt Nat was still uneasy. The Prince of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is the kingdom of beastmen. It is located on the eastern side of the continent. The royal family of this kingdom is the Dragonkin race. If in the game, a player chooses to be a Dragonkin, they would receive many stat boosts, gain a noble social status, and be respected by everyone. A Dragonkin prince is hostile toward me. It would be best for us to leave Beetles as soon as possible. I just don't know if Daica would be willing to give up her position to follow me. Or worse, the gods might realize the existence of the corrupted mother and send angels down to clean him up. Matt Nat walked on, lost in thought. Matt Nat approached the counter, placed one coin on the table, and said softly, I'll have a towel and a glass of cold water. The owner immediately turned to prepare his order. Matt Nat sank back into his thoughts. The Dragonkin Prince, the Purification Legion, and now angels. Could it be that I'm the one pushing this world to the brink of destruction? Lost in his thoughts, Matt Nat didn't even notice someone calling him. The owner had already returned with his items. He placed everything on the counter. Matt Nat finally snapped out of his daze, thanked the owner, and brought the glass of cold water over to Daica, who was slumped over the table. She didn't even bother to lift her head, mumbling hoarsely, I want to sleep a little longer. Looking at her flushed face, Matt Nat could only sigh. Princess, you should at least drink some water. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind, and Matt Nat instinctively turned his head. His pupils immediately constricted when he saw a white-haired young man entering, whose face was a 70% match for Daica's. Matt Nat thought in astonishment, why is he here? He recognized the man as Deso Iramio, but Deso just coldly walked straight inside. Matt Nat nodded in understanding. Ah, so that's it. He's here to meet the Prince of the Dragon Kingdom. While he was lost in thought, Deso's gaze suddenly shot in this direction, and then he began walking straight toward Matt Nat, showing no intention of stopping. He walked right past Matt Nat without a single glance, but let out a provocative comment, She's still the same as ever, hasn't changed one bit. Matt Nat immediately knew who he was talking about. After saying that, Deso went straight upstairs, not sparing another second. That attitude was straight out of a Chinese short drama about a domineering CEO. One night passed quietly, making way for a new day to begin. After one night of hard partying, Matt Nat's group gathered for breakfast, but everyone looked sluggish, their eyes barely open. Carmen clutched his forehead, still feeling a dull throb. He cursed in frustration, that damn Sarah. He's an absolute monster when it comes to drinking, and I'm no lightweight myself. And yet he drinks booze like it's water. Hearing this, Matt Nat glanced over at Sarah and saw that he did indeed look perfectly fine, even resting his chin on his hand in a thoughtful pose. But that cool pose lasted for exactly 1 second before his hand gave way, and his entire body slammed down onto the table. Matt Nat was truly speechless. Didn't you just say you were fine? Seeing this, Carmen immediately burst into triumphant laughter. So that means I win, right? However, his joy only lasted for 3 seconds. After exactly 3 seconds, He suffered the same fate as Sarah, his head slamming onto the table with a loud thud. The noise was so loud it could probably be heard all the way in Vietnam. Macnat looked at these drunkards and sighed wearily. They must have drunk a lot. Daika took a sip of water and nodded. Indeed. Priest Macnat, are you busy today? Macnat shook his head and replied with a smile. No, I'm completely free today. Even if he had plans, he would have had to cancel, as these drunkards needed watching. Hearing this, Daika said happily and excitedly, in that case, would you like to? But before she could finish, James, who was sitting beside her, let out a long yawn, cutting her off. She pinched her nose in disgust. Goodness, the reek of alcohol is overwhelming. How much do these guys even chug? Macnat slowly explained. They started drinking the moment they got home. Hearing that, Jimio nodded and stood up without hesitation. All right, I'm going back to bed. Macnat had no objections, replying nonchalantly. Sure, it's a day off anyway. In the end, only Macnat and Daika were left in the quiet room. Daika sniffed herself and then stammered, Hey, do I smell of alcohol? Yes, she absolutely reeked of it. Macnat's blunt answer made Daika's face instantly turn pale. She quickly said, Then this afternoon, please come to the bank with me. Macnat was a little skeptical. Go there, for what? She replied nonchalantly, I'm going to pay you back the money I promised. That afternoon, Daika did in fact go to the bank with Macnat. It was there, however, that she received a shocking piece of news. The manager informed her that the safe deposit box she requested was currently registered under the name of the Irimio family, and that access had been restricted. Daika was clearly displeased upon hearing this. Wait a minute, but this is my personal safe, not the family's. Who restricted it? The manager reviewed the paperwork for a moment before replying. It was Lord Dauglat Marun. Daika bit her lip in frustration. So it was him. She glanced at Macnat and proposed, Priest Macnat, it looks like we'll have to pay Lord Marun a visit. Macnat gave a slight nod in reply. Very well, I'll accompany you. True to their word, the two immediately prepared to leave. The two of them arrived at the castle, and a servant immediately led them to the office where Mon was waiting. Along the way, Macnat couldn't help but be lost in thought. He recalled what Daika had told him, that Maon was the one who handled everything on the Lord's behalf ever since he lost his sanity. What on earth was happening here? Soon, the servant brought them to their destination. Daika, without any hesitation, led the way into the room. As soon as he saw her, the man inside spoke. It's been a while, Princess Daika. You look well. This man was none other than Mon. He looked up, his sharp gaze fixed on her as he said in a stern voice, I trust that everything was in order during your time away. That puts my mind at ease somewhat. Daika gave a slight bow, sighing in response. It has been some time, Lord Representative. May-On narrowed his eyes slightly and replied nonchalantly. There's no need for such formalities. You can just call me Mr. Mon as you did before. As you wish, Lord Representative. Daika replied with no intention of backing down, her attitude clearly displeased. Mon, of course, noticed the dissatisfaction in her tone and just chuckled. It seems. You have some grievance with me, don't you? Scoffing coldly, Daika retorted with a razor-sharp tone. Me? If you feel that way, perhaps it's your own conscience that's bothering you somewhere. Witnessing this tense confrontation, the mother of corruption in Macnat's bag couldn't stay still either, letting out a few hisses of kill. Kill. As if to cheer her on. The priest could only... Fortunately, the mother of corruption couldn't speak clearly. Just then, Mon seemed to have guessed the issue and spoke coolly. Perhaps you're here because I sealed your safe, aren't you? Daika bit her lip in anger, demanding indignantly, Why would you do that? It's simple, Mon smirked. If I hadn't, you probably would have never returned to this domain. At this, his gaze shifted to Macnat standing behind her. And if I'm not mistaken, you must be Priest Macnat. The young man smiled politely. Yes, I am Macnat, a servant of the goddess of protection. However, Mon retorted with a cold tone. Is that all? Hearing this loaded question, Daika couldn't help but glance worriedly at Macnat, but he seemed completely unfazed. He just stood there calmly, waiting for the man's next words. And Mon didn't keep him waiting long, beginning to list the information he knew, the demon slayer of GHI, the bane of evil spirits of Kenton, and the savior of Eriko. You are quite famous indeed. Macnat just gave a small chuckle and replied casually. Those are just rumors. Rumors tend to get greatly exaggerated as they are passed around. I'm sure that what I've done is much smaller than what people claim. Hearing this humble reply, Mon suddenly stood up from his chair, approached Macnat, and laughed. Ha ha, you're too modest. A feat, whether big or small, is still a feat. He added that he knew everything Macnat did was for a good cause. At this, Maun narrowed his eyes and observed Macnat for a long moment before speaking slowly. Lord Irimio wants to see you. Hearing her father's name, Daika froze, not knowing how to react, and could only slump powerlessly into a chair. Macnat was also startled. See me. What for? Meanwhile, in another inn room, Varys' servant, Hilda, was calmly sipping tea with a strangely serene attitude. seemingly unconcerned with the world's affairs. But the other person in the room was the complete opposite. A pillow was thrown straight at the wall, accompanied by Varys's furious screams. So irritating. That damn bastard. I should have torn him to 100 pieces right then and there. He yelled while frantically kicking the bed, his face filled with rage. That's right, I should have done it. Why the hell did you stop me? Hearing these words, Hilda simply replied nonchalantly, because if you had actually done that, you would have never achieved the outcome you desire. From the very beginning, all you needed, Lord Varys, was to know the princess's current situation. Just think, if rumors about the relationship between Deka and Macnat were to spread, you would be the one forced to break off the engagement to protect your own image. Hearing this, Varys's face turned purple with rage. He roared indignantly. I know, of course, I know that, but witnessing his fiancée hand in hand with another man, an uncontrollable rage erupted within Varys. After venting for a moment, he let out a sharp breath and spoke. All right, let's go take care of that detestable priest. Remember to be discreet, don't let anyone find out. Hearing this, Hudson gently shook his head to dissuade him. Sir, please don't do that. The ancients taught that haste makes waste. He had to admit Varys was very strong, but considering the events that had transpired in the eastern region, someone like Macnat absolutely could not be underestimated. Just then, a sudden knock on the door rang out, interrupting their conversation. Varys snapped irritably. What is it? The person outside immediately entered, bowed, and reported. Your Highness, as per your orders, I have come to report news about the princess. Princess Daika has returned to the estate. Hearing this news, Varys shot up from his bed, his voice filled with excitement. What? She's back? Where is she? The servant immediately reported. Sir, she is on her way to Lord Marin's room. Seeing Varys hastily putting his clothes back on, Hilda frowned and asked, What do you intend to do? With a smirk, Varys nonchalantly replied, Do you even need to ask? Of course, I'm going to see my beloved fiancée. I didn't even get a chance to have a proper conversation with her last time. You're truly a lost cause. Hilda sighed helplessly. If you go to her now, you won't achieve what you desire. Varys scowled upon hearing that and retorted, And why not? Hilda didn't answer, turning to the servant instead and asking, Let me ask you something. Did the princess come here alone or with someone else? The servant calmly replied, Ma'am, she arrived with a priest who introduced himself as Macnat. The moment he heard that name, Varys became like a provoked wild beast, grinding his teeth and roaring. That bastard again. In contrast, Hilda remained calm, leisurely taking a sip of tea before saying, See, Varys, now completely enraged, threw his head back and roared, That goddamn priest. Why is he always glued to my fiancé's side? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Macnat was led to a room. The servant bowed politely. Lord Iramio is waiting for you inside. It is not my place to enter, so please, go in by yourself. Macnat simply gave an indifferent nod, having no objections. Placing a hand on the door, he slowly pushed it open and entered, his mind still swirling with questions. Why would the head of the family want to personally meet an outsider like him? Mehrunes hadn't revealed a single thing. Besides, wasn't Lord Iramio's mind supposed to be unwell? Carrying that bundle of doubts, Macnat stepped further inside. Before he could even get a clear look at the person before him, a deep, steady voice spoke. It is a great honor to meet you. Macnat immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the sound and saw a person seated in an armchair. It was an old man with hair as white as silk. Contrary to the rumors, his eyes were still incredibly sharp. He looked Macnat over once and then spoke. I assume I don't need to introduce myself, do I? This was none other than Canto Irameo. Macnat replied politely. I had heard that your health has been poor recently. Canto calmly replied, I have only recently regained my lucidity. Come, have a seat. I have something I need to speak with you about. Macnat did as he was told, approaching and sitting in the opposite chair. Once he was settled, Canto slowly began to speak. Some time ago, I asked Marin to use some of his authority to look into you. People say that you are a hero sent from above. Macnat simply shook his head with a slight smile. I only do what I believe is right. Hearing this response, Canto suddenly grew pensive. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his tone laced with insinuation. I've also heard that you and my daughter share a rather close relationship. Macnat nearly choked on his own spit upon hearing that. He hurriedly waved his hands and stammered a denial. That's just a misunderstanding. There's nothing but innocence between us. Canto, however, seemed unconvinced and pressed further. And yet, I hear that Deka dresses in comfortable clothes to visit your room every night. Macnat couldn't help but let out a dry cough. What kind of fatal misunderstanding was this? Daika was obviously just coming to visit the corrupted mother. But how in the world could he possibly know about that? How is he supposed to explain this whole tangled mess now? Seeing Macnat's reaction, Canto pressed on, suggesting that this decision would be for the best now that he knew the situation. Just as Macnat was hesitating, trying to find a lie to smooth things over, he was stopped in his tracks by Canto's words. The astonished young man asked, What do you mean, sir? Kanto then spoke slowly, making an unexpected request. Please, I beg you, take my daughter and leave this place. Matnat narrowed his eyes at him, completely bewildered, and asked again, What did you say? I really don't understand what you mean. The old lord then began to explain patiently. I mean that you should live a happy life with my daughter. I will support you both with everything I have, ensuring that you will never want for anything. However, there is one condition. You two must leave beetles in this Daika territory and never return. I will personally take care of the marriage arrangement, her marriage to the Prince of the Dragon Kingdom. So you don't need to concern yourself with that. Upon hearing this, Matnat involuntarily let out a laugh. Right after, he shook his head and refused outright. That won't be necessary, but thank you for your kindness. Kanto's face immediately darkened, and he frowned, asking, No need. Matnat nodded indifferently and replied casually, Your support is already more than enough. Kanto looked perplexed and then spoke. My daughter is flawlessly beautiful because she carries my blood. So why do you refuse? Matnat calmly responded with a stark truth. Because she is a mage. For that very reason, no one supports her. No one wants her to be the successor. And yet, every time Daika expresses her ambition to become the lord, Matnat always encourages her with all his heart. So, if she were to say she wanted to leave with him, he would gladly accept. However, Matnat affirmed that he had no right to decide for her. Only she could choose her own path. Hearing this, Kanto narrowed his eyes and stared straight at the young man. Matnat didn't flinch in the slightest, meeting his gaze and saying seriously, If you truly want her to leave this territory, I think you should be the one to tell her that yourself. Don't you think so? The atmosphere in the room immediately grew heavy with silence. Kanto did not reply immediately. After a long pause, he heaved a sigh and said, The reason I can't tell her myself is very simple. Daik is a defiant child. The more you try to suppress her, the more fiercely she will rebel. If I were to tell her to leave now, she would only become more determined to claim the family inheritance by any means necessary. But the future that lies at the end of that road is not what Daika truly wants. That is precisely why Kanto wanted Matnat to convince Daika in the first place. He also added that being the lord of a territory was not a good thing. Matnat listened but offered no response, instead asking a cold question of his own. In turn, may I ask you a question? It might be a bit sudden, he said, letting out a faint laugh. Kanto replied casually, I think you've already been plenty forward, so just say it. Without any hesitation, Matnat calmly said, I've heard that until now, you have never really paid any attention to your daughter. So why are you suddenly making such a proposal now? With a slight huff, Kanto replied nonchalantly, Do I need a reason? I simply had a change of heart, that's all. As he spoke, his hand on the armrest tightened involuntarily, and his tone became stern. I'm begging you, leave this place as soon as you can. That would probably be the best thing for her. You may leave now. Hearing the dismissal, Matnat did not linger and immediately turned to leave. However, he had only taken 2 steps before Kanto called him back. The young man frowned and looked back at the man in the chair. After a moment of hesitation, Kanto spoke slowly. Don't tell anyone else that my mind has cleared up. Just tell them you struggled to communicate with me because my mind was not sound. Matnat was a bit taken aback by this strange request, but he asked no further questions and simply nodded. All right. Kanto immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Finally, the room was quiet once more, with only Kanto remaining. He slowly closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep, while the flames in the fireplace continued to flicker endlessly. It was a long while before the old man opened his eyes, but his gaze was unusually empty, and 2 figures appeared behind him. They were none other than Adora and her accomplice, Irex. Irex glanced at the old man and asked, How are the preparations coming along? Kanto then pushed himself up from his chair. The old man's state began to change, his entire body enveloped in a dark, deathly aura, as he spoke coldly. It will be completed soon, just wait a little longer, just a short while more. Meanwhile, in another scene, Matnat had also returned after finishing his conversation. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped outside, he heard Daika's voice, full of disgust, echoing, I already said I don't want to. It turned out Vadis was tugging at her sleeve, causing her to snap in annoyance. I told you I didn't come here to see you. As she spoke, Daika decisively pulled her hand away from his grasp, scoffed coldly, and declared, I never had any intention of marrying you from the very beginning. Matnat witnessed this struggle, feeling a bit bewildered, not understanding what the heck was going on, and slowly approached them. The moment she saw Matnat, Daika's tone immediately did a 180-degree turn. She asked cheerfully, Is your meeting over? Then quickly ran over to him. Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn back and toss a remark at Vadis. Prince Vadis, my apologies about the engagement, I'll be going now. Have a good day. At the same time, the moment Vadis saw Matnat, his face contorted with rage, causing Hilda, who was standing behind him, to break out in a cold sweat. His anger instantly flared up to his head, and the prince was about to charge forward to settle the score. Seeing this, Hilda hurriedly clung to his leg, but Vadis still managed to break free. He snarled aggressively, warning, "You again! Get away from my fiancé immediately." However, before his hand could even touch Macnac, Daika had already stepped in front of him, coldly declaring once more, "I am not going to marry you." Vadis narrowed his eyes at her, looking hurt and wronged, and asked, "But why? Is there something about me that you're not satisfied with?" Daika just shook her head slightly and explained, "It's not that you have any shortcomings, it's just that I myself don't want to get married." Hearing her say that, Vadis's face immediately lit up with joy, and he suggested, "Don't be like that. How about we have a meal together?" Vadis reached out, intending to take her hand, but Daika flatly refused. "I have an appointment tomorrow." Vadis didn't give up and continued to press her, but the result was the same as always. Daika was busy every single day. To put it bluntly, whenever it came to having a meal with him, she was always busy. Not bothering to argue with Vadis any longer, Daika gave a few more perfunctory replies before leaving impatiently. "I'm very busy." Meanwhile, Macnac was still hiding on the side, but enjoying the show. Even the corrupted mother couldn't help but screech a few times to join in the fun. The young man could only sigh, thinking to himself, she really dumped him. Just then, Vadis was still tagging along behind her, calling out, "Then how about this?" With that, he took out a flyer with a picture of a girl on it. He said cheerfully, "I heard a theater troupe just arrived in Beatles. They have a very famous singer with them. You know her, right? Her name is Adora. Let's go see her perform together." Ironically, the person on the flyer was the very same Adora who had just appeared in Kanto's room, yet Daika still coldly refused. "I've already met her." Vadis stared at her blankly, muttering, "But the first performance isn't for another 3 days." Daika indifferently shrugged and pouted in response. "All performances are the same. I won't be watching any new ones." Hearing these harsh words, Vadis immediately ground his teeth in anger. He questioned her coldly, "You're rejecting me because of that bastard Macnac, aren't you?" Daika denied it flatly without a hint of hesitation. "No, it has nothing to do with him." "Don't lie to me." Vadis didn't believe her, shouting so loudly that Daika was slightly startled. Right after that, he pointed directly at Macnac, who was peeking from the side, and loudly accused, "You go to his room every night." The air instantly froze. Macnac felt this accusation was an injustice of epic proportions, so much so that even the corrupt queen mother spoke up bitterly in protest. Macnac could only sigh helplessly, thinking to himself, "What the hell is going on? Isn't her mother always by her side whenever she visits?" With that, he stepped forward to clear things up. "Your Highness, this is a complete misunderstanding. There is nothing between us like what you're imagining. You must simply be letting your anger cloud your judgment." However, Varys wouldn't hear any of it. He roared furiously, "Shut your mouth! Do you think I can't see through your deceitful act?" Macnac was rendered completely speechless, while Varys continued his tirade. "You must be getting a real thrill out of this, aren't you? Knowing that the princess is already engaged? You want to defile the honor of a nobleman." But before he could even finish, Daika could not endure it any longer. She snarled, cutting him off, "Silence." Her shout startled Varys, who stumbled back and slammed his head against the wall. Daika stared daggers at Varys, her voice as cold as ice. "There is absolutely nothing between Priest Macnac and me. Our relationship is completely... He's not that kind of person." She affirmed that he was a good man who always lived for others and never hesitated to help anyone in need. Even when facing grave danger, Macnac never backed down. He was the one who saved Daika from kidnappers, so she absolutely could not stand by and watch Varys humiliate her savior. Upon hearing this, Varys was completely stunned. He stood frozen like a statue, at a loss for words. Ignoring his reaction, Daika continued, her voice like steel, "Therefore, let me be perfectly clear. I, Daika I Romero, swear upon my family's honor to officially annul the engagement with the Prince of the Dragon Kingdom. This vow will stand as long as the flower of House Iramero continues to bloom." Hearing this, Varys' face darkened. He ground his teeth and hissed, "Ha! As long as the flower of Iramero does not wilt, is that it? Does that mean you'll only marry me after your entire family has been annihilated?" Then, he turned and shouted into the distance, "Dozo, this isn't how we planned it." Upon hearing the name, Macnac immediately turned. Just as expected, Dozo was approaching from afar, speaking in a cold voice. Dozo said to Varys, "You're always so impatient and crude." He then turned to Daika, his tone softening, "You should know. You shouldn't so casually swear on the honor of House Iramero. Do you not know your place in this family? Is it just because I'm a mage?" Daika squinted at the newcomer, her eyes showing clear hesitation. Just then, Varys stormed forward, angrily confronting Dozo. "You promised you would give me the princess." In response, Dozo merely gave an indifferent shrug. Dozo answered nonchalantly, "I only said you could have her, if you were capable enough. Why are you complaining to me now? After all, you're the one who failed here, aren't you?" The words hit Varys like a slap in the face, twisting his expression into something even fouler. He stammered, "Wah, what did you just say? Do you think you can just walk away from this?" Dozo glared at him and warned coldly, Varys Draco, if you dare to raise your voice at me one more time, I will report your every action to the Demon Dragon King." Hearing that dreadful name, Varys gulped and prudently clamped his mouth shut. He then vented his frustration on Haldon, striding over to kick him forcefully. "Stop playing dead and get up." After saying that, Varys dragged Haldon past Dozo and left. At that moment, Deka suddenly spoke out. "Wait a minute, were you the one who suggested this kidnapping to the Dragon Kingdom's prince? And he was just doing what you told him, right?" Dozo squinted at her, his eyes betraying a slight hesitation. A moment later, he spoke. "What kidnapping? I only told him to protect you," Dozo said condescendingly. "You always just whine and think about yourself. Have you ever once stopped to consider the good of the entire family? If I had really wanted to kidnap you, do you think you would still be standing here?" He concluded that she should be grateful he had shown mercy on her, purely because they were related by blood. Before Deka's bewildered eyes, Dozo didn't spare her a glance and coldly declared, "You'd best get lost along with that guy. Do I need to be any clearer?" As it turned out, he wanted her to pack up and leave Beetles within the next 3 days. A moment later, after Dika and Macnat had left, she threw her head back and screamed in frustration, "That bastard is so unreasonable. Leave Beetles within 3 days? On what grounds?" Macnat, who was walking ahead, heard her laments and could only feel awkward, not knowing what to do. Just then, she turned to ask him, "Can I use magic to give him a punch?" Macnat hastily stopped her. "If you do that, your brother will be a dead man." Dayaka snorted coldly and replied with a pout, "What's a little punch to a thick-skinned guy like him?" Just then, the mother of corruption suddenly spoke. This startled Macnat, and he suddenly recalled the words of the 2 members of the Irumeo family. Both Dayaka's father and her brother had urged them to leave in a hurry. This can't be a coincidence, Macnat thought to himself. While he was lost in thought, Dayaka suddenly spoke up. "Priest Macnat, isn't that Jamal over there?" Hearing this, Macnat immediately followed her gaze. It was indeed Jamal, but she was being escorted away by soldiers. He frowned, muttering in suspicion, what could she have done? Just then, Teres came rushing over from a distance. Macnat immediately asked him, "What's going on?" He hurriedly replied, "Someone exposed Miss Jamal as a worshipper of the evil spirit." And so, right after that, Dayaka called a soldier over to get the full story. After learning about the situation, she let him leave. Now, only the 3 of them remained in the cellar. At this point, Dayaka spoke up. "It's true that we've heard news about the evil spirit worshippers causing a commotion lately, but I never expected they would start imprisoning people everywhere like this." She continued, "I heard the temple's purification squad stationed nearby is also on its way." Then, she turned to Macnat and asked, "What do we do now?" Macnat thought for a moment before asking in return, "What do you think happens to an evil spirit worshipper when they're caught?" Dayaka pursed her lips and replied, "They'll probably be handed over to the temple's purification squad and then subjected to all kinds of torture, until they give up information about the Liberation Army or until they die." Hearing this, Macnat's expression immediately turned grim. He muttered, "To hunt down evil spirit worshippers who don't possess holy power, they must have tracked them by the residual evil energy left in their bodies. If that's the case, I might have a way." Noticing the change in Macnat's expression, Dayaka asked cheerfully, "You have a plan?" Macnat nodded and calmly replied, "Yes, I think I have a way to save Jamal. It might be a little difficult for me, but with the Mother of Corruption's help, I think we can conceal her." Without a moment's hesitation, the Mother of Corruption immediately agreed. Meanwhile, in a dark, foul-smelling, rat-infested dungeon, Jamal was imprisoned. She sat huddled in a corner, lost in thought about her fate. She had become a nun only by a stroke of luck, but that was never what she wanted, because the person she truly wanted to be was a follower of the evil spirit. After all, Jamal was just an orphan they had taken in. Was coming with Macnat a mistake? I should have run away. He was supposed to be my last ray of hope, wasn't he? At this thought, Jamal couldn't hold back her tears, her mouth muttering ceaselessly in despair. "Oh, unifying rock, what am I to do now? If I try to use my power in a place like this, I'll die before I can even escape." Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the cell, causing the rats to scatter in fear. Sobbing, Jamal heard footsteps and looked up. When she recognized the person who had arrived, her face immediately lit up with joy. The visitors were Gi-Sel and Jian, her former comrades. Jamal rushed to the cell bars, exclaiming with delight, "You two are still alive." However, contrary to her joy, the expressions on their faces were grim. Jamal started to feel that something was wrong. Her hand on the iron bars trembled slightly. Jamal hesitantly asked, "Why is the atmosphere so strange? Did you two turn me in?" Without a moment's hesitation, Gi-Sel immediately admitted it, aggressively hurling an insult. "Traitor." Hearing those words, Jamal pressed her lips together tightly and questioned, "Did you just call me a traitor?" She snorted coldly, affirming, "That's right, because you are a backstabber. You've been living a comfortable and happy life next to that damn priest." "While we had to struggle to survive," she said bitterly, adding that she had once worried about Jamal when she was separated from the group. But then she mocked herself, saying that worry was pointless. Not wanting to be misunderstood, Jamil quickly tried to explain, "It's not like that at all. I worked incredibly hard to find a way to save you too. If I hadn't begged Father Macnat to help, you both would have died back there." Hearing that name, Gisle burst out laughing as if she'd heard an absurd story. She asked contemptuously, "That priest? What could he possibly do to help? You mean he can actually control those weapons from the ancient empire?" Without any hesitation, Jamil nodded decisively. "Yes, he really can. I can explain everything." Giselle just sighed helplessly. "What else is there for you to explain, Jamil?" Without any hesitation, Jamil began to recount the whole story to them. "After I was separated from everyone, I found the excavation team we were looking for. But right after that, a horde of silver soldiers suddenly attacked. Since there were things I needed to ask them, I couldn't let them die, so I stepped in to help, but it was beyond my abilities. Just then, Macnat appeared like a god descending to Earth, and together we pushed back all the silver soldiers." Hearing this, Jisoo couldn't help but be astonished and quickly asked, "What? Wait, you're saying he can control those monsters? Then why did he have to fight them?" Jamil continued to explain, "Because that happened before he received that power. Just let me finish." She continued, "After the battle, a silver soldier twice the size of Jian looked directly at Father Macnat, then knelt down and called out, 'My heir. He's actually from the ancient empire.'" The more Gisle listened, the more absurd it sounded. She narrowed her eyes at Jamil and waved her hand dismissively. "Okay, that's enough." Jamil was startled and immediately fell silent. Gisle continued in a sarcastic tone, "Do you really think we're going to believe that fabricated story? What heir? What ancient empire?" She insisted it was all just something Jamil had imagined. Jamil furiously shouted, "I'm not lying. It's all true." Giselle just shrugged indifferently and said coldly, "Whatever." "Then why, after leaving the ruins, didn't you immediately come to rendezvous with us?" She questioned why Jamil was traveling with Macnat. Hearing this, a flicker of hesitation appeared on Jamil's face. Her reaction was like adding fuel to the fire, making Giselle even more furious. She gritted her teeth. "Now do you understand why I called you a traitor for no reason? I've been watching you since the day you led us to Beetles. That Macnat guy did nothing to keep you, but you trailed after him like a dog instead of trying to escape." Jamil quickly explained, "He said he would eliminate me if I ran away, but later, I realized he's actually a very good person." At this, she immediately made a suggestion. "That's right, everyone should come with us. Macnat is our last hope, and he's a good person too, so I'm sure he'll accept everyone." Gisele's expression instantly turned ugly. She slapped Jamil's hand away and said coldly, "Do you want us to become traitors just like you?" Jamil was pushed hard and fell flat on the ground. She couldn't help but cry out softly, "Oh my God, my butt." At that moment, Giselle spoke again, her voice full of venom. "I don't know about you, but Beetles has already fallen into the hands of the purging army. The fallen god is just." Before she could finish, Jian cut her off coldly. "That's enough, Giselle." Hearing this, Giselle's tone became harsher than ever. "I have no intention of saying anything more. Don't you dare order me around." As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled a gun from her person, aimed it forward coldly, and said, "I know we grew up together, but we can't tolerate traitors. The Purification Army will never forgive such an act, regardless of the reason. At least I'll give you a quick end." With that, she pointed the gun straight at Cha Mio, issuing a warning, "Don't you dare use that power, or else the city's Purification Army will come for you." However, before Giselle could finish her sentence, a hand snatched the gun away. Jian snorted coldly, snapping, "That's enough talk. If you won't do it, then let me." Gisle could only sigh in resignation. Why does that idiot have to act like this? But Jian paid no mind to her thoughts. He growled, "Farewell, you traitor." With that, he prepared to pull the trigger. Chameo was terrified, hugging herself and trembling, thinking, "I don't want to go like this." In that hair-raising moment, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed through the dungeon, and at the same time, Jian's gun fired. However, the bullet was stopped by a soldier on horseback who had just appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, the soldier leaped into the air, swinging his sword directly at the incoming bullet. With a single slash, the bullet was split in two. Once it was done, the soldier lowered his sword. In the cell, Chameo still had her eyes squeezed shut in fear. She didn't dare to open her eyes. The soldier slowly approached, pointing the tip of his sword at the two strangers and spoke in a cold voice. "You vile creatures, how dare you touch a friend of the heir?" As it turns out, this soldier was none other than Turgid. However, his size at this moment was minuscule, making the tense scene suddenly a bit comical. Jian and Gisle stood there stunned, not understanding what was happening. Giselle stared at the tiny robot in front of her and couldn't help but laugh. What the hell is this thing? Is this the knight who's rumored to be twice Gian's size? Shamio, is there something wrong with your head? Hearing these taunts, Turgid panicked a little, thinking to himself, "Oh no, I accidentally transformed too small." He hurriedly channeled his holy power, and a blinding light immediately erupted, forcing Jizel and Jian to shield their eyes. Giselle immediately screamed, "Shoot that stupid girl, Hameo!" But as soon as the words left her mouth, she was stunned by the sight before her. A giant-sized Turgid now stood towering before them. Forget seeing Meo. Even the prison bars were completely obscured by his mask. Giselle shrieked in terror. "Twice the size my foot. This is more like 10 times bigger." Turgid paid them no mind. He just glanced at Meo and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Meo finally dared to peek open her eyes. She shook her head and replied, "I'm fine. Watch out in front of you." "All right," Turgid answered coldly. "You will meet your end here." Hearing this declaration, Meo immediately cried out in alarm. "You don't have to go that far." But Turgid completely ignored her. He calmly replied, "It is the best solution. Anyone who dares to harm a friend of the air is a potential threat to him." As soon as he finished speaking, Turgid swung his sword and charged forward. Jian immediately screamed in fear, "Let's retreat." Gisle nodded slightly, then quickly placed her hand on the ground. Instantly, strange wisps of dark energy emanated from the ground. Turgid knew they were trying to escape. He snorted, "I won't let you run." Immediately, 2 jet engines appeared on his back, propelling him forward at a terrifying speed. The look on Giselle's face grew uglier by the second. She hastily increased the speed at which the dark energy spread. Turgid paid it no mind, saying contemptuously, "It's useless." With that, he brought his sword down in a devastating slash. The force of the slash sent earth and stone flying everywhere. Even Shamio inside the cell was affected by the aftershock and had to quickly cover her face. A moment later, when the dust settled, Turgid's figure appeared once again. Immediately after, he shrank back to his original tiny state. Then he just hopped onto the back of a mouse and ran off. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Shamio couldn't help but be astonished. Is he riding a mouse? However, it was at this moment that she realized something unusual. When Giselle used her power earlier, she couldn't sense any trace of divinity in it. At this thought, Meo's expression immediately turned serious. She had to report this to MacNat right away. A short while later, MacNat finally arrived at the cell. Meo was so happy she cried. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, "I knew it. You would never abandon me." In response to her emotion, MacNat just smirked slightly and uttered a single, indifferent word, "Really?" As he spoke, a set of keys suddenly appeared in his hand. Meo couldn't help but be amazed, exclaiming, "Huh, where did you get those keys?" MacNat only responded with a soft, mysterious chuckle. While selecting the right key, MacNat explained nonchalantly, "I borrowed it while the guards were fast asleep." Meo, still surprised, asked again, "What about the princess?" MacNat replied calmly, "She's distracting the guards at the entrance." Soon after, he found the correct key, and the cell door swung open. As the door swung open, Meo was freed, and she tearfully rejoiced, rushing out with the intention of embracing MacNat. However, before she could even touch him, she was stopped by an invisible divine force, and her whole body was thrown backward. Meo sprawled on the ground and was immediately seized by the neck by the corrupted mother. After effortlessly subduing Meo, the corrupted mother cheerfully danced in front of MacNat. Ignoring Meo, who was clutching her aching back, MacNat spoke up. "My apologies, that first greeting was a bit intense, wasn't it?" With that, he pointed to the entity beside him and introduced her. "This is the corrupted mother, the one whom I serve." Hearing this, Meo exclaimed in astonishment, "She's a goddess?" The corrupted mother simply smiled and uttered a single word, "Kill." Although she didn't understand what she was saying, Meo was incredibly enthusiastic. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Wow, you're so cool. I've never met a goddess before. It's such a great honor. Can we shake hands?" Meo gushed. Faced with such enthusiasm, the corrupted mother panicked, quickly turning and running to MacNat. Her demeanor turned cranky, her eyes glaring at Meo. Seeing this, MacNat spoke up. "She's a little shy about shaking hands." Then he turned to the mother. "I'm sure you don't need me to say it, but we should leave here as soon as possible." Hearing this, the corrupted mother sighed softly, muttering a few unintelligible words. Meo looked at them, bewildered, and asked, "So, what about me?" The corrupted mother glanced at her, then signaled for her to kneel. Meo was a little confused, but it seemed an invisible force compelled her to kneel, whether she wanted to or not. Ignoring her confusion, the corrupted mother placed a hand on top of Meo's head. In an instant, a burst of pure divine power erupted into the air. It enveloped the entire surrounding area. Time passed slowly, and after a moment, the divine power finally began to dissipate. Outwardly, Meo appeared unchanged. At that moment, MacNat asked, "Are you done?" The corrupted mother immediately nodded to confirm. Immediately after, the little girl leaped into MacNat's arms. He looked at her with an affectionate gaze. and once again, divine power enveloped her body. Finally, her form shrank down, transforming into a hand that fit snugly in Macnat's palm. He turned to Jae-meo and warned, "The mother is a secret, so you must absolutely not tell anyone about this." Without a moment's hesitation, Jae-meo nodded and vowed, "I'll keep this secret until the very end." Immediately after, she seemed to remember something and spoke up hesitantly. "Oh, right? I have something to tell you too." Macnat frowned slightly, looking at her doubtfully. "What is it?" Jae-meo quickly explained. "A little while ago, my friend Giselle attacked me." He nodded slightly and replied, "I've already heard the report from Turgid." Jae-meo then continued with her discovery. "But it seems she knows how to use her powers without any divinity." Hearing this, Macnat simply nodded slightly. Then, he suggested, "Let's discuss that after we get out of here." Jae-meo had no objections and immediately stood up to follow him. As they walked, she asked curiously, "So, what was that all about just now?" Macnat chuckled softly and explained, "The mother removed all the remaining divinity from inside your body. As long as you don't use your powers, you'll never be detected again." Hearing this good news, Jae-meo immediately cheered enthusiastically. "Really? That's amazing." Macnat nodded in agreement. The mother is always this wonderful. And with that, the two of them walked out of the prison block together. As they walked, Macnat said, "I'll have Turgid protect you, all right?" In response, Turgid nodded his approval without a moment's hesitation. "Leave that to me." The heir smiled with satisfaction. Macnat cheerfully replied, "I'll be going now. Take care." With that, the person turned and left the prison. A short while later, at the inn where Macnat's group was staying, Cameron and his companion were just groggily waking up after a night of heavy drinking, looking dazed and confused. They stared wide-eyed at James, who had just returned from the prison cell, and asked doubtfully, "Where have you been?" James was boiling with rage, wanting to grab something to give the two of them a good beating, and shouted non-stop, "We were all drinking together, but when I got thrown in jail, you two were sleeping like the dead." Witnessing this, Macnat didn't intervene and instead laughed gleefully at his comrade's misfortune. Just then, Deka approached him. With a charming smile, she called out, "Priest, could you come to the bank with me for a moment?" Macnat frowned slightly, muttering in doubt, "The bank?" But then he immediately remembered something and nodded in understanding. "Ah, you mean about the payment for protecting Lady Deka Irimeo, the eldest daughter of the Kanto Irimeo family who came to Beetles." Deka nodded slightly, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Macnat smiled at her and continued to ask, "So, is this our last journey together?" Deka stared at him, stunned, and didn't answer for a long time. A short while later, at the Beetles Central Bank, Macnat waited outside for Deka. Soon, she emerged from inside, waved to him, and handed him some papers as she explained. "This is your payment for my protection." She continued, "I thought carrying actual gold would be too cumbersome, so I exchanged it for certificates that you can redeem easily. You can use them to exchange for gold at any bank in the Northern Kingdom. If you prefer not to, I will go get the actual gold." Macnat shook his head slightly. "This is fine, thank you," he continued. "So that just leaves payment for Saya and Carmen, right?" Hearing this, Deka seemed to be lost in her own thoughts. After a long moment, she took out a ticket, shut her eyes tightly, and said softly, "Please, go see a play. With me." Macnat stared at her blankly, unsure how to react. Fearing he would refuse, Deka quickly stuffed the ticket into his pocket and explained, "It's for a play. It's in 2 days." Hearing this, Macnat couldn't help but let out a small laugh and teased, "I thought you never wanted to see a play again." Deka was instantly stunned, remembering the words she had said the previous night. She was so embarrassed, she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and disappear. Seeing her adorable reaction, Matnat couldn't help but break into a radiant smile and said cheerfully, "This will be my first time ever seeing a play. I'm really happy." Hearing him agree, Daika was overjoyed, her cheeks flushing with happiness. A short while later, at a tailor shop, the owner looked at the newly arrived customer with tears of joy in his eyes. Matnat had just tried on a new set of clothes and looked a bit uncomfortable. He looked over at Daika and asked hesitantly, "Is all this really necessary?" Daika gave him a playful wink and answered with a smile, "Of course. It's your first time going to a play after all." Matnat frowned at her, asking, "Haven't you already spent too much money?" "It's just for a play. It's nothing." Daika waved her hand dismissively, and fearing he might object again, she quickly changed the subject. "Have you heard of the Jocko's Merchant Guild?" Matnat nodded slightly and replied, "I have. They're the most renowned merchant guild in the Northern Kingdom." Daika smiled cheerfully and said, "I own a lot of shares in it. I invested my entire fortune in them when they were still a small, unknown guild." Matnat couldn't help but be a bit surprised. She continued, her voice filled with confidence, "Did you think I'd come back here without a backup plan?" Her plan was to use this immense fortune to secure her position as the family head. Naturally, her father and brother were completely unaware of this, because the merchant guild Jokos operates in both the northern and southern kingdoms, so it would take some time to liquidate all of their assets into cash. But Daika cheerfully reassured him, "But I have plenty of money, you don't need to worry." Hearing this, Matnat was no longer concerned. He nodded and replied, "So you had it all planned out." Daica winked playfully and said, "Now that you're all cleaned up, shall we go see the play?" Immediately after, the two of them linked arms affectionately and headed to a nearby luxurious musical theater. This was a place frequented by the nobility to enjoy the arts. Daica and Macnat chose seats in the very back row, and just then, the stage curtain slowly began to rise. A graceful figure emerged from the wings. It was none other than Adora, playing the role of a famous musical star. She glanced down at the audience, offering a perfectly professional smile. Her angelic, clear voice rang out, instantly filling the entire theater and leaving the audience completely mesmerized, lost in utter delight. Even Daica was no exception, smiling gleefully. At the same time, Macnat secretly glanced at her, an act that was immediately noticed by De Hoa. She couldn't help but speak, prompting Macnat to ask himself, "Do you like Daica?" The answer formed crystal clear in his mind. "Of course, I do. Who wouldn't be captivated by a rose as radiant and fragrant as her?" Hearing this, De Hoa was somewhat surprised. After a long hesitation, she asked, "So, do you love her?" This question sent Macnat into deep thought. The feeling reminded him of the pain of losing Santu, the one who saved his life and whom he considered family. Santu had died for Macnat, and the guilt over his own weakness had tormented him, tearing his heart to shreds. Throughout this long journey, he had only a single thought. In this world, the only thing you long for is the revival of Mthao. Is that the reason, Macnat? Is that why you must complete your mission as a corrupted priest, even if it means casting everything else aside? No, he was once that lost and confused. Although Macnat once thought he would have to sacrifice what was most precious to him, he was now growing stronger by the day. Perhaps the tragedy he feared would never happen again. Macnat never wanted to experience watching a loved one leave this world again. He was certain he would go insane if that day ever came. Lost in his thoughts, he completely forgot he was in the theater, not even realizing that a warm hand had been placed on his. It wasn't until Daica called his name repeatedly that Macnat snapped back to reality, hastily offering a guilty apology. "I was a bit distracted," but at that moment, Macnat noticed something was wrong. Daica didn't look well at all. She stared at him intently, her voice trembling slightly. "Can you please focus? The play is about to reach its final climax." At some point, tears had begun to stream down her cheeks. Macnat was stunned, wondering what on earth was going on. Meanwhile, on stage, Adora continued her bewitching song, and at the same time, Manhwa Hoa suddenly issued an urgent warning to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Macnat pulled Daica into his arms and held her tight. The sudden action startled her, and she had no idea why he was doing it. The audience below was still engrossed in the performance, but at that very moment, a horrifying transformation began. Their bodies suddenly started to swell grotesquely. A blinding light erupted violently in the dark theater. In an instant, all of their heads were severed from their bodies. The one responsible was none other than Adora on stage. Only after the brutal ritual was complete did she slowly retract her power. However, as her gaze swept across the audience, Adora's pupils instantly constricted. She was shocked to see Macnat and Daica completely unharmed. A wicked smile spread across her lips as she spoke. "Oh? Are there still some little mice left alive in the audience?" At the same time, elsewhere, in the night sky above the city of Betas, the night sky was suddenly illuminated by strange beams of light, heralding a terrifying nightmare and a dark conspiracy about to unfold. The pillars of light shot straight down, surrounding a nearby towering castle, creating a scene that looked as if a god was descending to the mortal realm. The blinding light enveloped the entire castle. Marin, who was standing by the window, witnessed everything, his expression growing more solemn than ever. Just then, a knight rushed in breathlessly and reported, "Sir Marin, something terrible has happened. The entire city of Betas has been completely enclosed by a mysterious wall." Marin replied with a grim expression, "I see." The other person hurriedly added, "This must be the work of those evil spirit worshippers. We need to call for reinforcements from the Purge Squad immediately." However, Marin didn't move an inch. He just coldly asked a question. "Where's the princess? I remember ordering you to protect her." Hearing this, the knight immediately lowered his head and mumbled his reply. "Sir, the princess went to watch Adora's performance. I will accept any punishment for neglecting my duty, but the situation is just too urgent." Before he could finish his sentence, Marin cut him off in an ice-cold voice. "Tron, do you think that the evil spirit worshippers are responsible for this tragedy?" Tron answered decisively, "Of course, sir." Hearing this, Marin curled his lip into a sinister smile. "You're absolutely right." Before Tron could even process what was happening, a flash of light sliced across his neck. Just like that, the poor knight's head went flying straight out the window. Marin spoke in a gloomy tone, "What a pity. A young man with a bright future ahead of him, ruined by the hands of an old man. The knight was dead, now a headless ghost. Marin scoffed coldly and spoke, "You would have lived longer if you hadn't abandoned your post." With that said, he walked over to the bookshelf, reached up, and pulled down a book from the top shelf. Instantly, a secret passage opened up. Marin slowly stepped inside, where it seemed some entity was waiting for him. A moment later, Marin came to a stop. He knelt before a strange entity and respectfully reported, "The princess hasn't left yet." The entity nodded slightly. "I understand. We'll have to accept it for now." Iris looked up and said hesitantly, "But sir, there is another issue." Kanto. The entity was none other than Kanto Imireo, the Lord of Beetles. Iris continued his report in a low voice. According to the plan, Adora was supposed to have collected a large amount of materials, but so far there has been no sign of activity. Just then, Marin chimed in, "I heard that the princess, Daika, attended Adora's performance." Iris frowned, pondering for a moment before speaking. "If that's the case, that priest McNat must be there as well. It seems I must go and see Adora myself. Is that acceptable, Lord Kanto?" Kanto had now transformed into a pure white statue. 2 large wings had also sprouted from his back, making it unclear whether he was an angel or a demon. Kanto calmly replied, "Go ahead." Having received permission, Iris flashed an excited, crazed smile. Meanwhile, at the opera house, Adora burst into maniacal laughter. "I wonder if any of this audience survived, even without a backup plan. It doesn't matter, I can handle it myself." She had already absorbed all the corpses below. McNat, still holding Daika tightly in his arms, coldly questioned, "Are you an evil spirit worshipper?" Mother Corruption, from inside his pocket, also spoke up. He grew suspicious after hearing that. "She's only worth 2 fingers? Impossible. Someone who could cause a disaster of this scale couldn't possibly be rated at just 2 fingers. She must have a way to fool Mother Corruption. Either way, a battle is inevitable." With that thought, McNat decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. At the same time, Adora yelled, "Let's see about that." But the moment the words left her mouth, a beam of magical light pierced through her body, splattering slime everywhere. The attacker was none other than Daika. She had broken free from McNat's arms, a newly summoned sword in her hand. She roared with righteous fury, "How dare you slaughter the innocent citizens of Beetles right in front of me, the Princess of Imerio?" At that moment, Daika seemed to have completely lost her mind. She charged forward in a frenzy, determined to rip Adora into 100 pieces. However, Adora was no pushover. Despite being burned by magic, she was completely unharmed, her mocking tone ringing out as she jeered that it was an unfair start to the battle. "Why so hot-tempered, girl?" Right after the taunt, the two of them clashed. Daica showed no mercy, immediately casting a spell. Instantly, a massive orb of magic shot from her hand. Not only that, Daica seized the opportunity, swinging her sword and charging in to attack at the same time. In that very moment, Adora's body suddenly turned into a puddle of disgusting slime, causing Daica's sword to slice through empty air. And then when Adora reappeared, she was right in front of Daica, roaring aggressively, "Try taking this." In a situation hanging by a thread, a hand managed to pull Daica back by the shoulder. It was McNat. He had saved her from Adora's fatal blow. He glanced at her and advised, "Calm down, you can't fight her so emotionally." Hearing this, Daica frowned, only replying after a long moment, "Perhaps you're right." Adora had now transformed into a grotesque monster, with only her lower body retaining a human form. Daica narrowed her eyes at her, speaking in a cold voice. "But it doesn't matter now. I will teach you a lesson for daring to attack the people of Beetles right in front of a member of the IRI clan." Across from them, Adora heard this and sneered contemptuously. "Is that so? Is your source reliable, so I can go tattle to your father?" However, before she could finish speaking, her pupils instinctively contracted when 2 magic orbs suddenly appeared before her. A loud boom resounded, and the entire area was engulfed in thick smoke and dust. McNat and Daica had attacked in unison, without a shred of mercy. Adora's body was engulfed in a sea of flames, but it quickly regenerated. She flew into a rage, roaring, "You brainless fools." As soon as the words left her mouth, Adora completely transformed into a hideous monster, bearing no resemblance to a human anymore. Daica looked at her current form, her eyes filled with contempt, "As if you deserve to be treated like a human." At this point, Daica was completely enraged. She knew better than anyone that the rights and power the IRI clan possessed came from the support of the Beetles people. And yet, Daica had failed to protect them. Therefore, all that remained in her now was the thought of revenge. McNat watched her intently for a long moment before advising, "Your Highness, you should calm down." Hearing his voice, the frenzy in Daica's eyes gradually faded. Finally, she listened and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Adora had also calmed down. She looked ahead and was about to taunt them both. However, it was at this moment that she realized something. Only Daica remained in front of her. She was startled, muttering, "Where'd the other one go?" Looking for Macnat, he suddenly appeared from above, swinging his sword down without a moment's hesitation. Unfortunately, Adora was one step faster and dodged it. He glanced at her and said in a low voice, "Quick reflexes for someone of that cumbersome size." Adora snorted coldly, scornfully. "You coward! Did you think I would fall for such an obvious trap?" Yet, before she could finish her arrogant words, she realized something was wrong. Adora's body was now stuck fast to the ceiling. Macnat gave a cold smirk. "Your intellect must be as small as an insect's. After turning into this moth, how far can you fly within the confines of this theater?" With that, he held his sword and slowly advanced on Adora. His low voice rang out again. "I quite admire your singing voice, so I'll be merciful and grant you a favor." Adora was now in a complete panic, struggling frantically to escape the trap, but Macnat calmly walked right up to her. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he asked, "Do you want me to rip off those useless wings first, or your useless head?" Hearing this threat, Adora's supporting hand instinctively clenched with rage and fear. Adora roared furiously, "You little brat, I'll tear you into 100 pieces." The moment she finished speaking, she opened her gruesome mouth wide, revealing a long, writhing tongue. Seeing this horrifying sight, Macnat couldn't help but panic as the tongue shot toward him like a giant python. Macnat hastily dodged, but the disgusting tongue relentlessly pursued him. Everywhere he ran, it lashed down, shattering the surrounding ground into smithereens. Adora roared aggressively, "Still think you can dodge?" However, before she could finish her sentence, a massive explosion suddenly erupted, sending smoke and fire billowing everywhere. Macnat was stunned by this scene. When he collected himself and looked again, he saw Daica in the distance, waving him over. Daica quickly called out, "Macnat, over here." At that moment, Adora was enraged to the extreme, grinding her teeth audibly. She had truly been driven mad by the two of them. She threw her head back and shrieked maniacally at the sky, "Damn it, I'll send you both to hell." As her curse ended, her long tongue, like a giant rope, began to whip around wildly in the air. In the blink of an eye, the once magnificent and splendid theater was leveled into a pile of ruins by Adora. Meanwhile, Macnat and Daica had managed to take cover in a hidden corner where she couldn't see them. Suddenly, the corrupted mother inside Macnat's bag began to speak, reminding him of something. He nodded, muttering to himself, "You're right, I need to end this more quickly, because the only escape is right behind that evil spirit worshipper. They wouldn't be able to leave this place without taking down Adora first. But how could they do it?" He hesitated, wondering whether to use the tainted sword or summon the corrupted giant. After a moment of consideration, he realized that neither option was feasible. Macnat then glanced over at Daica and called out, "Princess." Startled, she turned to look at him intently. Macnat said slowly, "I have a favor to ask of you." At the same time, outside, Adora was still rampaging wildly everywhere, trying to find the two of them. Unable to find Macnat and Daica, she roared in frustration, "Where are you two little mice hiding? Get out here now." Just as Adora's words faded, a figure slowly stepped out from the hiding spot. She squinted, staring intently in that direction. And then, she saw Macnat and Daica appear together. She smirked coldly. "Very good, a wise choice indeed, since you have to die anyway. Isn't it better to hold hands and go down to the underworld together?" Adora declared that she would mince them both into such tiny pieces that no one could ever recognize, or put them back together. The moment she finished speaking, her tongue lashed out like a whip once more. At the same time, Macnat gripped his sword and charged forward, swinging a sharp, swift strike that sliced off a piece of her tongue. However, Adora didn't seem to feel any pain. She let out a scornful laugh. "You still dare to resist?" Then, her tongue whipped violently toward the two of them again. Macnat immediately shielded Daica, determined not to let her get hurt. Holy power poured continuously from his hands to block the attack, while Daica, behind him, was not idle either. In the palm of her hand, a magic orb was gradually forming. She muttered ancient incantations, and in an instant, the energy orb began to crack. A blinding light erupted from within the orb, illuminating the entire space. Flashing back to a few minutes earlier, after hearing Macnat's proposal, Daica had been a bit surprised. Macnat then slowly explained, "That's right, Princess, you are our only solution right now. We won't be able to escape from here by relying on my skills alone. As you know, a spell that uses an ancient language, the more compatible that language is with mana, the more powerful the resulting magic will be. However, that violent flow of mana will also corrode the user's mind, so it requires the highest level of concentration." Macnat said he would become a sturdy shield to protect her. Her job was to focus all her power on attacking that monster. And that was why, in the present moment, the two of them were coordinating exactly as planned. One person acted as the vanguard to draw fire, while the other gathered power in the rear to cast a spell. Adora was completely unaware of this plan, still attacking them both frantically. "Die!" Adora roared. Macnat gritted his teeth, his legs tensing as he held his ground. He told himself that he had to endure, to stand firm at all costs. As long as he remained standing, she would never be able to touch Daika. He would absolutely not let the tragic scene of Daika lying collapse in a pool of blood happen ever again. He would never forgive the one who caused this tragedy, but just as Macnac was lost in thought, Adora's long tongue suddenly whipped towards him. Caught completely by surprise, he couldn't dodge in time and took a direct hit, while Daika was still diligently casting her spell. Adora realized she had successfully taken Macnac down. She grew even more delighted, letting out a savage laugh. It's over. Macnac was sent flying by the devastating blow, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, but he quickly regained his balance right after. Ignoring his bleeding wound, he glared at Adora and hissed coldly, "Got you now." Without a moment's hesitation, Macnac tightened his grip on his sword and charged forward. The sword plunged deep into her body, and at the same time, his other hand grabbed tightly onto Adora's tongue, causing her to let out a piercing scream of pain. Macnac continued to glare at her, his hand refusing to let go, and at that very moment, a blinding light erupted from behind him. That was the spell Daika had just completed, and upon witnessing it, Adora's face instantly paled, revealing a look of absolute terror. She stammered in fear. "Why? Wait!" But of course, Daika wasn't going to give her any more chances. She clenched the lightning in her hand, her eyes as cold as ice, and shouted, "Die!" Immediately after, the bolt of lightning was hurled straight at Adora, engulfing her entire body. The terrifying bolt of lightning pierced through the roof, shooting straight up into the sky, impaling Adora's body and leaving her to do nothing but scream in agony. Daika glared at her, gritting her teeth. Die. When the smoke and dust finally settled, a giant hole had been blown through the ceiling. Adora's body lay sprawled on the ground, completely motionless. Seeing this, Macnac slowly approached to check. He let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "Mother was right. Using holy power at this moment was perfect." But then, Daika suddenly collapsed from above. Macnac rushed forward to catch her, and looking at the exhausted girl in his arms, he angrily bit his lip. "She's completely out of mana." He asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Daika tremblingly called out priest, then pointed into the distance, stammering incoherently. "Oh, over there. Up there." Macnac followed her gaze and was stunned to see a figure standing tall up high. But in the blink of an eye, that figure appeared right behind him. Macnac jumped in shock and quickly turned around. Adora, who was dying on the ground, trembled as she tried to open her eyes. The newcomer was none other than Irish. She glanced down at the barely breathing Adora on the floor. She pouted and said mockingly, "See, you should have listened when I offered to train you. At least you wouldn't have ended up dying like this." Macnac watched Irish warily and asked, "What do you want?" Irish calmly replied, "A one-on-one fight." Glaring at her, Macnac coldly retorted, "Why should I agree?" Irish shrugged nonchalantly, her tone condescending, "Because I've already been very merciful to you." She glanced towards Daika. "I mean the one you're protecting. If I wanted, instead of holding her, you'd be picking up her pieces right now." Hearing this threat, Macnac's expression faltered for a moment. He immediately carried Daika backward, gently leaning her against a wall and asking worriedly, "Are you awake?" Daika nodded slightly, slowly opening her eyes despite having exhausted all her mana, but her recovery speed was incredibly fast. Macnac narrowed his eyes at her and whispered, "Just pretend to be unconscious for now. I'll stall for time. If you see a chance, run immediately." While they were plotting, Irish spoke up impatiently, "You're wasting my time. I have no intention of touching her while we fight. Of course, if you lose, her head will be my trophy." Just then, Macnac stepped forward, gripping his sword tightly. Holy power began to gather around the blade, and he spoke in an ice-cold voice. "There's no need for such cheap provocations. I have no intention of running or avoiding this fight." Hearing this, Irish broke into a satisfied smile. She said cheerfully, "I like that. I love that you're going to give this fight your all." The moment she finished speaking, Macnac lunged forward like a flash of lightning. The deafening clang of metal on metal rang out. Macnac gritted his teeth, using all his strength to press his sword down, because he knew he couldn't use his authority. Worried the Purge squad would arrive, and seeing Macnac still hesitating, Irish taunted him, "Is this all you've got?" Before Macnac could even react, his eyes filled with panic as Irish immediately put all her strength into sending him flying, causing his body to slam violently against the ground. The searing pain made Macnac grit his teeth, and he muttered in frustration, "This woman, how can she be so strong?" But while he was lost in thought, Irish charged at him again. Startled, Macnac hurriedly dodged to one side, but what utterly astonished him was the sight of her moving with incredible agility right on the wall. Against Irish's relentless assault, Macnac was completely on the defensive, and seeing this, she became even more triumphant, letting out a mocking laugh. "What's wrong? Are you just going to keep retreating? Hurry up and use the power of a priest." Hearing her taunts, Macnac angrily bit his lip. He was still struggling to break her chain of attacks when, in a moment of distraction, he accidentally revealed a fatal opening, and Irish, of course, did not miss this golden opportunity. A razor-sharp sword strike came down, and Macnac couldn't dodge in time, her blade cutting a deep gash across his body, causing fresh blood to gush out instantly. Irish smirked in satisfaction, her eyes filled with smugness, while Macnac's body flew backward helplessly, like a kite with a broken string. He lay sprawled on the ground with a deep gash on his chest, as Irish raised an eyebrow and sneered, "The Demon Slayer, Macnac, huh? It seems the rumors about you were nothing but hype." However, her smile froze on her face because Macnac was slowly rising from the ground, his deep, hoarse voice echoing. "You've dirtied my clothes. It seems you're going to pay a hefty price for this." At that moment, a strange change began to take place. The deep wound on his chest was healing at an unbelievable speed with holy power. Witnessing this, Irish was stunned, but her surprise quickly turned into a thrilled smile. "You're not human," Irish exclaimed, to which Macnac just snorted coldly and replied, "I could say the same about you." Irish pointed her sword to the ground, her cold voice ringing out, "Fine, let's have a life-or-death battle then." The moment she spoke, she lunged forward like a wild beast. She smirked and said, "Let's see how this honorable duel will end." Meanwhile, Macnac had no intention of backing down. Macnac swung his sword again, his stance now as firm as a rock, but Irish was just as formidable. She planted her feet firmly, bracing herself against Macnac's attack. Their swords clashed, sending sparks flying as they glared at each other, eyes burning with the will to fight. Just as they were locked in a stalemate, something unexpected happened. A mechanical device suddenly appeared in Macnac's hand, and a massive surge of holy power erupted from it, creating a deafening explosion. The violent explosion of holy power sent Irish flying, her body slamming hard into the wall behind her with a horrific impact. The wall crumbled into a pile of rubble, and having been blown away so suddenly, Irish angrily roared, "You despicable bastard!" But before she could finish her curse, her pupils suddenly constricted in shock, because Macnac was already right in front of her, his sword plunging down without hesitation. With a loud bang, the ground where she had just been standing exploded, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Thick smoke and dust instantly enveloped the entire area, but as the dust began to settle, there was no one to be seen. Because Irish had managed to escape just as Macnac struck, she now stood on the opposite side, glaring at him before speaking coldly. "Why don't you use your real power? I heard you were a priest." In response to her question, Macnac remained silent. He simply replied calmly, "So, it wasn't just at the theater. You've been causing this kind of trouble elsewhere too." Irish was a bit taken aback, unable to follow his sudden change of subject. Ignoring her expression, he continued, "This chaos in the city, you had a hand in it too, didn't you?" Irish shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I don't deny it, but it wasn't my plan." It seemed the only thing she cared about was an honorable fight. Hearing this, Macnac couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, sneering with contempt. "Honor? The kind of honor built on sending innocent people to their deaths? That must be a pretty cheap kind of honor." However, Irish seemed completely unfazed by his sarcastic remarks. Irene replied coldly, "I have no interest in the misfortune of the weak. I am a warrior, not some saint handing out pity." In her eyes, those people were nothing more than trash, their existence serving only one purpose: to be trampled on by the strong. This cruel remark successfully enraged Macnac. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze stabbing into Irene like a dagger, and after a terrifying silence, he slowly began to speak. "You know, you have absolutely no talent for the martial arts." His words were like a splash of cold water to Irene's face, leaving her stunned and confused about what he was saying. Macnac smirked. "I realized that because I know what real talent looks like, and you are not one of them." Irene had absolutely no natural talent, not even a shred. Her movements, reflexes, judgment, everything was terrible. Absolutely nothing. Macnac continued to expose her. "I've only been learning swordsmanship for 3 years, but if it weren't for your innate physical advantages, you would have fallen to my blade long ago." He finished with a provocative smile. "So is that why you became a priest? Since you didn't have the talent to become a true master, did you choose this cowardly path just to gain power?" Macnac's words struck a nerve, causing Irene to completely lose control. She gritted her teeth, growling, "You bastard, I'll send you to hell." At that moment, Irene's entire body erupted with a raging, killing intent. So why did Irene have such an extreme reaction? The story goes back to the past, to the fateful day she had a duel with her junior, and as a result, she was utterly defeated by him. From then on, whispers and gossip followed Irene like relentless ghosts. Though she couldn't accept it, Irene had to face the result and silently sheathed her sword. In contrast, her junior cheerfully shouted, "That was a great fight." Irene narrowed her eyes at him, her voice as cold as ice. "You were just lucky today." All the sweat and effort she had poured in for all those years, all her hard-won experience, along with her desperate desire for victory, had all become meaningless. Just now, she had been humiliatingly defeated by her very own junior. Irene felt completely useless and pathetic. The shock caused her to abandon her training, something she had never skipped for even a single day. Hearing this, her junior was distraught, even blaming himself for what happened. Irene's fellow knights were also deeply concerned, but Irene just locked herself in her room, and everyone's attempts to talk to her were useless. Finally, unable to stand it anymore, they decided to act. The door burst open, and they rushed in to find Irene sitting motionless in a chair. One of the knights couldn't help but speak up immediately. "Thank goodness. We were so worried about you. You haven't been to the training grounds for weeks. Are you really going to retire, just because you lost to that kid?" Another one asked, stepping up beside her. They tried to comfort Irene, saying that her junior was a rare genius who had defeated everyone, so she shouldn't let it bother her. However, their words of comfort only added fuel to the fire. Irene gritted her teeth and roared, "Get out, all of you." The crowd stood, stunned and confused, and she had to snarl the words again. Eventually, they were all driven out by Irene's rage. The room fell back into darkness, leaving her completely alone. In that desperate darkness, Irene came to a bitter realization. Effort was meaningless. No matter how hard she worked, her efforts would just be effortlessly crushed by so-called geniuses, and Irene was not born to be trampled on by others. So, she decided to end everything with her own hands before someone else did it for her. Life was slowly fading from her body. Then one day, in the gloomy room where only a single sliver of light shone through, an uninvited guest appeared. He silently approached her bed, and his sudden presence startled Irene, but she was too weak to sit up. In the silence, the man's grim voice echoed, "I've found you." He introduced himself as one of the 6 prophets of the Liberation Army, the one bearing the name Desperation. Desperation looked wearily at the ravaged body on the bed and couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. "What the hell am I supposed to do now? After all the effort I spent searching for you, is this what I get? Someone who's already at death's door?" When Irish didn't respond, Desperado leaned down, brought his face close to hers, and said in a deep, hoarse voice, "Hey, can you hear what I'm saying?" Just then, Irish finally spoke in a faint, weak voice. "Who are you?" Desperado narrowed his eyes, staring intently at her before muttering. Irish, 37 years old, began training to become a knight at the age of 12. It's been over 25 years since she first picked up a sword. However, Irish's body was so broken down that it was beyond recovery, even though she had already announced her retirement. But it looks like she won't last much longer anyway. Hearing this nonsense, Irish gritted her teeth and growled. "I asked you, who the hell are you?" Desperado replied nonchalantly, "You humans always delude yourselves with hollow phrases like hard work pays off, and all that, but harsh reality will soon slap the untalented and useless in the face. The sweet fruits of all her hard work over the years, she never gets to enjoy them. They're just a small ornament to further embellish the glory of the geniuses." These venomous words made Irish scream in fury. "Who the hell are you?" Desperado smirked contemptuously. "And what could you do even if you knew who I was? The important thing here is that you only have one chance. A final chance." As he finished speaking, he placed a coin in Irish's palm. Tears unknowingly streamed down her cheeks. Desperation continued his temptation. "Only you can do this. To save all the effort you've built up for so long." As he said this, a strange, round object suddenly appeared in his palm. Except, its surface was covered with countless, incredibly disgusting eyes. He laughed coldly. "If you swallow this and survive, you will receive a reward. The power you've always craved." Hearing this, Irish was clearly swayed. The tears that had just stopped now flowed uncontrollably once more. She squeezed her eyes shut, and without a moment's hesitation, opened her mouth for Desperado to shove that disgusting thing inside. From that fateful day on, Irish made her comeback. Everyone was stunned when they saw her, and in their eyes was sheer disbelief. Is that really Irish? After her return, her aura became incredibly aggressive and overwhelming. Anyone who faced her suffered a crushing defeat. The sword in Irish's hand danced with increasing frenzy, and she was extremely satisfied with this new power. This was the power Irish had always dreamed of. However, in a moment of carelessness, she went too far. Her opponent's life was taken by her blade in the blink of an eye. Bright red blood splattered everywhere, leaving her utterly horrified. Irish stood frozen to the spot, not knowing what to do. Immediately, someone rushed forward to confront her. "How could you do that? Remember, this is just a training session." Irish had already secured victory, yet she still delivered a killing blow. The person's barrage of questions made her completely flustered. After a long moment, she heard a familiar voice ring out, right in front of her. "You gutless little mouse, did you think we knew nothing? You could never even reach an average level in your entire life, yet you're so confident in your own power? That power you got by cheating." Irish's face grew paler and paler, her forehead drenched in a cold sweat, but the mocking voices continued to torture her mind. "But you know what? I don't care how strong you've gotten, the stench of a failure is still thick on you." Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Irish lost all reason. She swung her sword, taking the life of the person who had just spoken, and fresh blood once again splattered everywhere. That unfortunate soul probably never imagined, even in their wildest dreams, that they would fall at the hands of a comrade they had fought alongside for so long. This sudden turn of events left the knights present completely stunned, all of them thinking Irene had completely lost her mind. Indeed, she didn't look sane at all. Immediately, the group drew their swords, pointing them straight at Irene, and one of them spoke up. "Irene, calm down. If we report this as just an accident, you won't have to face a punishment that's too severe." However, to Irene, these words of advice sounded like nothing but mockery, just like the tone of a despicable coward who refuses to own up to their actions. Irene gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. She roared frantically, "Don't you look at me with those disgusting eyes." Back in the present, Irene glared straight at Macnac, her voice as cold as ice. "Why don't you keep dancing?" She growled, "I've worked harder than anyone, so I have every right to do this." Hearing that, Macnac couldn't help but smirk and sneer in response. "Do you even know what a guilty conscience is?" Irene didn't bother arguing anymore and began to slowly advance. Her eyes filled with killing intent, she gritted her teeth. "Let me tear that mouth of yours to shreds and see if you can still run it." Macnac showed no fear. Instead, he continued to taunt her. "Looks like because of what you've done, no one else dares to come near here anymore. The purification squad must be very busy." With a light snort, Irene replied coldly, "That's right, so it's best you don't expect any reinforcements to save you. You're going to die here alone." Hearing this, Macnac couldn't help but laugh. "It seems you still don't get what I'm saying." As he finished, a powerful surge of holy power began to erupt from his body. Irene's pupils contracted in shock as she screamed in a panic. "Wait, don't tell me you're a follower of the evil spirit?" Macnac had already begun to transform, as strange ancient symbols appeared all over his body. He spoke nonchalantly. "You don't need to concern yourself with that." The moment he finished speaking, the powerful holy energy shattered the sword in Irene's hand into countless pieces. She was utterly stunned while Macnac continued to smile, saying, "What you should be paying attention to is that I can wield this power freely as I please." Irene never expected him to change so quickly, and her eyes showed extreme panic. She aggressively bit her lip and charged madly at Macnac. However, he just stood there, letting her punch him right in the face. He didn't even bother to dodge, just smirking as he said, "So you've finally shown your true, filthy nature. And so the advantage is now mine." Irene's eyes suddenly landed on his empty hands, and she exclaimed in alarm, "Where is your sword?" Macnac sneered, no longer bothering with a sword. He smirked, "This makes it fair, doesn't it? Let's continue. The honorable duel you so desperately wanted." Seeing Macnac's fist hurtling towards her, Irene's eyes filled with terror. She barely had time to grit her teeth and mutter, "Damn it, he's too fast. I can't dodge this." And just like that, a devastating punch landed squarely on Irene's face, making her spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Macnac raised an eyebrow at his opponent and spoke coldly, "How does it feel to have someone else trample all over your honor?" Irene fiercely bit her lip, about to say something, but before she could get the words out, another terrifying wave of pressure descended. Holy power gathered in Macnac's hand once more, and he coldly brought up her boasts about a real battle. But what about now? This isn't even a balanced fight. As he finished speaking, he threw another punch straight at Irene's face. The tremendous force of the punch sent her flying, her body slamming hard into the wall behind her. In an instant, a thick cloud of dust rose up, obscuring the view. At this point, Irene was lying collapsed amidst the rubble, completely motionless. One of her cheeks was swollen up like a hog's. She tried to move her lips to say something, but no sound came out. Macnac glared directly at her, his voice as cold as ice. "The price you pay for aiding in the deaths of innocent people, is this all it amounts to? Everything is already perfectly clear, but let me remind you. Irene, fundamentally, you have no talent like you mistakenly believe." His words were like a spark to a powder keg, enraging her to the point where she began to scream hysterically. Following Irene's piercing scream, a blinding light erupted violently. Witnessing this spectacle, Macnac merely smirked and taunted, "You haven't gained a single thing, not even the power you thought was your own. You can't even control it. Your honor is now in tatters. That hideous form of yours only serves to make others despise you more." By now, Irene had completely transformed into a hideous monster. She ground her teeth and snarled, "Macnac, I swear I will tear you to pieces." Macnac seemed completely unfazed. He simply clasped his hands before his chest and muttered reverently, "O Holy Mother, please grant me more of your divine power." Seeing the pure divine power enveloping Macnac's body, Irene was utterly terrified and screamed, "What is this?" But Macnac completely ignored her reaction. He began to activate the ritual. An abyss of divine power immediately opened, and right after, a giant foot materialized imposingly before Macnac. The transfigured giant, with its colossal body, had been summoned. Macnac looked up at the magnificent creature, smiled faintly, and said, "It's been a while." He explained that he was facing a rather difficult problem and needed its help to deal with that thing over there. The transfigured giant seemed to understand. It said nothing, merely twisting its lips into a mysterious smile. Right after, it slowly opened its gigantic mouth, revealing a massive tongue inside. But the biggest surprise lay deep within that very tongue. A small creature holding a scepter emerged from within. Divine power quickly gathered, enveloping the head of the scepter. Instantly, the strange creature raised the scepter high. An aura of pure holiness suddenly enveloped the entire room. In the blink of an eye, the transfigured giant's massive, iron-clad body seemed to be empowered, becoming mightier than ever before. It tilted its head to the sky and let out a resounding roar. Amidst the brilliant light, eerie blue flames began to materialize and float in the air. From those points of light, dark figures began to rise. Skeletons slowly took form, gradually standing up. Before long, an army of skeletal spirits had assembled before the transfigured giant. Witnessing this spectacle, Irene simply let out a scornful remark. "Is this it? Just a few cheap tricks? What do you think you can do to me?" But while she was gloating, a skeleton quickly latched onto her weapon and began to climb. At the same time, a chillingly familiar voice echoed from the skeleton. "Did you really think it would be that simple?" Irene flinched, staring in horror at that very skeleton. Very quickly, she recognized the familiar face hidden beneath the pile of white bones. Resentful questions began to echo in Irene's ears. Why? Why would you do such a thing? Why we? Irene shook her head frantically, trying to banish the haunting sounds, then roared in fury. "What kind of twisted trick are you playing now?" she screamed at Macnat, her voice a challenging growl. "Get rid of all this nonsense and fight me, one-on-one." Macnat just scoffed and retorted, "If you're scared, then by all means, run. But that's only if you can." With that, he slowly turned and walked away, intending to leave Irene to be buried here forever. He was no longer concerned with her. His objective now was to find Deka. He hurriedly looked around, calling out loudly, "Princess, where are you?" Hearing his call, Deka rushed out from a hidden corner, waving to get his attention. "What's the situation with the battle?" she asked. Macnat approached her and nodded in reply. "The mutated giant is still fighting furiously outside." As soon as he finished speaking, Deka immediately looked off into the distance, and just then, a piercing, terrified scream echoed toward them. Macnat forced a smile and said, "It seems this battle is going to be tougher than we thought." However, Deka didn't seem very concerned, as she hesitantly confessed, "My body, I still can't move it properly." Before she could even finish her sentence, Macnat understood completely. He reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." With that, he gently swept her up in a princess carry and strode confidently forward. Deka leaned comfortably into him and asked skeptically if he came back because of that moth monster. Without any hesitation, Macnat nodded to confirm. She then asked curiously what his plan was. Macnat answered her nonchalantly, "I'll probably let Mother handle the rest, but first, I have to finish off this thing that's pretending to be dead." Hearing these words, Adora, who was playing dead, instantly shot her eyes open in terror. She frantically pleaded, "Don't do this. Please spare me. I was only following orders." Macnat scoffed coldly in response. "That's what the people you killed said, too. And since you did that, I have no reason to spare you." Adora frantically shook her head, rushing to explain, "I didn't actually kill them." But Macnat paid her no mind, stating indifferently, "It's useless no matter what you say. Are you finished with your last words? If you are, then..." Before Macnat could finish, Adora screamed wildly, "It's true. I'll tell you everything. Just please spare me. Hey, girl of the Irameo family, about your father, I'll tell you his true purpose." The sword in Macnat's hand stopped abruptly, just a few millimeters from Adora's forehead. At the same time, Deka also stepped forward from behind him. She muttered suspiciously, "My father's purpose?" Seeing her chance, Adora nodded her head frantically, continuing to beg. But at that exact moment, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a sharp blade shot out from the smoke. The monster's bodily fluids splattered everywhere, forcing Macnat and Deka to quickly jump aside. Adora bit her lip in hatred, swallowing the words she was about to say. Macnat narrowed his eyes, his face filled with caution as he looked ahead. However, the newly appeared sword did not stop. It pierced straight through the center of Adora's forehead and was only withdrawn after she had gone completely still. Both Macnat and Deka turned their eyes to the newcomer. Deka's pupils contracted. She couldn't believe that the person who just appeared was none other than her brother, Durso Irameo. He glared at her, his voice cold. "I recall telling you to leave." Deka narrowed her eyes back at him, questioning him sternly. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" All he did was deliver the finishing blow to a monster Macnat had already nearly defeated. And now he's acting as if he took care of everything himself. He wasn't even the one who took it down. Durso frowned at his sister, his voice low. "You haven't changed one bit. This stubborn streak of yours. Is that a common trait for mages, or is it simply your own foolish nature? Oh, and I suppose you're so much better in every way?" Daika didn't back down either, retorting with a cold scoff that she would leave immediately, even if he begged her to stay. It wouldn't make a difference anyway. Durso watched her intently, a complex look flashing in his eyes, but Daika paid it no mind and continued her rant. I've wanted to tell you this for a very long time, but I never had the chance, so I'll just say it right now. At this, Daika suddenly paused and let out a sharp breath. Finally, she unleashed a fierce tirade, that damned position of family head. You can just have it, you greedy bastard. She growled, do you have any idea how despicable you are? That's why at your age, you still haven't managed to get married. Every woman who sees your true nature leaves in disgust. McNatt, standing nearby, witnessed her screaming like that, and was at a loss for how to react. In contrast, Durso seemed to completely ignore her words. He sneered and said, are you planning to leave? Fine by me. You finally realized your place. With that, he let out another contemptuous sneer, but it seems you've misunderstood something. From the very beginning, you never stood a chance of becoming the head of this family. Hearing this, Daika's body couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Durso paid her no mind and continued his taunts. Do you get it now? No one in this entire family wants me here. Daika bit her lip fiercely, retorting resentfully, you talk as if I'm the one who caused all of this. You're the one who made everything this terrible. How can you be so certain that everyone around us is a victim of my magic? You even blame me for Mom's death. I never asked to be born a mage. Do you really think I wanted to harm my own mother? Daika poured out all her pent-up feelings, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth and continued to choke out her resentful words. Your childish hatred for me. I'm sick to death of it. You, terrible brother. Her scream startled McNatt, while Doso's face darkened with anger upon hearing it. He spoke with displeasure. You left only to learn all sorts of bad habits, nothing good at all. With that, Doso threw an object toward McNatt. Stop crying and get out of this town. McNatt quickly caught the object, looking at it in his palm, before asking suspiciously, what is this? Doso slowly explained, you can leave this place if you put that on the barrier. That's Beatles' magic. Use it and get lost. Hearing this, McNatt narrowed his eyes at the older brother and asked seriously, what are you going to do after that? Doso turned to leave, tossing back a cold remark, I don't think I'm obligated to answer that question. Get out of here, and take that crying burden with you. Just then, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The one who had just burst in was none other than Irish. She shrieked, Adora, are you still alive? However, no sooner had she spoken than trouble was hot on her heels. The corrupted giant was in close pursuit, determined not to let Irish escape easily. As soon as it charged in, it saw McNatt's group of 3 standing on the opposite side, but it didn't seem to care much. The 2 great swords in its hands began to rise high. Holy power erupted violently in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, Irish became even more enraged. She furiously launched a devastating punch at the monster. The tremendous impact caused the ground to shake violently, and debris from the ceiling began to rain down. Seeing the perilous situation, Doso immediately panicked. He rushed forward, shouting in a deep voice, everyone, get out of here now. The building is about to collapse. Don't ever come back. Hearing these words, Daika grew even more indignant and screamed right in his face, I'll do what I want, you jerk. But Doso paid her no mind, charging straight toward the 2 giant monsters that were fighting. At the same time, the horde of skeletons attacked relentlessly, while the corrupted giant was still determined not to let up, adamantly blocking Irish's path. McNatt quickly pulled Daika into a tight embrace, using his body to shield her from the falling debris. He spoke softly in a low voice. I don't think we have much time. We have to get out of here immediately. Suddenly, the voice of the corrupted mother echoed from his bag. He quickly reassured her, don't worry, I can handle it. Then, McNatt turned to Daika, instructing in a deep voice, hold on tight. As soon as he finished speaking, he jammed his sword into the wall and began to climb. Seeing this, Irish grew even more furious and roared with indignation. You bastards, how dare you run away? However, McNatt completely ignored her words. He ignored her, coldly stating, just as you said, I'll be the one to take Adora's head. Hearing that, Irish bellowed, I won't let you have your way. The moment she finished speaking, Irish let out a loud cry and hurled the weapon in her hand straight at McNatt. The sudden turn of events left him startled. The attack was too fast and deadly. He definitely couldn't dodge it in time. In that hair-raising moment, a surge of holy power suddenly erupted from his chest. McNatt frowned slightly, as if he had just realized something. Almost instantly, a sturdy protective barrier enveloped his body. At the same time, the ring on his hand was also emitting a brilliant light. This was the very ring that the corrupted mother had received from Cylon. This item automatically activates a magic barrier for McNatt every day, and it just saved his life a moment ago. With this thought, McNatt spoke in a deep voice. Now, take this. With that, he swung his sword straight down, determined to chop off Adora's head. Yet the head was stuck fast to the body, making it a real pain. But that didn't stop him. Maxnat just kept hacking away. Just then, the corrupted giant suddenly roared. "I've bought us some time, everyone get out of here." Maxnat simply gave a slight nod in reply, "We're going." Then he grabbed Adora's head and quickly escaped. Seeing this, Irene screamed in a rage. "You bastards, get back here. Leave that head right now." But there was no way she could possibly catch up. Maxnat successfully escaped with Adora's head and Deka. At this point, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that they wouldn't be able to chase them all the way here. Seeing that the coast was clear, the corrupted mother quickly returned to her original form. Maxnat placed the head on the ground and said, "Here's the head you wanted." The moment she saw it, the corrupted mother was overjoyed, rushing over to the head and sitting down beside it. She placed her hand on it and began the process of absorbing its holy power. In no time, the head had rotted away, becoming as mushy as mud. Maxnat watched the corrupted mother closely and asked, "Are you done yet, mother?" But she didn't answer him at all. She seemed to be in some kind of discomfort. He asked suspiciously, "What are you doing, mother?" In response, there was only silence. The corrupted mother showed no signs of stopping. This caused Maxnat's expression to grow darker and darker. Time trickled by slowly until Adora's head had completely vanished into thin air. Witnessing this, the corrupted mother looked incredibly frustrated. She hurriedly reached out her hand as if trying to grasp at something, but it was all useless. Maxnat quickly grabbed her hand, stopping the action. He gently coaxed her, "That's enough now, mother." But the corrupted mother was still not resigned to it. She buried her face in her knees in agony and began to sob her heart out. Maxnat quickly tried to console her. "I know the holy power was leaking out, but we don't know what they might have done to it." He didn't want his mother touching something so questionable. Hearing his words, the corrupted mother finally looked up at him with an incredibly hurt and wronged expression. Chuckling, Maxnat said brightly, "It's true, we still have other ways to collect holy power, you know?" He tried to calm her down. "If you touch it and they manage to get information, things will be even worse." Hearing this, the corrupted mother finally stopped crying. She nestled into Maxnat's embrace, fitting perfectly. He didn't mind at all, saying dotingly, "Okay, you should rest for a little while." With that, the corrupted mother transformed back into a small arm and slipped into Maxnat's pocket by herself. At that moment, Deka also came to. She walked up to him, and Maxnat glanced over and asked, "Are you feeling better?" She gave a slight nod, but her tone was seething with anger. "But I really should have blasted my jerk of a brother with a few magic spells. Now that I think about it, I regret going so easy on him." Seeing her like this, Maxnat couldn't help but chuckle. He then offered some advice. "In that case, you should just save it for next time." Daka looked up at him and asked doubtfully, "Aren't you going to stop me?" "I really thought you were going to stop me." Maxnat then calmly explained, "Since it's just a few attacks, I don't think he'll get seriously hurt. He seems pretty strong, after all." Hearing this, Daka couldn't help but sigh in resignation. "Yeah, well, he's got thick skin. I don't think my attacks could have taken that jerk down easily anyway." After saying this, she stretched and let out a sigh of relief. "I feel so much better after talking trash about him." Maxnat glanced at her, then hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I noticed that you only call him your brother when he's not here." Hearing that, Daka pouted and snorted. "I can't call him that right to his face. Calling him that to his face would be like admitting I'm less than him." Hearing this, Maxnat was about to say, "If that's how you feel, then." Maxnat could only give a helpless smile, but before he could even finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Noticing his reaction, seeing Maxnat's expression, Daka wondered what was wrong. He just nodded, his voice low, telling her to wait a moment, then narrowed his eyes to focus and sense deep within. Maxnat realized the connection with the corrupted giant had completely vanished, and he could no longer sense Iris's holy power. Could it be that she had returned to her original form? Noticing Maxnat's pensive look, Daka couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Is that monster knight chasing after us?" Maxnat shook his head with a stern expression, replying that he couldn't sense anything yet, so he wasn't sure. "But we still have things to do. Let's go." Hearing this, Daka frowned slightly, wondering where everyone was. And then, at that very moment, Maxnat's mechanical arms suddenly began to radiate holy power. Daka looked over curiously, her gaze filled with confusion as the number 3 strangely appeared on the back of his hand. After a moment of contemplation, Maxnat spoke up, "I believe it's a signal from Turgid." With that, he gestured with his hand, "Let's hurry." Hearing that, Daka cheered happily. "Okay." But seeing her about to jump straight into his arms, Maxnat spoke up, somewhat flustered. "Princess, I apologize. I know we need to hurry, but it's very likely that something unexpected could happen along the way. Therefore, I don't think carrying you is a good idea." This statement hit Daka like a blow, causing her to freeze on the spot. She stammered in response, "Right, ha. If I'm in your arms, you won't be able to fight freely." As she said this, she lightly tapped her cheeks to hide her embarrassment. Immediately after, she started walking ahead, saying as she went, "Let's go. It's that way, right?" And so, Maxnat and Daka moved forward together. Before long, they arrived at a strange location. Looking at the withered tree branches in front of them, Macnac couldn't help but speak. That tree monster, it seems like it hasn't noticed us yet. He guessed it was thanks to the item Daika's brother had given him. Just then, Daika suddenly spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. Priest Macnac, may I ask you something? He replied nonchalantly. You don't need to ask my permission for everything like that. Daika hesitated for a moment before speaking about what happened just now, and about things before, too. Does it bother you that I keep relying on you like this? Of course not, Macnac replied with a slight smile. On the contrary, I feel that I'm the one who has pushed you into these dangerous situations. Hearing these words, Daika quickly waved her hands in denial. That's not it at all. At this point, she realized she had interrupted him and said apologetically, I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry. Macnac could only sigh helplessly at the scene. It's always like this. She's too hung up on formalities. As he thought this, Macnac walked over, placed a hand on her shoulder, and comforted her. I'm really okay. Daika looked up at him, smiled, and asked, Really? You're always so kind. It's just a shame that you're kind to everyone. Macnac was a bit at a loss for words. Why did the topic suddenly change like this? While he was still confused, Daika suddenly clapped her hands excitedly. That's right, I've decided. Once everything here is over, I'll leave Beetles to go with you. Hearing this, Macnac immediately frowned, looking at her with a doubtful gaze. Your reaction doesn't seem quite right, Daika asked hesitantly. You don't want me to come with you? Before Macnac could even answer, the corrupted mother in his bag spoke first, though it was only a single, cold word. Kill. Macnac sighed softly and then spoke. Traveling with me will be an incredibly arduous journey. There will even be times when you'll have to face life-threatening danger. But Daika didn't seem to mind. She replied cheerfully, But you'll do your best to protect me, right? Just like you always have. At the same time, the corrupted mother in Macnac's bag began to stir again, but he quickly stopped it. He glanced at Daika and gave a forced smile. That's not something I can always do. Daika didn't pay it any mind either. She replied nonchalantly, Then I'll protect myself. You know how fast I learn. Who knows, maybe one day I'll be the one protecting you. The hand in Macnac's pocket began to tremble violently again, and he had to use his other hand to hold it steady while continuing his conversation with Daika. Haha, the honor would be mine. Then, he turned to appease the corrupted mother. A reasonable mage such as yourself is truly a rare sight. Please, for the sake of our common goal, you must accept. Seeing the corrupted mother only mumble a few words, Macnac knew she had tacitly agreed. He then continued, addressing the female mage, To be honest, I'm still a bit prejudiced against mages, but a rational one like you is always welcome. Hearing this, the Grand Mage was visibly overjoyed, covering her mouth to whisper, Really? She immediately grabbed Macnac's hand, her voice filled with urgency. You better not go back on your word. As she finished speaking, she pulled Macnac's hand, placed it over her heart, and then spoke hesitantly. And, could you help me with one thing?